If one day time travel truly becomes possible, how would you act? Would you strive for supreme divine power, seize eternal cultivation secrets, or perhaps seek a true love that transcends time? Brothers, we are assassins, wielders of flying swords. Can we not vanquish these vile demons? Let us not allow those feeble cultivators to look down upon us. Chapter 1. A Stroke of Bad Luck. As dawn broke, the sun, heavy and reluctant, began its ascent, causing the clouds at the horizon to tremble slightly. Jiang Fan abruptly opened his eyes, an overwhelming fatigue emanating from his very bones, leaving him weak and dazed. It felt as though he were suffocating, and after a considerable effort, he managed to gasp for breath, only to be met with a searing pain in his chest. Damn it, I've already said that big head shouldn't be used anymore. If I don't smash it this time, I won't bear the surname Jiang. He cursed inwardly, but a sigh of resignation followed. Jiang Fan, a quintessential introverted man born in the 1980s, had, after 4 years at a mediocre university, moved in with his buddy Qiangzi into a cramped apartment of merely 20 square meters. The camaraderie he once shared with a group of friends gaming together had long since faded. Having graduated over half a year ago, Jiang Fan still refused to return home. He dreaded facing his parents, fearing their scorn for having emerged from university as a useless individual. With no alternative, he survived by writing the occasional article. Although he had long wished to replace his antiquated monitor, each month he found himself struggling to save even the meager amount needed for instant noodles, lest he end up gnawing on stale bread by month's end. What a shameful situation it was for a grown man to be unable to support himself. Jiang Fan had indeed sought employment, and despite his university's dismal reputation, he managed to find some factories hiring. Yet, after just one day of grueling work, his frail body was left too exhausted to rise from bed. The promise of internships for fresh graduates turned out to be nothing more than menial labor, the most devalued kind. Jiang Fan, perpetually sickly and weak, could barely muster the strength to swat a fly, rendering him a true specimen of uselessness. Yet, this so-called useless man possessed an extraordinary mindset. There was nothing he could not accept to him. Simply being alive felt like a gift from the heavens. He smoked the cheapest, lowest quality tobacco, consumed the most expired instant noodles, and even bought the most abrasive toilet paper that was prone to tearing. Such a life would have driven others to despair, perhaps even to the brink of suicide. Yet, Jiang Fan seemed to savor every moment, immersed in his own peculiar joy. Having long passed the threshold of 30, he received countless calls from home, where his family had leveraged connections to secure him a decent job. However, he adamantly refused to return. Although a decent job could be found in his small hometown through connections, he understood that returning would only lead to a lifetime of mediocrity, toiling as a mere laborer from dawn to dusk. For someone who had always felt stuck in limbo, living a life unnoticed in the city was preferable. Lying back with a resigned sigh, Jiang Fan claimed that the future held no significance for him. Yet deep down, who wouldn't yearn for a life filled with luxury, driving an Audi R8, embraced by love? His pale face and dark circles hinted at the quintessential recluse, with eyes that reflected a profound lack of faith and hope. His gaze shifted from the ceiling to the floor, where his dim eyes suddenly caught sight of two shadows. Who are these two? What are they doing in my home? Is it possible that such blind thieves have chosen my place? Jiang Fan was perplexed, but showed no sign of fear or urgency. Upon closer inspection of the intruders, his eyes brightened. This woman is truly beautiful. Finding such purity in a woman these days is rare. Jiang Fan's gaze fixated on the woman before him, her delicate, fair skin and autumn-like eyes capturing his full attention, while he completely overlooked the handsome man beside her. Jiang Fan was unbothered by the possibility of them being thieves, for he knew his apartment was painfully bare. 2 antiquated monitors, 2 creaky beds that groaned like an old man, boxes of cheap instant noodles, and a bag of toilet paper were all that adorned his home. Any thief who dared enter would surely leave in tears. However, the warmth of the smiles on the faces of the 2 strangers, akin to a parental affection, made Jiang Fan feel inexplicably guilty. A sudden wave of shame surged within him, igniting a fire of indignation. He glared at them and shouted, "What are you looking at me with those lewd eyes for? The woman is fine, but I have no interest in men." Yet, as he opened his mouth to protest, a jolt of alarm struck him. He found himself unable to utter a word. The sound that reached his ears was merely a faint whimper, akin to that of an infant. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. Feeling sticky and overwhelmingly cold, as if every nerve ending in his body were being sliced by knives, and his chest burned with each breath. To his dismay, he realized he felt utterly exposed before the 2 figures. The once unshakable Jiang Fan now found himself gripped by panic, his mind racing with bizarre thoughts. Could it be that these two have done something to me? Are they the so-called mad scientists here to dissect me? Having watched too many horror films, he was suddenly seized by images of being disemboweled, having his heart ripped out. Or worse, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as the refined-looking man extended his hand toward him, sending a wave of terror coursing through Jiang Fan. He tried to resist, but his body felt unbearably heavy. With great effort, he slowly lifted his hands to shield himself from the approaching hand, which appeared disproportionately large. What is this? A delicate hand appeared before Jiang Fan, and he mustered the strength to twitch his fingers, his mind blanking out. Memories from earlier that night flooded back in a rush. At 2:30 in the morning, Jiang Fan sat before his computer, a greasy visage as he played games with a few classmates, reminiscing about their university days with fervor. However, as the hours wore on, one by one, his classmates logged off, leaving Jiang Fan to helplessly browse a forum, sipping on bitter tea that cost a mere 1.7 yuan per pound, while typing away at posts with one hand. Indulging in whimsical fantasies with some misguided girls online. Just as he began to envision a beautiful story unfolding with these young ladies, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if something was watching him. Despite his frail health, his senses were unusually acute, and he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Suddenly, he sensed a chill creeping up his neck, as if someone were blowing softly upon it. The once mischievous grin on Jiang Fan's face morphed into a pale, frightful expression. Though he was now in his 20s, he was still terrified of such occurrences. But his curiosity often got the better of him, leading him to watch horror films, which left him sleepless at night and drowsy during the day. That moment, Jiang Fan's back was drenched in sweat, and his once greasy face shone brightly under the dim glow of the screen. His right hand trembled uncontrollably as it held a teacup. Jiang Fan dared not look back, recalling the depiction in horror films turning around meant certain doom. He swallowed hard. Gathering his courage, Jiang Fan pleaded in a quavering voice, "Too am a good person. I've lived for over 20 years without ever harming a single girl. I don't indulge in vices, I don't engage in fights, or any immoral activities. Please, let me go if you must take someone, at least choose someone useful. My health is poor, and I would be grateful if you could walk a bit further. That person in the other room snoring is far stronger than I am." As he spoke, tears threatened to spill. He had never felt so pitiful before today. He suddenly realized how many things he had yet to accomplish in life, and how meaningless his demise seemed. However, after a prolonged silence, there was no response from behind him. Instead, a familiar voice, sounding as though it had just awoken, broke the stillness. "Do you have any tissue? I think I have an upset stomach." Jiang Fan was taken aback. The voice was too familiar. Without thinking, he turned to look, nearly suffocating from rage. Xiangzi stood behind him, half awake with drool at the corners of his mouth, holding a tissue holder that was already empty. Jiang Fan shot up, shouting in frustration. The courage he had painstakingly preserved over the years felt like it was shattering. After a few curses, he glanced back at the still-dazed Xiangzi, shook his head, and held his breath to fetch some tissue. Little did he expect that this dramatic turn would lead to the end of his life. The room was dimly lit by a single computer, with the lights off and Jiang Fan's heart racing from the fright. He was oblivious to the tangled computer wires scattered on the floor. As he stepped towards the bed, his ankle snagged on one of the cables. With a loud thud that nearly stopped the heart of the elderly man downstairs, Jiang Fan fell to the ground. The fall was quite severe, leaving him dazed and unable to tell north from south. However, misfortune seemed to follow him as he groggily lifted his head. A dark shadow rushed towards him, and the heavy monitor met him in the most intimate way possible. Just as he had returned to the forum to post, he found himself face-to-face with the screen. The result was inevitable. Jiang Fan's head was engulfed by the monitor, and a surge of electricity offered him just a fleeting moment to utter a curse before everything faded to black. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan shivered. He turned his head slightly, pondering, am I really dead? Have I been reincarnated? He hardly had time to contemplate anything else. But as he thought more deeply, he shook his head. No, if reincarnation exists, then there must be an underworld. Doesn't that mean I should drink mangpa soup? How could I still remember all those past grievances? Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the couple before him, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Recalling the fantasy films he had watched, his heart raced as he thought, could this be the so-called transmigration? With that thought, Jiang Fan found himself lost in a daze, his mind a blank slate. Oh God, Buddha, Almighty, the three pure ones. Is this really how my life ends? I never even had the chance to meet a decent woman in my past life. For me, a virgin, to die like this, has the universe gone mad? And my parents? who raised me for over 20 years, are counting on me to make something of myself. Though it may be unrealistic, they should be heartbroken if I disappear. The last thought dwindled in his mind. He suddenly lacked the conviction. For years, his parents had hardly paid him any attention, and he sometimes wondered if he had been adopted. Chapter 2. What is this place? Jiang Fan felt a surge of frustration, but he could hardly move, his body feeling heavier than lead. What should he do? Could he return? Would he have to spend eternity in this unfamiliar place? His youthful face contorted in distress, resembling a pained infant. Yet, Jiang Fan was inherently optimistic. After a while, he found some calmness. Perhaps, this is still my world. I might find my parents and those troublesome friends again. Moreover, I have been granted another chance at life. An additional 20 years from the heavens. He sighed, trying to calm himself. After all, fretting wouldn't solve anything. He looked up at the cheerful couple before him. Could these two be my parents in this life? As soon as he thought that, he felt a wave of nausea. Ugh! Having dramatically died once, Jiang Fan now found himself in the body of an infant. Although Jiang Fan refused to acknowledge this connection, this body had indeed emerged from their womb. He had entirely usurped the unfortunate child's form, banishing its spirit. Yet, he still had to show some respect. Taking another look at the joyous couple, he had to admit they were quite striking. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was naturally beautiful, embodying grace and purity, completely defying the old adage that handsome men pair with dinosaurs and beautiful women with frogs. Feeling a whirlwind of emotions, he scratched his bald, soft head and began surveying the room. Since he had transmigrated, he might as well take in his surroundings. Sighing internally, he still found it hard to believe that such an unfortunate incident had led to this bizarre experience. If word of him dying from a computer monitor were to spread back to his small town, it would undoubtedly become a tale of laughter. The room was tidy, far superior to his previous pigsty, with a rich classical ambiently carved wooden furniture, ceramic pots and cups, and the couple dressed in embroidered robes. Yunner, look at our child. He truly is different from ordinary people, the man exclaimed, delighting in Jiang Fan's pained expression, while the woman beside him radiated happiness, albeit with a slightly pale complexion, still agile despite being a cultivator. Chimin, give him a name, the beautiful woman urged, her eyes sparkling with newfound motherhood. The man relaxed, nodding. I've already thought of a name. My brother's child is named Chao, so our child will be called Fan. What do you think of Jiang Fan? The woman repeated the name softly, Fan, Jiang Fan. Her expression brightened further. Good, let's call him Jiang Fan. So he doesn't toil as we have being ordinary is just fine. Little did Jiang Fan dream that the only thing his ancestors left him in this new life was this very surname, which had remained unchanged. However, he had no time to ponder his future name, instead staring blankly at his parents, trying to decipher their animated conversation. What are they babbling about? Why can't I understand a word? Jiang Fan stared wide-eyed, watching his parents move their lips as unintelligible sounds filled his ears. After quite some time, Jiang Fan began to comprehend his situation. A grin stretching across his face. Could it be that this place speaks a different language? Oh heavens, foreign languages have always been my nemesis. Observing the so-called parents before him, babbling in a bitterly incomprehensible tongue, Jiang Fan could only lament tragically to the heavens above. Just as he was cursing every relative associated with his plight, a sudden realization struck him, shifting his expression dramatically. The fact that he had transmigrated was now undeniable. But was he a boy or a girl? Was he whole or impaired? Did he possess the requisite attributes? This thought jolted him into clarity, and he hastily reached down, only to find that his current body was incapable of such a movement. Jiang Fan squirmed uncomfortably, veins bulging on his forehead, desperately trying to reach below. Oh God, please don't play tricks on me. Let this not be a mistake. A faint sound interrupted his thoughts, momentarily freezing his expression before he regained his composure. Thanks to all the living deities above, I am still a man. Oh dear, I've wet myself. What to do? The young man gazed in shock at the stream of pale yellow liquid. He turned to the beautiful woman beside him, but alas, she was a pampered young lady, and chaos ensued as the two floundered in their predicament. Jiang Fan, with eyes slightly widened, watched them scurry about like ants on a hot pan. They can't even change a diaper. He sighed, losing interest in their antics. Mayor, come here quickly. The woman suddenly remembered her maid and called out. A delicate voice echoed from afar, and soon a petite figure entered the scene. Jiang Fan lifted his gaze, and upon seeing the charming young girl, he was instantly captivated. She appeared to be only 16 or 17, exuding an aura of intelligence and charm. Most striking were her eyes. Flowing like water, any man who gazed into them would feel an overwhelming sense of affection. In an instant, her enchanting gaze ensnared Jiang Fan's heart, freshly reincarnated. However, the ensuing events led to an awkward predicament. What should have been his bumbling parents changing his diaper turned into the task for this young girl. A mix of embarrassment, helplessness, anger, sorrow, and indescribable emotions enveloped the small body of Jiang Fan. Heaven above, I accept my fate of transmigration, but why must I be reborn as a child? Even being a teenager would have spared me this humiliation. The sunset cast a warm glow upon the small courtyard, where the diminutive figure of Jiang Fan appeared disproportionately grand, bathed in gentle light. Time passed, and Jiang Fan had now been reborn for over 3 years, gaining a slight understanding of the outside world. With his delicate hands propped under his chin, he sat alone in a yard overgrown with flowers reminiscent of the hyacinths from his past life, lost in thought. 3 years, he murmured softly, staring at a stalk brimming with tightly clustered blooms. At this moment, he had fully grasped that this world was not his former one, and a profound sense of disappointment and emptiness gnawed at him daily. Is this the Blue Sea realm? He pondered aimlessly, gradually retracting his gaze from the petals. As time unfolded, Jiang Fan began to comprehend the world he had entered. This was a place known as the Blue Sea realm, and he found himself in a small border town of the Holy Flame Empire on the northern continent. Stepping outside for the first time, Jiang Fan's heart sank. What in the world is this place? Towering structures of massive stone exuded an air of ancient solemnity. The street lamps, shops, and lawns bore a resemblance to those from his previous life, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Yet, that flicker was soon extinguished as he noted the attire of the pedestrians. Figures clad in familiar garments. While they were not identical to those on Earth, they bore a striking resemblance. Yet, the existence of clothing spanning thousands of years within a single era felt utterly illogical. And it seemed that such anachronisms were accepted as commonplace. Flowing hanfu, elegantly draped robes, Byzantine cloaks, Baroque-style Western attire. The streets were dominated by classical horse-drawn carriages, and every 5 to 6 minutes, one could spot a vehicle reminiscent of a medieval carriage. The scene suggested a mid-20th century European aesthetic, yet the oversized sleeves and lace-trimmed trousers left Jiang Fan utterly bewildered. Everything he saw defied logic, including the eccentricities of his grandfather and uncle. The elderly man's white beard and slightly dark complexion were unremarkable, yet his ethereal long-sleeved garment akin to hanfu left Jiang Fan feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Conversely, his uncle donned a wide-collared black coat reminiscent of a gentleman from the 1930s and 1940s Europe. At this realization, Jiang Fan's heart sank completely. It was now evident that this world bore no relation to his past life. In this new world, Jiang Fan felt a mix of resignation and curiosity. Despite knowing that this was not his original existence, he had to confront his disappointment and press onward. He resolved to live, treating the past 20-odd years as nothing more than a dream. Reassuring himself, he sought calm amidst the chaos. Yet, such reassurances were easier said than done. The courage required to adapt to this new reality was monumental. His family, friends, and all he had known had vanished. He found himself alone in a strange world, bereft of everything, including the graduation certificate he had worked hard for over 4 years, not to mention his identity documents. Such a reality could not simply be brushed aside with a "let's start over." Oh heavens, why has this befallen me? Jiang Fan gazed skyward, overwhelmed by despair. Chapter 3. The warrior. The tranquility of life gradually washed away Jiang Fan's original complaints. Although he carried the thoughts of his past life, his current form was undeniably that of a child. Not only was venturing out to seek and escape perilous, but even stepping beyond the confines of the small courtyard posed a significant risk. Jiang Fan understood that his mindset was his greatest weapon, a trait many lacked. Perhaps he had inherited the essence of a true warrior. Soon, Jiang Fan liberated himself from suffering, discovering countless phenomena that seemed only to exist in dreams. At his tender age, he could only grasp concrete knowledge of the northern continent, while his understanding of other regions remained vague. The northern continent was divided into 3 grand empires and numerous smaller nations, with the Holy Flame Empire being one of the 3. In this world, emperors ruled vast kingdoms. Kings governed medium-sized states, and dukes presided over principalities. Yet, unlike the fantastical tales Jiang Fan had read in novels, there were no mystical powers or magic here, which initially left him disheartened. However, he soon encountered the term warrior in the texts, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Titles such as mercenaries, trading guilds, and assassin organizations emerged, exhilarating him. While these could not entirely mask his yearning for his original world, they instilled a sense of curiosity about this new realm. As the name suggests, a warrior is one who practices martial arts, and in this continent, warriors and scholars held equal status. Jiang Fan realized that the Blue Sea realm was a world still embroiled in strife, lacking peace. In this realm, warriors are categorized distinctly. First, there are the martial apprentices, known for their superficial techniques. Following them are the martial practitioners, most of whom remain at this level, unable to advance further. Beyond that are the martial masters, who may take on disciples and establish schools. Martial masters are divided into innate and acquired levels, with those newly entering the rank being at the early stage of the acquired level, progressing to the mid and late stages thereafter. Only then can one attain the innate level, where mastery of martial arts is achieved. Those who reach the so-called late stage of the innate level can command respect throughout the continent and even etch their names in history. However, the path of a martial artist knows no limits. They constantly hone both body and spirit, ultimately embarking on a transcendent journey. Warrior is a coveted title throughout the Blue Sea realm. Those who attain the innate level can often dominate their surroundings. And even the masters of great sects stand on equal footing with emperors. Upon reaching the late stage of the innate level, one may sense the so-called power of heaven and earth, entering the mythical realm of the three flowers gathering at the crown, thus transcending mortality and ascending to divinity. The subsequent stages involve comprehending the Tao through martial arts, leading to the so-called semi-divine body, and eventually attaining true martial divinity, a legendary pursuit that seems unattainable. Not to mention the tales that claim those who break through to divinity are guided by celestial beings to the realm of immortals. Despite the seemingly fantastical nature of these notions, they captivated Jiang Fan deeply. His youthful visage was enchanted by what should only exist in dreams. This fascination became the sole pillar supporting his will to survive and persevere. This is a world where fortuitous encounters outweigh mere effort. Yet it is also a realm where diligence surely yields rewards, a world that offered Jiang Fan a glimmer of hope for a transformative life. A peculiar place where he was unaware of even the simplest identification documents. His parents were perpetually away, often absent for months at a time, yet Jiang Fan remained indifferent, never truly regarding them as his biological parents. They resembled archaeologists, disinterested in the new and enamored only with the old, which explained their fleeting enthusiasm for Jiang Fan. A new life. The only solace in this world was the daily sight of a beautiful maiden. In the early days of his transmigration, Jiang Fan, possessing the mind of an adult within an infant's body, indulged in mischievous antics. What infant would not find joy in being cradled, while simultaneously reaching mischievously toward another's chest? In terms of language, after 3 months of listening to the harsh and cryptic tongue of this land, Jiang Fan had begun to grasp fragments of its meaning. Though he could not articulate words, he stubbornly withheld speech until he reached 9 months, determined to conceal his uniqueness. Thus, 3 years passed, during which Jiang Fan acquired knowledge that might take others a decade or more to grasp. He placed particular emphasis on the geography of this world, the Blue Sea realm, which comprised the northern continent, southern isles, the extreme west, and the eastern dual lands, with the southern isles leading to the extreme south glacier. Among these lands, only the northern continent, southern isles, and the northernmost part of the eastern dual lands were entirely governed by humanity. The remaining territories were a chaotic mix of tribes, including the warrior-born western beastmen and the uncivilized yet robust eastern barbarians. The most terrifying, however, was the southern glacier, ruled by beings capable of wielding powers akin to magic, resembling humans yet possessing hearts as cold as ice. Anyone who ventured into their domain met with certain doom. Fanner, lost in thought again. A melodious voice, akin to a nightingale, broke his reverie. Jiang Fan turned, his body momentarily stiffened, before he quickly beamed a smile at the sight of Mayer, adorned in an apron, her face radiating a maternal warmth. Now in her 20s, she exuded an enchanting charm, embodying the prime of womanhood. When her gaze fell upon Jiang Fan, it was imbued with a heartfelt gentleness that warmed his spirit. "Sister, have you eaten? What delicious dish awaits today?" Jiang Fan stood, though he still had to look up to meet her petite stature. Little glutton, always thinking of food. "Today, we have steamed roue fish," she replied, her slender fingers playfully tapping on Jiang Fan's head, a gesture filled with unspoken affection. Over the past 3 years, Mayer had cared for Jiang Fan as a mother would, treating him with unwavering sincerity, the only genuine bond he cherished since arriving in this world. "Sister, do you think warriors are truly that powerful?" Jiang Fan suddenly asked, a wistful curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Mayer was momentarily taken aback by his innocent face, pondering for a while before gently responding. "In this world, perhaps warriors represent the pinnacle of human existence, but they are limited to this realm. One day, when you grow up, you may encounter even greater beings. Though her words held little meaning for one so young, they stirred something within Jiang Fan. Higher beings than warriors could only be the legendary immortals. Yet the way this fragile woman spoke of them felt so light, as if immortals were but trifles in her eyes. This only deepened Jiang Fan's curiosity about the alluring maiden before him, while her gentle gaze sparkled with subtle brilliance. Jiang Fan seldom ventured outside, for he could neither interact with peers of similar mental age nor stoop to engage with the snot-nosed children playing house. It was no joke. Had Jiang Fan returned to seek stable employment in his past life, he might have even found himself with children by now. Such is the whim of fate. Ultimately, Jiang Fan could only describe himself with these words: a thoroughly ordinary citizen, destined to toil for a modest home throughout his life, now inexplicably transported to a world utterly foreign to him. In his previous life, Jiang Fan was an utterly mediocre individual, destined to lead a monotonous existence, laboring day in and day out, devoid of any miracles. Wealth, beauty, and status were mere fantasies, forever beyond his reach. The allure of luxury cars, surrounded by enchanting women, and a position of high esteem were but dreams, eternally unattainable. Yet now, everything had transformed. Although his life remained outwardly unchanged, the very essence of existence had shifted. Infused with a plethora of novel elements, warriors, scholars, and even the ethereal presence of immortals. These were the catalysts that ignited Jiang Fan's fervor, propelling him towards a life that might be markedly different. O heaven, casting me into this realm must serve a purpose. I earnestly hope you grant me a stage to showcase my potential, Jiang Fan mused, gazing skyward at the sun's descent, an expression of hope illuminating his countenance. The Holy Flame Empire, located in the coastal region of the northern continent, served as a vital hub for trade with other lands. With its vast expanse, abundant resources, flourishing economy, and formidable military prowess, it boasted a population in the hundreds of millions. Jiang Fan had acquired a foundational understanding of the history of the northern continent. And although his knowledge of the Blue Sea realm remained limited, he had progressed significantly from the point of utter ignorance upon his arrival. However, his ordinary life came to an abrupt halt in February of his third year. Suddenly, chaos erupted around him as he sat in the courtyard, observing a group engaged in fervent discussion. His sister, May, who had tirelessly cared for him, was in tears, her face concealed in her hands. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Fan sensed that a monumental event had transpired. Shortly thereafter, he was taken away by a group of peculiar individuals clad in black robes. Witnessing his sister's sorrowful gaze filled him with a profound sense of loss. Jiang Fan found himself in an enigmatic grand hall, an array of eyes scrutinizing him with an intensity that made him feel like a prized possession coveted by thieves. The reverence in their gazes was palpable, some even shedding tears. Overwhelmed and disoriented, he could do little but endure, comforted by the knowledge that he was being cared for, having survived 3 years of hardship. Chapter 4. The Midnight Visitor. This peculiar existence persisted for nearly a month, during which the vigilance of those around him gradually diminished. He was eventually brought before his grandfather, Jiang Shan. Unfortunately, a disheartening revelation awaited him. His parents had vanished. Though he had rarely seen them, their absence was felt acutely. Their blood coursed through his veins. Retaining memories from his past life, he realized that without those memories, the significance of his parents would shift entirely. Having unexpectedly traversed into another world, Jiang Fan now found himself among the countless sorrowful orphans of the Holy Flame Empire in the northern continent. Children like him, cast adrift in the vast sea of humanity, would likely vanish without a trace. In February, his parents, who had shown him little affection, had traveled abroad for an archaeological conference in the northern continent, only to disappear without a trace. Their absence was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Initially, the disappearance of Jiang Fan's parents garnered attention, leading to an investigation that ultimately bore no fruit. At merely 3 years of age, he was incapable of self-sufficiency. Yet life must continue. May, being the maid of Jiang Fan's mother, was compelled to return to her family upon her mistress's disappearance. Thus, he was taken home by his grandfather, Jiang Shan, a man who had raised 2 sons through hardship, only to see one suddenly vanish. Upon seeing Jiang Fan curled up in a corner, dozing off, Jiang Shan was overwhelmed with emotion. Despite Jiang Fan's reluctance to regard him as a grandfather, the old man was filled with tears. Jiang Fan was now the continuation of the Jiang lineage. Although his son was lost, there remained hope in his grandson. As time flowed like water, Jiang Fan spent 5 years under the old man's care. Initially resistant to his grandfather's presence, The overwhelming scent of alcohol and the old man's demeanor repulsed him. Yet, time has a way of softening hearts. After a few months, Jiang Fan began to view the old man with newfound respect. Though Jiang Shan appeared unremarkable, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. And any question Jiang Fan posed was met with a thoughtful response, fueling the young boy's insatiable curiosity. One day, Jiang Fan expressed a desire to read the Legends of the Continent, a book akin to the Shanhai Jing of his past life. Yet it was nearly impossible to find. Jiang Shan, scratching his head in frustration, attempted to explain its scarcity. However, upon witnessing the glimmer of disappointment in Jiang Fan's eyes, he resolutely left the room. As Jiang Fan sat on the verge of slumber, the door creaked open, and Jiang Shan stumbled in, appearing utterly exhausted. Without hesitation, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. Although Jiang Fan had nibbled on dry rations all day, he felt a pang of compassion for the weary old man. He fetched a cup of cool water, but was met with the thunderous sound of snoring. Curious, Jiang Fan noticed a small yellow cloth bag protruding from the old man's garments. Gently, he opened it, revealing a pristine copy of the Legends of the Continent. In that moment, Jiang Fan felt a deep and heartfelt gratitude. This book became a bridge, strengthening the bond between grandfather and grandson. From the moment he could walk independently, Jiang Fan immersed himself in learning. A child of merely a few years devoted himself to late-night study, a rarity in the Blue Sea realm. Jiang Fan dedicated himself wholeheartedly, acutely aware that consolidating knowledge was essential to avoid the pitfalls of his past life. Although many foundational elements remained unchanged, he recognized that he had nearly forgotten much of what he once knew. Determined to seize this second chance, Jiang Fan resolved to transform his mistakes into stepping stones. Knowledge was the bedrock of all endeavors. Without it, one could never truly thrive. With clarity of purpose, Jiang Fan envisioned his future. He aimed to become a warrior, ultimately aspiring to attain the status of a master, perhaps even achieving the legendary pinnacle of 3 flowers converging at the summit. Yet, he understood that to realize this ambition, he would require a dedicated teacher, ideally one of considerable prowess. This is something utterly unattainable for an ordinary person. Hence, Jiang Fan chose to first become a scholar. If he successfully passes the grand examination of the Northern Continent, he could still carve out a successful career, even without pursuing the path of a martial artist. Should he attain a certain status, the study of martial arts would become an easier endeavor. Jiang Fan resided in a small town named Yingji, a border settlement that perpetually exuded a grayish ambience. The ancient town, steeped in history, had survived several wars unscathed. However, being a small town, it lacked martial masters, and even martial practitioners were a rarity. Therefore, Jiang Fan had to strive diligently to achieve a certain standing. Otherwise, he would have to wait many years for his family to send him to study martial arts. The significance of time was paramount for the reincarnated Jiang Fan. Waiting until his 16th birthday would surely drive him to madness. In this world, myriad creatures exist, each unique, yet ultimately bound by the cycle of life and death. Death does not signify annihilation. Instead, the lingering grievances and attachments can manifest as souls, referred to as ghosts. What once terrified Jiang Fan in his previous life had now transformed into knowledge recorded in texts. This realization left him somewhat perplexed. Yet as he grew more acquainted with this world, he understood that most apparitions could not inflict harm. Only the ancient, malevolent spirits possess the capacity to cause injury or death. There are no true ghosts in this world. Rather, it is the guilt within the human heart that gives rise to them. Jiang Fan feigned calmness, shaking his head, an expression of enlightenment adorning his youthful visage. He tossed the blue-covered book onto the wooden table and approached the window with his hands clasped behind his back. Yet, a frown creased his forehead. He couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that a pair of eyes was fixated upon him. What a notion, that there are no ghosts, only guilt. Young man, have you discovered my presence? Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered dramatically, and a soft, melodious voice wafted from behind him. Jiang Fan was taken aback, his heart racing with cold sweat, his hands trembling. Yet he managed to suppress a scream or a glance back. Are you not curious to see the visage of your humble servant? The woman behind him asked, her voice sweet, yet laced with curiosity. However, Jiang Fan was too preoccupied to consider the allure of her tone, too fearful to turn and meet her gaze. Was she human or spirit? Her appearance at such a late hour was undoubtedly suspicious. Feigning composure, he narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of tranquility, inhaling deeply before slowly turning around. Before him stood a visage as exquisite as jade, draped in gossamer, her slender figure undeniably alluring, her cherry-red lips adorned with a delicate hue, and her eyes radiating tenderness. Yet, the woman remained oblivious to Jiang Fan's true age, not deliberately seeking to entice a mere child. Upon witnessing Jiang Fan's countenance, the woman appeared genuinely astonished. Typically, a child of this age would tremble in fear, yet here was this boy, squinting slightly, regarding her with an appreciative gaze. Little spirit, it seems you harbor secrets of your own. At such an hour, encountering me, not even an adult would remain so composed, she remarked, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing an undeniable hint of intrigue in her eyes. Humph, Jiang Fan scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Internally, however, he wiped away cold sweat. Had it not been for his soul's dual existence and the remarkable clarity of his memories, he would have been paralyzed with fear. As it stood, he was not averse to fleeing. He simply found himself incapable of movement. Thus, he adopted a facade of bravado. Let us not meander on trivialities. Pray tell, what brings you here at this hour? How may I be of service to you? Jiang Fan inclined slightly, embodying a demeanor of gentlemanly openness. Coupled with his youthful visage, he appeared exceedingly endearing. The woman gazed at him, wishing to pinch his cheeks in playful affection, yet she sighed, I intended to tease you. But it seems you possess an extraordinary courage. You are truly no ordinary child. With that, she pulled a black lacquered chair and seated herself across from him. Jiang Fan clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms, the sharp pain sharpening his focus as he took a seat on the only remaining chair. The two exchanged glances, and had Jiang Fan embodied the same demeanor as in his past life, she would not have regarded him in such a manner. His previous despondence was hardly captivating. Feigning calmness, he maintained a nonchalant expression while studying the enchanting woman before him. Very well, I shall cease the riddles, she finally spoke. Jiang Fan nodded, softly uttering a word of courtesy. The woman was particularly intrigued by this child, noting not only his demeanor but also the enigmatic thoughts he seemed to harbor, a rarity for someone so young, particularly for a soul practitioner like herself. Remarkable. At such a tender age, your spirit has reached this level. No wonder you are the offspring of that person. Admiration flickered in her eyes, though it was not directed at Jiang Fan. Indeed, I come on behalf of Mei the young lady, to see how you are faring, she continued, her voice still sweet, though devoid of the earlier flirtation. Upon hearing Mei's name, Jiang Fan's eyes brightened. The beautiful sister who had cared for him for 3 years instantly evoked fondness. The woman nodded, confirming, yes, it is Mei. She asked me to bring you something that might prove useful. Naturally, Jiang Fan felt elated at the prospect of receiving a gift. Yet as he scrutinized the woman's delicate attire, her alluring waist, and her slender, fair arms, he could discern no object that could possibly be concealed. His gaze flitted back and forth until it settled on her bosom, where a thin garment barely concealed her form. Perhaps something could be hidden there. Recognizing the source of Jiang Fan's confusion, the woman initially contemplated smiling coyly, but upon catching his unabashed gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. A child staring so intently was unexpected. Where are your eyes wandering, young man? Jiang Fan jolted, scratching his head in embarrassment. In a swift motion, the woman extended her right hand. A flash of azure light illuminating the room, revealing a blue fabric bundle in her grasp. Here, take this. It contains a letter from Mei. You may be young, but your heart is clearly not so small. Jiang Fan hesitated as he accepted the bulging blue bundle, its weight warming his heart. Memories cascading through his mind like a flowing stream. He did not rush to open it. Instead, he placed it beside him and turned his gaze back to the enchanting woman. In the stillness of the midnight hour, with flickering lights and the sudden appearance of a beautiful woman, it was strikingly peculiar that she was not a ghost. After all, who would appear uninvited at such an hour and place? Very well, I see your eyes darting about as if you were guarding against thieves. I must take my leave. Were it not for the need for discretion, I would not have come at this hour, she said, standing with a smile, fully aware that her presence was ill-timed. Before Jiang Fan, she swirled, her gossamer fabric billowing, and in an instant, she vanished without a trace. Jiang Fan's mind buzzed. He had noticed her shadow, which confirmed she was no ghost. Yet, her ability to appear and disappear so effortlessly left him pondering. Was this what it meant to be immortal? A celestial being? What should I call you, elder sister? Jiang Fan called out loudly, lifting his head in urgency. After a considerable amount of time had passed, silence enveloped the air, and Jiang Fan initially assumed that the other party had departed. He shook his head, his eyes feeling somewhat glazed. As he gazed out the window, an unexpected gentle laughter echoed from an unknown source. He, the lad finally thinks to inquire? Xianluo Palace, Lanxing. Startled by this sudden voice, Jiang Fan quickly raised his head, scanning his surroundings for any sign of life, yet found none. The name of the sect, Xianluo Palace, resonated in his mind. Evoking a sense of otherworldliness, it was undoubtedly a celestial sect. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Fan's veins. He had never anticipated that his enchanting sister was, in fact, a celestial being. Swiftly, he turned to retrieve the package, placing it upon the table and hastily untying the knot to reveal its contents. Inside lay 2 blue-covered books, a small white porcelain vial, and a yellowed letter. Ziliuojie, Tianjinglingjuo. Jiang Fan picked up the 2 tomes, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He then tore open the envelope, extracting the letter and unfolding it to read. Fanner, your sister has missed you dearly. I wonder how you have been. But I have been unable to divide my attention due to numerous matters. It has already been over 5 years. And I can only imagine you have grown quite tall. Are you not a big child now? What I have sent you are 2 celestial manuals that you must utilize wisely. It is a tad early to present them to you, but due to some unforeseen circumstances here, I can no longer keep them safe. This is the culmination of your parents' efforts, and it must not be allowed to fade away. Upon acquiring Ziliuojie, you must study it immediately, memorize it thoroughly, and then incinerate it. It must be destroyed, lest anyone else sees it, or you shall face dire consequences. The Tianjinglingjuo is a creation of your father. It is a treasured text, but not a secret. You may study it diligently while keeping it confidential. That vial contains a precious elixir capable of reviving the dead, saved for you by your mother after each task she completed. Your sister hopes you can soon enter the realm of cultivation, but I cannot assist you directly. Thus, I can only secretly deliver these to you. Be sure to keep the Ziliuojie secret and incinerate it after memorization. Be cautious. The realm of cultivation. Celestial manuals for training. Jiang Fan held the letter for a long time, unable to fully process its contents. Gradually, a realization dawned upon him. His parents were celestial beings, and now he possessed the manuals. Did this mean he could also ascend to immortality? He swallowed hard, his heart racing with anticipation. Seeking longevity may seem a distant dream, often met with laughter from others, but who would not desire such a thing? He tucked the letter into his bosom and began to immerse himself in the Ziliuojie. The universe begins with the Tao with the soul with the Qi. All things are composed of Qi. The myriad transformations are heavenly secrets, irreversible. The strength of the soul stems from wisdom. Those reborn yet unextinguished in their wisdom surpass all mortals. Jiang Fan found himself engrossed in the text until the early morning. Having read through it twice, certain passages remained obscure, necessitating further contemplation. After poring over the book, he sat in deep thought, his eyes heavy with fatigue. The content was not the advanced cultivation techniques he had envisioned. Instead, it was filled with repetitive principles, expounding on the character of cultivators and the insights gained during their practice. Although he gained a deeper understanding of cultivation, it seemed of little practical use. His original ambition had been to become a martial artist, but now, with the emergence of the idea of celestial ascendance, how could he not elevate his aspirations? He had initially hoped that mastering the Ziliuojie would enable him to transcend the mortal realm, yet he discovered that the volume contained no practical methods for cultivation. Reluctant to let his newfound hope dissipate, he steeled himself and read once more, yet found it filled with principles devoid of tangible application. Ultimately, Jiang Fan conceded that the book was beyond his current capability. He tucked it away in his bedding and picked up the Tianjinglingjuo, only to be further disheartened. The illustrations of formations and seals were devoid of any written guidance, prompting him to cast the book aside in frustration. Rubbing his temples, he felt the weight of weariness settle in. While staying up late was usually manageable, the intense focus of the previous night had left him drained. The bitter taste of acquiring celestial manuals, yet finding them useless, gnawed at him. Just as Jiang Fan lamented his predicament, a voice echoed from the courtyard. "Brat, it's time to eat." Sighing, he gathered the 2 manuals and the elixir. On the stone table in the courtyard lay a few simple dishes, and Jiang Shan sat on a stone stool, puffing on a pipe. Observing Jiang Fan emerge from the house, fatigued and sporting dark circles under his eyes, the elder tapped his black wooden pipe against the stone stool. "You little rascal, pulling another all-nighter? At your age, you should not be burning the midnight oil like this. Having ambition to study is commendable, but moderation is key. Such late nights will surely take a toll on your health." Jiang Fan merely nodded silently, taking a seat across from the elder. "Grandfather, when can I participate in the Continental Unified Examination?" he inquired. "You want to take the Continental Unified Examination at just 8 years old? Those who are over 30 and have yet to pass would surely be embarrassed. Be patient. Wait until you turn 10 and are enrolled in school. Otherwise, the registration will be quite a hassle," Jiang Shan replied, his words grounded in truth. Participating in the examination below the age of 10 was exceedingly difficult, unless one had previously achieved outstanding results in other assessments. Otherwise, it was generally prohibited. Of course, one could resort to backdoor means, but it was widely acknowledged that the Continental Unified Examination, which encompassed millennia of history, culture, and knowledge, would not be easily passed. Most participants were youths over the age of 10. Jiang Fan pouted, somewhat displeased, as he chewed his food. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan beamed with pride. Aside from his grandson's peculiar temperament, he lacked any serious flaws, especially when it came to his astonishing speed of comprehension. He could memorize a tome of considerable length in a mere incense stick's time. Such efficiency was unparalleled in Jiang Shan's lifetime, not even among those hailed as geniuses. Jiang Shan scrutinized Jiang Fan's pallid complexion and furrowed his brow in concern. He mused, though ambition is commendable, it worries me that at such a young age. He's already pulling all-nighters. It is difficult not to be concerned for his well-being if he neglects his health. Yet, I cannot keep a constant watch over him to prevent his studies. What can I do to divert his attention? Unaware of his grandfather's thoughts, Jiang Fan continued to eat. But his mind was preoccupied with the book that resembled his past life's doubted Jing, one teaching how to be a person, the other instructing how to become an immortal. As he drowsily consumed his meal, the elder, deep in thought, suddenly witnessed a plump lark alight upon the peach tree in the courtyard, causing the branches to sway with a rustling sound. Jiang Fan's face brightened with delight at the sight. In his previous life, he had a fondness for small creatures, though he could barely care for himself, let alone any others. The lark, with its pea-sized eyes, caught sight of the eager Jiang Fan and flapped its wings to take flight. Disheartened, Jiang Fan lowered his head and resumed his meal, while Jiang Shan smiled warmly at his grandson. "Finish your meal and come with me," the elder instructed, extending a dirt-colored finger to tap Jiang Fan's forehead. "Where are we going?" Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, pressing for an answer. "You will find out in due time." The elder replied with a faint smile, his expression shrouded in mystery. Chapter 6. The Silver Fox. After dinner, the old man, leaning on his cane, led Jiang Fan out of the courtyard and locked the heavy red door behind him. They hailed a carriage and headed straight for East Street. The small town of Yingji, not overly large, boasted a moderate population, and the bustling crowd alongside the ancient city, steeped in millennia of history, evoked in Jiang Fan a profound sense of having traversed time once more. The journey lasted about 10 minutes, during which Jiang Fan remained silent, merely observing the world that had once seemed entirely disconnected from him, yet now felt intimately intertwined with his own existence. 3,000 transformations, a fragment of celestial fate. 1,000 fragments of celestial fate yielding one celestial body. The path to immortality was fraught with challenges, rife with failures and suffering. As he gazed at the passing architecture, the antiquity of the pavilions seemed to whisper of their millennia of vicissitudes. Suddenly, he pondered how many lives had come and gone in this town. Was he merely one among countless souls destined to turn to ash? Jiang Fan shook his head vigorously. How could he squander this second chance at life on mediocrity? His heart surged with fervor, yet the carriage soon came to a halt, its pace noticeably slowing before it finally stopped. Upon disembarking, Jiang Fan's brow furrowed as he stood transfixed. Before him was a sizable shop with a sign that read "Gift of Life," where the term life referred to living creatures, particularly pets. However, it was not the shop's name that rendered him speechless. Rather, he sensed something within beckoning him. It was a signal akin to a call from a kindred spirit, stirring an urgent feeling within him. He glanced at Jiang Shan, who displayed no signs of unusual perception. Indeed, he seemed the only one attuned to this call. Having already encountered the extraordinary, Jiang Fan was not surprised by the phenomena surrounding him. Before Jiang Shan could speak, Jiang Fan strode confidently into the shop. The old man paused momentarily, then shook his head with a wry smile. After all, Jiang Fan was still a child, albeit one with a unique disposition. Yet he retained the innocent affinity children have for animals. Rushing into the depths of the store, Jiang Fan bypassed the curly-haired dogs, striped cats, and colorful birds, heading straight for the innermost room. Upon entering, his eyes sparkled with wonder, and it was clear he was not alone in this reaction. The shopkeeper and the creature he beheld shared in the moment of revelation. The pet shop owner smirked, slightly curling the ends of his mustache, revealing the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. He had evidently begun to devise a scheme to extort the well-dressed old man accompanying the boy. "Young master, you possess exquisite taste. This snow fox is a recent acquisition, a rare gem, and still a mere infant, easily trainable due to its undeveloped intellect." As the shopkeeper extolled the virtues of the only little white fox in the cage, He subtly distracted Jiang Fan's gaze from the label affixed to the cage. With a swift motion, he tore off the label, his movements as stealthy as a master of the northern continent. Jiang Shan paid no heed to the shopkeeper, fixated instead on Jiang Fan, whose eyes shimmered with excitement. Recognizing this, he smiled and pulled the shopkeeper aside to negotiate the price. Jiang Fan, however, was entranced by the tiny fox curled up like a snowball, and the creature seemed equally captivated, gazing intently at him, as if their souls were communicating. Suddenly, the fox's mouth moved slightly, and Jiang Fan was astounded to sense its voice, not merely hearing, but feeling it resonate within him. Young one, you can indeed hear my call. Your soul is surely exceptional. The voice flowed gently through his mind. What are you? Jiang Fan questioned internally. Were you the one calling me just now? The little fox appeared to smile faintly, responding, of course, I am a fox. Its tone shifted, mimicking that of a petulant young girl, endearing yet commanding. Jiang Fan's heart raced. Even a creature so small could exert such allure. Young man, take me away, the voice rang in his mind, now imbued with a more subdued tone. Jiang Fan's expression faltered for a moment, replaced by a look of incredulity as he murmured, knowing you harbor some secret. Why would I take you with me? Am I mad? The little fox was momentarily taken aback before it slowly replied, for one so young, your composure is quite remarkable. Speak, what is it that you desire? What can you offer me, a talking fox? Surely, you must be a spirit in disguise. If I were to hand you over to the church, I wonder what reward I might reap, Jiang Fan remarked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. A hint of sarcasm gracing his lips. For one so young, you possess a cunning mind. Do you not fear that I may retaliate? The fox's voice darkened, clearly unsettled by Jiang Fan's words. If you had the power to do so, would you need to summon me? You are presently just an ordinary fox. The only distinction being that you believe your soul to be powerful, Jiang Fan retorted, his demeanor calm, having learned to identify weaknesses through his past experiences. Are you truly just a child? The white fox hesitated, caught off guard by Jiang Fan's astuteness. Jiang Fan merely smiled and shrugged. Indeed, I am. The fox glanced toward the negotiating Jiang Shan and the shopkeeper, anxiety creeping into its heart. It feared that once an agreement was reached, Jiang Fan would refuse to take it with him. Let us make a deal. You take me away to a safe place where I can cultivate, and I shall impart to you the secrets of ascending to immortality. Mind you, this is the secret to becoming an immortal, it proposed. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, prompting a sigh of relief from the white fox. They had thus forged an unspoken pact. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan and the shopkeeper returned, having settled on a price after much deliberation. Jiang Shan pointed at the small fox curled up in a ball and said, "All right, young lad. Release that fox and take it with you." However, Jiang Fan merely smiled, his eyes glinting with mischief as he shook his head. Who said I wanted to buy this fox? I simply enjoy observing it. With that, he feigned disinterest, turning his attention to the other animals. The pet shop owner's face turned a ghastly shade of green, while the little white fox stared at Jiang Fan, bewildered. Jiang Shan scratched his head, nonchalantly indifferent. As long as Jiang Fan chose whichever creature he fancied. What's wrong with you? Wasn't it agreed upon? Why the sudden change of heart? The white fox's voice grew frantic, its earlier charm replaced by urgency. If it remained confined, it risked losing the chance to restore its powers and possibly perish in silence. Jiang Fan turned to the fox with a faint smile, communicating telepathically. Your terms are quite appealing, but who can assure me that you won't turn against me once you restore your powers? I am not willing to take that risk. I swear, I will never harm you, the white fox implored, its eyes brimming with hope. It desperately needed to escape, confined. It could not absorb the spiritual energies of the world, and if it lingered much longer, it would meet a dire fate. Jiang Fan slowly closed his eyes, as if contemplating something profound. A vow. Very well, but the terms of that vow must be dictated by me, to prevent any trickery on your part. I've heard that your kind faces dire consequences for failing to uphold oaths made to fox deities. The white fox was taken aback, gazing at the boy before it with resignation. Faced with such an extraordinary being, it had no choice but to concede. Speak, I shall abide by your terms. The white fox replied sweetly. Listen closely. Should you misstep in even a single word, I shall not take you away, Jiang Fan declared, relishing in the opportunity to impose challenges. Firstly, the ancestor of the fox clan vowed, proclaiming, "You shall forever obey me, Jiang Fan." At that moment, the white fox reflected in Jiang Fan's eyes stood utterly stunned. Forever obey you? The white fox's voice trembled, gazing at the youth before her as if he were a demon, her diminutive form appearing especially sinister. Jiang Fan smiled benignly, yet an aura of wickedness enveloped him. The nine-tailed celestial fox, the apex of the fox clan, possessed the ability to transform endlessly and commanded the tempest. It was among the few highly intelligent beings in the animal kingdom. Its greatest advantage lay not merely in its profound magical prowess, but in its 9 lives. Each demise unleashed formidable power, yet it would shed a tail to escape. A weakness, however, was that after losing a tail, it must undergo rigorous training anew. Should it fail to do so within 49 days, its fate would be sealed in death. Jiang Fan gradually transmitted the knowledge he possessed into the white fox's mind. And soon, she began to tremble, her eyes losing their luster. Moreover, he continued with disdain, I may not fathom how you have ended up losing 8 tails. But I am aware that if you do not train, you will find no tails left for rebirth. At this juncture, the white fox felt as though he had her throat firmly in his grasp. Observing the quivering white fox, Jiang Fan remarked coolly, How could I easily trust a beast like you? How could I allow such an ally to slip away from my side? Make your decision swiftly, should you refuse. I shall simply take a curly-haired dog and depart. After some time, the nine-tailed fox lifted her head, gazing blankly at Jiang Fan, her eyes filled with sorrow. I, Xuanxue, the chieftain of the Silver Fox clan, swear before the ancestors of the Fox clan that from this day forth, I shall forever heed my master Jiang Fan's command. Should I breach this vow, may I never attain rebirth. As the final word left her lips, 2 warm tears slowly cascaded from her eyes. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. His previous arrogance considerably tempered, he had merely been posturing. Without ensuring her unwavering servitude, he could not guarantee she would not turn against him. Nor could he bear to part with the celestial formula. The nine-tailed fox wept, filled with resentment. She, the esteemed chieftain of the Silver Fox clan, the illustrious nine-tailed celestial fox, had become a mere servant to a boy. The Silver Fox clan had long been one of the 4 dominant factions among the beast tribes, alongside the mud monkey, snow wolf, and flower mongoose, each representing the pinnacle of intelligence within the animal realm. The nine-tailed celestial fox stood as a paragon among the silver foxes, positioned at the very summit of the beast tribes. Yet, beneath this seemingly harmonious existence lay an irreconcilable conflict between the Silver Fox clan and the Snow Wolf clan, both residing in the frigid heights of snow-capped mountains. The scarcity of food had ignited tensions between the 2 clans. Neither side initially sought conflict, for they were no ordinary tribes. A battle would likely result in mutual devastation. Had they been mere foxes and wolves, they might have faced annihilation long ago. Alas, migration was not an option. Their prized pelts were far too valuable, and their striking white appearance made them conspicuous in the wild. Hunters would relentlessly pursue them, undeterred by danger, for the ballad that spoke of 1 liang of snow and 1 liang of gold referred to the pelts of the snow wolves and silver foxes, illustrating their immense worth. However, as food dwindled, the discord between the clans intensified, leading to disputes over survival. The conflict became irreconcilable, and war loomed ominously on the horizon. A prior agreement dictated that the highest beings should not engage in battle, as their involvement would inevitably devastate both sides. Yet, the 2-headed wolf, possessing 2 minds, sometimes succumbed to confusion. Stimulated by an unknown force, the 2-headed demon wolf seemed to act beyond its control, stealthily infiltrating the battleground where the 2 clans clashed. Its blood-red maw opened wide, and suddenly, the already frigid mountains plunged to an even lower temperature. A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the earth to tremble slightly, and the snow atop the peaks began to fracture, leading to a cataclysmic avalanche. This chaotic attack inflicted substantial losses upon both clans. In the aftermath, countless ice spikes, each half a meter long, rained down from the heavens, decimating dozens of elite warriors from the Silver Fox clan. Xuanxue, helplessly witnessing the slaughter inflicted by the 2-headed demon wolf upon her kin, charged into the fray, summoning fierce winds to confront her adversary. Fortunately, the battle unfolded in the snowy mountains. Had it occurred in a town, it could have obliterated the settlement entirely, as the immense energy fluctuations transformed the falling snowflakes into powder. The air was filled with a tempest of ice spikes and wind blades, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. It was evident, however, that Xuanxue held the upper hand. The 9-tailed fox unleashed wind blades with her tails, while the 2-headed demon wolf could only release ice spikes from its mouths, and it was limited to 2. Victory appeared imminent for Xuanxue, but fate intervened. Just as she was about to fully suppress the onslaught of the 2-headed demon wolf, a bolt of faint golden lightning struck her, sending her sprawling over 10 paces away. The ambushed 6-eared divine monkey, accompanied by hundreds of mud monkeys, emerged from the snow, and Xuanxue, blood trickling from her mouth. Gazed in disbelief at the golden glimmering six-eared divine monkey, she could hardly fathom that wolves and monkeys would conspire together, though she attempted to regroup. Her grievous injuries rendered her no match for the two formidable opponents. Gasping for breath, her mouth stained with blood, she watched helplessly as the monkey-wolf alliance mercilessly slaughtered the Silver Fox clan. With a heavy heart, Xuanxue closed her eyes. A colossal force, akin to a landslide, began to coalesce around her, creaking ominously. Faced with two powerful adversaries, Xuanxue resolutely sacrificed 8 of her lives, concentrating all her strength. With a thunderous sound, the frenzied Xuanxue, now towering over 10 paces high, tore the two-headed demon wolf apart, its 2 heads, gushing blood, arcing through the air before crashing into the snow. With a powerful swipe of her fox claw, she sent the 6-eared divine monkey flying, its bones shattering, though it narrowly escaped with its life. With a mournful wail, the 9-tailed celestial fox, her eyes streaming blood, leapt into the fray, her form wreaking havoc among the corpses of countless snow wolves and mud monkeys. In mere minutes, the battlefield fell silent. The Snow Wolf clan faced near annihilation, their leader, the 2-headed demon wolf, slain. The Mud Monkey clan and 6-eared divine monkey suffered severe injuries, with nearly half of their adult members perishing in the ambush. The Silver Fox clan, too, sustained devastating losses, their leader having sacrificed 8 tails, rendering her severely weakened. It was evident that the coming century would belong to the Flower Mongoose clan, now the sole dominant force. This was a clear outcome of mutual destruction. Xuanxue sat upon a snowbank, observing the tragic aftermath, shaking her head in resignation. However, before she could voice her lament, the earth trembled once more, and a vast gray tide surged forth from the distance. None could have anticipated that at this moment, thousands of prairie wolves would charge forward. Led by a colossal gray wolf over 3 meters long, its eyes not a haunting green but a blood red, evidently incensed by the death of the 2-headed demon wolf. In times past, Xuanxue could quell such a threat with a mere gesture, yet now, devoid of any magical power, she could only flee from this monstrous gray wave. The Silver Fox clan scattered in panic, while she, leveraging the remnants of her escape energy from her lost tails, fled the snowy mountains. As a result, her frail body resembled that of a young fox, making her an easy target for the quick-witted hunter. This led to the encounter between the 9-tailed celestial fox and Jiang Fan. I still want this white fox. How much is it? Young master. It's already been negotiated, 15 gold coins. Really? You are quite ruthless. This little fox is clearly weak. It may not even survive until tomorrow. You are asking for the equivalent of half a year's expenses for a normal family? I will take it for 10 gold coins. I won't accept a single coin more. Jiang Fan cradled the little fox, his heart and face brimming with delight. On the carriage, the old man observed Jiang Fan's joyful expression, pleased at first, but then glanced at the lethargic fox, feeling a twinge of concern. Xiao Fan, this little fox isn't sick, is it? Why does it seem so listless? After all, it's 10 gold coins. Although I am not short on money, this still represents 3 to 4 months' expenses for an ordinary family. If this little fox dies, it would be a loss. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will take good care of it. You should buy some chickens and ducks. This little creature will surely appreciate them. Jiang Fan gently stroked the little fox's tail, but the fox merely ignored him, curling up into a small ball beneath its tail and closing its eyes. Kid, remove your filthy hands. If you dare to touch me again, I might just bite your head off, the 9-tailed fox threatened in his mind. Jiang Fan's hand, which had been resting on the fox, paused momentarily before he reluctantly withdrew it. Is that how you speak to your master? Jiang Fan responded somewhat helplessly. Humph. The 9-tailed fox huffed sweetly, disregarding him afterward. Jiang Fan looked down at the fluffy little fox. It was simply too adorable, yet he dared not reach out again. The small fox lay quietly across Jiang Fan's legs, its head nestled comfortably between them, fast asleep. He didn't want to test whether the fox's threat was genuine. If it truly bit him, it could cost him his life. Jiang Fan was well aware that eunuchs still existed in the royal palace of this world, and he had no desire to report there. Hey, am I supposed to just train here? The little fox bounced around on Jiang Fan's bed, visibly dissatisfied. Jiang Fan, seated on a nearby chair, looked on helplessly. Sister, I have already given you my bed. What more do you want? Since the 9-tailed fox had arrived at Jiang Fan's home, it had become quite picky, complaining that the bed wasn't soft enough, the food wasn't tasty, and the flowers in the yard grew too unattractively. It scrutinized everything, much like a person picking bones from an egg. So I sleep on the bed? The fox asked, a hint of confusion in its voice. Yes, Jiang Fan nodded, unable to do much else. The fox paused for a moment, seemingly touched. And what about you? There is only one bed in the room. Of course, I will sleep on it. Where else would I sleep? Jiang Fan replied, exasperated, as he flopped onto the bed. He had endured a sleepless night and could no longer hold out. No way. You may be small, but you are cunning. You cannot sleep on the bed. The fox objected immediately, its round eyes wide with defiance. You little fox, I won't complain if you take advantage of me. But you are a centuries-old creature. What would a child like me want with your fluffy self? Jiang Fan's gaze grew dreamy, his tone sluggish, clearly on the verge of sleep. Don't let my grandfather discover that something is amiss with you, or you might find yourself handed over to the church. The little fox blinked its eyes, its lively gaze fixed intently on the now sleeping Jiang Fan. After a considerable time, it finally relaxed and hopped off to the edge of the bed, closing its eyes to meditate. As it began to cultivate, the nine-tailed fox, Xuanxue, suddenly sensed a strange warmth seeping into her body. Jiang Fan slept soundly until the late hours of the night before slowly waking up. He knew that his grandfather was aware he hadn't eaten, but silence did not equate to lack of hunger. He was roused by his own emptiness. After yawning and rubbing his eyes, he prepared to get out of bed in search of food. However, he was startled by a fluffy object brushing against his lips. Irritated, he closed his eyes, certain it was the nine-tailed fox. Chapter 8. The soul technique. Frowning, he turned to look inside the bed, intending to scold it, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. A beautiful young girl lay sleeping on her side, her breath causing her cherry lips to part gently, while her delicate nose twitched slightly, her body rising and falling. Enchanting and fragrant, she was completely unclothed, save for a tail over a meter long, which shielded her modesty. Even in slumber, a captivating allure radiated from her brow, causing Jiang Fan's heart to race alarmingly. This enchanting woman, reminiscent of Daji from a past life, lay beside him. Yet Jiang Fan felt utterly flustered, his face flushed as he bolted from the room. Leaning against the eaves, Jiang Fan stared blankly at the bright moon above. Only in such moments could he confirm he was alive and remember his previous life. Oh, bright moon, you are the only constant. Although he knew it was not the same moon, it still felt familiar. Shaking his head, he sat down on a stone stool, unwilling to return inside. He felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension, unsure whether the fox might truly be deranged enough to harm him. A fox capable of transformation, according to the texts, was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, even if he did venture back in, the most likely outcome would be a nosebleed that he couldn't stop, all while being unable to do anything to the nine-tailed fox before being thrown out. Gazing at the vast sky, the silvery moonlight enveloped the courtyard, casting a chill that mirrored Jiang Fan's mood. After sitting in a daze for 2 hours, dawn finally broke. Although he had survived the night, Jiang Fan, having slept for most of the day, did not feel overly tired. For those 2 hours, his mind had been consumed by thoughts of the purple calamity. Since it was a celestial treasure, and Sister May was so anxious about it, it must be extraordinary. Yet every time he attempted to read it, it felt as though he were perusing the Tao Te Ching. Jiang Fan scratched his head, standing up with a sigh as he stretched. Inside, the nine-tailed fox Xuanxue had awakened. Her delicate eyelashes fluttered, and her alluring eyes finally opened, revealing a face filled with confusion and uncertainty. She had endured a night of nightmares, dreaming of her clan's annihilation and being captured by wolves, suffering unspeakable torment at the hands of the despicable prairie wolves. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Otherwise, with her proud nature, she could never have survived. Letting out a long breath, Xuanxue stretched her long arms overhead, yawning, her ample bosom exposed. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her expression shifting in shock as she looked at herself. Long arms, fair skin, a slender waist, everything about her made her tremble with disbelief. After a long moment, she slowly regained her composure. I have diligently cultivated for 500 years without achieving human form. Yet how did I come to realize this in my weakest state? It cannot be. Xuanxue thought in astonishment, examining her delicate fingers. Could it be that this boy has some celestial fortune? The moment she entertained this notion, her entire being trembled. Just as she was about to marvel at her transformation, Jiang Fan's voice echoed in her mind. It's time to eat. Turn back into a fox so you don't frighten my grandfather. Jiang Fan's voice was calm, displaying little surprise at Xuanxue's new human form. Jiang Fan glared at Xuanxue, his expression filled with fury, as if this enchanting young woman had become his nemesis, devoid of any notion of tenderness. Did you not promise to impart to me the methods for cultivating immortality? Without my assistance, how could you have returned? He growled softly, furrowing his brow at the alluring figure before him. However, Xuanxue merely rested her delicate chin on her hand, gazing intently at Jiang Fan. Her captivating eyes imbued with a softness that left him flustered. Do not be so hasty. Although the cultivation technique I practice is beyond human comprehension, I possess a unique method focused on the soul, which bears no such restrictions. Jiang Fan remained unsatisfied, retorting, the soul? No matter how formidable it may be. Without magical power, I remain a mere waste. What I require is strength. Xian Shui shrugged her fragrant shoulders, her feigned vulnerability evoking a stir within him. Do not speak in such a manner. You possess celestial potential, and with your lineage, who would doubt your future? She said, extending her slender finger to touch his brow. A resonant sound, akin to the tolling of an ancient bell, echoed as a flame-like golden light erupted from Jiang Fan's brow, propelling the nine-tailed fox back several paces. Behold, this is true essence, a unique trait of those with celestial blood. It is the key to cultivation, not simply a matter of talent or hard work. This is beyond mere fortune. Even the most exalted monarch could not compare. The immense force that had just manifested exceeded Xian Shui's expectations. She had merely used her cultivated strength to create a catalyst at Jiang Fan's brow, and such overwhelming power emerged. In centuries past, she had encountered many capable of wielding true essence, yet none had exhibited such strength as Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan stared in awe at the golden flames emanating from his brow, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. True essence? He murmured, then suddenly lifted his gaze to Xian Shui, declaring, cultivating the soul is better than nothing. Please grant me the manual. Xian Shui chuckled softly, do not feign ignorance. When you brought me back, what else did I possess aside from my fur? This soul technique is passed down through oral tradition. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. That is absurd. If you were to misstate a few words, wouldn't that lead to my ruin? Yet, Xian Shui seemed unfazed, responding gently, rest assured, my vow is to our ancestors. Not to you, my little rogue. If I were to harm you, I would be condemned to eternal suffering. Jiang Fan's gaze narrowed. Since he had traversed into this world, he resolved to make the most of it. Now that he was certain of his ability to cultivate, he would bide his time. Sooner or later, he would rise to prominence. With a fierce determination in his heart, he maintained a sinister smile on his lips. A child with an impish grin evoked a sense of foreboding, making the nine-tailed fox, Xian Shui, shiver involuntarily at the sight. Soon, Jiang Fan's life returned to its former tranquility. By day, he immersed himself in books while secretly practicing the soul technique, which was little more than a few hundred characters of a mantra. After some time, he noticed a transformation within himself. His mental state improved, and his senses sharpened. Although he could not ascertain whether his soul had strengthened, he felt more invigorated and alive. Alas, time is relentless, Jiang Shan sighed as he tended to the garden, his frailty evident. As the sun set, casting a soft golden hue over the courtyard, the silver fox curled up in a corner, dozing. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan sat indoors, seizing every moment to diligently study, intent on following his plans. He aspired to become a scholar before venturing into martial pursuits, ensuring he possessed the strength for self-preservation. Ideally, he would leverage his connection with Mei Er to enter the realm of immortals. If that proved unattainable, he would venture forth alone, traversing mountains and rivers in search of sages. Ultimately, Jiang Fan's greatest aspiration was to attain immortality, a dream once deemed a fantasy in his past life, now feeling tantalizingly within reach. As days turned into weeks, the tranquil existence of an old man, a youth, and a fox unfolded, heralding the gradual awakening of a grand dream of cultivation. Wind blades whirled through the bamboo grove, scattering fallen leaves like confetti. Xian Shui danced gracefully amidst the gusts, resembling a celestial maiden in her fluid movements. Jiang Fan, mesmerized, found himself entranced by her lithe form, from her exquisite legs to her delicate hands, and the alluring sway of her waist. Her enchanting visage and captivating gaze embodied the essence of an unparalleled beauty, yet the ethereal glow surrounding her suggested a celestial presence. Regrettably, she was merely a fox. Otherwise, marrying her would surely be the pinnacle of earthly bliss, he mused with a sigh. Now 10 years old, Jiang Fan, though still a child, had grown taller than he was 2 years prior. His wise eyes belied his age, yet he bore a somewhat lascivious demeanor. Finally, Xian Shui accelerated, her wind blades slicing through several bamboo stalks before coming to a halt, leaving the unfortunate plants to topple dramatically. Bravo, your skills have grown stronger, Jiang Fan applauded, brimming with admiration. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xian Shui replied with a smile, enough flattery, my little master. Whatever you say, I will not teach you. You cannot master the Fox clan's techniques. Jiang Fan feigned indifference, saying, who wants to learn? Wouldn't I end up covered in fur? He smirked. Now that my energy is surging, I might even practice through the night without rest. Chapter 9. The Sacred Flame Academy with Grand Ambitions for the Future. Jiang Fan contemplated the possibilities. If he no longer required sleep, it would grant him an additional third of his day. Utilizing this newfound time wisely would bring the day he stepped beyond his home ever closer. At this moment, Xian Shui had reverted to her small fox form, seamlessly transitioning with the passage of time. She hopped onto Jiang Fan's shoulder, her fluffy tail playfully entwining around his neck for balance. Sister Shui, I recall you mentioning that your noble beast lineage hails from the extreme west continent. Pray, enlighten me about that land, he inquired, intrigued by a domain governed by both beasts and humans. Ah, the extreme west, Xian Shui began, her tone reminiscent of an elder recounting distant memories, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. It is the most desolate land, aside from the extreme south's glaciers. The region experiences drought and flooding in cycles of 10 years. Yet it still boasts vast, boundless grasslands and dense, uncharted forests. The ancestors of the beast clan originated from that very jungle. Have you heard of magical beasts, demonic beasts, and spiritual beasts? Xian Shui suddenly posed a question. Jiang Fan nodded, having perused numerous legendary tomes, gleaning some knowledge. Indeed, I have heard of them. They are highly intelligent creatures, each possessing unique abilities. And do you know how these three categories are distinguished? She inquired further. This time, Jiang Fan was truly stumped, shaking his head with a faint smile. I belong to the tribe of magical beasts, creatures born with extraordinary intelligence and endowed with unique abilities. Just as I can command the winds, other magical beasts harness the elements of fire, water, ice, earth, or even poison. In essence, magical beasts are inherently gifted. However, they can be divided into two categories, one passed down through generations, and the other, like myself, resulting from the advanced mutation of higher beast tribes. As for the ethereal beasts, they are exceptional. Some are born with profound wisdom, gradually embarking on a path of cultivation through their own insights, while others acquire their powers through the absorption of the sun and moon's radiance or by fortunate happenstance. In contrast to the inherent genius of magical beasts, they represent the diligent type. Then there are the spirit beasts, who are truly the elite among the beast tribes, possessing innate powers that surpass all, capable of controlling the 5 elements with an exceptionally light touch. The vanishing dragon race is among the finest of the spirit beasts. Jiang Fan listened intently, while the small white fox perched on his shoulder elaborated with enthusiasm. In the northern plains of the extreme west continent, humans predominantly inhabit the landscape, leaving the southern forests as the domain of beasts. The narrow passage connecting the northern and southern regions resembles a valley, as if the heavens had severed the continent in two. Within this valley, humans have erected a formidable barrier to protect against the attacks of highly intelligent beast hordes. Why do people remain in such a barren place? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to move to the northern continent or the southern islands? Xuanxue shook her head, replying, It's easy for you to say. As rulers of the northern continent or the southern islands, would you allow a sudden influx of people to seize your resources? Furthermore, although they may be poorer than the northern continent, they enjoy a sense of freedom. Everyone possesses their own land. Imagine that feeling. Jiang Fan scratched his head, realizing that indeed, who wouldn't he want to work for themselves? If he could have his own estate, he would choose to settle there too. Stop dreaming. The conditions in the extreme west are even harsher than those on the northern continent, and it is said that immortals often appear there. Permanent settlement is already forbidden for outsiders. Immortals? Jiang Fan's eyes lit up at the thought of such elusive beings residing in barren lands, vast and sparsely populated. This seemed like the paradise immortals would seek. He nodded, recalling that he had read similar accounts in legends of the continent. Immortals prefer tranquil, open spaces for their cultivation. Xuanxue, perched atop Jiang Fan's head, swayed her tail while gazing at the sky. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Though I have transformed into human form and regained 7 or 8 levels of power, my strength is still not comparable to when I had 8 tails. Jiang Fan counted on his fingers, suddenly paling at the realization of how swiftly time had flown. What? Sister, could you please move your tail away from my nose? Curse it, I'm starting school next month. The midday sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth, the heat resembling that of a great furnace. Yet, amidst this sweltering heat, busy figures continued to traverse the roads. Jiang Fan squinted at the imposing black gate towering 3 meters high. It was the only youth academy within Yingji City. What's wrong? Aren't you going in? Xuanxue asked, her tail curling around Jiang Fan's shoulder. Of course I'm going in, he replied, shaking his head, feeling as though a myriad of emotions were swirling within him. This was his second time attending primary school. Now, All Jiang Fan desired was to acquire knowledge. Yet starting from scratch felt like a death sentence. He vividly remembered that the last time he attended elementary school had been a nightmare, frequent meetings with parents, consistently ranking first in exams, and never submitting homework, a fact known even to the principal. As he prepared for this second school experience, the burden of carrying a backpack brought him to the verge of tears, reminding him of his past. This so-called youth academy was akin to the middle and junior school of his previous life. Upon entering the academy, the ancient history became evident. The bluestone tiles had been polished smooth by time, and the architecture bore the marks of a long and storied past. Towering stone columns adorned with archaic patterns stood before him, their immense size leaving Jiang Fan in awe. Glancing around, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Was this a school or an arena for beast fights? Within the oval courtyard, all the structures were built against the walls, leaving a circular plaza in the center, surrounded by tiered stone buildings resembling a grand viewing platform. The spectacle was indeed magnificent, yet it evoked an impression akin to that of a gladiatorial arena for someone like Jiang Fan. At that moment, nearly 2,000 individuals had gathered in the plaza. Before arriving, Jiang Fan had learned from his grandfather that the existence of Little Ingji City was fundamentally tied to this academy. This ancient youth academy was the largest and oldest in the entire Holy Flame Empire, encompassing all levels of education, from youth to scholar. Named the Holy Flame Academy after the empire itself, its prestige was unparalleled, akin to the pinnacle of Enlightenment education on the northern continent, rivaling the renowned Linder Academy in the central city of Lundu in the 30 Nations Alliance. Not just anyone could enter the academy. Admission was reserved for either exceptionally talented youths or the offspring of the wealthy and noble. The criteria for admission were twofold. One could either pass an examination or pay a substantial fee. Jiang Fan, of course, aimed for the former, completing the application for the exam category. How ridiculous that I must handle such matters myself, he thought, shaking his head internally. Yet, he knew the exam posed no challenge for him. His grandfather had indeed grown older, and over the years, Jiang Fan noticed the old man's back bending further and his hair growing increasingly white. This realization weighed heavily on Jiang Fan, who regarded his grandfather as a family member. Life is fleeting, and people inevitably age. This was one of the reasons Jiang Fan sought the path of immortality, alongside his lingering hope of returning to his former world. Humph, those lowly commoners think they can succeed too. What a delusion! Without our noble bloodline, how could they ever possess profound wisdom? Some elegantly dressed noble youths cast disdainful glances towards the predominantly commoner faction gathered in the plaza. Among the 2,000 people, nearly half were nobles, some accompanied by numerous attendants and servants. In stark contrast, Jiang Fan stood with his fox companion on the commoner's side, sharing a similar disdainful gaze towards the noble youths, many of whom likely couldn't even tie their shoelaces. However, when Jiang Fan spotted a slender, well-dressed boy around 11 or 12 years old amidst the crowd, his expression sharpened. The boy had only 2 attendants, yet Jiang Fan sensed a formidable aura emanating from them, as if their slight frames could shatter boulders. The attendants are innate experts. This boy seems extraordinary, Jiang Fan mused. Before he could contemplate further, Xuanxue whispered from his shoulder, her tone filled with pride. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the boy's impeccably tailored black attire adorned with gold accents, exuding an air of distinction. He leaned closer to Xuanxue and remarked softly, I wager he is a prince. The little fox extended its front paw to scratch its ear, nodding in agreement. That's about right. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have the strength to make 2 innate masters watch a child. Jiang Fan turned to glance at the little fox on his shoulder, who was enjoying the scratching. He couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation himself. Sister, if you bring lice onto me, be careful. I might just pluck all the fur off you. The little fox paused for a moment, but quickly resumed scratching, softly saying, What are you, a child, trying to strip me of my clothes? Entering the examination hall, a spacious room of 500 to 600 square meters was filled with a group of young boys and girls, all around the age of 10. Jiang Fan surveyed the scene, his brows involuntarily furrowing. What astonished him was that these so-called 10-year-olds possessed eyes that sparkled with intelligence akin to his own. Although their gazes were laced with disdain and arrogance towards others, it was evident they were all prodigious talents. Chapter 10. Entrance Examination. In stark contrast, they were the true geniuses. Jiang Fan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these children, as they represented the elite youth of the entire northern continent gathered in this room, making them not to be underestimated. Finding a seat towards the back, Jiang Fan began to observe the 4 examiners in the hall. Among them, 3 middle-aged men donned long black robes, their eyes narrowed, emanating a cold glint. The fourth, seated in the center, was an elderly man with white hair, his age making his eyelids droop almost shut. Yet, through the narrow slit of his partially opened eyes, a terrifying wisdom shone forth, sending chills down Jiang Fan's spine. With a chuckle, Jiang Fan whispered to the little fox beside him, "The men in black? Do they think they are some sort of gendarmerie intervention squad? 3 enforcers and a professor. What a perfect examination team." The little fox, taken aback, blinked and inquired, "Gendarmerie intervention squad? What is that?" "Well, it means elite," Jiang Fan replied. "Indeed, where in this world are there special forces, agents, or counterterrorism units?" He shook his head, feeling a sudden pang of sorrow. Just as he lamented the strictness of the examiners, one of the men in black approached him and coldly remarked, "Classmate, how did you bring an animal in here?" Jiang Fan looked up at the man, smiling faintly. "She is my pet. Where else would I place her?" At that moment, the hall was not yet filled, and no one was paying attention to them. "Leave it to me. I believe I can take care of her," the middle-aged man said, reaching out to grab the nine-tailed fox, Xuanxue. But just as his hand was about to touch the little fox, it abruptly halted. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Jiang Fan, who had ignored him. "If you wish to die, I can send you off right now. Otherwise, step aside." A powerful voice resonated in the middle-aged man's mind, causing him to tremble slightly. Nowadays, Jiang Fan had honed his soul, while he still couldn't physically compete with anyone. The immense spiritual waves he emitted allowed him to communicate with anyone's psyche, a power only those above innate masters possessed. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, staring at Jiang Fan, who appeared to be merely 10 years old, utterly bewildered. A 10-year-old innate master? Surely he was jesting. This had to be some powerful figure in disguise, likely sent by the Empire, as this was not the first time the Holy Flame Empire had orchestrated such events, given that it housed the largest academy on the northern continent. If an accident occurred, it would be the elite who would perish. "My apologies. I failed to recognize your seniority. I shall take my leave now. Please do not be angered," the middle-aged man stammered, hastily retreating to the elderly man at the front, casting a glance at the other 2 men in black. After a brief whisper among the 4, they regained their composure. However, from that moment on, they no longer dared to ignore Jiang Fan as they once had. "Your ability to play tricks is quite impressive," the little fox remarked cheerfully from her perch beside Jiang Fan. Yet, Jiang Fan found her words somewhat displeasing. "What tricks? This is called deception." Just then, his eyes lit up. The boy he had suspected to be a prince entered the examination area, not the designated one, but the exam area itself. Indeed, remarkable. This lad was intriguing. Upon entering the hall, the boy's first reaction was to frown, surrounded by disdainful and arrogant gazes. He was unaccustomed to such treatment given his noble status. After scanning the room helplessly, he suddenly turned towards the back row as if discovering a new land. Jiang Fan, with an amiable demeanor, immediately caught the attention of this distinguished young man. "Hello, I am Mu Shi," the boy introduced himself. Jiang Fan smiled and nodded in response. "I am Jiang Fan. Please, take a seat here." The fox, Xuanxue, regarded the boy with bright eyes, transmitting, "Mu Shi is surely not his real name." Jiang Fan, unfazed, replied, "Of course not, and he is not a prince either." Xuanxue turned to Jiang Fan, astonished. "How do you know he is not a prince?" Jiang Fan chuckled softly. "The name Mu Shi can be rearranged to form Ro. If I am not mistaken, this boy is the youngest brother of Emperor Deman, Luo." The distance between Jiang Fan and Mu Shi was not significant, and since all the examiners were martial experts above the Wu Yuan level, even the slightest movement would be noticed. They did not concern themselves with whether candidates were a meter or 2 apart. Noticing there was still some time before the exam commenced, the young prince initiated conversation with Jiang Fan. Despite Jiang Fan's accurate guess regarding his identity, the young prince bore no airs, engaging in light-hearted banter. "Jiang brother, where are you from?" Jiang Fan quickly replied with a smile, "I am from the local Ingji city." "What about you, Mu brother? You seem to be dressed like a wealthy gentleman. Why do you also participate in the examination?" The boy chuckled lightly and shook his head with a hint of resignation. "I come from the imperial capital. I find those people quite intolerable. They act as they please, relying on their status. Most importantly, their heads are rather empty." The boy lightly tapped his temple, smiling silently. "Indeed, Mu brother is truly an anomaly among the nobility. It is impressive that someone born with advantages that others lack would choose to rely on himself rather than exploit his privilege," Jiang Fan complimented gently. "You flatter me, Jiang brother. I feel quite humbled," Mu Shi responded, though he continued to express admiration. "But I noticed from the moment I entered that you are quite extraordinary. Conversing with you is indeed a refreshing experience." Jiang Fan remained silent, smiling modestly. What a surprise that a prince would engage in such trivialities. Does he often speak in such a manner? As their conversation continued, the hall gradually filled with candidates. The elderly man in the front glanced at the time, nodded to the three men beside him, and stood up. Ahem, we shall now distribute the papers. I hope all candidates will answer carefully and refrain from any misconduct. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the examination. The hall fell silent, and with several loud bangs, the doors and windows closed simultaneously, plunging the room into darkness. Though all present were among the most talented youths of the northern continent, they were still merely children of around 10, and this sudden darkness caused a stir among them. Jiang Fan observed the surroundings calmly, secretly amused. This test for children, employing such tactics, demonstrated the Academy's astuteness. A genius without courage is of little use. True genius reveals its worth in critical moments, and those who can remain composed from a young age are the ones who can rise to such occasions. If they were frightened by this sudden darkness, it would inevitably affect their performance in the upcoming test. Jiang Fan scrutinized the room, despite the dim lighting. His keen eyesight allowed him to see clearly. No more than 5 individuals were unaffected by this unexpected turn of events, and both Jiang Fan and the young prince were among them. The dimness lasted for scarcely 2 minutes before the lights suddenly illuminated the room. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the examination, a gentle voice resonated. Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat as a woman appeared at the front of the hall. In his current state, he had not even noticed when she entered the examination room. A martial artist? Jiang Fan's gaze swept over the woman, and in that moment, she too was looking directly at him, clearly recognizing his uniqueness among the crowd. She wore a vibrant green dress, her tall, voluptuous figure complemented by a delicate face adorned with a gentle smile. Her expression appeared soft to everyone else. Yet Jiang Fan discerned a pair of insightful eyes that hinted at scrutiny. Sister Xuanxue, what do you make of this woman? Jiang Fan inquired, unable to gauge her strength, and turned to the nine-tailed fox, Xuanxue, perched at the edge of his desk. Xuanxue replied telepathically, she is at the early stage of innate power. Probably around 16 or 17 years old, a formidable presence. The mention of innate startled Jiang Fan. A 16 or 17-year-old being an innate master was indeed a human pinnacle, hinting at an extraordinary future. Upon re-evaluating her, Jiang Fan cast a few more glances at the gentle woman. Brother Jiang, this woman is likely not to be taken lightly. I have no idea how she managed to enter, Mushi remarked, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he observed the woman distributing the examination papers. Jiang Fan glanced at the young prince beside him, bemused. His gaze unmistakably conveyed a possessive intent, mingled with other sentiments. This lad was far too precocious. At merely 11 or 12 years old, he was already stirred by a woman of 16 or 17. One must not compare oneself to others. Jiang Fan sighed, recalling his own childhood spent with childish pursuits. In the presence of this young prince, he felt like an elder. Gradually, the woman approached Jiang Fan, placing the examination paper gently before him, her voice whispering in his ear, I do not care who you are or who sent you. It is best not to cause any disturbances, otherwise, I will certainly not let you off easily. Her tone was soft, yet her words were exceedingly authoritative. Jiang Fan replied with a faint smile, I am merely here to learn. You need not worry about anything else. To be honest, my soul's power at birth was 50 times that of an ordinary person, and it has now increased to roughly 100 times. While I cannot match you in a fight, rendering you an imbecile would be effortless. I reiterate, I am here to learn, as long as no one provokes me. I shall not instigate any trouble. Jiang Fan's stance was exceptionally resolute. He understood that the woman was likely summoned by other examiners to deal with him, and he could not afford to show weakness. Otherwise, his future schooling would become troublesome. With Xuanxue's protection and his soul's extraordinary strength, he decided to remain steadfast to avoid complications later. Chapter 11. Assassination. The woman's hand trembled slightly as she handed out the examination papers, caught off guard by Jiang Fan's forthrightness and the unexpected strength of his soul. If it was indeed 100 times that of an ordinary person, then destroying her intelligence would indeed be a simple task. Maintaining her expression, she softly replied, let us not interfere with one another. If you do not cause trouble, I shall not either. Jiang Fan chuckled softly, tacitly agreeing to her proposal, and turned his attention to the examination paper. Brother Jiang, do you understand this paper? Mushi gazed at the sheet in bewilderment. It encompassed knowledge from across the northern continent. Though only a few questions were particularly challenging, even the average child would struggle to comprehend most of it. Once I finish, I will share my answers with you, Jiang Fan declared, seizing the opportunity to draw closer to the young prince. Should he manage to cultivate a friendship, the future benefits would be immeasurable. Thank you so much, Mushi exclaimed, visibly moved. Despite being a royal genius, his talents lay more in the realm of politics. His mother had sent him to study knowledge. Fearing that his half-brother might target him, Jiang Fan examined the paper, which included literature, science, and even some religious content, truly a diverse array of knowledge. As he looked at the simple mechanical diagrams, he was once more lost in memories. In the Blue Sea realm, a world that should have possessed scientific prowess akin to his previous life, progress had been stifled due to various influences. The presence of powerful warriors rendered science somewhat mundane. Their abilities surpassed mortal limits, allowing them to accomplish feats beyond mechanical capabilities, relegating science to a position of insignificance. Moreover, religious beliefs overshadowed even imperial authority. The Pope's influence surpassed that of emperors, and since science often contradicted religious doctrine, it was pushed to the fringes of history. Most crucially, science could enhance the efficacy of warfare. Over a century ago, the advent of firearms transformed the Blue Sea realm into a chaotic battleground, where countless efficient slaughterers emerged. It wasn't until 30 years ago that all empires and various churches jointly declared, no individual or group was allowed to possess or manufacture firearms. Violators would be deemed enemies of the Blue Sea realm. Only then did the widespread chaos begin to ease. However, without firearms, the military was rendered impotent. While underground organizations continued to stockpile weapons and anti-government factions surged. 13 years ago, a regulation permitting limited use of firearms was enacted. Amidst the autumn breeze, the bright moon, and the fragrant flowers, Jiang Fan sat in the garden, with Xuanxue perched atop his head, both gazing at the sky in contemplation. I wonder how the Silver Fox clan is faring now? Xuanxue's voice bore a hint of melancholy. Since joining Jiang Fan, her once vibrant spirit had become more pensive. Jiang Fan gently patted the little fox's tail and softly asked, "Are you longing to return home?" Xuanxue paused, momentarily taken aback, and did not respond. Jiang Fan understood her sentiments. How could he not yearn for home? No matter how splendid this place was, it could never replace his true home. Despite his previous life's perceived insignificance, he was different from others. He had once vowed that if peace could be maintained, he would live a life of mediocrity. However, should anyone dare encroach upon his territory, he would take up arms and fight back. This sentiment resonated with many passionate youths who, while often idle, transformed into stalwart individuals when faced with significant matters. Now, in this new world, Jiang Fan had shed his past ordinariness, donning the mantle of genius. Yet, he still reminisced about the world he once inhabited, the world where he attentively followed current events, bantered with friends, and dreamt of transcending into immortality. Now that he had truly crossed over, an inexplicable emptiness gnawed at his heart. With a soft exhale, Jiang Fan spoke, "Once you have fully recovered, we shall depart." Yet Xuanxue remained unresponsive, still gazing at the heavens. "It has been 2 years. Can you tell me who you truly are? You cannot possibly be merely a child of 10 or so. I have long suspected this, but I have always hoped you would tell me yourself." A hint of hesitation colored Xuanxue's tone. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before finally replying. "All you need to know is that I do not belong to this world." The little fox's eyes dimmed, confirming her suspicions. In that moment, a peculiar bond seemed to form between Jiang Fan and Xuanxue. It was as if their souls resonated with one another. Perhaps activated by Jiang Fan's celestial essence or a shared sense of being out of place. For a brief moment, they understood each other, and all fell silent. Jiang Fan chose the path of immortality, a journey fraught with thorns, an endless road, a path that defies the heavens. Suddenly, with a gesture, a small orb radiating 5 colors appeared in his palm. This was a celestial elixir, capable of preserving one's life in dire circumstances. The pill was none other than the one Mayer had entrusted to bring from her mother, a precious remedy of which only 5 remained in the vial. Such a celestial pill could only be obtained by completing life and death missions, even by someone as noble as his mother. Yuan Dan. Xuanxue's body trembled violently, her voice quivering as well. Jiang Fan was unaware of the significance of this medicine, but Xuanxue understood all too well. "Are you truly going to give this to me? Do you comprehend its value?" For some reason, Xuanxue hoped that Jiang Fan would grasp the worth of the elixir and sincerely offer it to her. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, "Is it more important than our relationship?" The little fox gazed blankly at the pill, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. "With this, I could regain everything I have lost." However, Jiang Fan's brows slightly furrowed, and he murmured, "It seems you really should leave." With the aid of Xuanxue's inherited memories, Jiang Fan's soul cultivation had reached its limits. He had learned from Xian Shui that no human or celestial being possessed such a technique, as it was unique to the Beast clan. At that moment, Xian Shui spoke again. In truth, your grandfather discovered that I am a demon long ago, but he seemed to regard it as inconsequential. Undeniably, your family is filled with anomalies. Yourself, your parents, and even your grandfather. My grandfather knows about you? Jiang Fan was taken aback. Xian Shui continued, indeed. And he warned me the very next day. I can see that you are unaware of this matter. I cannot ascertain whether revealing this to you is detrimental, but I can assure you that your grandfather would never harm you. This revelation was truly unexpected for Jiang Fan. With his current soul, he could sense no hint of wrongdoing from Jiang Shan. Could it be that his grandfather is also an immortal? A sudden unease settled in his heart. Guests have arrived. Xian Shui's soft exclamation interrupted Jiang Fan's thoughts. He furrowed his brow. Guests? Who would come at this hour? It seems your daytime tests have attracted trouble. With that, Xian Shui leaped from Jiang Fan's head, transforming midair into a young woman, standing gracefully in the courtyard, illuminated by the moonlight. With a flurry of sounds as four shadowy figures descended into the courtyard, Jiang Fan focused his gaze. Under the moonlight, he could see clearly that the leader was an imposing figure, approximately 6 feet tall, with an extraordinarily robust build. Accompanying him were 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman, clad in tight black attire, their faces obscured. Esteemed guests, to what do I owe the pleasure of your late-night visit? Jiang Fan remained seated, exuding calmness. The towering man did not speak immediately, but scrutinized Jiang Fan, surprised by the composure of such a young individual. After a moment, he coldly declared, by the order of my master, I have come to take your head. Oh, and who might your master be? I do not recall provoking any formidable figures, Jiang Fan inquired calmly, while simultaneously transmitting a thought to Xian Shui. How strong are they? And why can I not sense their aura? Xian Shui replied, unfazed, they are merely at the martial origin level. But all 4 have mastered the art of concealing their presence. It appears the forces you have offended are quite significant, possessing their own assassination squad. Jiang Fan inhaled sharply, realizing that he was not afraid of confrontation but rather perplexed by the circumstances. He was certain these individuals were not affiliated with the examiners from earlier. Who then? Had he offended? He could not fathom. The 4 assailants wasted no time. The leader had revealed himself not out of disdain for Jiang Fan, but as a gesture of respect for the youth. Not disclosing my master's identity is one of our 3 primary tenets. Young man, you will understand when you enter that world. With a swift motion, the leader signaled, and the 4 charged toward Xian Shui, whose delicate features now bore a serious expression. Indeed, they are well trained, Jiang Fan observed, knowing well that not even 4 martial origin practitioners could rival Xian Shui. Just as the masked woman lunged at Xian Shui with a dagger aimed for her abdomen, the other 3 brandished their weapons, intent on slicing her into pieces. In a breath, just before their weapons could strike her, Xian Shui vanished. The 4 assassins suddenly realized the caliber of the opponent they faced. I advise you to leave. I do not wish for her to take your lives, Jiang Fan stated coolly, observing the 4 with an inexplicable sense of favor toward their leader. The leader shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that they had been spared. In the moment Xian Shui vanished, they had felt a light tap on their chests. Had it been more forceful, they would have perished. Thank you. I did not expect such magnanimity from you, though I do not know your identity. To have such a formidable figure serving you is certainly no trivial matter. Jiang Fan's heart leapt with hope. If he could recruit these individuals, he would learn who sought to harm him, and having their strength would undoubtedly assist him in his future endeavors. Alas, we are mere death soldiers. Should we perish in battle, our families may still live and even receive a substantial reward. However, if we survive and fail our mission or surrender, our families will be hunted down and none will escape. I implore you to grant us a swift end. The leader bowed his head resolutely. Faced with a willingness to embrace death, yet unable to forsake their families, Jiang Fan furrowed his brows, observing the unwavering determination on their faces, and reluctantly closed his eyes. Is there truly no other way? He murmured softly, though the trained ears of the assassins caught his words. There is none, the leader replied, locking eyes with Jiang Fan. Swear, please grant them a swift resolution. Jiang Fan rose, walking toward the house, while silently conveying to Xian Shui, remember to extract their souls. I must retain their memories. I cannot leave a hidden adversary. With a heavy heart, Jiang Fan heard the sound of flesh being torn behind him. In the courtyard of the Jiang residence, Jiang Fan and Mu Shi sat across from each other at a stone table. Behind Mu Shi, 2 innate experts watched intently as the waves of immense energy radiated visibly from the young girl. Brother Jiang, I truly apologize for this situation. Mushi expressed with a face full of regret. Jiang Fan, with a cup of tea in hand, smiled warmly. We are friends. There is no need for such sentiments. News of the assassination attempt on Jiang Fan had reached Mushi's ears, as he was a prince and accompanied by more than just 2 innate experts. Mushi sighed helplessly. Alas, things have come to this point, and I have already involved you. I shall not hide the truth from you any longer. I am Deluo, a prince of the Holy Flame Empire. My elder brother, the Emperor, has always regarded me as a thorn in his side, wishing to eliminate me. This time, my mother pleaded with him to allow me to study abroad, but he insisted that I come to the Holy Flame Academy to take an examination. If I fail, I must return and face him at any moment. However, I happen to encounter you. Jiang Fan furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, just because I assisted you, your brother wishes to kill me? Is his heart as narrow as this, despite being an emperor? Mushi managed a bitter smile. I stood out too much as a child and liked to show off my wits, which caught his attention. Although my mother has protected me over the years, this year he has been particularly critical of me, clearly intending to dispose of me. Though I am still young, having been raised in close proximity to the emperor, I grasped many matters by the age of 7 or 8 and am well aware of the palace's darkness. I have long wished to leave, but he is unwilling to let go, fearing that I might become his adversary. What a joke. What harm could a powerless prince do to him? Jiang Fan shook his head and drained his cup of tea. Shuer, please brew another pot. He turned to the enchanting, yet deliberately revealing her innate strength, Xian Shui. Yes, master. Xian Shui slightly bowed and took the teapot into the room. Deluo gazed at the graceful figure of Xian Shui, a wave of wistfulness washing over him. Brother Jiang, you are truly fortunate to have such a beauty at your side. Jiang Fan could not help but chuckle bitterly. Your Highness, you seem a bit too mature for your age. I regard her as an elder sister. Jiang Fan did not shy away from addressing Deluo's princely status. The mere fact that Deluo sought him out today indicated his stance. Deluo paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, and Jiang Fan joined him. Both young men, wise beyond their years, harboring their own secrets. Jiang Fan wore a smile, yet a chill crept into his heart. The 4 assassins from the previous night, one of whom had already had their souls stripped and memories extracted by the unique techniques of the Fox tribe. The true mastermind behind the assassination was not the current emperor, Derman, but rather this seemingly amiable young prince before him. The reason remained elusive to Jiang Fan. Was it due to his display of talent that led Deluo to sacrifice 4 weaker subordinates to force his submission? Or was it the jealousy of a mere 11 or 12-year-old prince? Regardless, Jiang Fan could not fathom the true motive. All he knew was that he needed to find a way to eliminate Deluo, yet that task proved daunting, for he was indeed a prince. How absurd. Even before I could comprehend the situation, I have acquired a prince as an enemy. This is excessive. I can only hope he seeks to win me over. Time is fleeting, and the path to immortality is long. Jiang Fan understood that everything happening now was merely a stepping stone toward his eventual ascension. Hence he must not act impulsively. He intentionally drew closer to Deluo, subtly indicating his own stance. To his surprise, he discovered that Deluo's mental age was far beyond that of an ordinary boy of 11 or 12. His demeanor and speech were mature, and the humility reflected in his gaze suggested a depth of cunning. He was undeniably a precocious and ruthless individual. Such a mindset would not engage in meaningless actions, implying that he had ulterior motives. Having discerned Deluo's intentions, Jiang Fan felt a measure of relief, knowing that the prince did not genuinely wish to harm him. Although he understood the danger posed by Deluo, at least he could eat and sleep without the fear of a knife in his back. Brother Jiang, I have just heard from my subordinates that your maidservant is actually a master of the innate stage, Deluo remarked humbly, though his eyes glimmered with shrewdness. Jiang Fan chuckled inwardly, realizing he must concoct another tale. She is a maidservant bestowed upon me by my parents when they returned from their sect. She is the most capable of my mother's attendants. As a prince, you are aware of the hidden super sects within the Blue Sea realm. I cannot disclose my parents' affiliation, but I can tell you that their status within the sect is akin to that of elders. Jiang Fan inverted the identities of Mayor and Xian Shui. Let the embellishments flow. After all, boasting incurs no tax. The stronger my backing, the more Deluo shall value me, and the less likely he will harbor any ill will. The super sects controlling various continents were well known to Deluo. The innate masters under these sects could easily decimate an empire, representing the continent's most formidable power. Jiang Fan's possession of a maid capable of serving as a general in the empire was certainly no fabrication. As Deluo regarded Jiang Fan anew, respect flickered in his gaze. Thus, the two continued to sip tea while testing each other until the prince finally rose in the afternoon. Brother Jiang, Conversing with you has greatly enriched my knowledge. Unfortunately, the sun sets early. I wonder when you might be free to visit me for a more in-depth discussion. I shall ensure you are treated to fine wine and exquisite dishes." Jiang Fan hastily stood, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. It is indeed a rare fortune to converse with you today. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." With this understanding, Jiang Fan recognized that while he was aware of De Luo's true role in the assassination plot, he could not expose or retaliate at this juncture. After seeing De Luo and his entourage off, Jiang Fan returned to the stone table, where Xian Shui had also returned to his side. Yet Jiang Shan, who had remained hidden within the room, gradually emerged. "Fanner, the assassins from last night were indeed sent by him, were they not?" The elder slowly settled onto the stone stool, taking slow drags from his pipe. "Indeed," Jiang Fan nodded, realizing that his grandfather was far from an ordinary person, having already discerned Xian Shui's identity. The elder nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. I can rest easy knowing I will leave this world with you capable of handling matters." Jiang Fan furrowed his brows, shaking his head vigorously. "Grandfather, what are you saying? With your health, you could easily live to 100. The elder looked at Jiang Fan with a gentle gaze. "Fanner, you have always been wise. I believe you are now aware of your parents' circumstances. They sacrificed everything to save the world and have now vanished from existence. Just before their departure, your father infused a strand of celestial energy into me, entrusting me to care for you. Otherwise, I would have perished years ago. And now this celestial energy is nearly depleted. I estimate I have no more than 3 months left." Jiang Fan's mind spun, and he involuntarily stood. "Do not frighten me. What shall I do if you pass?" The elder remained unchanged, his smile unwavering. "All must face death in due time. I have lived many extra years, and now seeing you mature gives me peace." Jiang Fan's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. "I possess a life-saving elixir. If consumed, it can extend your life. Please wait." He prepared to rush into the house. The elder abruptly shook his head to halt him. "Child, I consumed that elixir over a decade ago. Alas, it, along with the celestial energy, has merely allowed me to live a few more years. My health has deteriorated beyond remedy." Jiang Fan was utterly unconvinced and immediately retorted, "Impossible. This is an elixir. How could it fail to cure a mortal's ailment?" Chapter 13. The Cultivator. "My child, your father is a cultivator. With your intelligence, you should comprehend that I am not offering this without cause." Jiang Shan chuckled softly as he stroked his beard. "I too am a practitioner at the spirit tranquility stage. Once regarded as an elder. However, new generations inevitably replace the old, and my son is far more exceptional than I ever was. Years ago, during a battle between the righteous and the wicked in the cultivation realm, I suffered injuries to my vital essence, which forced me to reside among mortals. Due to the damage to my essence, my lifespan has rapidly diminished, and such injuries to one's true essence are irrevocable. Upon arriving in the mortal realm, I encountered your grandmother, who was then so pure and kind-hearted. I was irresistibly drawn to her, and eventually, we had 2 sons. Alas, your grandmother was not a practitioner, and your uncle lacks the spiritual veins to cultivate. Only your father has inherited my complete spiritual lineage." The old man chuckled proudly, declaring that even if he were to die at that moment, he would harbor no regrets for having raised such an outstanding son. To Jiang Fan, Jiang Shan was truly family. After 7 years of living together, he had witnessed the old man's genuine selflessness. A wave of sorrow suddenly washed over Jiang Fan as he buried his head in Jiang Shan's embrace. The two, grandfather and grandson, held each other tightly. The elder beamed with joy while Jiang Fan wept uncontrollably, having fully regarded the old man as his grandfather. With a choked voice, Jiang Fan said, "Grandfather, all these years you have taken care of me. Allow me to care for you in this final stretch." Time flew, and 3 months later, Jiang Shan passed away. All relatives and friends of the Jiang family gathered in the courtyard, where Jiang Fan knelt beside the coffin, his eyes reddened with grief. Xian Shui transformed back into a small white fox, dutifully resting her head on Jiang Fan's lap. His uncle, Jiang Qilyang, entered with swollen eyes, weary from receiving guests. Yet upon seeing the elder's spirit tablet, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Jiang Fan looked up at his uncle, and his previously calm demeanor shattered, tears streaming anew. Jiang Qilyang patted Jiang Fan's shoulder, his voice trembling as he said, "Xiao Fan, your grandfather would not wish for you to be this way. He desires to see you flourish. I understand. I will not disappoint him," Jiang Fan replied resolutely, though his tears continued to flow. Now, Jiang Fan was a distinguished student at the Holy Flame Academy, having entered the elite class with perfect scores, occupying the top seat. He was regarded as a prodigy by friends and neighbors, his name even reaching the capital. As more guests arrived, Jiang Fan had to excuse himself to entertain them. "My dear, be strong," he said as he left. Xian Shui lifted her head to gaze at Jiang Fan. "Sister Shui, who could have harmed grandfather back then?" Jiang Fan inquired, his gaze cold as he turned to the little fox. "I am uncertain about the nature of the cultivation wars. Nor have I ventured into the realm myself," Xian Shui replied, understanding Jiang Fan's feelings. Although the loss was indirect, Jiang Fan pointedly directed his anger towards that past. Xian Shui was deeply concerned for Jiang Fan. Despite his previous demeanor, the old man's departure caused him immense pain. Though Jiang Fan still had his uncle, the closest family member was now gone. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame. Outwardly, everyone appeared profoundly sorrowful, yet only a few truly wept. The sound of powerful hooves echoed from afar, indicative of a long procession approaching. Suddenly, the hoofbeats ceased before the Jiang residence. Everyone, including Jiang Fan inside the house, paused in surprise. Though the Jiang family was well-to-do, such a grand arrival of mourners was unprecedented. "The president of the Holy Flame Academy, Professor Richard, has arrived." A voice boomed, startling the crowd. Professor Richard was the foremost authority in the cultural sphere of the Holy Flame Empire, recognized for his scholarly achievements across the northern continent. An elderly man clad in a long black robe with silver hair and gold-rimmed spectacles trembled as he entered, his once kind visage now etched with worry. He was supported by two equally frail young disciples. Upon noticing the dazed Jiang Fan, the elder's brow furrowed deeper. "Jiang Fan, my condolences," Richard spoke, his voice quivering yet gentle. "You are the hope of the empire. I am certain your grandfather would wish for you to uphold the future of our nation and become its pillar." Jiang Fan nodded in response, assuring Richard, "Rest assured, Principal. I shall not disappoint anyone." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed again. "Prince de Luo has arrived." The crowd, still recovering from their shock, froze in disbelief. Some even swayed on their feet. As the young prince entered the courtyard, a wave of reverence swept through, prompting everyone to kneel. Accompanied by a retinue of attendants, the youthful prince wore a sorrowful expression, calling out, "Where is my brother Jiang Fan?" Jiang Fan. Being a prince, Jiang Fan rose to greet him. Before the gathered assembly, de Luo embraced Jiang Fan tightly, patting his shoulder with earnest sympathy. "Brother, my condolences." Regardless of the authenticity of the sentiment, the scene stirred something within Jiang Fan, and he took de Luo's hand, leading him into the morning hall. In the empire, a prince ranked just beneath the emperor and the pope, making his presence significant. Only then did the relatives and friends who had been kneeling dare to rise, their demeanor shifting as they regarded the morning hall. One distant uncle exclaimed in excitement, "Good heavens, he is on such familiar terms with the prince." Another relative remarked in awe, "Is the Jiang family destined to become a prominent clan? Are we not nobility now?" As whispers of speculation filled the air, two middle-aged men clad in black and white robes observed the morning hall from a corner. "The young genius is indeed remarkable. We can report back to the palace with confidence," one remarked, his stature slightly taller than the other. "Indeed, to achieve such success at the tender age of 10, he is bound for greatness," his companion agreed. Soon, several marquises and earls from the provinces arrived, all cunning and shrewd individuals. With Jiang Fan's evident talent, it was clear his future status would be elevated. Naturally, they would come to pay their respects, anticipating potential benefits in the future. "My condolences. Do not grieve excessively. Strive forward." Jiang Fan graciously thanked each visitor. Their presence was a gesture of goodwill. Despite being merely a child of around 10, he understood the dynamics at play, recognizing that although they acknowledged his potential, he currently possessed little. Jiang Fan mourned for 3 consecutive days, abstaining from food, drink, and sleep. Throughout this period, Jiang Fan attempted to persuade him to leave, but each time Jiang Fan resolutely declined. During those 3 days, he not only yearned for his grandfather, but also began to contemplate his own future. With the elders passing, it was time for Jiang Fan to consider the path ahead. Satisfied with his grasp of knowledge, he relied on his formidable memory, capable of retaining everything he encountered. The entrance examination, though chaotic, consisted primarily of textbook knowledge, testing both the breadth and depth of understanding. As the 3 days of mourning concluded, Jiang Fan made no further remarks and went directly to the villa where Prince de Luo resided. Darrow and Jiang Fan sat across from each other in the hall, the only other presence being the small fox at Jiang Fan's feet. Darrow spoke first. "Brother Jiang, it seems you have recovered. I knew I was right about you." Jiang Fan smiled faintly and shook his head. "I still feel quite distressed, but the elder has departed, and those who remain must continue living." Darrow nodded. leaning back in his frail form. I have come to express my stance. Jiang Fan shifted the conversation to the main topic. Darrow's eyes brightened. If a stance were to be expressed, it would naturally reflect Jiang Fan's support for the emperor. Jiang Fan whispered, I will support you, but not at this moment. Though we possess a maturity beyond our years, we are still but children, lacking the strength for such grand endeavors. I believe you understand that taking action now would yield no chance of success. A smile crept onto Darrow's lips as he nodded, lowering his voice, of course. I won't act now. Usurping power is no trivial matter. It will take at least a decade, if not longer, to garner sufficient support. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. Your supporters can now include me. Having concluded their discussion, Jiang Fan had no desire to linger. It seemed impressive to reside in the prince's estate. But it was evident to even a fool how many spies traversed the town and palace daily. As he stood to leave, Darrow suddenly appeared somewhat uneasy, saying, Jiang Fan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Fan paused for a moment, but turned back to Darrow, stating, there is no need to speak. I will support you. With that, he pushed open the door and departed. Darrow remained on the sofa, staring vacantly for a while, his brow furrowing slightly before he let out a resigned sigh. May we not become adversaries. Otherwise, a decade hence, I may not stand a chance against him. The Qianxing mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, its majestic peaks piercing the clouds, with the main peak, Dragon Tooth Peak, resembling the sharp fangs of a colossal dragon. Though perilous, the scenery was extraordinarily beautiful. A vast green plain below, lush forests, and a sea of vibrant flowers, with streams cascading down from the melting ice and snow, creating crystal-clear lakes reminiscent of jade. This place was akin to a paradise on earth, provided it remained uninhabited. Yet, Dragon Tooth Peak held sway over the entire realm of cultivation. Yunner, leave quickly. No, if you die, I shall never live on without you. But what of Fanner? Can you bear to abandon him? I must block them. You must escape. No, I cannot. I owe Fanner a lifetime of compensation, but I cannot leave you. Chapter 14. A Chronicle of Cultivation. The sky was a pale lavender, the earth a soft mauve, and even the flora was predominantly violet, with only a few other colors interspersed. Passers-by wore serene, benevolent smiles, creating an atmosphere that warmed the heart. Jiang Fan, with his youthful visage filled with confusion, ambled along a path lined with violets, feeling a sense of joy. The sensation of being regarded with kindness by everyone was indeed a uniquely comforting experience. As he walked quietly, he returned the smiles of those who greeted him with warmth. However, as time passed, Jiang Fan realized this path appeared endless. The number of people dwindled until none remained, with only an infinite expanse of purple behind him. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the initial ease he felt vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as he scanned his surroundings, finding only his echo in the silence. What is happening? Why must I encounter such strange misfortunes? After a while, darkness enveloped him completely, rendering him unable to see even a finger's breadth before him. Jiang Fan stumbled through the void, the profound silence instilling a sense of fear. At that moment, even his formidable spirit felt ineffective. He could sense nothing. Is anyone there? Where am I? His voice echoed into the darkness, but this time, not even an echo returned. Fanner, you must live well. A gentle voice drifted from behind him. Startled, Jiang Fan turned around to find a beautiful woman radiating soft, white light, her eyes filled with affection. Mother. Jiang Fan murmured the word with parched lips, yet his heart remained unexcited. He still struggled to accept this mother figure. Nevertheless, seeing a familiar face in the darkness warmed his spirit. He reached out to embrace this so-called mother, but his hands met only air, grasping at nothing. Fanner, I hope you become a great cultivator, fulfilling your father's unfinished wishes. Is a cultivator a celestial being? Can I achieve that? Jiang Fan hesitated momentarily, squinting as he asked. The woman pressed her lips together, finding nothing amiss with his expression, as Jiang Fan had always displayed remarkable emotional depth even as an infant. Fanner, I am sorry. These are things you must discover on your own, and perhaps we shall meet again in the future. No, please clarify now. I despise being lost in uncertainty. Anger flashed across Jiang Fan's youthful face, for he harbored no fondness for parents who had abandoned him. The woman frowned, tears finally spilling from her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Fan, a fleeting expression of regret crossing her features. Perhaps I should not have left this child. He has endured far too much pain that he should not have borne, and his character has become so peculiar. As the woman appeared reluctant to depart, another figure emerged beside her, radiating a blinding light rather than a soft glow. This man possessed sharp features, an extraordinary presence, and an aura of authority. Enough of this. Let us discuss matters of substance. Time is fleeting. The man spoke with sternness, yet his eyes revealed an undeniable reluctance as he looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan froze momentarily. Father. He was about to speak further when the man interrupted him. Silence, boy. Listen to me. My time is limited. Should you enter the realm of cultivation and become a practitioner, I ask not that you become a world-shattering figure, but please refrain from committing heinous acts. However, if anyone dares to trample upon us, do not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. As long as my name is known, none shall dare to harm you. But it is best if you rely on your own strength and avoid resembling a wastrel. The man scrutinized Jiang Fan, who inwardly scoffed, I am but a wastrel. How time flies. Remember to visit home often. Perhaps through serendipity, you may become a practitioner. Our lives cycle endlessly, unstoppable unless by fate. If you cannot become a practitioner, then live well. The descendants of the Jiang family must always strive to be the strongest. With that, although the man's eyes reflected reluctance, he spoke no further and turned to leave. The woman hesitated for a moment, her face filled with sorrow and longing as she slowly faded away. Jiang Fan gazed into the enveloping darkness, watching his enigmatic parents disappear, feeling lost and bewildered. A resounding knock at the door jolted Jiang Fan from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized he was in the confines of a small room. The once daunting darkness now dissipated. He wondered what time it was. It was time to rise. Today marked the National Restoration Festival, a day to adorn with colorful lanterns. Years hence, people may forget the sensational battles, and they may overlook the revered ancestors who ascended through cultivation. Yet the entire realm of cultivation shall never forget the solitary hero who faced the malevolent forces. The man who sacrificed his very soul to preserve countless lives shall have his name eternally enshrined in the annals of history. His legacy shall never fade. In the year 8378 of the cultivation era, a rare treasure, the purple gold thunder pearl, descended, shaking the realm of cultivation. As this precious artifact emerged, a sage was born in the Holy Flame Empire of the Northern Continent. By 8392, the sage's spiritual veins exhibited extraordinary traits, leading him to join the esteemed Void God sect and later, the esoteric sect. In 8395, the sage transcended into a cultivator by forming his golden core, shattering the record set 5 millennia prior by the divine child of inherent spiritual veins, thus becoming the most prodigious talent in the realm. By 8397, he had transformed the heavenly crystal spirit art, elevating a basic technique to that of a heavenly grade, a treasure of the esoteric sect. In 8399, the sage was the young master of the neutral faction, the Celestial Palace. In the year 8400, he welcomed a son, named Fan. In 8402, during the routine trials of the 4 righteous sects, the sage single-handedly challenged the 3 grand elders of the righteous path, earning remarkable acclaim and recognition as the one most likely to surpass the ancient 7 great ancestors. On February 4th of 8403, the seal of Mount Qianxing suddenly shattered, allowing malevolent forces to invade, resulting in the demise of all cultivators guarding the Valley of 10,000 Calamities. On February 13th of the same year, representatives from the righteous, the evil, and the neutral factions convened a collective meeting where they exchanged blame. In despair, the sage took it upon himself to journey to Mount Qianxing. On February 20th, under the watchful gaze of the masses, the sage single-handedly vanquished 114 malevolent beings, sacrificing his own cultivation to rekindle the seal of Mount Qianxing, thus eliminating a significant threat to the realm of cultivation. To honor the sage, the year 8403 of the cultivation era was designated as year 0 of the new era, with February 20th commemorated as the day of rebirth for the realm. Time flowed like a river, and Jiang Fan, now 13 years old, had spent 3 arduous years living with his uncle, enduring a trial that felt almost unbearable. 13 years had passed, and he pondered where to find a sage. He absently touched the silver bracelet on his wrist, suddenly recalling the 9-tailed fox, Xuanxue, who had departed a year prior. Xuanxue had been with him for 4 years, but she had finally expressed her desire to leave in search of her kin. The night before her departure, she transformed into her human form and stood with Jiang Fan in their beloved bamboo grove. I have a feeling that once I leave, I will not return, she said. Jiang Fan gazed skyward, unable to look at her, fearing he might reveal his reluctance to part. He truly wished to hold on to the girl who had shared his meals and shelter for 4 years, the one who playfully teased him and stirred his heart, the 9-tailed celestial fox who would curl up and sleep on his shoulder. Xuanxue turned her face away, her eyes filled with uncertainty. I wish to see my kin. Their heightened intelligence has led them to greed. Without me, they cannot unite. Jiang Fan nodded in understanding but did not turn to face her. Instead, he spoke to the heavens. Indeed, you have been with me for 4 years. You have recovered fully. It is time for you to return. Without that Yuan Dan, I might have remained with only one tail forever. I will return. Xuanxue suddenly stood before him, her expression filled with doubt, her gaze imploring him for assurance. Jiang Fan looked at her enchanting visage, his heart heavy with unspoken anguish. Sister Xue, regardless of how long I may have lived in my past life, I remain a child in this one. You are my sister, always my dear sister. If you wish, let us swear an oath of brotherhood today. Xuanxue's hopeful expression faltered. Was sisterhood all that it was to be? Her once sparkling eyes dimmed slightly. Yet she continued to gaze at Jiang Fan, unwilling to let go. For 4 years, she had genuinely approached humanity, and this clever, ever-changing boy had been her first true interaction. Upon realizing that Jiang Fan was not merely a boy of a few years, her thoughts shifted. Yet his declaration of brotherhood extinguished the flicker of hope within her. The graceful figure of the young woman wavered as she began to retreat, and Jiang Fan let out a resigned sigh, shaking his head. Xue, I must pursue the path of cultivation and cannot be ensnared by these emotions. Though I have secretly cherished you for 4 years, I must endure. Perhaps, when I achieve my enlightenment, I shall return to take you with me, that we may become immortal together. Jiang Fan watched Xuanxue's departing silhouette, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Chapter 15. The one in the painting throughout the night. Jiang Fan and Xuanxue lay with their backs to one another, exchanging not a single word, yet neither found solace in sleep, their eyes wide open until dawn. My kin need me. This time I may need to reorganize our territory. The wolf tribe of the snowfields no longer exists, and the other clans have also found it challenging to adapt. I believe I may return within a few years, Xuanxue remarked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fan, imbued with deeper emotions. Though the extreme north is not far from here, my journey will take several months, making it impossible for me to frequently return. Therefore, Jiang Fan understood her unspoken plea. She sought a promise, an assurance that he would not forget her. Xuanxue gazed intently at Jiang Fan, her eyes brimming with hope. If I can become a true immortal, I will certainly return for you, he replied earnestly. Jiang Fan had long comprehended Xuanxue's sentiments, but had deliberately avoided confronting them. For him, the pursuit of cultivation had become the defining path of his existence, with all else merely embellishments. Xuanxue bit her lip and gently embraced Jiang Fan, savoring the warmth they shared. As he breathed in her fragrant essence, his heart, once serene as ice, now boiled with tumultuous emotions. Gazing at the silvery cord woven from her tail's fur, adorned with a small, milky white jade, Jiang Fan felt an indescribable pang of sorrow. This was the trace of spiritual energy Xuanxue had left behind, a promise of future reunification. Each year, Jiang Fan visited the small courtyard of his birth. Without fail, he returned, even if only to glimpse its familiar contours. He distinctly remembered this as the final wish of Jiang Shan before his passing, the first and only request made of him. Upon returning to the courtyard, memories of his infancy flooded back, the indistinct figures of a man and a woman, their expressions filled with joy. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Fan. He occupied the body of their son, yet could not bring himself to accept their legacy as his own. At 13, while most children were merely beginning to grasp the differences between genders, Jiang Fan was no ordinary child. With 2 lifetimes combined, he was already in his 30s. February 7th marked the day his parents vanished, yet he had come to accept that they had perished. Jiang Fan once again pushed open the door to his home, revealing the same antiquated furniture layered with a thick veil of dust. A wave of bitterness and helplessness surged within him. As memories of his rebirth flooded back, his parents' and Mayer's faces, along with that kindly old man whose voice always grated on him as he called him grandson. Perhaps it was his mood that caused him to forego his usual routine of tidying up upon entering. Instead, he hastily strode into the study, a place he had searched countless times to no avail. As he stepped into the study, his heart sank, overwhelmed by a medley of emotions. The years of silent suffering and pain poured forth, intensifying his agitation. Once more, he stood before his father's bookshelf, gazing at the spines of books he had perused so many times before, his gaze becoming fixated. He understood that this visit would likely yield no discoveries. The so-called fortuitous encounters of his dreams might merely be illusions. With a resigned sigh, he examined the familiar yet estranged titles, dusting off a few particles from the chair before sitting down, staring vacantly at the items on the desk. Among them was the black bamboo pen holder, and the book he had flipped to the 15th chapter of the mysterious classics. Jiang Fan slumped slightly, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. Despite possessing the identity of a genius, He found it impossible to attain true happiness. The path of immortality remained elusive and intangible. Life, however, was fleeting. Would he truly fade into obscurity? Why had he been beset by such a cascade of misfortunes? His ill-fated journey through life had begun with his unfortunate reincarnation as an infant, only to swiftly become an orphan, losing the only family he had ever known. He had encountered every conceivable misfortune, even those that others might never face. Why was the universe so unjust towards him? Jiang Fan's heart seethed with indignation as he cried out in anguish, releasing years of pent-up sorrow. In a fit of frustration, he slammed his slender arm down on the table, sending the pen holder crashing to the ground, scattering its contents across the floor. Jiang Fan stared at the fallen holder, a sense of loss consuming him as he knelt to gather the scattered pens. Just as he reached for the holder, he froze, sensing a powerful energy locking onto the room. It felt as if the painting on the wall had shifted ever so slightly. His heart raced with trepidation as he looked up at the painting, a landscape reminiscent of his past life, yet painted in an entirely different style, neither meticulous nor freehand, but seemingly infused with something more profound. The image depicted an elderly man in a white robe, resembling a Taoist priest, though upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. His white hair and beard exuded kindness, and gazing at him instilled a sense of familiarity. Jiang Fan fixated on the painting for what seemed an eternity before finally breaking the silence with a smile, maintaining an air of calmness as he locked eyes with the artwork. Eventually, the figure within the painting sighed, scratching his beard in resignation. Jiang Fan remained composed, though a shiver ran down his spine. Despite his past experiences beyond imagination, the animated painting sent chills through him. That had merely been a ruse. For Jiang Fan's soul was exceptionally powerful, especially with the soul cultivation techniques of the Fox clan. Detecting anomalies within the painting was effortless. However, the mere act of feigning surprise had unexpectedly unveiled something extraordinary. "You possess an exceptionally strong soul. How astonishing," the figure remarked, his expression revealing a hint of admiration. Jiang Fan internally scoffed, feeling immobilized yet striving to maintain a facade of indifference. "May I inquire whether you are a ghost or a spirit?" Jiang Fan feigned calmness as he retook his seat, facing the painting directly. The figure smiled, observing the youthful yet composed Jiang Fan, and nodded. "I am an immortal." Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat, his earlier trepidation dissipating as he mustered the courage to reply, "A spirit is merely a spirit. As long as you are not a human spirit, there is no shame in that. Why present yourself as an immortal? Human spirit?" The figure paused, unfamiliar with the term. Jiang Fan too was taken aback, scratching his head, realizing the term was foreign to this realm. "Just something that is neither male nor female," he clarified. Upon hearing this, the figure's expression shifted through various hues. "Nonsense. I am an immortal, merely ensnared by deception and trapped here." "Oh, you are trapped? That is fortunate," Jiang Fan responded, his confidence bolstered. He chuckled softly and approached the painting. For over 10 minutes, Jiang Fan and the figure exchanged intense gazes until finally, the figure conceded to Jiang Fan's composure. What he did not realize was that Jiang Fan had mastered the art of daydreaming during his school years, often lost in thought while staring at the blackboard. In this new life, whenever faced with insurmountable challenges, he would simply drift into reverie. "Young one, do you desire to become an immortal?" The figure proposed, his tone laced with temptation. Surprisingly, Jiang Fan's eyes reflected disdain. "Spare me the theatrics. I was once the one luring young women online while you were still wetting your bed." The figure finally lost its patience. "Have you ever witnessed someone being trapped in a painting?" Jiang Fan shook his head. "Would you like to learn?" Jiang Fan nodded. "I can teach you." "No need." Jiang Fan yawned, returning to his chair. The figure felt a sudden chill, staring blankly at the disinterested Jiang Fan. "What is it that you truly desire?" Jiang Fan smiled warmly and replied softly, "Allow me to participate in the continental examination and achieve a distinguished rank." A smirk crept across Jiang Fan's lips, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "The continental examination?" "Indeed, the continental examination. I require that prestige," Jiang Fan asserted, fully embodying the wisdom befitting a man in his 30s who had lived 2 lifetimes. The figure, astounded by Jiang Fan's demeanor, realized he was no mere adolescent. Locking eyes with Jiang Fan's wise gaze, it nodded. "Very well, let's engage in an equitable exchange." "Splendid. State your terms," Jiang Fan declared, slapping the table with feigned indifference. Though he felt a surge of anticipation within, the figure's voice turned grave. Despite being confined within the painting, its seriousness palpable. "Lend me your vessel, and I shall nurture my true soul." Jiang Fan's expression faltered momentarily before morphing into a mocking grin. Old man, are you jesting? You wish to borrow my body to house your soul? Jiang Fan shook his head, laughter dancing across his face. Such an absurd proposition could not be lightly accepted. I merely seek to borrow your body. I cannot harm you. As long as you allow me to settle my soul, I will aid you in achieving renown and even guide you towards the path of immortality. All of this rests within your grasp. The elderly man spoke with a tone laden with temptation, yet there was an undeniable gravity to his words, as if he were presenting a matter of significant benefit to Jiang Fan. Chapter 16. The relic. Gradually, the mocking smile faded from Jiang Fan's face, replaced by a somber expression. Since his reincarnation, he had never displayed his emotions so vividly before others. After much contemplation, Jiang Fan resolved to take a risk. Then my conditions are not merely as simple as passing the continental examination. Upon hearing this, the elderly figure seemed to relax, his demeanor softening slightly. Do tell. Perhaps I can indeed assist you. Jiang Fan nodded, his expression turning serious as he asserted, I wish to become an immortal. I yearn to embark on the path of cultivation. At last, he revealed his true desire, the pinnacle of his aspirations. Jiang Fan had anticipated that the old man would be taken aback by his request, but to his surprise, the elder burst into laughter. Very well. I swear by heaven, I shall cultivate you into a cultivator. At that moment, Jiang Fan was nearly convinced that the opportunity his father had mentioned in his dreams was indeed tied to this enigmatic figure within the painting. The elder continued, now, follow my instructions and retrieve the 16th book from the second shelf of the bookcase. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, but nonetheless rose to approach the shelf. He had perused each of these tomes countless times, and the 16th volume was a hefty red-covered book, a comprehensive history of the entire northern continent. With great effort, he extracted the tome and turned to face the scroll. The elder's voice was steady as he commanded, place the book on the table. Jiang Fan shrugged and carefully set the book down. Before he could inquire further, the elder added, now, examine the empty space on the shelf. You may discover something. Jiang Fan paused, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind as he gazed at the dark cavity. Could this old man harbor some ulterior motive? He reminded himself to remain wary, for if the elder truly were an immortal, it would be easy for him to cause harm. After a moment's thought, Jiang Fan's eyes fell upon a penholder on the ground. He bent down to pick up the black bamboo penholder and hurled it towards the half-foot-wide gap. To his astonishment, it landed precisely where he intended, as if drawn by an unseen force. Observing Jiang Fan's actions, the elder gasped, his voice tinged with confusion. How did you know the penholder was linked to the mechanism? That boy couldn't have informed you. Though shrouded in mystery, Jiang Fan discerned that his serendipitous action had coincidentally struck true. With a series of clicking sounds echoing from within the shelf, Jiang Fan seized the heavy tome and cautiously approached the narrow crevice. The penholder had nestled perfectly into a circular notch behind the shelf, a detail he had never noticed before. To his surprise, a small square opening appeared above where the penholder had been positioned. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Fan leaned in to examine the cavity closely. After a moment's hesitation, he reached inside, feeling a rectangular object. It was only slightly larger than his fist, and with a surge of excitement, he pulled it out. Gazing at the small box, the elder lamented, Ah, this is it, the relic your father left for you. Although the elder sighed, Jiang Fan was more intrigued than ever. He had never imagined that his bookshelf concealed such a mechanism, nor that it would yield this mysterious box. He weighed the small box in his hand. It was surprisingly light. Upon closer inspection, he noted that it was a deep black, exquisitely crafted, with a lustrous sheen. Each side was intricately carved with representations of the four sacred beasts, the dragon, tiger, phoenix, and tortoise, revered figures in the lore of his previous world. Though they bore different names here, Jiang Fan, having diligently studied the cultural history of this continent, recognized them well. The craftsmanship was astonishing, surpassing the term lifelike. It seemed as if the figures could leap from the box at any moment. The top featured a peculiar design, a massive disc with 3 small spheres, which inexplicably imparted a sense of suffocating weight, a palpable essence of ancient power. After pondering for some time, Jiang Fan flipped the box over. To his surprise, the underside was entirely unadorned, save for 2 simple inscriptions in ancient script, Extreme West. He scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't that the most barren of continents? He vividly recalled tales of its sparse population and the frequent presence of magical beasts, yet he also remembered Xuanxu mentioning legends of immortals residing there. It seemed those tales held truth. Noticing Jiang Fan lost in thought with the box, the elder grew impatient, exclaiming, Boy, have you finished? Open it and bring me down. Jiang Fan, however, paid no heed to the old man, and continued to explore the box with his hands. He sensed that this box could significantly alter his future, and he pondered the implications of opening it. Would it bring fortune or disaster? Whatever the outcome, I've come this far. What more is there to fear? If an unexpected event transpires, perhaps it will simply transport me to another place, he resolved, steeling himself to find a way to open the box. However, to his dismay, after much tugging and pushing, he found it utterly immovable. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he realized that brute force was futile. Straining with all his might while seated on the ground, he was met with no sign of movement. His face flushed from effort, veins bulging on his forehead. He soon discovered that the box bore no visible marks or mechanisms. He could only attempt to force it open. After expending considerable energy, Jiang Fan finally struck the box against the ground with all his strength, producing a resounding thud, yet the box remained unscathed. "Old man, how does one open this thing?" he sighed, glancing at the sealed box in frustration, seeking guidance from the figure in the painting. The elder stroked his beard, seemingly amused by Jiang Fan's plight. "I cannot reveal that to you. You must explore it for yourself." Jiang Fan rolled his eyes in disdain, muttering, "Tisich, ignorance disguised as wisdom is the most infuriating." Ignoring the elder's growing ire, Jiang Fan positioned himself to rise and reconsider his approach. As he adjusted his grip, he felt his hand slip, causing him to tumble to the ground. With a thud, he winced in pain, looking down to discover that he had accidentally knocked a black-green inked crystal pen from the pen holder. It lay quietly on the ground, having gone unnoticed in his fixation on the peculiar box. In his attempt to rise, he had inadvertently pressed the box against the pen, leading to his fall. The impact was jarring, leaving a cut on his delicate hand from the box's sharp edge. Although the wound bled little, the pain was significant. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth in pain. Initially frustrated by his inability to open the box, his mood soured even further. Just as he contemplated unleashing a torrent of curses, he noticed something peculiar about the box on the ground. He hastily scanned the area, and upon a fleeting glance at the box, he was taken aback. A faint verdant glow emanated from the dark box, nearly causing Jiang Fan to cry out in fright. His face pale with astonishment, he attempted to retreat, but his legs betrayed him, giving way as he sank back down to the ground. With a crisp sound, the lid of the box unexpectedly sprang open while Jiang Fan trembled in fear. He sat there like a fool, transfixed by the sight of the box, caught in a limbo of indecision. His heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions as he contemplated the box before him. In a previous life, he had fallen into this place, and now, with another tumble, he had come upon this box. Was it merely coincidence? Was fate trying to convey to him the significance of opening this box, parallel to his own journey? After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Fan steeled himself, taking several deep breaths before cautiously stepping forward. The box remained unresponsive, easing some of his apprehension. Gradually, he inched closer to it, suppressing the fear gnawing at his insides. Outside, a torrential downpour began, rain thrumming against the window with a cacophony of sound, mingled with distant thunder and the roar of the storm. Yet, these sounds failed to divert Jiang Fan's unwavering gaze from the box, which now lay still as if it were lifeless. Once he was confident the box posed no further threat, Jiang Fan hesitantly picked it up and returned to his chair, beginning to sift through the contents. However, upon examining the items that tumbled out, he was engulfed in confusion. Among the 4 objects, one stood out, a slip of paper. He surmised that this note likely harbored secrets of great import. With great effort, he swallowed hard and slowly unfolded the paper. Before he opened the box, the elderly figure in the painting had exhibited impatience, but upon its opening, he remained silent, observing the unfolding events. "Young one, I may not return from this journey. This box is a gift left for you. As a father, I have not been particularly dutiful, but you are my son, and I still hold you dear in my thoughts. I have chosen to sacrifice myself for the greater good. Though I cannot fathom what madness possessed me, I hope you can comprehend my decision. Should you never discover this box, consider it fate's design, your misfortune. However, if you truly uncover its secrets, then you, my son, have won a grand prize, as it is your destiny. I hope you will make good use of the items within, and I shall refrain from lecturing you about not harming the world. Just remember, it is of utmost importance that no one else learns of this. I do not seek for you to be renowned like me, but merely to live a life of integrity. Lastly, on your 14th birthday, July 15th, you must visit my research facility. That is all I can do for you. Remember, this is your father's final words." Chapter 17. Sealing memories after reading the note. Jiang Fan found it difficult to articulate his emotions. He did not feel a sense of warmth towards the parents he had lost. Yet the blood of their lineage coursed through his veins, setting him apart from others. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. Although he had long been aware of his orphan status, the revelation still stung. With a resigned sigh, he sat in the chair, lost in a daze. He remained motionless, his youthful face devoid of any expression, no joy, anger, sorrow, or elation. He resembled a lifeless wax figure, devoid of a soul. It was only after a considerable time that Jiang Fan gradually emerged from his stupor, releasing a soft sigh as his gaze shifted to the other three objects in the box. There was a small seal, a pendant, and a ring. Jiang Fan scrutinized these items with curiosity. The first was a delicately crafted seal made of soft white jade, measuring merely an inch square. Intricately carved with a white lotus featuring 7 petals. Surrounding the seal were bizarre mythical creatures, and beneath it lay a series of peculiar symbols, indecipherable to him regardless of how long he stared at them. Frustrated, he shook his head and continued to examine the remaining items. Next was a blue crystal pendant, its strange form radiating an indescribable aura that made Jiang Fan's scalp tingle. He felt no affinity for it and dismissed it. The final item was a transparent ring. When he pressed it, he was surprised by its remarkable flexibility. He slipped it onto his left index finger, its thinness rendering it almost invisible. Although he sensed these items might prove useful, his mind was clouded by the weight of the note's revelations. "Young one, have you had your fill of play?" The figure in the painting spoke at last. Noticing Jiang Fan's growing calm, Jiang Fan nodded, having committed to the course of action he intended to pursue. "What must I do to release you?" he inquired. "Bring me the blue crystal pendant. Let me see it." The elder's voice trembled slightly, revealing the weariness of his long confinement. Despite his reservations, Jiang Fan recognized the value of the conditions offered. The prospect of answers to his status, identity, and the mysteries surrounding him was too enticing to ignore. With hesitation, Jiang Fan brought the crystal pendant before the painting. The elder's eyes lit up with excitement as he chanted an incomprehensible incantation. As the pendant responded to his words, a soft, ethereal blue light enveloped it, causing Jiang Fan to flinch, instinctively wanting to throw the pendant aside. However, just as he hesitated, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the painting, striking him squarely in the chest. There was no pain, no shock, only a muted thud as Jiang Fan felt the world spin, his consciousness fading as he collapsed to the ground. "Strange, truly strange," he heard the elder's voice, tinged with surprise. "2 lives and memories all contained. My, how little I have encountered in this realm. Jiang, you are indeed an extraordinary being." Yet, the memories of his past life bore no benefit. They only served to cloud his path forward. Best to let them go, he concluded. With that, a deep purple seal penetrated Jiang Fan's memory chain, severing the connection between his past and present lives. One day, when great matters are accomplished, this seal shall be lifted. Time passed, and eventually, Jiang Fan slowly regained consciousness, his expression still wise, but his eyes now notably bright. Without the burden of past memories, he felt as though he had transformed entirely. The frivolity and monotony of his previous existence dissipated, leaving behind only the wisdom of 20 years and a powerful spirit. The elder had deliberately obscured parts of the encounter, ensuring Jiang Fan harbored no excessive doubts about him. As time passed, Jiang Fan gradually forgot about this matter. Though these memories were always carried within him, perhaps due to a forgotten past, his attitude towards his parents in this life had significantly changed, and he had come to develop a fondness for archaeology, eagerly immersing himself in any literature related to the field. The Liandel Academy, situated in the economic hub of the 30 Nations Alliance, was the pinnacle of scholarly institutions in the northern continent, alongside the St. Flame Academy and the Wanlai Academy, collectively known as the 3 great academies of the north. Among these, Liandel held the utmost significance. On the day of the Academy's anniversary, it welcomed the vast majority of high-ranking nobles from the 3 great empires and the 30 Nations Alliance, including the Emperor Daman of the St. Flame Empire, who personally attended the event. However, these nobles were not there merely for the celebration. They gathered for a monumental occasion that would reverberate throughout the northern continent. In the bustling streets of the economic centers, one could see children holding bundles of colorful flyers, announcing the extraordinary news. The continent's prodigious young talent would today receive honors from Emperor Daman, becoming the youngest scholar in history, accompanied by 10 esteemed professors. Now, clad in a resplendent outfit, Jiang Fan stood before the mirror as 2 youthful maidens adjusted his attire. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a sly smile played upon his lips. With only a few minutes remaining before the ceremony commenced, he made his way to the hall, where only nobles of marquis rank and above were permitted to await. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Fan found it filled with nobles from various nations. These once arrogant individuals now deliberately parted to create a pathway for him. Despite his youthful countenance, Jiang Fan wore a radiant smile that captivated all present, as though they had been enchanted. The three great ecclesiastical authorities of the continent, the Church of Light, the Saint unto Fire God Church, and the Brahma God Church, had sent high-ranking clergy to attend. The Church of Light had even dispatched Cardinal Langu. As Emperor Demand stood on the platform, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fan, his face beamed with joy, although a flicker of coldness occasionally flashed in his eyes. To Demand's left stood Cardinal Langu, and to his right was Prince Dello, with a succession of archbishops, dukes, and professors behind them, individuals capable of wielding immense influence across the continent. Jiang Fan approached within 3 meters of the platform. "Your Majesty," he began, bowing to kneel, a gesture of respect before the Emperor. Yet, Demand's booming voice rang out, commanding. No need for such formalities. The resonance of his voice sent a tremor through the hall, making it evident that Demand, the elder brother of Prince Dello, wielded considerable power. While Jiang Fan pondered why the younger brother appeared merely 16 while the elder seemed over 60, he surmised that the previous emperor must have possessed extraordinary strength. "Scholar Jiang, you need not be so reserved. You are the pride of the entire continent. From today onward, you are granted amnesty from kneeling before all royals of the Saint Flame Empire." The collective gaze of the assembly reflected envy, though the privilege of not kneeling seemed trivial. It bore profound implications. Historically, those exempted from kneeling had invariably risen to noble ranks, often becoming dukes or higher. In that moment, Demand's insinuation towards a mere 14-year-old child hinted at the possibility of a new royal lineage emerging from the Saint Flame Empire. Jiang Fan's mind was a repository of knowledge rivaling that of the Northern Continent's library, and he understood the gravity of the situation. However, a voice echoed within him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "The Emperor harbors suspicions about you. He intends to keep you under his thumb." Realizing that his closeness with Dello had drawn unwanted attention, he felt relieved that no tangible evidence yet existed. A duke behind Demand stepped forward, signaling Jiang Fan to approach the platform. "Jiang Fan, step forward to receive your honors." Jiang Fan advanced 3 steps, bowing deeply. "In the name of the Emperor of the Saint Flame Empire, I hereby confer upon Jiang Fan the title of lifelong scholar of the Northern Continent." Demand's powerful voice resonated, not only within the hall, but also audible to the waiting earls and students outside. At just 14, Jiang Fan was hailed as the continent's most brilliant young scholar. Although many capable professors had been honored in the past, they were typically over 60 years of age, and fewer than 20 scholars remained alive on the Northern Continent. In that moment, Jiang Fan found himself revered, akin to the moon adored by countless stars. Prince Dello even proposed to betroth his 12-year-old sister, Princess Exiner, to Jiang Fan, though such matters would be addressed after the coming-of-age ceremony. As the ceremony concluded and the banquet commenced, Demand, Cardinal Langu, and others departed, while Dello discreetly exchanged glances with Jiang Fan before exiting the hall. Those of such high standing never mingled with lower-ranking nobles, preferring to make their exit first. Jiang Fan sighed softly, feeling somewhat ill at ease in such grand company. Just as he sought a quiet corner to reflect, a melodious voice broke through his thoughts. "Scholar Jiang, allow me to congratulate you on becoming the continent's youngest scholar." A graceful young woman in a red gown stood beside him. Jiang Fan raised his glass to clink with hers, replying, "Thank you." The young lady appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. In the Northern Continent's noble circles, women typically married by 16, making it rare to see a girl of her age still unwed. "I am quite enamored by your vast knowledge, and I hope you might visit my castle to enlighten me," she said, her delicate hand draping around Jiang Fan's neck, her beauty igniting a spark of attraction. Jiang Fan stepped back slightly, offering a charming smile. "Pray tell, which castle does the lady reside in? I shall certainly pay a visit." The woman's brow furrowed at his use of lady instead of miss, clearly signaling a desire for greater formality. "Oh, my castle lies on the western plains of Linda City, in Nashi City. I trust you have heard of it?" she replied nonchalantly, her gaze unwavering from Jiang Fan's face. Nashi City. Though he maintained a smile, Jiang Fan felt a surge of surprise, taking a second look at the woman before him. This was indeed the formidable Lady Nashi, the ruler of Linda City, who had successfully advocated for her territory to be established as the economic center of the 30 Nations Alliance during the conference. Despite geographical advantages and the presence of Liandel Academy, her political acumen shone through. Her territory's tax revenue alone could sustain a small nation, making her one of the wealthiest individuals on the Northern Continent. "Ah, Lady Nashi, my apologies for my earlier rudeness," Jiang Fan said, bowing slightly in respect. Nashi, however, replied with a melodious tone, "No need for such formality. At my age, it is indeed rare to remain unmarried. Alas, I have yet to find a suitable partner." Jiang Fan smiled and responded, "With such an accomplished woman as yourself, I imagine countless worthy suitors across the northern continent would seek your hand, and I am certain you will encounter someone deserving." Acknowledging her subtle hints, Jiang Fan graciously declined her intentions while maintaining his polite demeanor. Nancy covered her face with her delicate hands and laughed. "Isn't that so? Today I encountered someone, but he was even more arrogant than I am. However, it doesn't matter. I refuse to believe there exists a man I cannot win over." Chapter 18. Emperor Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, though a bitter smile lingered within him. As he watched Nancy's graceful figure fade into the distance, his brows furrowed slightly. Such a woman was one he could neither offend nor approach. How many gazes, filled with envy, were fixed upon her? Wealthy, powerful, influential, intelligent, and adorned with exquisite beauty, Jiang Fan dared to assert that even the princess of the Holy Flame Empire could scarcely compare to her. If he were to befriend her carelessly, even the emperor might harbor suspicions towards him. Conversely, if he were to offend this lady, he would be facing a far more formidable adversary. Thus, what was, for others, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had transformed into a hot potato for Jiang Fan, leaving him with a headache. Just as Nancy departed, Duke Gu Xinyuan approached Jiang Fan, saying, "Jiang Fan, it seems fortune smiles upon you. Do you know how many desire this woman yet cannot attain her? Clearly, she holds interest in you. You must seize this chance. Marrying her could grant you wealth equivalent to that of an entire principality." Jiang Fan could only smile wryly in response. "Your Grace, such an extremely clever woman may very well sell me out without my ever realizing it." Duke Gu Xinyuan had attended Jiang Fan's grandfather's funeral. Thus he could be considered an old acquaintance. Jiang Fan deliberately refrained from being overly formal, indicating that he did not regard him as a mere outsider. Seeing Jiang Fan's ease, Gu Xinyuan felt pleased. He had heard Emperor Demand's words clearly. Jiang Fan was destined to become a duke, placing him on equal footing with Gu Xinyuan. Establishing a good rapport with Jiang Fan could become a significant advantage for his family in the future. Furthermore, given Jiang Fan's age, it was not impossible for him to eventually become a prince, which would provide Gu Xinyuan with another powerful ally. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fan encountered several nobles who attempted to ingratiate themselves with him. He dismissed them and retreated to a quiet corner to observe the gathering. "Young man, have you grown weary?" Suddenly, the ancient voice of the old man echoed in his mind. "Old man, when do you plan to impart the cultivation techniques to me?" "Patience. The 15th of July is fast approaching. Follow your father's path, and I shall teach you the methods then." This was not Jiang Fan's first inquiry. Having achieved the highest honors in the mortal realm, all that remained was to pursue the path of immortality. Though he was fully aware of the arduous journey ahead, Jiang Fan still yearned for the day when he could soar through the skies, attaining eternal life. In just 1 year, Jiang Fan had ascended to the pinnacle of high society, not due to mere chance, but because of the continental examination. Less than a month after returning to his uncle's residence, Jiang Fan made the sudden decision to participate in the Northern Continental Examination. This was the most significant test for students, held only once every 3 years. For scholars aspiring to greatness, this was their moment, and that year, Jiang Fan shone as the brightest star. He became the focal point of the cultural realm of the Northern Continent, the subject of discussion among the nobility during their leisure time, and the ideal future husband in the eyes of many noble maidens. With more than half a year remaining until the examination, Jiang Fan announced his intention to participate. His uncle was momentarily taken aback, but raised no objections. After all, Jiang Fan was widely recognized as a genius. Though still young, there was no reason he could not take part. Moreover, preventing citizens over the age of 10 from participating in the examination was considered a violation of the highest law of the Holy Flame Empire, the imperial law. The examination was the most crucial cultural test of the entire northern continent, with explicit regulations outlined in the Holy Flame Empire's supreme law. Article 31 clearly stated that no individual or organization could obstruct candidates from registering or taking the examination. Violators would be punished as traitors, exiled to the empire's northernmost icy grasslands, never to return. This imperial law was established by one of the greatest emperors of the Holy Flame Empire, Emperor Jiang III. Originally, the Holy Flame Empire was the most chaotic region in the north. Despite its rich resources and fertile lands spanning the continent, years of warfare left the land impoverished. 13 kingdoms, 29 principalities, and over 100 ethnic groups converged on the territory of the Holy Flame Empire, creating a tapestry of peculiar traditions, customs, and diverse attire. The people here continued the ancestral ways of life, herding, hunting, farming, and trading, compounded by over 30 varying religious sects, forming a disordered region. Years of conflict brought devastation, leaving the populace without stability, perpetually fleeing from one small nation to another. Amidst this turmoil, a small principality located near the frigid northern blood plains took notice. Perched at the edge of the northern continent's glaciers, the Holy Flame Principality thrived on logging, copper mining, and hunting, a barren yet self-sustaining land that often went unnoticed due to its harsh climate. However, those who fled here found it to be a peaceful haven. Copper, an indispensable resource, meant that the common folk rarely utilized high-value gold and silver coins. Thus, copper coins became essential to their lives. The Holy Flame Principality was situated next to the continent's largest copper mine, coveted by many small nations, yet its perilous location near the snowfields deterred attention. Each year, the Holy Flame Principality exported vast amounts of copper in exchange for grain and iron. Life continued serenely for the principality, year after year, decade after decade, until one day, when they possessed several kingdom citizens and a formidable military capable of annexing any kingdom at will, they took action. The principality swiftly elevated itself to a kingdom. And on the very day the proclamation was issued, the newly crowned king appointed 7 generals as dukes, who personally led their troops to assault the nearest fortress. Amidst their internal strife, this truly ambitious blade plunged into the hearts of various kingdoms. The well-equipped cavalry, forged in the harsh cold, seized 3 kingdoms and over a dozen principalities within a mere month. History would later reveal that the Drew family was a lineage of iron and blood. All who resisted were annihilated, and the empire was established through rivers of blood. However, while the empire was founded, another dilemma arose, one that the Holy Flame Empire had been unable to resolve for millennia. The chaotic conflicts between religions and ethnicities continued to ignite turmoil within the empire. Although these were small-scale skirmishes, they posed challenges to the empire's order. The empire could not impose strict control. Historically, nations with strained relations with religious factions often succumbed to rebellion. Even the famously undefeated empire, Baroque, was forced to withdraw from the center of the northern continent due to conflicts with other churches, transforming a once dominant empire into one that shared its power with numerous nations. This turmoil persisted for over 1,000 years. By the time of the 24th monarch, the empire had become utterly decayed. Internal conflicts plagued the Holy Flame Empire. But the true threat lay with the nobles who had been granted titles across the regions. They began to express dissatisfaction and resentment towards the empire's rule, harboring intentions to challenge its authority, which became the greatest internal crisis for the Holy Flame Empire. It was not until the passing of the 24th emperor, Yuan, that the 15-year-old Drew ascended to the throne as the 25th emperor of the empire. By then, the internal turmoil was considerable, and no one held high hopes for this young emperor. Yet, the events that unfolded would prove that the collective judgment of the masses was profoundly mistaken. Upon ascending to the throne, Emperor Drew's first decree was surprisingly not an attempt to quell the ongoing conflicts, but rather the issuance of a peculiar new law. From henceforth, all officials in conflict-ridden provinces were to be dismissed. Additionally, hereditary noble titles were to be stripped from any noble estates where group brawls occurred, and the implicated noble families would be permanently barred from holding titles for a century. This decree set the aristocracy into a frenzy, although dissent brewed within their hearts. None dared to take the initiative to oppose it. The empire, despite its chaos, still boasted a formidable army, which explained why the Holy Flame Empire, despite its turmoil, had not been swallowed by the 2 other great empires. Who would be willing to take the lead in such a precarious situation? It was evident that those at the forefront would face annihilation, while those lingering behind could profit from the turmoil. Consequently, the nobles retreated, intensifying their efforts to suppress various factions. In the end, the very people who had once harbored animosities due to religious and ethnic discord began to reconcile their differences and unite against the nobility. The Holy Flame Empire was home to over 30 disparate sects, frequently embroiled in disputes. However, as all eyes turned towards the strife between nobles and commoners, many minor religions gradually vanished, while larger sects formed alliances. Eventually, the religious landscape condensed into 5 major groups, shifting the focus of conflict from religious and ethnic issues to the divide between the impoverished and the aristocrats. Amidst this unyielding struggle, Emperor Drew suddenly enacted a new law. Any noble who dared to disrupt the normal lives of the citizenry would be stripped of their noble status, and citizens were granted the right to assemble and parade peacefully, with any organization forbidden from obstructing legitimate gatherings. This legislation clearly indicated a covert support for the commoners against the nobility. Simultaneously, the previous decree remained in effect, suffocating the restless nobles under the weight of both laws. Thus, Emperor Dru garnered immense adoration from the populace. Over 5 years, he undertook a significant purge of all nobles suspected of treason, ultimately revealing that he had systematically replaced key positions with loyalists, predominantly from his own royal lineage. Moreover, he subtly endorsed one of the most powerful factions, the Radiant Church, facilitating its ascension to the status of the sole state religion. Within 5 years, Emperor Dru effectively concluded millennia of religious chaos and ethnic strife. However, historians and nobles alike were astounded to discover that the elevation of the Pope now required the emperor's endorsement, establishing an unprecedented supremacy of imperial authority over ecclesiastical power. Chapter 19. The Day of Agreement. Once the turmoil subsided, Emperor Dru convened a conference with allied nations, during which a unified cultural examination was established, leading to a triennial continental assessment. 4 years later, at the age of 24, he introduced the imperial law, a decree signifying supremacy over the emperor himself, thus becoming the highest law of the empire. This law was deemed absolute, theoretically capable of executing an emperor, though no record exists of such an occurrence. However, several dukes with treasonous intentions were found guilty of various offenses and executed. This legendary emperor's achievements eclipsed those of his ancestors, who had conquered lands but failed to govern them. The northern continent was left in awe, and even distant lands marveled at his audacity and capability. Yet, this extraordinary figure chose to retire at the tender age of 25, bequeathing his throne to his brother rather than his 5-year-old son. After startling the world once more, Emperor Dru vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the enduring legacy of the imperial law, perhaps this mythical ruler would have faded into obscurity. A legendary emperor, his influence remains unaltered for a millennium. The imperial law, a testament to his brilliance, continues to be upheld, as it contains no discernible flaws. It is almost unfathomable that such a flawless legal framework was crafted by a mere 24-year-old ruler. This law safeguards the rights of the affluent while ensuring that the impoverished populace remains oblivious to any discrepancies, allowing them to live in peace. This seemingly deceptive law, which claims supremacy over all, including imperial authority, has earned the unwavering loyalty of the citizenry for over 3 centuries. Emperor Dru is regarded by Jiang Fan as the most revered figure in the history of the northern continent, having resolved issues that had persisted for millennia during his decade of rule, all the while deftly neutralizing potential threats. Yet, this ruler relinquished his imperial power, and Dru's disappearance has become one of the most perplexing enigmas of the continent. However, upon discovering the existence of a realm of cultivation, Jiang Fan experienced a sudden epiphany. He promptly began investigating the descendants of Emperor Dru and, after considerable effort, unearthed information indicating that Dru's son, Deshirin, also vanished at the age of 14. A fate reminiscent of Jiang Fan's current plight. He speculated that this father-son duo likely ventured into the so-called realm of cultivation. Jiang Fan spent the better part of half a year preparing for examinations, and outwardly, everything appeared to be as usual, save for the look in his eyes. Those once sharp and clever eyes had transformed into a gaze of profound wisdom, now tinged with a hint of disdain, as if he held a low opinion of the intelligence of those around him. His youthful visage bore no trace of anxiety, only an air of indifference that left his uncle, who accompanied him to the examination, puzzled. Over the past 6 months, his uncle had observed Jiang Fan's demeanor closely, and the disdainful glimmer in his eyes sent a chill through him. He distinctly recalled that it was the same gaze his prodigious younger brother possessed. The small estate where Jiang Fan resided had never before placed such emphasis on the continental examinations. When the results were announced a few days later, astonishment and disbelief swept through the populace as Jiang Fan effortlessly secured the top position in the Holy Flame Empire's regional examination, earning the right to represent the empire in the Northern Continental Assessment. While Jiang Fan's intelligence was undeniable, how could a 13-year-old child, regardless of his cleverness, possibly compete with individuals in their 20s or 30s in terms of experience and knowledge? Yet he achieved it. After another month of waiting, Jiang Fan continued to live as if nothing had changed, until his name resonated throughout the Holy Flame Empire and even across the northern continent. He astonishingly claimed the top spot in the Northern Continental examinations as well. Those who had witnessed the emergence of this prodigious tale were left utterly flabbergasted. A 13-year-old stood at the pinnacle of scholarly achievement? This created an insurmountable chasm that future generations would struggle to cross. A 13-year-old scholar, signifying limitless potential ahead. During the recent accolade ceremony, he was subtly hinted to be on the path to becoming a duke or prince, making it abundantly clear that the Jiang family was destined to ascend as one of the foremost noble families in the Holy Flame Empire. At such a tender age, he already occupied the highest echelons of the literary realm, attracting visits from numerous esteemed scholars and professors eager to seek his insights on subjects they had spent their lives attempting to master, many of whom returned satisfied. Perhaps Emperor Drew never anticipated that 3 centuries later, a prodigious genius akin to himself would emerge. Ein has extremes. Chaos becomes unity, the primordial and the ultimate oneness. Enough. Silence. Speak not of the heavens and the earth, nor of the dualities, their essence beneath the 4 symbols. Old man, cease your chatter, like a fly buzzing incessantly. Come now, allow me to indulge in a pleasant dream. How could I allow you to rest well when I find myself so bored? Alas, why do you linger in existence? Oh, what malicious slander this is. Young man, have you completed all the tasks I assigned to you? Of course I have. Yet I believe my intellect has reached considerable heights. Might you impart some useful knowledge upon me? You always seem to be slacking off. Do not seek excuses. This simple mantra will reveal its significance in due time, greatly benefiting your temperament. Enough, it is time for you to rise. Tick-tock, time flows swiftly, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Jiang Fan has reached the age of 14, his stature significantly increased, and the innocence of his youth has faded considerably, replaced by a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Today marks the very day inscribed on the note within the box. Jiang Fan's life has been exceptionally tranquil and harmonious, to the point where he himself feels a tinge of boredom. Besides his studies and the old man's mantras, there has been little else to occupy his time. However, today is different. Jiang Fan has set his alarm for 5:30, and at the first sound of the bell, he springs out of bed. Life is indeed capable of transformation. No one is born destined to be a tragic figure. Although Jiang Fan has forgotten his past life, fragmented images still flicker through his mind. Presently, he is a scholar of the continent, having declined the opportunity to become the brother-in-law of the esteemed Dello. Yet he remains a renowned scholar across the land. Seize him. The shouts from behind jerk Jiang Fan back from his reverie. Quickly, catch that thief. Jiang Fan, momentarily stunned, turns to glance behind him. A youth, only slightly older than himself, clad in a gray shirt and blue trousers, is running towards him. His expression, once composed, now mirrors panic, his complexion pale, and he is drenched in sweat, clutching a high-end black handbag as he approaches. They say excellence can be found in every profession. Yet achieving distinction is no simple feat. It is evident that this lad is a novice, his face ashen with fear. Shaking his head, Jiang Fan contemplates. Observing the frantic boy hurtling towards him, he feigns indifference and continues walking. However, as the boy brushes past him, Jiang Fan suddenly extends his leg, tripping him. Thud! The boy, oblivious to the danger beside him, stumbles and falls, resembling a lost dog in Jiang Fan's eyes. Jiang Fan winces slightly, as the impact is painfully real against his ankle. Despite his formidable spirit, his physical form remains as fragile as in his previous life. Nonetheless, he does not dwell on it. Denying the boy a chance to rise, he steps onto his chest with a smile, saying, "You are quite dedicated to your work at such an early hour, my friend. Acts of heroism seem non-existent in this world. Only those of a bygone era would engage in such deeds." Yet, inexplicably, Jiang Fan finds himself compelled to act, dressed in a tailored black robe adorned with gold. His noble demeanor commands respect, further enhanced by his delicate physique and keen gaze, which rivals even that of Prince Dello. Jiang Fan never entertained notions of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. His mind is overburdened with knowledge, and he now adheres strictly to the adage, "Beware the charming serpent." Currently, he harbors little belief that many women possess the beauty to match their inner character. Yet, he is taken aback by the woman from whom the bag was snatched. Her postmodern appearance suggests she is in her 20s, though her figure resembles a water tank. Her face captivates even someone as discerning as Jiang Fan, momentarily rendering him speechless. This woman, exuding a wild charisma, lifts Jiang Fan off the ground, leaving him breathless. She playfully insists that he reach out to her if trouble arises. Jiang Fan, wishing to maintain his anonymity, discreetly pockets her business card before departing. As he reminisces about his earlier encounter, he finds himself at the entrance of the research institute. Looking up, a wave of melancholy washes over him. This is the very place where his father works. Jiang Fan instinctively straightens his attire and steps inside. The place is eerily empty, not a soul in sight, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "Child, whom are you seeking?" A voice, delicate yet tinged with youth. Calls out from behind him. Jiang Fan turns abruptly, only to find a petite girl, barely taller than himself, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief, embodying the potential of beauty. With her chin raised defiantly, she regards him with a gaze full of disdain and mockery. Upon encountering her contemptuous glare, Jiang Fan's brow furrows. He has little tolerance for such derision. With a sigh, he mutters to himself about the impudence of this young girl. Neither punishment nor reprimand seems appropriate. Instead, he feigns searching for something unusual, saying aloud, "I could have sworn I heard someone calling my name. Where could they be?" The girl, momentarily taken aback, quickly narrows her eyes in anger at Jiang Fan. Is there anyone here? How can this place be so devoid of life? Yet Jiang Fan chooses to ignore her, turning to walk further inside. "Hey, you little brat, are you blind?" she shouts, her voice rising as she realizes he disregards her presence. How revolting. Such a lack of decorum, Jiang Fan retorts, spinning around to cover his nose while mimicking her disdainful expression. "You'll regret this. We'll see about that." The girl, stunned by the audacity of Jiang Fan's reply, storms off into the research institute. Jiang Fan shrugs nonchalantly, muttering under his breath, "Who would want that girl in the future? I am a respectable young man. I shall not be bullied by some impudent little girl," before resuming his path. Chapter 20. The world of cultivation. What a fine specimen of a man who bullies women, indeed. A voice laced with derision suddenly wafts from behind him. Jiang Fan pauses, swiftly turning to confront the source. A boy, of similar age, stands there, his complexion pale, features refined, adorned in opulent attire, clearly a scion of wealth. The boy looks upon Jiang Fan with disdain, while a well-dressed, slender middle-aged man stands behind him, his gaze reflecting a weariness inconsistent with his years. Seemingly disinterested in the proceedings, Jiang Fan purses his lips, suppressing a sigh, yet outwardly he feigns surprise, allowing a genuine smile to light up his face. His eyes curving like crescent moons. This smile, pure and untainted, radiates warmth, leaving both the boy and the middle-aged man momentarily stunned. "What are you laughing at?" the boy demands, perplexed by Jiang Fan's reaction. "There's someone behind you. Judging by his demeanor, he must be your attendant. While I have no intention of bullying you, I found it amusing and could only smile." Jiang Fan's expression shifts back to neutrality as he shrugs, nonchalantly voicing his thoughts. The boy appears bewildered. At his age, he struggles to comprehend Jiang Fan's demeanor. However, the middle-aged man behind him regards Jiang Fan with newfound intrigue, appraising him with keen interest. A frail voice suddenly interjects from the side. "What a clever little rascal. I wonder which family you hail from. Where are your parents?" Jiang Fan glances sideways, his heart skipping a beat. An elderly man with snow-white hair, exuding warmth, reminds him of his grandfather. Yet, that is not the most striking aspect. It is the charming little girl with bright, moon-like eyes beside him, her expression one of utter curiosity as she studies Jiang Fan intently. It appears that Jiang Fan's demeanor has left a favorable impression on the girl. "Nothing more," Jiang Fan stated decisively, showing no intention of concealing his thoughts. "Nothing more? Who is your father?" The elder was taken aback, his dark, emaciated face quivering slightly, surprised by Jiang Fan's response, and he inquired further. Although Jiang Qimin had forgotten his past life, he carried over the same carefree spirit, and his feelings towards a father he barely knew were rather lukewarm. Thus, he was not particularly concerned about uttering his father's name. "What? Jiang is your father?" The astonishment in the elder's voice was mirrored by the thin middle-aged man and the little girl he brought with him, both gazing at Jiang Fan with incredulity. Observing their reactions, Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned, scratching his head and returning the elder's gaze with equal perplexity. Could it be that he was indeed quite renowned in the realm of immortals? Jiang Fan pondered, inadvertently recalling the gentleman from his dreams, who spoke with an air of confidence yet possessed a certain rugged charisma. "Ha, splendid. You've grown so much. I must say, you do bear a striking resemblance to Master Xianshi," the elder remarked with a warm smile, while the little girl squinted her eyes in delight at Jiang Fan. "Uncle Li, who is Jiang Qimin? Is he formidable?" the youth queried, looking back at the gaunt man behind him, clearly confused. The thin man, referred to as Uncle Li by the youth, was at a loss for words. "You don't even know Master Jiang?" he thought, feeling a sense of embarrassment for the boy, who had come out to make a fool of himself. Before Uncle Li could recover from his awkwardness, the astute girl in front of the elder disdainfully addressed the youth. "You really don't know? Even the savior of the immortal realm, Master Jiang, is the most distinguished cultivator among the 4 great sects. How dare you show your face here when you don't even recognize him?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, clearly indicating that she was a pampered and headstrong girl at home. After reddening the boy's cheeks yet again, she turned her attention away from him, intrigued instead by the composed Jiang Fan. The youth, wanting to retort, found himself being gently pulled away by Uncle Li, who seemed to recall something and led him away with his head down. Before departing, Uncle Li exchanged a helpless smile with the elder and nodded solemnly at Jiang Fan, his eyes reflecting a hint of respect. Today's encounter had already begun to reveal Jiang Fan's standing, and although he knew his father was an immortal, he had not anticipated the extent of his father's fame. "Hello, I am Lu, from the Lu family of the Northern District," the girl said, smiling at Jiang Fan as she extended her delicate, fair hand, her eyes now filled with admiration rather than the disdain exhibited earlier. Jiang Fan scratched his head, recognizing the girl's fondness for him, yet he was entirely oblivious to the significance of the Northern District she mentioned. "Hello, I am Jiang Fan," he replied, shaking her hand with an air of nonchalance. With a mind brimming with knowledge, his demeanor was indeed extraordinary. As Jiang Fan and Lu conversed while walking, he found himself well-versed in matters outside the realm of immortality. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder gazed at Jiang Fan's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of nostalgia and regret. As they strolled through the dimly lit corridor, Jiang Fan turned to the girl and asked, "Could you enlighten me about the immortal realm you just mentioned?" He felt no embarrassment in admitting his ignorance, for she seemed to possess the knowledge he lacked and appeared to be of similar age. Ever since Jiang Fan's memories had been sealed, he had genuinely believed himself to be in his teenage years. Although he could hardly tolerate the childish antics of his peers, he saw no harm in seeking clarification. "Really? You don't know about the immortal realm? How is that possible?" The girl hesitated, yet her expression was not one of disdain like that directed at the previous boy. "My parents disappeared when I was young, and I truly know nothing about my father," Jiang Fan said, his tone turning somber, revealing a trace of helplessness in his eyes. The girl frowned slightly upon hearing this, but then broke into a cheerful grin, patting Jiang Fan's shoulder and saying, "No worries, I'll tell you all about it." Thus, through the girl's explanations, Jiang Fan finally gleaned some understanding about the immortal realm, a topic his previous mentor had steadfastly avoided. It was a wondrous world where beings possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of manipulating objects and even flying at advanced levels. This realm, closely intertwined with the mortal world, yet shrouded in mystery, remained largely unknown to all but a few who held positions of power. Not everyone can become a cultivator. There are stringent prerequisites. One must possess a rare spiritual vein, a trait that only one in tens of thousands might have. And these veins are categorized into different levels. Higher levels allow for swifter cultivation and greater potential in becoming a cultivator. In this miraculous world, one's strength is paramount. Emotions hold little weight, as only cultivation and status matter. The prominence of one's status and the might of their faction are achieved through diligent practice and reaching certain realms. The families Lu referred to are those who emerged from the immortal realm, living in the mortal world solely for the sake of procreation. In the immortal realm, there exists a peculiar cycle akin to a reincarnation curse, wherein children born within may encounter significant challenges. A treaty was established between the highest echelons of the immortal and mortal realms, stipulating that cultivators must refrain from conflict in the mortal world. Yet they are obliged to assist when the mortal realm is in peril. Breaching this treaty would result in the expulsion of immortal cultivators from the mortal realm. However, this treaty is essentially a mere formality, as mortals can never truly control cultivators. Although few can become cultivators, each member of a cultivator family possesses a spiritual vein, indicating a genetic correlation. Children born to parents with spiritual veins are likely to inherit them, whereas those born to parents without such veins almost certainly lack them. These children are sent to cultivation sects for training, as the spiritual energy in the mortal realm is far too weak, explaining why the offspring of these families are often feeble before entering the immortal realm. Such children may eventually become powerful cultivators, traversing the heavens. The more Jiang Fan listened, the more exhilarated he became. Was this not precisely what he had been pursuing all these years? To become a cultivator, an immortal, and ultimately, a true deity. Jiang Fan contemplated. Could this be his father's intention? Reflecting on the mortal realm, he found little that held his interest any longer. "Can I go?" Jiang Fan hesitantly inquired, casting a glance at Lu, his eyes gleaming with desire, fueled by an impulse to conquer the immortal realm. "Of course. I've heard your mother is quite remarkable as well. You undoubtedly inherited her lineage, which guarantees your status as a cultivator. And you are absolutely qualified to participate in the trials," Lu replied confidently. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, a smile creeping onto his lips. Ever since earning the title of scholar, he had lost interest in the mortal realm. The intrigues and political machinations of the court would have intrigued him had he been the protagonist instead of that Darrow. Now, however, Jiang Fan found himself ever closer to the immortal realm, inching toward his ultimate dream. In the realm of cultivation, at long last, I have found you. Jiang Fan maintained a facade of calmness while inwardly he clenched his fists, resolutely making up his mind. Chapter 21. Who dares to marry this young lady? The two children chatted amiably as they gradually ventured into the backyard of the research institute. The courtyard was quite spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of people without difficulty. However, the only building in the rear appeared rather shabby. A small red-painted cottage, seemingly no more than a dozen square meters, was bustling with dozens of children queuing to enter. The elderly man glanced at the long line ahead, crouched down, and spoke to Jiang Fan. Child, if you are truly determined to take this step, you shall follow Luer from now on. She knows everything about this place and will take care of you. Jiang Fan feigned shyness, casting a glance at the adorable little girl beside him, his heart unexpectedly racing. Perhaps it was because he had forgotten his true age, but he felt a peculiar fondness for this girl with eyes as bright as the moon. Rest assured, Grandpa L. He will not suffer while he is with me, the girl said with a beaming smile. The elderly man patted her head, smiling as he regarded the two children with a nod. It was then that Jiang Fan learned the old man's surname was L. Haha, has Sima-chan also come? When did your Sima family branch gain the right to participate in the test? Is there no one left in your family? Shut your mouth. You dog of the O family, how dare you bark at me? Repeat that. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Fan turned to look. Among the arguing youths, he recognized one from the Sima family. Lu glanced over and disdainfully remarked, a bunch of second-generation wealthy heirs flaunting their family power. It's clear they are all utterly inept in cultivation. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Even if their skills were poor, they still possessed some level of ability, while he himself was still unaware of what cultivation truly entailed. Nevertheless, few in the vicinity could genuinely harm Jiang Fan. Although his claim of possessing a soul far superior to others was an exaggeration, it was indeed dozens of times greater. Before departing, Xian Shui had imparted to him a method to harness his soul's power for self-defense, which was sufficient for him at this stage. Jiang Fan, ignore these people. They are mere trash who rely on their family's strength to flaunt their prowess. Lu's voice was loud enough for the quarreling youths to hear. Jiang Fan chuckled bitterly. This young lady seemed to be deliberately provoking them. As he had anticipated, the opposing group erupted in fury. You little brat, who are you talking about? One of the short-haired boys, his complexion slightly darker than the others, was evidently more formidable than the rest, as his physique was far more robust than those of the frail youths around him. The brown-haired boy was the first to voice his objections, and soon the others began to target Lu. What are you going to do about it? Let's have a contest, shall we? Lu raised her chin defiantly, stepping forward, her previous mirth replaced by an icy resolve. Am I supposed to fear you? The brown-haired youth strode forward boldly, drawing the attention of the bored boys and girls waiting in the courtyard, some of whom began to cheer. Jiang Fan observed Lu's stubborn and proud expression with surprise. Stealing a glance at old L, he found the elder remarkably composed, showing no intention to intervene. It seemed this little girl should not be underestimated. As the two opponents stood in the clearing, the short-haired boy began gesturing with his right hand, then suddenly brought both hands together. A red fireball, the size of an egg, materialized with a whoosh between his palms. Though the heat was imperceptible from their distance, the fierce flames made it clear that this was not something to approach lightly. The other youths fell silent, some whispering to one another. Yuan Shan's cultivation has progressed to the point where he can condense flames. He must be at least at the 4th level of skill. Yes, at least at the 4th level. I expected him to use spiritual techniques, but I didn't realize he could effortlessly employ spells. I never would have guessed he was this strong. Jiang Fan gazed at the fireball between the boy's hands, astonished. Though he had seen Xian Shui unleash wind blades, she was a nine-tailed fox, not a human. Yet now, he was witnessing a boy of his own age conjuring a fireball. The sight filled him with excitement, as he realized he too might one day achieve such feats. However, hearing the murmurs of others, he felt a twinge of concern for the only ally he had made thus far. Glancing again at Lu, who bore an expression of utter disdain, Jiang Fan nodded, understanding that she was far more formidable than she appeared. Lu studied the flickering flame in the boy's hands, growing impatient as she asked, "Are you ready? If so, hurry up and attack." Her contemptuous demeanor and scornful words ignited Yuan Shan's ire. He had hesitated, worried about injuring her, but the disdain radiating from the girl dispelled his doubts. After all, he was still a child, easily provoked. He thrust his hands forward, and the deep crimson flames surged forth toward Lu. Lulu merely glanced coldly at the approaching flames, snorted softly, and her slender fingers blurred. When they came to a halt, an ice arrow, as thick as her finger, had formed in her palm. With a slight gesture, the ice arrow shot forth, striking the fireball with unerring accuracy. With a hiss, steam erupted as the flames collided with the ice arrow, rapidly diminishing the fireball while the ice arrow began to melt. Clearly, their first exchange had resulted in a stalemate, but before anyone could react, a fist-sized ice sphere struck Yuan Shan squarely in the face. With a thud, a muffled scream followed. Yuan Shan was sent sprawling several meters away, blood spilling from his mouth, and he lay groaning on the ground, likely having lost a few teeth. Yet, instead of feeling joy, Jiang Fan was suddenly gripped by a chill, for he clearly perceived a glimmer of malice in the girl's eyes. It was evident that this was not her first instance of violence. Without a hint of hesitation, she swiftly changed her hand gestures, and a half-meter-long ice spear began to take shape above her head. An intense chill enveloped the entire courtyard, causing Jiang Fan to shiver involuntarily. Murder. He had never dared to contemplate such a notion. Not only in his current state, but even in his past life, he had never thought of killing. He did not even comprehend the concept of deep-seated hatred. Yet, at this moment, he realized that what had begun as a simple contest could swiftly devolve into slaughter among cultivators. At this moment, the girl's bright eyes narrowed slightly. While the boy on the ground wore a face of sheer terror, an ominous aura of murderous intent enveloping the entire backyard. The boy continued to crawl backward, urgently exclaiming, I concede, spare me." Yet the girl suddenly burst into laughter, her beautiful smile evoking an unsettling sense of dread. With a swift motion of her right hand, a sharp ice spear shot forth, gleaming with a blinding light as it hurtled towards the boy. As the ice spear approached, the boy's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering uncontrollably, fully aware that upon impact, his demise was certain. Just as the ice spear closed in within a meter of him, a sudden whoosh resounded from afar. A massive earthen sphere, the size of a barrel, hurtled forth like a cannonball, crashing into the ice spear with a thunderous explosion. Instantly, both the ice spear and the earthen sphere shattered, sending debris of soil and ice cascading through the air. From the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing black robe emerged, his brow furrowed. A glaring scar marred his face, extending from the corner of his right eye down to his chin, rendering what might have been a reasonably handsome visage utterly disfigured. He cast a penetrating glare not at the two combatants, but fixed his eyes on old Lu, who stood beside Jiang Fan. "Old Lu, this girl is merciless. Why do you not discipline her?" Old Lu merely snorted in response, nonchalantly stating, "There's no use in keeping the useless alive. It's better to let my lady hone her skills. Besides, he's just a servant. Over a dozen have perished at her hands already. Why should you care? Brother O? The Lu family will compensate for any losses." The black-robed man shot old Lu another fierce glance before turning away, not sparing a single look at the fallen boy. "Humph, who else dares to defy? Step forward." At this moment, the girl, disinterested in the unfolding drama, swept her disdainful gaze across the assembled crowd. The previously boisterous youths deliberately averted their eyes from Lulu, with even the most vociferous boy from the Sima family now resembling a wilted eggplant, subdued. "How about that? Am I not impressive?" The girl, seeing no one respond, arrogantly returned to Jiang Fan's side, her previously fierce demeanor replaced by a beaming smile directed at him. "Truly remarkable. How did you accomplish that? I can hardly believe my eyes." Jiang Fan, still immersed in the recent clash, recalled the girl's unwavering intent to kill, a shiver running down his spine. Who would dare to marry such a woman? A newfound respect for Lu blossomed within him. "Oh, it's merely frequent practice," she replied, evidently pleased by such flattery. Old Lu beamed at Lu with affectionate eyes, while a few subordinates cautiously approached to assist the groaning Yuan Shantai, who lay on the ground. Chapter 22. The entrance examination. The other family retainers, witnessing the girl's prowess, were taken aback. Indeed, the Lu family has produced yet another prodigy. Their standing will surely rise in the coming years. Yet, none expressed any disapproval regarding Lu's lethal display. "Look at her. Such a young girl already possesses strength beyond the 6th level of cultivation. She might well become an elder in the sect one day." The children around her were all petrified, no longer daring to make any noise, casting furtive, fearful glances at Lu. Whenever her gaze swept over them, they hastily averted their eyes in panic. In the tense silence, a voice suddenly rang out from within the small house. "Next batch." Several dejected youths emerged, their faces reflecting the desolation of an apocalypse. "Did you see that? Those are the eliminated ones. Their future holds nothing more than managing family estates or businesses. They will never have another chance to enter the realm of cultivation. Lulu whispered to the puzzled Jiang Fan at her side. Is it truly a one-time opportunity? What did they measure inside? Jiang Fan was deeply concerned about the impending challenges, especially upon hearing that it was a singular chance. Yes, they assess your spiritual veins. Of course, if you already possess a notable level of cultivation, you may directly enter the sect. Spiritual veins? I'm uncertain if I possess any, Jiang Fan replied, biting his lip in uncertainty. Lulu frowned, knowing Jiang Fan could cultivate, but uncertain about the quality of his spiritual veins. Wait until it's your turn. I'll accompany you inside. Don't worry, I have my ways, old Lu assured the two children in a hushed tone. Can you really do that, Grandpa Lu? Jiang Fan asked hesitantly, glancing up at old Lu, while Lu appeared equally astonished. This test must be conducted without leniency. Can you manage it, Grandpa Lu? Lu queried, her brow furrowed in doubt. Old Lu simply chuckled, patting the heads of the two children. Rules are made by people, rest assured. At that moment, Lu seemed a different person, fully aware that in the realm of cultivation, power and status were paramount. Yuan Shan's inadequacy rendered him merely a retainer, insignificant in the eyes of others. In contrast, Jiang Fan, despite his lower strength, bore the title of the immortal master's son, ensuring no one would dare to belittle him. In truth, Jiang Fan was more suited to the role of a second-generation heir than those earlier boisterous youths. Observing old Lu's confident demeanor, Jiang Fan felt a surge of reassurance, yet a twinge of unease lingered, especially given old Lu's excessive attentiveness. Thus, Jiang Fan watched wave after wave of failures, their despondent expressions and vacant stares leaving a lasting impression on him. Witnessing their plight, Jiang Fan's heart trembled. Indeed, injustice abounds. Even in the realm of cultivation, why are some born as prodigies, while others must endure a life of mediocrity? As Jiang Fan mourned for the failures of these youths, another voice echoed within him. In this world, nothing is inherently fair, yet every circumstance carries its own cause and effect. If you wish to alter your fate, strive for it. What do you mean by that, old man? Jiang Fan hesitated before responding. These young ones, though they possess low spiritual roots, could have succeeded through relentless hard work. Yet, they have been eliminated. This is the law of the jungle. Look at that girl. While her spiritual veins are undoubtedly strong, she has also endured her fair share of hardships. Only through perseverance and effort can one earn respect. Otherwise, how could she wield such power? Even to the point of taking lives without a second thought? Her standing within her family must be significant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan refrained from further comment, understanding that there was truth in those words. Ultimately, those who do not strive will be cast aside, and even genius is merely a matter of time. Ah, old man, since you inexplicably appeared within me a year ago, you have been a tremendous help. Thanks to you, I have navigated this year safely. I am truly grateful. I feel I have grown considerably, Jiang Fan said with a gentle smile. Little brat, do not attempt to placate me with flattery and insincere smiles. Jiang Fan was jolted from his introspective reverie as the girl gently patted his shoulder, drawing him back to the present. Startled, he quickly donned his signature innocent smile, causing Lu to pause, a faint blush creeping onto her youthful face. Jiang Fan never anticipated that the seemingly small exterior of the building would conceal a resplendent hall exceeding 100 square meters in size. Within this spacious chamber stood merely a handful of children, akin in stature to Jiang Fan, accompanied by several adults from various families. At the forefront, a middle-aged man stood on an elevated platform. His appearance was rather unremarkable, yet he exuded an air of disdain. The condescending contempt he directed towards the assembly below stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Jiang Fan. No prince of the Holy Flame Empire had ever displayed such arrogance in his presence. Beside this man was a white jade pedestal that emanated a faint glow, and before it stood a square, mirror-like white jade column, behind which loomed a massive jade disc. The middle-aged man grasped a list, and his eyes, which had been only partially open, now glimmered with a cold light. Has Yuan Shan from the Yuan family arrived? He inquired succinctly. Ahem, here. Yuan Shan, with blood still staining the corners of his mouth, disregarded his appearance and stumbled onto a white jade staircase. Placing his trembling hands on the column before him, the gentle glow intensified, and suddenly, the jade wall behind flickered. Yuan Shan, true fate body, for levels of cultivation. The middle-aged man acknowledged with a nod, signaling that Yuan Shan could depart. For levels, quite commendable, he mused. Yet, alas, it is merely a true fate body. Such individuals barely qualify for the realm of cultivation, and I doubt they will achieve much in the future. Whispers and outright ridicule permeated the air. How juvenile, Jiang Fan remarked, surveying the scene. In this world, certain things can be done but must never be spoken of, while others may be spoken of but never acted upon. These individuals only knew how to mock others. They would surely feel the sting of embarrassment when confronted with their own shortcomings. As expected, the loudest voices belonged to those who had just been eliminated. Zhang Chuang, void spirit body, 2 levels of cultivation. The revelation of his dismal rank elicited laughter. How pathetic. To think he even dares to show his face here. The Jiang family has truly fallen. Even the retainers who accompanied the children could not help but shake their heads in disapproval. A fresh wave of derision washed over the hall. Yet Jiang Fan remained composed amidst the chaos, while Lu, who had initially stifled her laughter, quickly suppressed her amusement upon noticing Jiang Fan's serene demeanor. Ahem. The middle-aged man coughed lightly, adopting a more solemn tone. Is Sima Cun from the Sima family present? Instantly, the hall fell silent, and Jiang Fan turned his gaze curiously towards the boy whom Lu had previously looked down upon. The mention of the 6 great families of the Northern District sent a jolt through Jiang Fan. Heavens! Lu mentioned that the Northern District encompasses the entire Northern continent. This boy possesses such formidable backing. It seems I must befriend him and avoid antagonizing him at all costs. He resolved inwardly. Sima Cun appeared visibly anxious, trembling as he placed his hand against the white jade wall. True fate body, 3 levels of cultivation. The outcome was similar to Yuan Shan's, perhaps even lesser, yet the hall remained utterly silent. Jiang Fan smirked, reflecting on the superficiality of it all, as he observed the downcast Sima Cun retreating without a word. True fate body seems to be the minimum requirement, he contemplated. But why are so many people limited to this level? The girl mentioned that if one achieves 6 levels of cultivation, they could also qualify. Alas, I possess no such advantage and must rely solely on fate. As the waiting dragged on, Jiang Fan realized that the odds of entering the cultivation realm were exceedingly low, with most candidates being summarily dismissed. Those who failed resembled specters, stumbling out of the hall. Is Lu from the Lu family present? A melodious voice called out from beside Jiang Fan. Here, Lu replied, offering Jiang Fan a fleeting smile as she stepped forward. The mention of the 6 great families left Jiang Fan momentarily stunned, but a surge of excitement soon followed. What a twist of fate. This girl has such a powerful background. No wonder she carries herself with such confidence. Perhaps I may need to rely on her in the future. The jade pedestal twinkled as the middle-aged man proclaimed, true monarch body, 6 levels of cultivation. He seemed incredulous, yet the undeniable reality lay before him. The hall fell into a profound silence, everyone astonished by the remarkable revelation. Grandfather Lu, what exactly does a true monarch body signify? Jiang Fan inquired, uncertain of the implications of this esteemed classification, but recognizing its extraordinary nature. He turned to Elder Lu, who appeared equally stunned, his eyes brimming with excitement. The true monarch body ranks second among cultivation veins, surpassed only by the true divinity body. Below them are the true saint, true fate, and the inconsequential void spirit body. If the void spirit body is 1 in 10,000, the true fate body is 1 in 100,000, and the true saint is 1 in 1,000,000. Thus, the true monarch body is an astonishing 1 in 10 million. The Northern District hasn't seen such a vein in over 2 years. Chapter 23. Deception and Survival. Elder Lu remained animated, passionately explaining the significance to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan gasped in disbelief, glancing back at Lu with newfound curiosity. With such rarity, who will this woman marry? What if domestic violence claims the poor man's life? Domestic violence? Jiang Fan scratched his head, the term both familiar and alien, stirring something within him. Nevertheless, a woman of such power and capability would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally. As Lu rejoined the line, her excitement was palpable, glancing at Jiang Fan with an eagerness for affirmation. You are the most astonishing girl I have ever encountered. I never imagined a talent such as yours could exist. When you mature, you may very well become the foremost female cultivator in the realm, Jiang Fan remarked, showering her with compliments. Lu beamed at his words, her heart swelling with joy, as her delight became evident. She had always been elated. But Jiang Fan's sincere praise ignited an affection within her that was difficult to articulate, rendering her fond of him, captivated by his every word and smile. Elder Lu, however, merely smiled and shook his head gently, recognizing Jiang Fan's flattery for what it was, yet marveling at how naturally it flowed from him. The old man could not help but admire Jiang Fan's charm at merely 14 years of age. His affability evoked no animosity in anyone. Is Jiang Fan present? The middle-aged man read the name, somewhat bewildered, as he had never encountered an application from a family-less individual. This was the very form that Elder Lu had just completed for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan approached slowly, his heart heavy with uncertainty. "What now, old man? Can I succeed?" He silently questioned. "Perhaps not, but fret not. I have a plan." Initially disheartened, Jiang Fan soon exhaled deeply, placing unwavering trust in the abilities of the elder residing within him. Gradually, he laid his hand upon the jade column. With a sharp crack, the white jade wall shattered without warning, splitting into two halves. The entire hall was once again enveloped in a deathly silence, with both the elderly Lu and the middle-aged man announcing the results rendered completely speechless. Just as the middle-aged man was about to declare the disqualification, Elder Lu suddenly communicated silently with him, regardless of which family he belonged to or who his father was. It was unacceptable. The middle-aged man, seemingly hearing something from Elder Lu, suddenly glared at him and roared in anger. Yet, before he could fully express his fury, Elder Lu conveyed the latter part of his message, leaving the middle-aged man in a state of astonishment. He scrutinized Jiang Fan anew, deeply furrowing his brow. Uncertainty etched upon his face. Thus, the hall remained silent for nearly 15 minutes until the middle-aged man finally made up his mind. There would be no result. A re-evaluation would take place after 1 year in the sect. Having spoken, he picked up a pen and inscribed the name Jiang Qimin in the family column of Jiang Fan's application form. On a desolate and barren island, situated at the intersection of the righteous and the wicked in the realm of cultivation, fierce disputes had erupted between the two factions over this forsaken land. The recent clashes had been the most intense yet, lasting over a week, involving numerous elders on both sides. In the valley defended by the righteous sect, colorful rays of light converged. The adept leaders of the 4 major sects unleashed their most formidable skills, and 4 elders from the 10,000 Dharma sect even set up the formidable small Wuxiang Vajra formation, collectively summoning the supreme Wujing apparition. The towering figure, clad in a silver robe and wielding a 5-colored Dharma wheel, appeared as if a celestial being had descended, glaring furiously at the opposing force. Surrounded by countless ethereal white lotus apparitions that occasionally collided, emitting dazzling flashes of light. Meanwhile, the wicked faction steadfastly defended a valley, with all members poised for attack. At the center of the valley stood 6 middle-aged men cloaked in black mist, their heads adorned with hats, forming a circle with their palms facing the sky as they chanted incantations. The black mist surrounding them coalesced towards the center, where a blood-red skull pulsated with crimson light, absorbing the malevolent energy from the 6. Above the skull, a demonic apparition with twin horns and a bone sword slowly materialized, its visage shrouded in darkness. Save for its blood-red eyes that locked onto the supreme Wujing apparition across from it, expelling dark purple gas from its mouth. As the demonic figure fully took shape, a black radiance enveloped half the island, clashing with the brilliant colors of the righteous side. With a thunderous roar, the demon shouted, "Kill!" Instantly, over 100 wicked cultivators surged towards the righteous camp, while the demonic figure charged at the Wujing apparition. A gust of wind heralding the approach of a black misty energy that collided with the divine figure. Heavenly against demonic, righteous against wicked, vibrant hues against darkness, and greed against greed. The battlefield was a scene of grim despair, with few survivors remaining amidst the carnage, the ground soaked in blood and strewn with lifeless bodies. While the few remaining cultivators staggered away on their flying swords, the neutral forces observed the battlefield as if watching a play, relocating the corpses to the side. "My Chinger, I am so sorry," murmured a blood-soaked figure, his once pristine blue robe stained crimson, his long black hair matted with blood, his previously bright eyes now clouded, and his pale face devoid of any vitality. A gray sword pierced through his chest, leaving him on the brink of death. Beside him lay 3 men in blood-red robes, their features obscured by blood, 2 of their bodies severed, innards littering the ground. The only intact one was pinned to the earth by a pale blue sword, lifeless. With great effort, he extended his right hand, now stained a purplish red with congealed blood, reaching for a red string a few feet away. His fingers trembling as blood dripped from his broken nails. Grasping the string, the last flicker of light in his eyes centered on it. "Chinger, will I see you one last time?" He gazed at the red string as if entranced, clutching it tightly, a faint smile eternally frozen upon his pallid visage. On an ancient, ornate bed lay a delicate figure, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes fluttering, her face as flawless as white jade. A slender, powerful hand gently caressed the girl's dark hair. Reluctant to open her eyes, the girl clearly yearned for more sleep, her lashes quivering. Yet slowly, her eyes opened to reveal a handsome, familiar face smiling down at her. "You're back. Let me prepare breakfast for you," she exclaimed. her face lighting up with joy as she sat up and gently kissed the man's cheek. He smiled and nodded in response, and she quickly leaped from the bed, exiting the room to begin preparing his meal. Suddenly, the door burst open with great force, and a slightly older woman rushed in, breathless. "Sister Wang, what brings you here?" the girl asked with a cheerful smile. However, the woman's face was pale, her lips trembling, eyes brimming with sorrow as tears welled up, threatening to spill over. "Qing'er, you must be strong. Yefeng has perished in battle." "What do you mean?" Qing'er asked, believing the woman was joking, but upon seeing the tears in her eyes, her heart sank. Without a second thought, she dashed back into the bedroom, staring blankly at the empty space where her bed was, unable to discern whether she felt pain or despair. Sister Wang followed her into the room, watching the girl tremble in shock, tears streaming down her face. "Do you know? I saw him just now, truly saw him." The girl's voice turned hoarse. Sister Wang gently embraced her, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Has he gone mad? He actually burned his soul to unleash the spirit release spell. Does he not realize that this will consume even the last remnants of his consciousness? He will have no chance of reincarnation." Qing'er's legs buckled beneath her, collapsing onto the floor, silent tears flowing as her hands clutched the string of dark green beads around her neck. Eternity may have its end, yet this sorrow remains boundless. Chapter 24. Journey towards Legend. Jiang Fan had successfully joined the ranks of those who passed the test alongside Sima Siyuan, Lu Lu, and Yuan Shan. This group consisted of 16 individuals, yet only 5, including the unexpected Jiang Fan, emerged successful. Jiang Fan, Lu Lu, Sima Siyuan, Yuan Shan, and a girl whose appearance, while not as striking as Lu Lu's, radiated a youthful purity and tranquility. With his eyes closed, Jiang Fan sat in a dimly lit carriage, accompanied only by the silent driver and the 5 of them. Leaning beside Lu Lu, Jiang Fan felt his heart race, the fragrance of the young girl amplifying his thoughts, which had previously been calm. The future was uncertain, shrouded in mist. Though everyone relished the thrill of unraveling mysteries, the experience of being ensnared within one was far from pleasant. After enduring the tension for a considerable time, Jiang Fan could no longer contain himself. He opened his eyes and gazed up at the carriage roof. "Where are we headed?" "You should rest. This journey will be quite long," Lu Lu replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she observed the swaying floor beneath them. Jiang Fan suddenly appeared somewhat troubled as he addressed Lu Lu, expressing his concern for his family. "Do not worry," Lu Lu gently reassured him. "Did not Grandpa LV say he would find a way to handle it?" Her demeanor softened, the formerly haughty air about her dissipating. Jiang Fan, unwilling to divulge his thoughts, merely offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Surrounded by azure waters, sunlight penetrated the depths, creating a sensation of clarity that emanated from within. Seabirds circled overhead, while schools of fish roamed freely beneath the surface, occasionally accompanied by the contented low murmur of a satisfied fin whale. "How unbearably dull. How much longer until we arrive?" Lu Lu lamented, gazing out at the ocean. In contrast, Jiang Fan remained silent, staring vacantly at the sea with a serene smile. Lu Lu turned her head, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What is it? Why do you look so silly?" Jiang Fan replied, "It's nothing. I've never seen the ocean before. I didn't realize how beautiful it is." He continued to gaze dreamily at the distant horizon, having forgotten the events of his past life. He was unaware that his greatest aspiration had once been to live by the seaside with his beloved. Despite his memories being sealed away, remnants of his former self lingered. Lu Lu, intrigued, peered into the distance, yet saw nothing beyond the vast expanse of blue. Puzzled, she remarked, "Sometimes, I truly do not understand what you are thinking. Why are you so different from those others?" Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback by her words. Such insight was not typical of a 14-year-old girl. He turned to face her, concealing his surprise. Upon reflection, he found nothing unusual about her observation. It was not unexpected for a girl capable of great violence to possess such perceptiveness. "If I were like them, would you still wish to be with me?" Jiang Fan unexpectedly inquired. Lu Lu, initially confused, felt her cheeks flush as she processed his words. "You're insufferable," she huffed, casting him a disdainful glance before turning her gaze back to the distant sea. Jiang Fan, startled by his own question, found himself awkwardly averting his gaze towards the ocean. However, Lu Lu discreetly stole glances at him multiple times, her youthful face, imbued with a hint of sharpness, turning rosy once again. As Jiang Fan stared at the sea, an inexplicable emptiness filled his heart. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared on the horizon, and Jiang Fan recognized it as another island. His intuition told him that their cruise was headed straight for it. Lu Lu, noticing his focus, glanced in the same direction and, with sudden excitement, exclaimed, "We've arrived." Jiang Fan's eyes widened as he beheld the sizable island ahead, surrounded by several smaller isles. As they drew nearer, the details of the main island became clearer. Lush greenery adorned with clusters of villas, steep cliffs encircled its perimeter, and only to the southwest was there a sandy beach with a bustling harbor. Boats constantly arrived, and numerous vessels already lined the docks, where throngs of people dressed in dark uniforms, white gloves, and black boots mingled, an appearance that suggested anything but benevolence. Jiang Fan rubbed his nose, grinning ruefully as he thought, "I must have stumbled into a den of thieves or a terrorist organization." Throughout their journey, Jiang Fan and Lu Lu remained together, while Yuan Shan and Sima Siyuan, despite their mutual disdain, found themselves walking alongside each other. Regardless of their quarrels, they were still old acquaintances, deliberately keeping their distance from Lu Lu, the girl known for her unpredictable violence. Meanwhile, a quiet and composed girl sat nearby, engrossed in a historical text, occasionally casting furtive glances at Jiang Fan. Shortly after boarding, Jiang Fan had attempted to engage with the other three, but Lu Lu's strong bond with him made it challenging for Yuan Shan to approach. As for Sima Siyuan, despite his prestigious family background, Jiang Fan held a negative impression of him, mainly due to his haughty demeanor when looking at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had no intention of revealing his identity to them, so he sought to connect with the demure girl instead. Observing her closely, he noted her graceful aura and the allure of her noble lineage. He endeavored to draw closer to her in hopes of forging a friendship, understanding that in the unfamiliar realm of the cultivation world, having allies could prove advantageous. Yet, the girl seemed solely focused on her book, disregarding Jiang Fan's attempts to engage, likely accustomed to persistent suitors. As the afternoon waned, Jiang Fan found no opportunity to converse, and he resigned himself to the situation. The following day unfolded similarly, with the girl offering no chances for interaction. It wasn't until the third day, after lunch, when he finally witnessed an opening. The girl sat in contemplation, frowning, her delicate hand resting on her chin. Spotting her, Jiang Fan felt a surge of determination. Seizing the moment, he approached her, observing her still oblivious to his presence. "Is there something you find perplexing? Shall we discuss it?" he offered, attempting to break the ice. "I've read some history as well, and if you'd permit, I believe I could assist you." The girl looked up, momentarily taken aback, before a subtle smile graced her lips, indicating she recognized his intentions. "Perhaps a bit," she admitted thoughtfully. "It might be because I am not a citizen of the Holy Flame Empire. I'm puzzled by the part concerning the founding emperor, Saint Emperor Jia, who granted territories to 3 generals, allowing them to establish their own states, effectively detaching from the Holy Flame Empire. It's quite perplexing." Evidently perplexed, she rubbed her temples, her long tresses cascading through her fingers with an ethereal grace. Jiang Fan, captivated by her movements, momentarily lost focus before snapping back to the conversation. "This question has indeed been addressed historically. The granting of land to the generals, leading to their independence, seems perplexing at first. But if you consider it from a different perspective, it becomes clearer. Many esteemed scholars have interpreted Emperor Jia's intentions, generally arriving at 2 principal viewpoints." He spoke confidently, while the girl regarded him with a mix of surprise and curiosity, unaware of Jiang Fan's true identity. Jiang Fan keenly observed the subtle shift in the other party's demeanor, allowing himself a faint smile while maintaining an outwardly composed expression. Firstly, the contributions of the 3 individuals were indeed monumental. Without delving into others, one could simply mention the indomitable General Lu Jinming. During times of peril, he had rescued the imperial entourage on 5 occasions, vanquished 43 generals from various kingdoms, and led his army to annihilate hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. His accomplishments alongside the emperor were numerous, and he certainly warranted this commendation. Similarly, Generals Li and Yu shared comparable accolades and were sworn brothers with Lu. At this juncture, Jiang Fan delicately pointed to a line in the historical records: "Meritorious deeds cannot be overlooked. Thus, the award is conferred." Jiang Fan mused quietly. The first perspective might suggest that the emperor genuinely intends to reward those who have rendered service. However, this notion introduces a second interpretation. If merit is deemed paramount, then where does that place the emperor? The illustrious Dejai emperor, having risen to power and established a dynasty, was undoubtedly a man of considerable astuteness. Given the immense contributions made by the 3 generals, one could hardly guarantee unwavering loyalty within the ranks. Should they ever turn against him, could Dejai truly maintain control? The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity, nodding repeatedly, though her brow still bore traces of uncertainty. Jiang Fan, perceptive to her doubts, sought to win her trust and bolster his connections. Thus he offered further insight. But why not eliminate them? He posed with a charming smile, shaking his head playfully. Execution would surely incite chaos within the military. Countless generals have fought alongside them, and many owe their positions to their patronage. These individuals have emerged from the crucible of battle. They care little for the whims of emperors. Moreover, let us not forget that assassination is a perilous endeavor. Their subordinates are fiercely loyal, many being kin. Such actions would undoubtedly provoke turmoil, a catastrophic blow to a nascent nation. The girl blinked rapidly, clearly still processing his words. Yet Jiang Fan did not afford her much time to ponder, continuing, "However, I have a third perspective." The girl looked up at him, puzzled. In this moment, Jiang Fan, possessing both intellect and charm, captivated not only her, but even the renowned heiress Nancy of the northern continent, who had once ruled Luan City. Yet Jiang Fan's gaze remained fixated on the historical tome before him. "The intelligence of emperors surpasses all," he declared. "You ought to scrutinize these three fiefs. The delineations are fraught with complications. Although historians have deliberately evaded this issue, astute observers can discern the underlying implications. The famed Golden Road of the northern continent, an essential trade route, lies precisely on the border between two nations, bisected in an irregular manner. Who, then, rightfully claims the profits from this thoroughfare? Furthermore, consider the adjacent territory, demarcated by the Clem Canal. The question of ownership remains unaddressed. Consequently, the situation becomes clear. The three generals, bound by brotherhood, faced life and death together. Yet, following their demise, conflict has persisted among their descendants for generations. Now, a millennium later, two of these territories have returned to the hands of the Holy Flame Empire. At this moment, the girl appeared somewhat dazed. Jiang Fan's eloquence was no mere coincidence. It was the manifestation of his formidable spirit, instilling a sense of reliability and trustworthiness in others. Moreover, he continued, Dejai evidently intends to utilize the death squads of the three generals as mere pawns and shields. Despite the geographical distance from the other two empires, the Brunei Empire and the Holy Flame Empire are separated by a treacherous river. If I were the commanding general of the Brunei Empire, I would undoubtedly opt to seize the three smaller nations as a strategic foothold rather than engage in a direct crossing. Conversely, the path between the Baroque Empire and the Holy Flame Empire is fraught with numerous smaller nations, making stealthy assaults implausible. It would be far more advantageous to conquer one of the three smaller nations closest to the Holy Flame Empire to serve as a base for future incursions. Jiang Fan shook his head vigorously, acknowledging that while they might entertain such thoughts, Dejai surely harbored similar intentions. By attacking these three minor nations, the adversary's strength would be diminished, while simultaneously alleviating his own concerns. Thus, all complications would be resolved, rendering it a victory without conflict. Those who had labored to establish his dynasty would ultimately find themselves ensnared in his machinations. This is the nature of emperors, individuals devoid of sentiment, often ruthless and cunning. The girl was utterly taken aback by his audacious assertions, swallowing hard, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Fan. "You are Jiang Fan?" she inquired, her realization dawning upon her. Though the world of cultivation seldom intersected with that of mortals, figures of Jiang Fan's renown were not easily forgotten. Jiang Fan smiled, his finger playfully placed before her lips, silencing her impending question. "You know my name. Now might you share yours?" At this moment, Jiang Fan exuded an air of chivalry, bolstered by the resonance of his formidable spirit and the reputation that preceded him, ensnaring the girl completely. She blushed slightly, recalling the moment his finger brushed against her lips, sending a shiver coursing through her. Under ordinary circumstances, even the slightest contact would have provoked her ire, yet today was markedly different. Instead of retaliating, she appeared enchanted. "Jingqi," she stammered. Jiang Fan nodded, pleased to have gained another ally within the realm of cultivation. He offered a smile as he observed Lu engaging with others, his peripheral vision catching the girl's respectful demeanor. "I possess no mastery over spiritual energy," he mused, "yet I shall employ my most adept skills to captivate others. This young lady is indeed easily persuaded." In truth, Jiang Fan's earlier discourse was merely a reflection of the Brunei Empire's historians' views on the Holy Flame Empire. Even his formidable intellect could not decode such complexities at a glance, yet he could certainly reinterpret the narrative. Ultimately, he owed his profound insights to the ethereal figure residing within him, who had imparted the vast knowledge of an entire library. As the cruise ship docked at the port, a contingent of officials boarded to conduct inspections. Among them stood a burly man with a black face, his collar and cuffs adorned with blue stars. exuding an air of authority. After surveying the children aboard, his expression remained impassive as he received a list from the ship's overseer, methodically cross-referencing it. The crew spoke respectfully to the man, their demeanor revealing his esteemed status. "Who is that?" Jiang Fan inquired softly of Lulu. "He appears to hold considerable influence. Merely an elite disciple from within the gates, perhaps at the 8th level of strength. He is merely here to intimidate the common folk," Lulu replied, casting a disdainful glance at the man's insignia. As the man perused the list, a look of shock crossed his face, soon followed by skepticism. He pondered for a moment before directing a question to the nearby crew member. The crew member pointed at Lulu, who stood beside Jiang Fan. The expression in the black-faced man's eyes shifted from indifference to one of astonishment. "Ah, it seems you have frightened him," Jiang Fan jested, smiling at Lulu. "He'll be terrified half to death soon," Lulu replied, suddenly covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. Before Lulu could finish her sentence, a soft clatter rang out. The list in the black-faced man's hand had fallen to the ground, prompting him to hurriedly bend down to retrieve it. Chapter 26. The Void Spirit Sect, am I mistaken? "It's the sight of your approval form that truly terrifies me," Jiang Fan remarked awkwardly, scratching his head. He had heard by now that he was the first person in the history of the cultivation world to enter a sect without passing the test. However, this was not what had startled the man, it was the family background section. Jiang Fan had come to understand his father's legacy. His name resonated like that of a savior in the cultivation realm. His father had reached the esteemed status of a grand elder and was a paragon among the younger generation, the greatest talent the cultivation world had ever known. Yet, these accolades were inconsequential. What mattered was his father's choice. Although it felt somewhat antiquated to speak of sacrificing for the sake of the populace in this era, it was nonetheless the impression Jiang Fan's father had left on the cultivation world. The black-faced man swiftly produced a small piece of jade talisman, throwing it into the air, where it emitted a streak of green light before vanishing into the horizon. The man cast a glance filled with a hint of reverence towards Jiang Fan. And in that moment, Jiang Fan felt a tinge of desolation, for this so-called respect had been earned through his father's sacrifices. Lulu stood gracefully, patting Jiang Fan's head with her delicate hand and smiling. "We should be on our way. Once we pass through this island's teleportation array, we will arrive at our destination, the Void Spirit Sect, the foremost of the 4 major righteous sections." The Void Spirit Sect? Jiang Fan's face stiffened slightly as he gazed at Lulu, who wore a cheerful smile. After spending so many days together, a bond of friendship had formed between them, undoubtedly influenced by Jiang Fan's background. Though Lulu was still young, Jiang Fan had already experienced her pride and aloofness. Had it not been for his legendary father, she would likely have paid him no heed. "Hey, Dad, I've really borrowed a lot of your light. But alas, if you were still here, I would rather be an ordinary person." A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over Jiang Fan's mind. Lacking memories of his past life, he felt a deeper affection for his biological parents, despite their scarce encounters. "Let us converse as we walk," Lulu said, casting a glance at Jiang Fan's furrowed brow. Lost in thought, as Jiang Fan pondered, a sudden shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to scan his surroundings, only to feel a bitter taste in his mouth. The girl he had mocked upon arriving at the research institute was glaring at him with wide, furious eyes. Jiang Fan inwardly chastised himself for his earlier insolence. Why had he let her disdain affect him so? Now, as a mere mortal, she, a cultivator with a solid foundation, could easily toy with him. While he was lost in regret, Lulu's voice broke through. "The Void Spirit Sect has a history spanning thousands of years and stands as the foremost among the 4 major righteous sections. Its strength is one of the most formidable in the entire cultivation world. Despite the mortal realm's proclamations against cultivators, it is still heavily influenced by the various forces within the cultivation world. Currently, the 4 righteous sects have almost entirely dominated the northern and southern regions, the northern continent and the southern isles." Jiang Fan's mind buzzed, striving to absorb these seemingly fantastical revelations, struggling to keep his expression calm while internally grappling with confusion. Lulu had intended to astonish him, yet Jiang Fan remained relatively unfazed, stirring a sense of inexplicable admiration within her. The sentiments of youthful infatuation are often swayed by the idolization and expressions of others. After all, she was still just a child. If she developed a fondness for him, it could significantly shape her impression of him. At 14, Jiang Fan exhibited a composure uncommon for his age, a demeanor amplified by his extraordinary background and profound intellect, rendering him irresistibly alluring to his peers. Among the 4 major sects, the Void Spirit Sect holds the greatest power, capable of standing against the other 3 on its own, leading to a situation of dominance. However, circumstances have since changed. Jiang Fan paused, puzzled. Changed? How so? The other three righteous sects formed a coalition, declaring that the Void Spirit sect had coerced the Brunei Empire of the northern continent, suppressing the other sections. Yet, it was clear to any discerning eye that this was a fabrication, merely a pretext to justify their oppression of us. But why? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, his youthful face reflecting curiosity as he inquired. Lulu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pointed out, "Do you think mortals can wield significant influence over cultivation sects? They might have some power, but can they truly suppress a cultivation sect? Moreover, the other three sects barely operated within the Brunei Empire. How could they possibly suppress it? Oh, and what happened next? The three sects launched an all-out war against us. Historical records from our sect detail that the conflict was fierce, lasting for nearly 3 decades. Although we ultimately subdued the coalition, the losses were catastrophic. Countless elite disciples vanished, and several venerable elders who had secluded themselves met their demise. During this war, our true enemies, the malevolent sects, watched closely. When our strengths had significantly diminished, the evil sects organized a coalition known as the Gathering of Immortals to declare war on both sides. Reluctantly, the Void Spirit sect and the Enforcement Alliance agreed to a ceasefire, uniting against the malevolent coalition. After decades of bloody warfare, a truce was finally reached, though by this time, the 4 righteous sects were severely weakened. The Grand Elders convened to establish a treaty, pledging non-interference in each other's affairs and territories, forming a collective alliance to confront the Gathering of Immortals. Thus, in the interest of survival and recovery, the Void Spirit sect relinquished its animosity towards the other 3 sections. By the way, I must mention that the Gathering of Immortals is an alliance formed by 7 malevolent sects and some minor factions. They are our greatest adversaries. Encountering them often leads to a fight to the death, with no room for retreat. Their influence in the mortal realm primarily spans 2 eastern continents. The sun cast its golden rays upon the clouds, resembling egg yolks, which trembled gently in the salty breeze. A small, verdant island emerged from the boundless azure, bathed in a soft, milky glow filtering through the clouds, a glimpse of a paradise that perhaps existed in the mortal realm. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the clouds, and the sunlight illuminated the island, stripping away the illusion and revealing its true form. Chapter 27. The Great Teleportation Array. Lulu provided a brief overview of the Void Spirit sect, while Jiang Fan endeavored to absorb and comprehend these extraordinary revelations that seemed far beyond his wildest dreams. He listened, caught between laughter and tears, as the tales unfolded, mythical narratives that felt utterly unattainable for a mere mortal like him. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, revealing no hint of his inner turmoil. Jiang Fan observed the throngs of children ascending the island and estimated that at least 1,000 had gathered. "Oh, it appears that many have become cultivators over the past year," Jiang Fan remarked with a faint smile. "This is merely the beginning. Throughout the entire realm of cultivation, the balance of power among the righteous, the evil, and the neutral forces will inevitably result in the gathering of nearly 10,000 individuals over the course of a year." Lulu, however, regarded the advancing throngs with skepticism. 10,000 in a year. Yet, according to the saying 1 in 10,000, such numbers would surely become unsustainable in the future. Jiang Fan, puzzled, replied, "The phrase 1 in 10,000 applies only to mortals. Don't forget that nearly everyone here hails from various esteemed families. The children of these families all possess the potential for cultivation." "Oh, right," Jiang Fan nodded, as if awakening from a dream. The 5 of them continued to walk toward the island's center. The island was indeed vast, with densely packed buildings on the outskirts giving way to sprawling estates and gardens of eclectic styles that unfolded before Jiang Fan's eyes. After wandering for about half an hour, they stumbled upon a magnificent hall. Although it appeared to consist of only a main chamber, its grandiose aura and resplendent appearance left Jiang Fan in awe. The hall was nestled among lush trees, adding an enigmatic veil to its presence. The plaque above the palace bore the gilded characters Su Shin Men. Despite its somewhat antiquated appearance, the plaque emanated a profound and timeless energy. "This is the teleportation hall of Su Shin Men," Lulu said with a hint of reverence in her voice. Jiang Fan momentarily stood still, turning to glance at the girl beside him. At that moment, Lulu was completely absorbed in her admiration and awe of the hall, oblivious to Jiang Fan's expression, observing her sweet and youthful countenance, and the extraordinary look of reverence in her eyes. Jiang Fan could only sigh inwardly, thinking her to be a foolish child, brainwashed by her family's tedious sense of honor. As one of the most significant locations for Su Shun men in the mortal realm, security here was exceptionally stringent. Over 100 youths, resembling the stern-faced man who had checked them aboard the ship, guarded every corner of the hall. One at a time, in groups of 50, no cutting in line. Shouted an elite disciple at the entrance, his sleeves adorned with 2 blue stars, his expression dark as if someone owed him money. Waiting proved to be an exasperating ordeal. If one must wait, there must be a reason, yet the process was arduous. Jiang Fan yawned in boredom, glancing at the queue, which still seemed to comprise several hundred people. We're not going to be spending the night here, are we? He asked, his eyelids drooping as he glanced helplessly at Lulu. No, surely not, Lulu replied, her brow furrowed as she looked at the sun, which had begun its descent. Don't worry, if we do end up camping, I will keep watch over you, Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. Though inwardly he reflected that being beside her would make him feel considerably safer. Unbeknownst to him, Lulu's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and she lowered her head in silence. Jiang Fan continued to observe the sluggishly moving line ahead, entirely unaware that his casual comment would have any impact. Be cautious when entering the hall. Don't let yourself get taken advantage of, echoed the lazy voice of the old man in his mind. Huh, what do you mean? Jiang Fan opened his eyes wide, frowning in response. The pressure of the teleportation array is not something a mere mortal like you can withstand. Without the support of spiritual energy, you might end up unconscious for 3 days and nights. Should anything go awry, I cannot guarantee your safety. The old man's nonchalant tone irked Jiang Fan, but he knew this was a matter that required resolution. What should I do then? Jiang Fan asked begrudgingly, his brow knitted. Bend down, the old man replied, matter-of-factly. Bend down? What does that mean? Jiang Fan was utterly perplexed by the phrase. It means to receive the spiritual energy of others. Then, you won't need to worry about fainting due to lack of spiritual power. Easy for you to say, Jiang Fan scoffed, displaying a resigned expression. Who among those nearby possesses the strongest spiritual energy? The old man inquired. Jiang Fan looked around, eventually shaking his head. I have no idea. I only know that among the 5 of us, that little girl is the strongest. Then it's simple. Just embrace her the moment the teleportation begins. The old man's voice quivered slightly, as if he were stifling laughter. What the heck, you old lecher? Are you interested in such a young girl? Jiang Fan frowned at the thought. He could never entertain such an idea, especially since she was a girl. Nonsense. I am thousands of years old. Why would I be interested in a mere child? I suggest you embrace her because, once the teleportation starts, all closely touching entities will merge, allowing her spiritual energy to flow into your body. Thus, upon arrival, you will not be in danger. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. A wave of embarrassment washed over Jiang Fan, his face alternating between red and pale as he discreetly glanced at the petite figure beside him, his heart racing once more. You better not be deceiving me, old man. If something happens to me, you won't fare any better. The lethargic voice in his mind replied, Kid, have I ever steered you wrong when you followed my advice? Jiang Fan retorted dismissively, You're thousands of years old. I'm just worried you might be losing your wits. Nonsense. Don't underestimate my capabilities. If it were years ago, I could have sunk this entire island with a single strike. If you could, then do it now. If you sink it, I'll immediately become your disciple. Nonsense. Jiang Fan pondered the situation, realizing he couldn't proceed without at least informing Lulu. I'm a bit apprehensive. What if there's an issue during the teleportation? I heard that mortals like me might faint, which would be troublesome, he said, deliberately feigning a pitiful and fearful demeanor to elicit sympathy from the girl, hoping it would facilitate his embrace without repercussions. However, the situation unfolded in ways Jiang Fan had not anticipated. Lulu, observing Jiang Fan's expression, blushed and said, It's no problem. We can simply find someone to share their spiritual energy with you. If not, I could hold you instead. Upon saying this, her face turned crimson, and her lips quivered slightly. Ha! You little rascal, you're even outdone by a girl. Just look how open she is. But now, it seems you're the one at a disadvantage. The old man chuckled mischievously in Jiang Fan's mind. On the surface, Jiang Fan feigned embarrassment and fell silent, but internally, he felt utterly flustered. There was no way around it. If the disparity in strength was too great, he might find himself in precarious situations. I must become stronger, he thought. Otherwise, I would always be hiding behind women, being carried around like those pampered boys by wealthy women, which was no different than being a kept man. Raising his head, he attempted to steal a glance at Lulu's expression, only to find she was also secretly observing him. Her autumn-water-like gaze sent a tremor through Jiang Fan's heart. Perhaps being supported by someone like her wouldn't be so bad after all. Don't worry. I'll be there for you, she reassured him. Yes, the group of 50 young individuals had now arrived at the colossal teleportation array, including Jiang Fan and Lu among them. The hall, resplendent in gold and jade, contained no other furnishings. The vast chamber was empty except for a massive stone platform, intricately carved with a myriad of runes. Though the runes were abundant, they did not appear chaotic. Rather, they seemed to form a cohesive whole, softly glowing with a faint luminescence upon the stone surface. Is everyone here? An elderly man, clad in a pale blue robe adorned with a crescent moon of azure at his collar and cuffs, inquired softly. An elite disciple beside him meticulously checked once more before respectfully replying, "All 50 individuals are present. Please commence, esteemed steward." "Then let the transmission begin," the elder declared, waving his long sleeves. A milky white beam struck the stone platform, activating the teleportation array instantaneously. Amidst a humming sound, the runes on the platform flickered with brilliant blue light, which then converged at the center, culminating in a blinding flash. Jiang Fan felt a sudden dizziness, as if his consciousness were about to fade, but a rush of warmth surged through his body, jolting him awake. Despite still feeling somewhat disoriented, he sensed an intimate embrace. As if someone was tightly holding him, their presence distinctly palpable, as though no garments separated them, their smooth skin pressed together. "This child is quite audacious," one middle-aged man chuckled. "Indeed, such an openly affectionate embrace," the other agreed. "Years ago, it was unthinkable for a girl to hold a boy so closely, let alone to even hold hands in public." The two men, also donned in pale blue robes, bore golden crescent moons at their cuffs, in contrast to the elder's azure. As Jiang Fan gradually regained his clarity, he noticed the lingering dizziness had lessened. He opened his still dazed eyes, shaking his head to observe the surroundings more carefully. Chapter 28. Entering the sect after the teleportation, Jiang Fan found himself far from the initial hall, before a cluster of ancient-style buildings set against a backdrop of verdant mountains and clear waters. They stood atop a highland, faintly perceiving a distant azure boundary, still on an island. It resembled a fusion of a fairy tale and a utopia. Jiang Fan noticed the eclectic architecture, majestic palaces, tranquil gardens exuding romance, and exquisitely crafted pavilions harmonizing delicately with nature, all showcasing a romantic elegance through a celebration of contrasting beauty. This island truly felt like a paradise on earth. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Why were these individuals staring at him? Did he sprout flowers on his face? Irritated, Jiang Fan glared at the other youths, whose gazes held shock, skepticism, mockery, jealousy, and envy. He gasped. Was there something amiss with his appearance after the teleportation? He touched his face, finding it as smooth as ever, and his arms intact. Yet, his surprise turned to realization. He had a pair of hands sprouting from his abdomen. Turning around, he found Lu, her cherubic face pale against his shoulder, still clutching him tightly. The memory of their earlier unimpeded embrace flushed his cheeks crimson. Clearly, she had exhausted her spiritual energy to prevent Jiang Fan, an ordinary mortal, from fainting, transferring most of her power into him. Their bodies felt as if they were one, rendering them oblivious to the physical barrier. At that moment, Lu's pallor softened. Her small nose twitched, lashes fluttering as her eyes gradually opened. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, who was turning his head with concern, she initially intended to smile but froze, realizing how close they were. "This is the Shushan sect. It's truly beautiful," Jiang Fan remarked, attempting to divert the conversation, still flustered from Lu's earlier exclamation. Lu remained silent, her face flushed from the intimate contact they shared. Yet she stayed resolutely by his side. Upon entering the sect, the group of 50 marched orderly behind two middle-aged cultivators toward a towering edifice at the center. "That bold little girl seems to possess the strongest abilities among them," remarked one of the slightly tanned cultivators. The other, with a comparatively fair complexion, perused their roster aloud. "Ah, she hails from the Lu family of the Northern District, with a 6-layer cultivation, an exceptional talent. Yet, the boy accompanying her seems devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. What? Could he be a disciple sent by the main family?" The fair-skinned cultivator gasped, his hands trembling. "What is the matter?" The tanned one inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. "This is even more alarming than you think. Take a look yourself." He handed the roster to his companion, sneaking furtive glances at Jiang Fan. "Heavens! Is he a descendant of Master Jiang?" The tanned cultivator was utterly astounded. After some time, the fair-skinned cultivator regained his composure and patted his companion on the shoulder, snapping him out of his stupor. "We must not offend this child. He is destined to be promoted to a chief steward at the very least, our future superior." The tanned one nodded in understanding. In the queue, Jiang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Thousands of individuals. If they were merely commoners, it would be one thing. But these youthful faces might very well become formidable cultivators. Though he ranked the lowest among them in terms of cultivation, his heart and mind were undoubtedly the most mature. Jiang Fan held disdain for those who grew in sheltered environments. He had always found his peers juvenile, often feeling frustrated by their lack of depth in thought. Unbeknownst to him, the distinction between himself and others stemmed from his experiences in 2 lifetimes. While others might overlook the potential of these children, Jiang Fan could sense the immense latent power within them. With a resigned smile, he mused, "Perhaps I am simply too mature. Could this be what they call precocious aging? Everyone, please quiet down." A venerable voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Fan's thoughts. Why was it yet another figure in white robes? Had they no other garments? He frowned at the elderly man before him, his white hair and gentle demeanor clad in a robe with 2 golden crescents at the cuffs. The elder radiated warmth rather than decay, exuding a sense of familiarity and sanctity that inspired reverence. "You are the future of our sect. Among you, some shall soar to greatness as true cultivators, but this requires your diligence." The elder spoke with a signature benevolent smile, evoking comfort in all who beheld him. Jiang Fan gently rubbed his nose, listlessly surveying the eager faces of the children, including Lu, when a frown crossed his brow. "Have you discerned anything noteworthy?" The elder's voice echoed in his mind. "Somewhat. These words hardly warrant such excitement," Jiang Fan replied, furrowing his brow. The young lad employed the most rudimentary technique from the realm of mental influence, deftly wielded by the old man, who clearly was no stranger to deceiving children. The elder discerned the telltale signs of the fox's tail and felt a surge of arrogant satisfaction. "It seemed I truly am different from them," Jiang Fan remarked with a smile. "Nonsense. It is simply that you have not trained. Your body lacks spiritual power." He employed a technique suitable solely for dealing with low-level cultivators. "You are merely an anomaly." Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, initially believing his uniqueness set him apart, only to realize he fell short of expectations. Chapter 29. The ambiguous nature of right and wrong. 70 miles beyond the city of Pau Delay lies a boundless expanse of grassland, with its edge giving way to a series of rolling hills stretching for dozens of miles. At the heart of these hills stands Lu family's ancestral headquarters, Liyun Fort, one of the 6 prominent families of the Northern District. Within the sprawling estate, numerous grand castles rise majestically, surrounded by an abundance of exquisite villas and gardens. At this moment, the affable Grandpa Lu was situated in a castle to the west. From the shadows, a deep voice inquired, "Uncle Lu, did you arrange for that young lad to enter the Void Divine sect?" "Indeed, my lord," Elder Lu respectfully replied. "Haha, well done. I never imagined we would be the first to discover this young man." "Excellent, excellent." It was evident that the figure in the darkness was quite pleased with Elder Lu's actions. The old man was nearing his end, and a new clan leader was soon to be selected. "Meanwhile, I hold this young rascal in my grasp. His identity is undoubtedly the most potent weapon for creating a formidable reputation, while the most fearsome faction of the righteous path, the secret sect, effectively stands behind me." A middle-aged man with a fair complexion stepped out of the shadows, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a pair of small black mustaches, presenting himself as a genteel gentleman. A stark contrast to his earlier words. "If I become the clan leader, Uncle Lu, you will be the greatest contributor. I shall elevate you to the status of an elder by marriage," the middle-aged man stated with a composed and mature smile. "Thank you for your kind promotion, my lord." Elder Lu, taken aback by such a grand promise, trembled with excitement. An elder by marriage held a position of significant influence, with the power to speak at clan meetings. A status that was quite extraordinary. "Ha ha, my brothers are scurrying about, attempting to curry favor to become the clan leader, while I have yet to make a move and have already gained such substantial support, aided by the secret sect and the most enigmatic celestial palace. Ha ha, I can only imagine their reaction when they discover my connection to this mysterious force. The old man might very well have a heart attack, and my inept brothers will surely go mad." The middle-aged man's face brimmed with cunning as he transitioned from a gentleman to a true hypocrite. Elder Lu smiled in agreement. "By the way, my lovely daughter is actually the true monarch body. What a source of pride for me. How fortuitous that at such a critical moment, she possesses the true monarch body, adding yet another bargaining chip to my arsenal." The middle-aged man seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Elder Lu. "Isn't that girl quite close to that lad?" Elder Lu nodded lightly, affirming, "Yes. They share quite a strong bond. Haha. Let him become my son-in-law in a few years. I must firmly grasp this golden opportunity." As the winds of intrigue swirled within Liyun Fort, the cultivation world was also undergoing transformations. at the headquarters of the Void Divine sect on Divine Island. An imposing hall of resplendent gold and jade housed a white-haired elder clad in a green robe and adorned with a purple gold crown, leisurely sipping tea in the main seat. Since he has arrived, it is essential to make proper arrangements, especially since he is the son of a celestial master. How is the state of his spiritual veins? The elder's deep voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Before him stood a middle-aged cultivator in a long robe, his sleeves embellished with 2 silver crescent moons. Reporting to the ancestral master, the spiritual veins of Jiang's descendant do not seem very promising. It is said he entered the Void Divine sect without passing the assessment. The middle-aged cultivator bowed respectfully. Oh, then let it be. We shall nurture him for a time, and if he truly proves inadequate, we shall assign him a nominal elder position for his comfort, the elder remarked, losing interest upon hearing of the poor's spiritual veins. An elder? He is still a child. The middle-aged cultivator exclaimed, astonished, given his own position as merely a chief steward. This is merely a matter of face. It's not as if he will be granted real authority, merely a title. I must ensure he is treated with respect to prevent the secret sect from causing trouble. They give me a headache just thinking about them. The elder frowned, recalling a recent altercation between a cultivator from the secret sect and an inner disciple of the Void Divine sect that resulted in a lightning strike obliterating a hall nearby. He sighed deeply. The elder's frustration mounted as he lamented the lack of decorum among disciples of the same sect. However, fighting them was out of the question, and dialogue seemed futile. By the way, inform the other 5 sects to select this year's disciples based on the usual distribution quotas. Notify them that tomorrow morning there will be a grand elder-level meeting, and make it clear that the secret sect will also be in attendance. A grand elder-level meeting? Is the ancestral master preparing for battle? The middle-aged cultivator looked up at the elder in shock, fear evident in his eyes. What battle? What faction still possesses the power to contest us? We are merely consolidating our strength to prevent neutral factions from stirring up chaos. Who would be foolish enough to provoke conflict at this time? I intend to let the secret sect see that I have taken in the Jiang child, subtly suggesting they maintain decorum and not pry into matters that do not concern them. Let them not presume that they are the favored disciples of the venerable European master. That old fellow has never cared for the welfare of his disciples. The elder's eyes glinted with cold light, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. The middle-aged cultivator, terrified, quickly responded in the affirmative and stumbled out of the hall. Jiang Fan stood in the line, boredom creeping in as he felt his eyelids growing heavy. He glanced helplessly at the old man on stage, who had been speaking for over an hour without pause, his saliva flying and hands gesticulating wildly, leaving Jiang Fan utterly exasperated. No wonder he needed to employ techniques to control emotions. It would be peculiar if the audience did not revolt. Jiang Fan smirked, stealing a glance at Lulu, who was listening intently. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. If I were to cultivate such techniques, wouldn't I be able to do as I please? He couldn't help but chuckle slyly. You little rascal. Away with you. I was merely making a comparison. Jiang Fan lamented. The old man seemed to know even the slightest shift in his thoughts, rendering him perpetually under scrutiny. The white-robed elder on stage uttered nothing of value, merely droning on about uninteresting encouragements and his own mundane experiences. Just as Jiang Fan was on the verge of dozing off, a commanding voice rang out from the sky. Enough, junior brother Sima. The sect master has decreed that all newly inducted disciples are to be brought to the square to await the selection of the various sections. Jiang Fan was taken aback. There was indeed someone observing from above, and he had been entirely unaware. Looking up, he saw a figure standing in midair, riding a blue glowing sword. Clad in a moon-white robe similar to that of the aforementioned Sima, his sleeves adorned with silver crescent moons. To distinguish the crescent gems from his attire, a black floral pattern was embroidered around the edges. What astonished Jiang Fan the most was that the person hovering in the air appeared to be no older than 20. Sima, the elder, who was engrossed in conversation, was abruptly interrupted by a celestial visitor, yet he displayed no semblance of displeasure. Do not worry, senior brother. I am aware of my course of action, he said, bowing slightly before preparing to lead his team away. Wait, you and I will go together. Let them take care of the others. You have other matters to attend to, the young cultivator in the sky interjected. He produced a list and called out names. He Chi, Li Tairu, Situ Fei, Yang Fan, Yao Qianer, Lulu, Jiang Fan. You all step forward and follow me. The children looked at one another with a mixture of confusion and hesitation, yet they complied. However, Jiang Fan, feeling a sense of dread, stepped forward. For among them was a girl with a scowl, her large eyes glaring at him. What a bitter twist of fate. He cursed inwardly while managing a faint smile at the girl. Humph. The girl snorted, turning her face away, dismissing him entirely. The young cultivator descended gracefully on his sword, landing lightly just 2 meters above the ground before shaking his sleeve, causing a blue flying sword to vanish into its depths. Jiang Fan observed closely, and upon nearer inspection, he found the young cultivator to be quite handsome, possessing an extraordinary demeanor akin to a jade tree swaying in the wind. The cultivator's gaze swept over the 7 children, lingering momentarily on Lu each time. Unlike others, Jiang Fan discerned the young man's ulterior motives with ease. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him, surprising himself since he was typically unflappable. Yet, the young cultivator's gaze, laden with ambiguous intentions towards the girl beside him, incited a flame of irritation. Are we ready to leave? Jiang Fan thought, feeling unusually agitated today, unable to tolerate the young man's lingering glances. Ah, you've fallen into the snare of love. He scolded himself, recalling the elder's mischievous chuckle. The young cultivator, realizing the inappropriateness of his previous actions, cleared his throat awkwardly. You are the most outstanding disciples among the new entrants. Shortly, I will introduce you to the elders in charge, who will then take you to meet the Grand Elder. The young man regarded Jiang Fan, devoid of any emotional shift, which earned him Jiang Fan's respect for his composure. My name is Lu Hen. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to seek me out, Lu Hen stated, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fan, clearly hinting at something. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Lu? He glanced at the girl beside him, Lu, who was now beaming at the young cultivator. How fortunate he had been to refrain from saying anything further. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. Follow me, Lu Hen commanded, leading the way along the blue stone pathway. The 7 children exchanged glances, only to find bewilderment reflected on each other's faces, and ultimately had no choice but to follow. Chapter 30. Sima Yuntian. The group walked for approximately 15 minutes until they arrived at a wide blue stone path that branched off. Lu Hen turned to Jiang Fan and instructed, You will accompany junior brother Sima. The others will follow me. Although Jiang Fan felt puzzled, he nodded in agreement, recognizing that he was on unfamiliar territory and should adhere to their arrangements. However, upon hearing that Jiang Fan was to leave, Lu felt an emptiness within her. Brother, where is Jiang Fan going? Isn't he coming with us? Lu Hen paused momentarily, then smiled softly as he glanced at Jiang Fan, who flushed with embarrassment, fully grasping the implication behind Lu Hen's look. Ah, Luer, Jiang Fan has matters to attend to with Elder Jean. He will visit you upon his return, Lu Hen explained, his expression affectionate as he looked at Lu. Privately, he mused that his sister was quite charming and should have been engaged by now, yet none had captured her interest. Despite her popularity within the family, many non-relatives attempted to approach her, but he knew well her pride. It was a dream for most men to win her heart. However, it was evident that Lu's gaze towards Jiang Fan was anything but ordinary, suggesting the stirrings of affection within her. Lu Hen chuckled internally, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he clarified the situation to Lu. Oh, he must return quickly, Lu said, her face filled with reluctance as she gazed at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan awkwardly smiled and waved goodbye as he followed the elder Sima down another path. As Jiang Fan walked alongside Sima Yuntian, the elder resumed his incessant chatter. The elder's smile persisted for nearly half an hour, and while Jiang Fan listened with a grin, he felt increasingly stifled. The old man was far too loquacious, unable to cease once he began. I have long heard of the remarkable son of my uncle, and today I finally meet him. I am from the Sima family's branch in the Northern District. Your family is also in the Northern District. So we are somewhat fellow townsmen, Sima Yuntian continued, oblivious to Jiang Fan's growing impatience. Jiang Fan could only feign interest, responding with vague remarks. As they walked, 2 elite disciples spotted Sima Yuntian's group and stood rigidly, heads bowed in reverence. Those who had been around for a while understood that while Sima Yuntian was generally amiable, he held a strong sense of pride and placed great importance on etiquette. Feel free to reach out to me for anything. I am the chief steward of the sect's management department. Sima Yuntian treated Jiang Fan with exceptional courtesy, as if he were an esteemed individual, leaving the 2 elite disciples perplexed as they watched Jiang Fan's retreating figure, unable to fathom why such a significant figure would show such regard for a mere teenager. The expansive bluestone pedestrian path was adorned with pairs of bizarre carved creatures made of white marble every 10 meters or so, their claws poised menacingly towards the center of the road. Along the middle of the path were rows of elegantly carved characters, which Jiang Fan could discern as simple yet profound principles of cultivation, far more accessible than the complexities of the Ziluo tribulation. As Jiang Fan and Sima Yuntian led the way down the center of the thoroughfare, the remaining elderly figures in white robes followed behind, each marked by a solitary golden crescent moon on their sleeves, exuding an ethereal quality, as if untouched by mortal concerns. As they ventured further into the island, Jiang Fan noticed the scenery transforming dramatically, from modest green patches to expansive gardens and elegant pavilions, gradually evolving into lush mountains and verdant grasslands. After a leisurely half-hour walk, Jiang Fan found himself thoroughly bewildered by Sima Yuntian's incessant rambling, the elder's hands clasped behind his back as he chattered on. As dusk descended, they finally reached a small, silver-gray, ancient castle situated slightly south of the southwestern entrance of the main island. The castle bore an emblem of 3 pure silver crescent moon totems. Jiang Fan was instantly captivated by the castle's striking architecture, characterized by sharp lines and opulent design. Its eclectic style made it truly unique, particularly the intricately carved depiction of a massive lion's head baring its teeth at onlookers. A contingent of elite disciples clad in black stood guard at the entrance, their vibrant energy evident as they wore perfectly tailored outfits, with leather boots that shone and adorned with silver chains, their appearance immaculate and commanding. Draped over his frame was a gray woolen overcoat, adorned on the sleeves with 3 silver stars. Jiang Fan gazed at the disciples before him, genuinely appreciating their attire. Although he himself was clad in garments befitting a noble, he felt that his appearance paled in comparison to their orderly and austere outfits, which seemed far more dignified. As he surveyed the ancient castle before him, a twinge of envy flickered across his brow, only to be replaced by a frown. His exceptionally strong soul allowed him to perceive a formidable force observing him, devoid of any murderous intent, yet the weight of such scrutiny was undeniably oppressive. It became evident that power begets status. Only individuals of such caliber were worthy of this magnificent fortress. Jiang Fan silently nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining an outward demeanor of humility and showing no signs of change. At that moment, Sima Yuntian turned to him with a smile, saying, "Jiang Fan, it seems we are quite congenial. Yet today, I am bound by official duties. I can only escort you thus far. The subsequent matters will be handled by Elder Jean of the Techniques Department." With that, Sima Yuntian proceeded toward the entrance of the Silver Castle. Upon noticing his approach, the 2 elite disciples guarding the entrance stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Great Steward, do you require assistance?" Sima Yuntian, with an expressionless hand gesture, acknowledged them with a curt nod. His demeanor suggesting a hint of disdain, it was clear that the sect operated under a strict hierarchy. "Is Elder Jean present? Please inform him that I have official business." "The elder is currently in seclusion and cannot see you," replied one of the elite disciples, his complexion slightly pale. The other disciple, tall with prominent features, possessed strikingly deep blue eyes. Sima Yuntian's brow furrowed slightly, his dissatisfaction evident. What is the meaning of this? Why is he still in seclusion? "The elder has decreed that during his training, no one is to disturb him," the dark-complexioned disciple replied, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Sima Yuntian. Taken aback, Sima Yuntian was incensed that a mere inner disciple would dare speak to him in such a manner. His eyes briefly flicked over the disciple's collar, noting a small white flower pin there. "How audacious of the small EU family to act so brazenly before me. I am not only the great steward, but also a member of the Sima clan." A surge of indignation welled up within him. Chapter 31. An unexpected confrontation. As the great steward, Sima Yuntian was aware that he did not hold as high a status as the elders, who typically showed little interest in worldly affairs except in matters of great importance. Therefore, the great steward effectively served as the true head of various departments. He had never before been subjected to such disrespect. Moreover, with Jiang Xinsher's descendant at his side, failing to manage this situation would be a significant loss of face. It was common knowledge that Jiang Fan was destined for greatness. It was not out of the realm of possibility that he would one day become an elder or even the Grand Elder. Sima Yuntian understood that he could not afford to lose face before someone with such potential, lest Jiang Fan regard him with disdain in the future. With this in mind, Sima Yuntian scoffed softly, channeling his spiritual energy. A mist enveloped him, and the temperature around him plummeted drastically. The chilling force instantly frosted the flora surrounding him, transforming his eyes into icy orbs of white. His long hair billowed behind him, and his robes fluttered slightly as he conjured 2 petite whirlwinds of frost from his palms. The 2 guarding disciples, startled, hastily retreated. They could not withstand the full brunt of the great steward's power, which would surely be fatal. Just as Sima Yuntian was on the verge of unleashing his might, a sudden, invisible pressure bore down upon everyone present. The elite disciples, who had already broken into a cold sweat, now regarded Sima Yuntian with a mix of fear and scorn as the oppressive force surged past them. Suddenly, Sima Yuntian made a move, catching Jiang Fan completely off guard. What surprised him even more was the realization of the castle owner's power. The elders behind Jiang Fan, who had previously seemed ethereal, stumbled backward, grunting as they retreated several steps. Sima Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively stepped back, positioning his feet in a T-shape to brace against the mounting pressure. A powerful voice echoed from within the castle, dry yet commanding. Sima, you and I have had no quarrel. Today, however, you dare to act recklessly before my gates. You owe me an explanation. With this pronouncement, the pressure intensified, causing several elders behind Sima Yuntian to falter and kneel upon the ground. Sima Yuntian's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow as his left foot sank deeply into the stone pathway. At this moment, he struggled to maintain his footing. Had he not initially gathered his spiritual energy, he would likely have found himself prostrate on the ground like his subordinates. Damn that Elder Jiang. I will surely take my revenge once my power increases. Yet, as Sima Yuntian felt himself on the brink of collapse, a sudden query echoed from within the castle. Impossible. The oppressive weight vanished in an instant, allowing the elders behind him to breathe a sigh of relief. Sima Yuntian was left both irate and perplexed. The techniques department's elder was indeed a force to be reckoned with, exhibiting a temperament that was as unpredictable as it was formidable. It was no wonder other factions within the sect refrained from provoking such eccentric individuals. However, he was left wondering why the elder had suddenly ceased his assault. Furrowing his brow, Sima Yuntian glanced back at his disheveled subordinates, their hair resembling a bird's nest, some even bleeding from their eyes and nostrils due to the pressure. When had they ever been reduced to such a pitiful state? Sighing, he lamented the vast disparity in their realms. It was a stroke of luck that they had not succumbed to the pressure of the spiritual void. With a heavy heart, Sima Yuntian suddenly recalled Jiang Fan, feeling a chill run down his spine. Heavens, I hope this immense pressure does not shatter the boy's bones. He turned swiftly to look at Jiang Fan, only to be taken aback. Jiang Fan stood there, seemingly unfazed, gazing intently at the castle as if deep in thought. A voice in Jiang Fan's mind, languid yet authoritative, spoke. Well, young one, how do you find this experience? I told you to follow my guidance, and it has served you well. This is the spiritual power of a cultivator. While still weak, it is not easily attained, and you are likely in the spiritual void stage. Unfortunately for them, I imparted to you not merely a technique for mental fortitude, but a method specifically designed to cultivate spiritual energy. Compared to those who have never had the opportunity to specialize in this area, your spiritual strength has grown remarkably, while you lack the foundational techniques of immortality, preventing you from exerting spiritual pressure. You are more than adequate to contend with this rudimentary level of spiritual energy. Jiang Fan nodded inwardly, affirming his belief that the old spirit within him was indeed an extraordinary entity. Yet, a flicker of concern arose in his thoughts. Is the technique you taught me truly meant to enhance my spiritual energy? While improvement is undoubtedly beneficial, is it not too conspicuous to display it so publicly? The elder replied with a sense of calm. There is no alternative. Without this, you would have been reduced to a mere heap of bones. Currently, you cannot conceal your spiritual energy, but I had anticipated this. You may simply claim it is a technique left to you by your father for the purpose of cultivating spiritual strength. As long as you attribute it to him, no one will dare to contest you, for they will be disinclined to offend you, given your lineage and the circumstances. After all, without any spiritual energy, they will harbor no suspicions. Jiang Fan was engaged in an internal dialogue with the old man, oblivious to the presence of Sima Yuntian beside him. The old man, observing Jiang Fan's unscathed form, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, he seemed to understand. He surmised that someone like Jiang Fan, devoid of any evident spiritual energy, must have been recognized by Elder Jiang as an ordinary mortal, hence the elder's reluctance to unleash his power. With this thought, he closed his eyes once more, allowing his anger to resurface, mentally cursing the ancestors of Elder Jiang. As the other stewards adjusted their breathing and tidied their attire, Sima Yuntian also entered a meditative state. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the ancient castle's iron door, which split open at the center, revealing a lion's head motif. Upon the door's opening, the onlookers ceased their self-concern and focused their gazes inward. The two elite disciples stationed at the entrance stood at attention, bowing their heads, fully aware that their master would rather offend a senior steward than risk losing face. Heavy footsteps echoed from within the castle, each step resonating with a thunderous weight that sent shivers down spines, as though a colossal beast with a gaping maw were emerging. However, when the figure finally came into view, Jiang Fan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Slowly, an elderly man with a pale purple complexion emerged, his long white beard billowing down to his chest, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, his movements seemed deliberate, each step firmly planted on the ground, as if he could traverse great distances with minimal effort. At that moment, Sima Yuntian noticed the elder's demeanor, furrowing his brow before approaching him with a warm smile, as if their earlier confrontation had never occurred. Elder Jean, your cultivation has indeed progressed remarkably. Congratulations. Today my esteemed uncle is here on official business. Otherwise, we would certainly celebrate your achievements. The purple-faced elder, known as Elder Jean from the Department of Techniques, cast a fleeting glance at Sima Yuntian, his eyes reflecting unmasked disdain. He paid little heed to Sima and instead turned his attention to Jiang Fan, scrutinizing him with an intense curiosity that sent a shiver down Jiang Fan's spine. You are Jiang Shishu's son? How old are you? What did you just do? Curious, could it be? No, it cannot be. Come with me. The rest of you return. Elder Jean disregarded any chance for Jiang Fan and the others to respond, launching into a barrage of questions before decisively ushering the others away. Seizing Jiang Fan's hand and leading him into the castle. Once inside, Jiang Fan was left in awe. The white jade handrails of the staircase, the grand hall adorned with a nearly 3-meter-wide crystal chandelier, and the lavish study, complete with sandalwood bookshelves, a jade paperweight, and ivory-handled brushes, all exuded opulence. It was a display of extravagance that left Jiang Fan feeling stunned. Elder Jean, shedding his earlier cold demeanor, smiled warmly. I have long wished to meet Jiang Shishu's descendant. Your performance today is indeed remarkable. Since you mentioned my father, I wish to learn more about him, Jiang Fan replied, maintaining a calm facade. Elder Jean furrowed his brow and replied lightly. The matters concerning Jiang Shishu are not exactly secrets. The entire cultivation world is aware. However, there are certain taboo topics that must not be mentioned. Just know that your father is a great hero within the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing Elder Jin's words, Jiang Fan's exterior remained composed, but the disappointment in his eyes was unmistakable. Elder Jean, sensing the disillusionment, sighed and gazed out the window, his expression steeped in weariness and nostalgia. Your father was unlike other cultivators. He cherished freedom above all, undertaking arduous sect tasks and traversing the entire cultivation world. If you wish to know more, you must prove your worth through your own strength. Only then will you uncover the truths that even the great sects and families dare not speak of. Jiang Fan fell silent, clenching his small fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through, yet there was no trace of pain or anger in his eyes, only an unwavering resolve. In his heart, he initiated another dialogue with the old man. Take me as your disciple. I have broached this topic with you many times. Why the sudden willingness today? Since you have now taken the initiative, I must ponder this further, the old man replied, his tone teasing. Old man, you should think quickly. What are the conditions? I might change my mind at any moment, Jiang Fan retorted, fully aware of the old man's penchant for taking advantage of opportunities. Very well. No more deliberation. If you truly become my disciple, you must pledge your loyalty to the sect for life and, in the future, fulfill a task for me. The elder stated. Jiang Fan frowned slightly, asking, what task? Speak freely, but I will not engage in anything harmful to myself. Rest assured, it is not detrimental to you. Rather, it is advantageous for me, the old man replied, clearly apprehensive about Jiang Fan's potential change of heart, his tone softening considerably. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan responded coolly. I agree, but you must ensure that I grow stronger. Having entered this realm of cultivation, I must become powerful. This world is vastly different from the mundane one. To forge a legacy, I must establish myself within this realm. Elder Jean was correct. Facing those near the level of immortality, Jiang Fan felt minuscule and ignorant, akin to an ant, easily crushed beneath their feet and rendered silent. His youthful visage now bore an expression of unwavering determination. Excellent. I have not misjudged you. Upon awakening from my slumber, I sensed your presence, a young soul brimming with indignation and ambition. It feels as though you have awakened me, the elder remarked. I can accept you as my disciple, but when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you must assist me with a task, he added. Jiang Fan nodded, understanding that his desire to become stronger was intertwined with the prospect of achieving longevity. By the way, since you have entered my tutelage, I shall share with you the secrets of my sect when the time is right. From now on, you shall refer to me as master. In the past, I was known as Yuan Qing, and the world outside reveres me as Yuanqing Laozu. Oh, Laozu, Jiang Fan muttered, though Elder Jin remained unaware of Jiang Fan's internal resolution. He merely perceived a slight shift in Jiang Fan's demeanor. Elder Jin, assuming Jiang Fan was merely missing his father, rose to take his leave. You shall rest here tonight. And tomorrow I will introduce you to the Grand Elder. I understand you have yet to undergo the assessment. This way, you can train thoroughly for a year before attempting it again. Although Jiang Fan was somewhat familiar with the tales of the cultivation world and had even participated in a prior assessment, he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of the distinctions between spiritual veins. Master, now that I have arrived in the realm of cultivation, should you not enlighten me about it? Moreover, you have not forgotten the techniques for achieving immortality that you promised to impart, have you? Yuanqing nodded slightly, indicating that he was aware of your current ignorance regarding these matters. Allow me to succinctly explain. Cultivation is not a path available to everyone. One must possess a spiritual vein, as that young girl has already informed you. However, your assessment has been sabotaged by me, so you remain unaware of your spiritual veins classification. Like that young girl, you too possess the true monarch physique. Though it may not be the finest spiritual vein, it is already remarkable among the contemporary populace. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. If I am indeed of the true monarch physique, why then have you not permitted me to undergo an evaluation? Yuanqing chuckled. It is because I wish for you to keep your capabilities a secret. In 3 years, I shall transform you into a legend within the realm of cultivation. I intend to create yet another myth. The term spiritual vein refers to the meridians through which one can cultivate spiritual energy. Mortal warriors harness their inner power through these very meridians. In fact, cultivating spiritual energy is quite similar to practicing inner strength, as both traverse the meridians and are categorized into the great and small circulations. The great circulation involves channeling spiritual energy from the dantian, circulating it through all meridians before returning to the dantian, while the small circulation entails circulating energy around the primary meridians only. The outcomes of the great and small circulations in the cultivation realm are strikingly different. The former requires more time, but allows spiritual energy to flow into all meridians, including the finer, hair-like branches, which greatly enhances overall spiritual energy cultivation and accelerates progress. In contrast, the small circulation is merely a simplified version of the great circulation, yielding significantly lesser benefits. The broader the meridians, the faster the flow of spiritual energy. Thus, individuals with a robust constitution cultivate at a swifter pace than those with narrower meridians, leading to potentially divergent outcomes. Those with wider meridians experience quicker cultivation and find it easier to grasp the nuances of their practice, resulting in superior speed and quality. Master, I have heard that the true monarch physique appears once in a million individuals. Is such a spiritual vein not sufficient? Jiang Fan pondered, recalling the astonishment that Lulu, possessing the true monarch physique, had instilled in those present, subconsciously lamenting his own untested potential. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Yuanqing discerned Jiang Fan's thoughts with a hint of disdain, yet proceeded to elucidate. Understand that those capable of cultivating energy are collectively referred to as spiritual bodies, classified by the quality of their spiritual veins into 5 tiers. The highest is the true divine body, followed by your true monarch body. And beneath that are the true sage, true fate, and the lowest category, the void spirit body. There exists an even rarer spiritual vein, the innate body, yet it can manifest only in 2 instances, either among the first sentient beings at the dawn of creation or through the absorption of primordial spiritual energy. Those endowed with an innate spiritual vein possess extraordinary capabilities. The true divine body, needless to say, has the greatest potential for achieving enlightenment on the path of cultivation, with ascension to immortality not being out of reach. The true monarch body is still a commendable spiritual vein. Many energy cultivators never transcend the foundational level. Yet those of the true monarch physique will find it relatively effortless to break through to the golden core stage and truly enter the ranks of cultivators. As for the true sage body, such individuals, even without cultivating energy, would be regarded as saints among mortals, leaving behind a lasting legacy with minimal effort. With diligent cultivation, they too can achieve significant accomplishments. The true fate body, however, is somewhat inconsequential. While they can cultivate energy, the path is fraught with obstacles. They may attain a life of comfort and prosperity, but cannot safeguard their descendants. If they lack the opportunity for dominion, they risk being forgotten by history. Lastly, the void spirit body consists of those who linger between mortals and cultivators. They can cultivate energy, but cannot attain the great path, often resulting in little to no gain. Yet, if they remain in the mortal realm, they may still achieve great success. Chapter 33. The countercurrent techniques. The realms of cultivation and the mortal world differ significantly. Within each parallel dimension, numerous families dedicated to cultivation exist, due to bloodline matters. Those so-called superlative spiritual veins that are rare among mortals are not so uncommon within these cultivation families. Jiang Fan, possessing a meticulous mind, was acutely aware of the significance of these matters he was about to engage with, attentively listening to Yuan Qing's explanations, fearing he might overlook any valuable insights. How are cultivators classified by rank? For instance, what levels do the elite disciples and elder Jiang occupy? Initially, novices in energy cultivation are categorized according to the rank of their techniques. Once a technique reaches the 12th tier, the next stage is foundation establishment, which is further divided into early, middle, and late phases. The subsequent breakthrough results in integration, followed by spiritual tranquility. And only upon reaching the golden core stage does one officially enter the ranks of cultivators. After the golden core, one progresses to the nascent soul stage, followed by spirit separation, tribulation crossing, and finally, upon surpassing the great ascension, one enters the immortal tier. However, do not be deceived into thinking that cultivation is an effortless endeavor. In my view, reaching the nascent soul stage is already a great achievement. As for those elite disciples, I have observed that a 1-star elite is at the 8th tier of their technique, with 5-star elites being the pinnacle disciples. Elder Jiang is at the mid-stage of spiritual tranquility, while that Sima Yuntian, the chief steward, is at the initial stage of integration. And the other stewards are at the early foundation establishment stage. Jiang Fan responded with an "oh," suddenly recalling the arrogant Lu Hen, and quietly inquired, "What is Lu Hen's level of prowess?" "Ah, that young man is quite remarkable. He has reached the late stage of integration and is on the verge of breaking through to spiritual tranquility. He is indeed a rarity within the sect." After conveying this, Yuan Qing sighed, his tone becoming gravely serious. People often claim that heaven is fair, but in truth, one's future is predetermined from birth. Just as if you do not pursue the path of cultivation, you may not achieve immortality, yet with a modicum of effort, a century hence, history may record you as an unparalleled genius or a monumental failure. However, judging by your current demeanor, it is highly likely that you shall bear the infamy of a 1,000-year turtle. At first, Jiang Fan was engrossed, anticipating that his master would share insights gleaned from years of cultivation. Yet upon hearing his master's assessment of him, he nearly exploded with indignation. Had it not been for Elder Jin's presence, he would have voiced his displeasure long ago. Elder Jin, seeing Jiang Fan deep in contemplation for an extended period, assumed he was reflecting on the previous discourse and remained silent. Upon noticing Jiang Fan's changing expression, Elder Jin cleared his throat, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Young man, your ability to conceal your energy is quite commendable. Even I cannot detect your spiritual energy." Jiang Fan could only manage a bitter smile and reply, "What concealment?" He had never engaged in any form of cultivation. "I have yet to practice any mental techniques. I merely possess an unnamed mantra left by my father that can sharpen my mental acuity." "Oh, is that so?" Elder Jin's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. "I thought it impossible that I could detect nothing." "Ah, it is no wonder. You are indeed the disciple of Master Jiang, possessing a method for honing mental strength." Elder Jin's demeanor became markedly more courteous. "Young man, you must remember to keep your talents discreet. At present, you lack the qualification to wield such profound techniques. Otherwise, envy will lead to dire consequences. However, fear not. I shall ensure that you become the center of attention, yet until that time, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. To be in the spotlight?" Jiang Fan mused. He chuckled softly, though I may not particularly appreciate it. "It is certainly preferable to death." Jiang Fan mused inwardly. Elder Jin gradually grasped Jiang Fan's hand. Probing with his spiritual energy yielded no trace whatsoever. Even the most adept techniques for concealing one's aura could not possibly fail under such direct contact. When Elder Jin lifted his gaze again, it was as if he beheld Jiang Fan as the lover of his youth. A shiver ran down Jiang Fan's spine at the elder's penetrating stare. Could it be that this old man harbored feelings for that person? In his mind, Yuan Qing's languid voice echoed. "If you can attain such mental prowess without any formal training, just imagine the formidable strength of those who have honed their spiritual techniques." For someone like Elder Jin, whose lifespan was nearing its end, acquiring profound methods could potentially lead to a breakthrough. Should he advance to the golden core stage of cultivation, it would afford him several more centuries of life to relish. Thus, he regarded you as the most delightful individual. Mark my words. He will undoubtedly seek to obtain your techniques. Deflect him with cleverness, but do not acquiesce. Elder Jin's face flushed crimson. After all, he was asking for a child's techniques, which posed a certain awkwardness. He gazed at Jiang Fan with a cheerful expression reminiscent of a long-lost lover. Tell me, young Jiang Fan, since you have not practiced, would you like to learn? I could offer guidance, and of course, I could teach you my own techniques. I practice a rather advanced art known as the shadowless technique, and I have recently unraveled some new and higher-level methods, such as the fragmented step I demonstrated at the entrance, though I have only grasped a fragment of it. My agility is already among the foremost in the sect. How about it? Just take your time. You can ponder until tomorrow. Jiang Fan hesitated. Pondering. Why not acquiesce to him? It is merely an unnamed technique, and it would provide a solid backing. Huh. Foolish child, he cannot protect you. Furthermore, this unnamed technique is a treasure of the cultivation world. How could it be carelessly shared? Are you not concerned about giving him an advantage or attracting deadly repercussions? He is merely a low-ranking elder. If you seek a patron, find someone more substantial. Trust me, dear disciple, deflect him. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall bestow upon you a truly remarkable gift, something extraordinary. Yuan Qing was evidently attempting to entice Jiang Fan. Nonetheless, the allure of this extraordinary technique was undeniable. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. What is it? Yuan Qing chuckled proudly. Mastering this technique will elevate your spiritual veins to the status of a true divine body. How astonishing is that? You will attract the attention of all sects, and chaos shall ensue. Jiang Fan's heart swelled with excitement and anticipation, indescribable in its intensity. However, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his deep-set eyes. If Elder Jin were to notice the change in Jiang Fan's gaze, he would surely be taken aback by the emotionless chill it exuded. Old man, who exactly are you? Why do you follow me like a specter? Me? Have you forgotten? It was you who summoned me back to life. Since Yuan Qing sealed Jiang Fan's memories of his past life and erased the memories that had been sealed within his painting, Jiang Fan had long believed the old man to be a mere specter who had fortuitously crossed his path, yet his life underwent a significant transformation. Initially, he thought it was merely a dream, but as weeks and months passed, he realized he no longer dreamed of others. Gone were the fantasies of secretly admiring the charming girl next door or the alluring older sister from the front courtyard, replaced instead by the image of an elderly Taoist in ancient attire, adorned with golden trim, reclining nonchalantly with crossed legs, persistently occupying his mind. Eventually, even during the day, he would hear the old man's voice, which drove Jiang Fan to the brink of madness. This old fellow incessantly asserted himself as a guiding elder, directing Jiang Fan's every step. Despite Jiang Fan's remarkable composure and insight, he felt like a child in the presence of this elder, who seemed to perceive matters with greater clarity. As time progressed, however, Jiang Fan began to realize his growing reliance on this old man. Any advice he offered invariably proved sound, including during the continent-wide examination, which was also orchestrated by the elderly sage. As time wore on, whenever Jiang Fan was on the verge of making a mistake, the old man's voice would resonate in his mind, preventing him from straying. Gradually, Jiang Fan discovered that this old man was, in fact, quite endearing and possessed a penchant for humor. Thus, whenever Jiang Fan felt empty or lonely, the old man would manifest, bringing him solace, making him feel as though he had a beloved elder by his side at all times. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Jiang, are you awake? A gentle feminine voice drifted in from outside the bedroom. Jiang Fan abruptly opened his eyes, two faint azure beams of light emanating from them. An intangible surge of mental energy swept across the doorway. Jiang Fan had not slept throughout the night, diligently following Yuan Qing's instructions to practice the mental techniques. The outcome filled him with exuberance. In the past, he had often been lazy, but now, in the realm of cultivation, he could no longer afford such indulgences. The results of an entire night of practice were immediate and striking. Having practiced the mental techniques, Jiang Fan now experienced an extraordinary clarity of mind, even able to sense the so-called spiritual energy. He examined his body, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He could now perceive the general shape of the person beyond the door and discern whether they emitted any spiritual energy. Standing outside was an ordinary mortal, undoubtedly untrained in martial arts, likely an outer sect disciple. Jiang Fan surveyed her quickly, nodding to himself in satisfaction with his progress. However, when he took note of her appearance, he was taken aback. The girl, perhaps 15 or 16 years old, was an absolute beauty, clad in a pristine white servant's outfit. Her skin flawless and delicate, her features painterly and radiant. She was the epitome of natural beauty. The youthful visage bore a hint of innocence, yet her eyes reflected a detached, almost numbed expression, which caused Jiang Fan's heart to sink. Is there something you need? The elder requests your presence for breakfast. After a brief pause, Jiang Fan responded. Oh, understood. Upon finishing his sentence, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Fan, now fully dressed, stepping out with a smile. The girl, hearing the commotion, looked up curiously at Jiang Fan. At that moment, he appeared entirely transformed from the previous day. Having gone an entire night without sleep, Jiang Fan now radiated vitality. And subtle changes had occurred in his physique. His skin had become even fairer, and his gentle, clear eyes sparkled with an uncommon innocence, while his high nose and thin lips formed a benevolent smile. The girl stared blankly at Jiang Fan for a while. Suddenly, she felt an embarrassment at maintaining eye contact with a man, causing a flush to rise upon her snow-white skin. She quickly lowered her gaze, unable to look at Jiang Fan any longer, while he remained entranced by her beauty. Jiang Fan's gaze rendered the girl increasingly bashful, deepening the blush on her cheeks. Sir, the elder is still waiting for you. Only then did Jiang Fan snap back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head and saying, Oh, right. I'm not very familiar with this place. Could you guide me? He scanned his surroundings with a frown. Certainly. Please follow me, the girl replied with a smile, momentarily forgetting her earlier embarrassment, though a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes. This girl is quite delightful, far superior to that little girl, at the very least. She lacks any violent tendencies and won't stab a man with an ice pick in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this thought in his mind, Jiang Fan instinctively recalled who that man beside him was, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Master, could you refrain from bringing up such topics? I share no deeper connection with Lulu beyond mere friendship. After all, she is the daughter of one of the 6 prominent families in the Northern District, known for her ruthlessness. As for me, I am but an orphan. Ah, foolish boy, just wait and see. It won't be long. 3 years, merely 3 years. I am determined to cultivate you into a figure of monumental significance within the realm of cultivation. By then, not only will the great families bow to you, but even the major sects will be compelled to acknowledge your prowess. Jiang Fan smiled momentarily, eagerly anticipating that day, yet as he gazed upon the graceful figure before him, a shadow of despondency crossed his eyes. It was evident that the girl bore a certain numbness in her gaze, a telltale sign of having endured considerable prejudice, making it exceedingly difficult for her to open her heart. Have you developed feelings? The voice echoed in his mind, mocking him. You are nothing but a lecher, always yearning to catch a glimpse of the seductive maidens bathing in the nearby manor. Go ahead and watch, but be prepared to return with a bloodied nose. Yet, this girl, an ordinary person amidst the grand sects of cultivation, was likely overlooked, perhaps even bullied. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond, and followed the girl into the hall, the fragrant scent of her presence momentarily distracting him. Unable to restrain himself, he ventured, I just arrived here yesterday. Could you enlighten me about the situation here? The girl halted, turning back to cast a cold, indifferent glance at Jiang Fan, clearly perceiving his attempt to befriend her as insincere. Her guarded expression suggested he was not the first to approach her in such a manner. However, Jiang Fan's kind demeanor began to soften her icy disposition, though she said nothing and resumed her forward pace. With a resigned shrug, Jiang Fan silently trailed behind her into the hall. As the sun lazily climbed the horizon, a hyena returned to its den after a night of foraging. Its belly full, yet its senses dulled. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, startling the creature as it cautiously peered out, scanning the surroundings. Apart from a fleeting white light soaring through the sky, nothing else caught its attention, and with a blink, it retreated back into its lair. In the sky, a radiant streak appeared. A 2-meter-long white jade brush glided through the air, while Elder Jean, hands clasped behind his back, soared ahead on his flying apparatus. Jiang Fan stood steadfastly behind him, outwardly composed as he admired the scenery, though inwardly, he was drenched in cold sweat. His fear of heights exacerbated by the lack of control over the flight. Ah, you possess courage akin to your father, Elder Jean remarked. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Your father made quite a name for himself at your age during the sect's trials, single-handedly contending with 4 elders from rival sects without faltering, instantly gaining renown. Not only was he celebrated among our righteous sect, but even the neutral factions and opposing forces took heed of this emerging threat. Your father's fame was truly formidable. Is that so? Could you share more about my father's exploits? Jiang Fan, though already somewhat aware of his father's legacy, felt a stir of excitement at Elder Jean's words. Elder Jean appeared particularly loquacious that day, despite not having gained a disciple or the coveted spiritual technique. A practitioner of the spirit tranquility stage like him bore no ill will. Given Jiang Fan's background and the elder's directives, he felt compelled to contribute in some manner. Those were events long past, requiring a bit of recollection. I recall your father achieving foundation establishment within a year of cultivation, and astonishingly, within another 6 months. He attained spirit tranquility. By the 3rd year, he successfully condensed his golden core, becoming the youngest golden core cultivator in the realm. He surpassed the legendary prodigy, known as the Son of God, who flourished over 5,000 years prior, thereby claiming the title of the foremost genius in the cultivation world. Subsequently, he gained fame during the sect trials, leading to an unstoppable ascent, becoming a mythic figure among the younger generation. His free-spirited nature drew envy from many, but it was merely a reflection of their jealousy towards his talents. Naturally, the celestial exiles took notice of such an exceptional being, understanding that his future prowess would likely eclipse that of our sect's elders in recent generations, possibly even leading to legendary status. However, the celestial exiles employed numerous underhanded tactics, and several confidential missions he participated in were mysteriously leaked. Within the sect, envious traitors conspired against him, and although he managed to escape peril multiple times, he sustained considerable injuries, once narrowly escaping death from a surprise attack by a nascent soul expert. Fortunately, his fellow practitioners from the esoteric sect came to his aid. This incident culminated in a historic event that sent tremors throughout the cultivation world, leading to a prolonged battle between the Celestial Pavilion and the Righteous Alliance, resulting in significant casualties. It was this very event that ultimately prompted both parties to negotiate a ceasefire. Elder Jiang reminisced, as if the events were unfolding before his eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh at the end of his tale. Chapter 35. The inner palace summons. Jiang Fan listened intently, envisioning his father's magnificent presence, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Yet, the thought of those who conspired against his father swiftly extinguished his joy. Despite their infrequent meetings, the bond of blood remained, and Jiang Fan's brow furrowed in contemplation. I shall uncover the identities of those individuals in due time. However, Jiang Fan's mind was more firmly impressed with the name of the esoteric sect. Elder Jiang guided Jiang Fan through the air, engaging in conversation as they made their way to the island's center. Numerous cultivators passed by, casting curious glances at the sight of Elder Jiang accompanied by another, yet they merely smiled and greeted him before continuing on their way. This island was indeed vast, and Elder Jin's flying apparatus was not particularly swift. With an additional passenger, their speed diminished further. Had it not been for the direct route offered by the flying apparatus, many lower-tier cultivators might have been left behind. After approximately half an hour of flight, a grand palace emerged before them, distinctly different from the ancient castles and villas previously seen. This palace spanned nearly 10 square kilometers, with a magnificent golden roof and vibrant red lacquer. Surrounding it was a layer of marble, and countless white jade pillars adorned the exterior. From the palace, one could gaze upon endless emerald meadows, the entire structure perched upon a plateau, significantly elevated compared to its surroundings. Such a magnificent palace, set in such a beautiful environment, captivated Jiang Fan's attention deeply. To his surprise, only 2 disciples were stationed at the entrance, a detail that struck him as unusual, as their features remained obscured from the heights above. As Elder Jiang landed and approached the palace, Jiang Fan finally discerned the 2 disciples' appearances. Both appeared to be around 16 or 17, with strikingly handsome features and bright, shining eyes, bearing a resemblance that hinted at a possible familial connection. Yet what astonished Jiang Fan most was that these 2 youths were elite disciples, boasting 5-star ratings, their crimson stars gleaming brilliantly. Upon noticing Elder Jiang, the 2 young disciples promptly approached, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Jiang," one of the slightly pale youths greeted with a cheerful smile. "It has been quite a while since you visited the Temple of Illusions. What brings you here today to see our esteemed ancestor? You 2 have made significant progress in your cultivation, reaching the 12th level of your technique. The younger generation is indeed impressive. How is that old rascal Zhao doing? I haven't seen him in ages." "Uncle, you flatter us. We are merely disciples muddling through at the level of techniques, hardly worthy of your attention. Our master is doing well. He has been in seclusion for cultivation and is expected to emerge next month. All right. Send him a message that I will challenge him to a game of chess next month, so we can reminisce," Elder Jiang said with a smile. However, upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 youths changed dramatically. The previously silent boy spoke up. "Master Uncle, what do you intend to steal this time after winning at chess? It seems every time, Master instructs us to pilfer something." You are aware that last time we almost got caught while stealing Elder Li's 1,000-year-old brew. I think it would be best if you refrained from going. Elder Jiang chuckled lightly and deftly shifted the topic. Thus, after a brief conversation with his two disciples, Elder Jiang took his leave. Before departing, he reiterated, "See you next month," and disregarded the grim expressions of the two youths, cheerfully leading Jiang Fan into the palace. Who are they? Jiang Fan couldn't help but inquire. Oh, they are the Jiang brothers, the great-grandsons of the late chief elder of the sect, and also the direct disciples of Elder Zhao from the War Department. Both possess commendable spiritual veins and are among the elite of the true saint physique. Moreover, when Elder Zhang approaches the end of his lifespan, he will seal his entire cultivation within them. As soon as they reach the spirit tranquility stage, they may very well break through to the core formation stage, came the response. Jiang Fan nodded, mentally noting the two youths who could potentially become core formation cultivators. He resolved to remember them well and fell silent, continuing to walk alongside Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang and Jiang Fan strolled through the palace corridors at a leisurely pace, occasionally encountering individuals, each of whom appeared to be at least a steward, with several elders among them. Elder Jiang would greet some of them, but more often than not, he merely nodded and passed by. Since entering the palace, Jiang Fan felt an intense sensation of being scrutinized by numerous pairs of eyes, which left him somewhat unnerved. He understood that while the palace seemed to have only 2 guards on the surface, there were undoubtedly many hidden sentinels. The fact that he, a mere mortal, could sense their presence indicated the remarkable results of his diligent training the previous night, highlighting the terrifying efficacy of the mental cultivation method imparted by the venerable Yuanqing. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan recalled Elder Jin's peculiar gaze during breakfast, yet he realized that his own transformations, such as his demeanor and gaze, were inconsequential. Elder Jiang merely assumed that Jiang Fan appeared fatigued from his journey, attributing his current state to well-deserved rest without further inquiry. The palace did not possess the ostentatious grandeur one might anticipate, but rather exuded an ancient and weathered charm, with gray stone walls and red lacquered pillars adorned with archaic patterns. Strangely, the marble slabs beneath their feet were inscribed with various symbols and characters, while the pillars bore similarly unusual engravings. Thus, as Jiang Fan admired the palace, he noticed that Elder Jiang was particularly reticent. Aside from exchanging pleasantries with acquaintances, he refrained from uttering a single word. Jiang Fan distinctly sensed the tension emanating from Elder Jiang. Realizing that the guards would likely disregard the fate of an elder and would not hesitate to eliminate any perceived threats. Not wishing to be dull company, Jiang Fan quietly followed Elder Jiang. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived before a towering, pitch-black door. Elder Jiang halted and instructed, "You wait here for a moment while I go inside to make an announcement. Do not wander." Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from verbal response. Elder Jiang adjusted his robes and gently pushed open the massive door, slipping inside. Once Elder Jiang disappeared through the entrance, Jiang Fan exhaled slowly. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him was truly uncomfortable. "Master, do you think this is a blessing or a curse? Surely there is no conspiracy afoot?" he ventured. "Rest assured, there is not a hint of malice here. Although there are no visible watchers along the way, I sense no ill intentions," Yuanqing replied, shedding his usual nonchalance for a more serious demeanor. Before long, Elder Jiang re-emerged, beaming at Jiang Fan. "Let us go. The esteemed elders are awaiting your arrival. Follow me." Without uttering another word, Jiang Fan trailed behind Elder Jiang into the depths of the palace. Yuanqing continued to advise, "Remember to act wisely. I will inform you of the most formidable presence behind those doors. Securing their protection is paramount for your safe cultivation. At this moment, your training is of utmost importance. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage will you have the opportunity to practice the techniques I have prepared for you." As they stepped through the grand door, Jiang Fan was greeted by a sudden burst of brightness, a feeling of clarity washing over him, bringing relief to his previously anxious heart. Beyond the door lay a lofty, radiant hall, distinct from the rest of the palace, which bore the weight of antiquity. This hall was resplendent, adorned with a luxurious red carpet that stretched nearly 10 meters wide, leading directly to the center. Flanking the carpet, every 5 meters stood a pillar that could be embraced by 2 people, each coated in gold paint. The surrounding walls glistened with gilded embellishments, and each pillar was decorated with several lanterns. Yet, beyond the pillars lay an abyss of darkness, where Jiang Fan felt the unsettling presence of watchful eyes. Feigning ignorance, he continued forward alongside Elder Jiang. After passing 6 pillars, the space opened up further into a square hall, its ground covered in thick red carpeting. While the walls remained gilt, adorned with numerous candelabras that reflected golden light throughout the chamber. Tall torches were positioned every 3 meters along the walls, and a grand chandelier, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, hung from the ceiling, evoking a sense of opulence intertwined with solemnity. Yet, Jiang Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Despite the presence of the chandelier, the abundance of candelabras created an atmosphere that undermined the hall's intended spaciousness. At the far end of the hall, a series of stone steps led to a platform adorned with 7 chairs of varying colored jade. Seated upon them were 7 figures, 5 men and 1 woman, alongside a person concealed by a pure black mask, rendering their gender indiscernible. As Jiang Fan approached, still several dozen paces away, Elder Jiang quickened his step, prompting Jiang Fan to follow closely. When they were within 10 meters of the dais, Elder Jiang halted, granting Jiang Fan a moment to scrutinize the figures seated above. His immediate gaze was drawn to the most striking figure in white at the center. An elderly man, clad in a Taoist robe, exuded an air of wisdom. His complexion was a pale gold, with his eyes half open yet sparkling with intelligence. Snow-white brows framed his gaze, and his silver hair was elegantly styled into a bun, adorned with a jade hairpin. His hawkish nose and thin lips suggested a cunning mind. Jiang Fan instinctively sensed that this individual harbored deep schemes beneath his serene facade. On the left sat a figure draped in black robes, their face hidden behind a menacing mask. This person's eyes glinted with intrigue as they regarded Jiang Fan, and the distinctive black sun on their sleeve was particularly prominent. To the right of the elder in white was another elderly man in crimson robes, his hair and beard aflame with fiery hues, his large eyes fixated intently on Jiang Fan, the red sun embedded in his sleeve standing out starkly. Behind the red-robed figure stood a youth of about 15 or 16, his complexion pale and his eyes dull, resembling someone recovering from a severe illness, yet astonishingly. This young man bore a crescent moon on his sleeve. The subsequent individuals were similarly attired in white robes, devoid of any distinctive features, their cuffs adorned with a sun emblem. However, what particularly captivated Jiang Fan's attention were the individuals seated upon the green and purple jade chairs, along with those standing behind them. The man seated on the green jade chair appeared to be in his 50s, with flowing golden hair and a complexion as pale as jade, tinged with a hint of rosy hue. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, beneath which gleamed a pair of deep blue eyes. 2 slender black whiskers graced his upper lip, curling at the ends, complemented by a high nose, while his cuffs bore the emblem of a green sun. Behind him stood a youth of around 15, with skin as smooth as cream and a beauty surpassing that of jade, exuding an aura of elegance and amiability that would leave even a man like Jiang Fan feeling flustered, leading him to question his own inclinations. This young man regarded Jiang Fan with a smile, his sleeves still adorned with a green crescent moon. On the purple jade chair sat a young woman, the only one among them dressed in a different hue, her delicate pink veil draped over her white robe, rendering her strikingly beautiful, ethereal, and captivating. With a cold gaze fixed upon Jiang Fan, she clearly displayed her discontent, her cuffs sparkling with the emblem of a blue sun. Behind the pink-clad woman stood a girl of about 14 or 15, dressed in a light azure robe, her sleeves embellished with 2 gleaming crescent moons. Her youthful face radiated innocence, with clear eyes, a slightly upturned nose, and a softly pursed mouth that ignited an impulsive desire to brave any challenge for her sake. Her beauty was such that it could enchant or devastate nations. At that moment, she curiously glanced at Jiang Fan. Upon meeting his gaze, her face flushed, and she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes again. Jiang Fan felt his heart race at the sight of this enchanting maiden. After several deep breaths, he managed to steady himself, inwardly astonished. This little enchantress was even more alluring than Xian Shui, captivating him with just a glance. At that juncture, Elder Jiang stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he announced, "Esteemed masters, Jiang Fan has arrived." The elder seated upon the foremost white jade chair nodded, acknowledging, "Jin Yunzi, your efforts are appreciated." Beside the elder, an elder seated on a blue jade chair frowned slightly, commenting, "Jiang Fan? I recall Jiang Shidi's son goes by that name. I was wondering why we were all summoned. Since our esteemed nephew has arrived, it is indeed time to deliberate on his future." The elder on the golden chair smiled at Jiang Fan, while the elder on the blue chair nodded in agreement, suggesting, "I believe he would be better suited to my logistics department." Elder Jiang scoffed, "Isn't it a waste to place a genius in your logistics department? The administrative department would be the best choice." He continued, "Why should he go to you? Jiang Shidi was the most talented in the realm of cultivation, naturally. His son inherits that exceptional lineage, making my intelligence department the most fitting for Jiang Xianzi." The pink-clad woman scrutinized Jiang Fan, forcing a strained smile that revealed her accustomed seriousness, indicating that such a display was not easily achieved. "Gentlemen, let us pause these discussions for now," the elder interjected, shaking his head to quell the rising tension. "Jiang Xinzi has yet to pass the sect's spiritual vein test and will be re-evaluated in a year." Upon hearing this, the individuals present exchanged glances, while the two elders who had previously argued now wore expressions of disappointment. Observing the shift from eagerness to dismay in their gazes, Jiang Fan felt a cold smirk form within him. The son of a genius, how could he possibly be reduced to a mere waste? Whispered the sallow-faced youth behind the elder in red to the girl beside him. The girl shook her head, signaling him to remain silent, yet the youth grew bolder, his voice rising. Indeed, Jiang Shishu was a figure of great renown in the cultivation world. Who does not know of him? Yet look at this lad. He lacks even the qualifications to enter the sect. How can he be anything but a waste? Fool! With a sharp reprimand, the elder in red struck the youth, sending him sprawling several meters away, leaving him dazed and bewildered. At that moment, all attention shifted to the chastised youth. Except for the elder on the green chair, and the masked individual, who continued to observe Jiang Fan intently. The youth's loud remarks had been heard by all, and any child subjected to such insults would undoubtedly feel furious and indignant. However, Jiang Fan merely wore a slight smile, his expression unchanged, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. This elicited a mixture of curiosity and admiration from the three observers. The elder on the green chair's nearly perfect disciple, resembling a peacock, smiled and spoke. Jiang Shidi's apparent differences may simply stem from his lack of prior exposure to cultivation. I believe that with diligent practice, he will surely achieve greatness. The elder on the green chair was pleased with his disciple's words, offering a faint smile. Now, let us discuss Jiang Xinzi's future, the elder announced, surveying the room with a mild smile. Yet, after uttering these words, an oppressive silence fell upon the assembly. Jiang Fan maintained his calm demeanor while inwardly cursing. A pack of ancient foxes. They see I possess no remarkable talent and have no intention of accepting me. Where has their earlier enthusiasm vanished? As the elder glanced around, he noted that apart from the masked figure on the black chair, who continued to watch Jiang Fan, the others had become preoccupied with their own affairs, some closing their eyes in contemplation, others gazing at the ceiling, seemingly feigning ignorance. Chapter 37. The Seven Great Elders. The elder, feeling the weight of the awkward silence, cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment. In truth, I had intended for Jiang Xinzi to remain in my department of techniques. I have pondered day and night, burdened with remorse towards my junior brother. The arrival of our esteemed nephew is a remedy for my spiritual void. I shall care for him as if he were my own child. The elder's face bore an expression of profound sadness, his eyes reflecting the depth of his experience. However, upon hearing the elder's insincere words, aside from the elder with a bushy beard on the red chair, who regarded him with a look of gratitude, the others rolled their eyes towards the ceiling. Jiang Fan, listening to the elder's excessively hypocritical remarks, felt his lips twitch slightly. Yet, this statement finally roused the other five great elders from their stupor. Indeed, while this lad may lack strength, his father was formidable. Though he has long since passed, his influence remains significant. After a moment of contemplation, the five elders resolved to court Jiang Fan, their eager gazes causing him to break into a cold sweat. Elder Jean discerned the underlying motives and stepped forward to introduce Jiang Fan to the remaining great elders. The great elder of the techniques department, Xian Shuzi. Seated in the middle, the great elder of the secret sect, Ouyang Wuwei, the masked figure. The great elder of the warfare department, Yan Xing, the elder with red hair. The great elder of the administrative department, Qing Lin, seated on the golden jade chair. The great elder of the commercial department, Fan Hua, a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes. And the great elder of the intelligence department, Ziyun Fairy, the pink-clad woman. And the great elder of the logistics department, Wu Hao, the elder in blue. Jiang Fan approached each with respect and reverence. All six great elders regarded Jiang Fan with beaming smiles, nodding in acknowledgement, before exiting the grand hall alongside the great elder of the secret sect. Once the seven great elders departed, Elder Jean finally introduced Jiang Fan to the last three disciples, revealing that the sallow-faced youth was Wu Di, the steward of the warfare department. The nearly perfect youth was the steward of the commercial department, Yu Shoming. Elder Jean finally pointed to a breathtaking young woman clad in a light blue robe and introduced her. This is our sect's once-in-a-century genius, the chief steward of the intelligence department, Wang Ruobing. Jiang Fan stepped forward to greet each of them, paying particular attention to the expressions of the trio. A person of such caliber at such a young age would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. The pale-faced young man managed a forced smile in return, feeling somewhat awkward after his earlier remarks. However, Yu Shoming was quite relaxed, exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Fan, his demeanor amiable. Wang Ruobing, on the other hand, scrutinized Jiang Fan with an air of curiosity, only withdrawing her gaze when he returned her greeting. Jiang Fan remained composed, showing no signs of pretense. Although he appeared to engage in casual conversation with his peers, his mind began to assess these three individuals. Wu Di could not fully conceal his admiration for Jiang Fan, indicating a lack of depth in his scheming, an attitude typical for someone of their age. Wang Ruobing, however, was a source of concern for Jiang Fan. He found himself unable to maintain eye contact, raising questions about how to guard against her potential machinations. Yet, these two were still manageable. The real source of Jiang Fan's anxiety was Yu Shoming, an individual who exuded no discernible anomalies. It would be fortunate if he were a straightforward gentleman. But if he were a hypocrite with deep-seated cunning, it would pose a significant problem. Since receiving teachings from Yuan Qing, Jiang Fan had not encountered anyone his age who eluded his understanding, yet Yu Shoming seemed adept at reading Jiang Fan's thoughts, his gaze exuding an unspoken brilliance void of malice. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan committed the visage of this nearly flawless youth to memory, placing him on a list of dangerous individuals alongside the likes of Zhuang Suzi. Within the confines of a small conference room in the Hall of Void Gods, 7 influential figures, whose names resonated throughout the realm of cultivation, sat together, exchanging glances. The Grand Elder of the Sect Administration, Qing Lin, his eyes glinting with silver light, glanced around at the others with a smile. I believe it would be best for Jiang Xianshi to remain with our sect administration. However, Ziyun, the Celestial Maiden, scoffed disdainfully, as if regarding him as a fool. Come now, Qing Lin. Are you not aware of the caliber of your own sect administration? Don't jeopardize the child's future. Qing Lin's previously jovial expression darkened, his right hand slamming his teacup onto the table. Repeat that. His face was now etched with fury, revealing the tension that had long existed between the two factions. What is this? Not satisfied? Shall we step outside for a duel? I've long wished to witness your heart of annihilation firsthand. I too have been eager to experience the shadow-devouring technique of the intelligence department. With that, the two glared at each other and stood to leave. Xuanxiu, the old Taoist, felt his beard bristle in frustration, shaking his head internally. It was quite reckless for individuals of their age to behave like children. The Hall of Void Gods had truly fallen into disarray, with the position of Grand Elder now occupied by this motley crew of fools. Yet, despite their differing statuses, none could intervene against the two elders. Meanwhile, the others in the room remained aloof, seemingly unaffected, especially the representative from the commercial department, whose lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Stop. The matter at hand is unresolved. Where do you think you're going? Unexpectedly, Ouyang Wuwei from the esoteric sect interjected with a frigid tone. The two paused momentarily. None wished to offend the esoteric sect, yet having spoken, they could not back down without losing face. Are you truly looking for a fight? Very well. Let us 3 step outside. My Wuwei Heart Sutra has just broken through to the 7th level of the Supreme Marvelous Method. Shall we see how we fare? In the realm of cultivation, those of notable prowess often named themselves after their techniques, signifying either a high level of skill or exceptional cultivation. Ouyang Wuwei, at the core formation stage, openly challenged 2 others of the same level, showcasing his confidence in his abilities. The expressions of Qing Lin, the Grand Elder of the Technique Department, and Ziyun, the Grand Elder of the Intelligence Department, stiffened. Clearly, Ouyang Wuwei was issuing a provocation. Yet both were unwilling to accept the challenge. Should they lose, it would be disgraceful to be outmatched by one individual, leaving them with no hope of remaining in the Hall of Void Gods. Externally, no one would voice their opinions, yet behind the scenes, they would surely be disparaged. Conversely, if they triumphed, they would incur the wrath of the esoteric sect, a formidable power capable of undermining the Hall of Void Gods and its other 6 departments, resulting in dire consequences for themselves. This was a situation with no benefits whatsoever, since they had ascended to the rank of Grand Elder. It was clear they were not foolish. Their earlier remarks about stepping outside for a duel were likely a ruse to consider the merits and drawbacks of vying for Jiang Fan. I think it's best to refrain. We must prioritize the important matters, Ziyun said with a smile, returning to her seat, while Qing Lin awkwardly chuckled as he followed suit. We have been establishing the Hall of Void Gods for over 8,000 years. Yet the highest-ranking Grand Elder is about to engage in a physical confrontation over a mere verbal dispute? Aren't you ashamed? Xuanxiu, The old Taoist questioned coldly. Enough. Let us discuss the matter at hand. We cannot waste time. Despite his mask, a hint of impatience was evident in his eyes. Xuanxu nodded gravely and spoke. Since Brother Ouyang has brought it up, let us address the matter concerning Jiang Xianxu's affiliation. I propose that Jiang Xianxu remain with my technique department. Not for any other reason, but because it houses the most extensive collection of techniques within the Hall of Void Gods, making it the ideal place for cultivating talent. Should Jiang Xianxu stay with me, I assure you, he will become a master of his craft. Xuanxu spoke eloquently, making it seem as if he genuinely had Jiang Fan's best interests at heart. I agree. I would feel considerably more at ease with him under your guidance, said Yanxing, the Grand Elder of the War Department, stroking his scruffy beard and surprisingly nodding in agreement. Among the 6 factions, Yanxing was perceived as straightforward and devoid of ulterior motives. He had risen to the rank of Grand Elder purely through his strength, and despite his violent nature. He was indisputably the second strongest, following Xuanxu. Seeing Yanxing's consent, the others exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The Technique Department and the War Department wielded the most power among the 6 factions, and should they join forces, the other 4 would have little recourse. Xuanxu wore a broad smile. Securing Jiang Fan would effectively counterbalance the influence of the esoteric sect. Such a significant gain was not something he would allow to slip away. No, Jiang Fan must come with me. However, before Xuanxu could bask in his triumph, Ouyang Wuwei's cold voice cut through the air, opposing him. Xuanxu paused in surprise, but quickly laughed. Brother Ouyang, you jest. It's merely a jest. Yet Ouyang Wuwei cleared his throat lightly. Do I appear to be joking? The undeniable intensity in his gaze extinguished the smile from Xuanxu's face. Brother Ouyang, Xuanxu's expression darkened. The Hall of Void Gods has regulations. Your esoteric sect is absolutely forbidden from recruiting disciples from the other 6 factions. Surely, you have not forgotten this? Ouyang Wuwei's dry voice echoed once more, this time laced with evident disdain. I believe you have forgotten. I am the Grand Elder of the esoteric sect. Firstly, I possess the right to propose candidates for the position of Grand Elder, and secondly, I have the authority to take any disciple as a candidate for Grand Elder, as per our ancestral teachings. Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Ouyang Wuwei would consider a mere mortal for such a prestigious role. Chapter 38. Ouyang Wuwei cast a cold glance over the assembly, inwardly mocking them. Do you think I am a fool? Attempting to use a child to threaten the esoteric sect? Such a dream. I had pledged to Brother Jiang to care for his child. A promise known throughout the realm of cultivation. I shall not break it. However, this will not be utilized as a tool by you petty individuals. What of the candidates for Grand Elder? There are 5. Only those who have formed their golden core are worthy of discussion. The Xuanxu Taoist, seated nearby, furrowed his brow in silence, while Ouyang Wuwei continued coldly. Should he reach the golden core stage and become a cultivator, he will be our primary candidate and my successor. With a disdainful snort, the previously agitated Jiang Fan interjected. Brother Ouyang, I recall a specific clause in our ancestral teachings. The esoteric sect may not take disciples from the 6 sects as personal disciples. Furthermore, any heir to the Grand Elder of the 6 sects cannot be taken away. Am I correct? Jiang Fan's words seemed to bind Ouyang Wuwei. Others brightened at her remark. Only the Grand Elder of the Commercial Division, Fanhua, sneered, glancing at Jiang Fan, secretly amused. Foolish woman, Ouyang Wuwei has been waiting for your very words. Who would entrust such an important position to a useless person? I wonder how she ascended to this rank. Perhaps she spent a night in the bed of the previous Grand Elder. As expected, instead of reacting with anger, Ouyang Wuwei burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Sister Jiang speaks truthfully. If he is indeed the heir of the Grand Elder, I cannot take him away. So, among the distinguished present, who is willing to endorse Jiang Fan as the heir? If someone agrees, I shall cease to pursue this matter. A deathly silence ensued. The other 5 Grand Elders feigning ignorance, while Jiang Fan's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Ouyang Wuwei, however, coldly asserted, our esoteric sect can contend with any of the 3 factions. What of you? Throughout millennia of internal strife, when have conflicts not arisen from your 6 sects? Within my sect, there is no one with ulterior motives. The safety of Jiang Fan is absolutely assured by us. Observing the other 6 elders fall silent, Ouyang Wuwei smugly remarked, why does the gathering of Immortals Pavilion now possess the strength to rival our 4 major sects? It is not solely due to their having an ancient entity of the spirit separation stage in command, but also because of our own selfishness. If we were to unite sincerely, what would the gathering of Immortals amount to? The Xuanxu Taoist nodded, speaking calmly. to ensure his safety. I agree to have him join your esoteric sect. However, if at the sect trial 3 years hence he has made little progress, he must be returned. The Grand Elder of the Logistics Division, Wu Hao, who had remained silent, finally interjected with a glint in his eye. Your esoteric sect was originally a hidden force within the sect for emergencies, yet now you dominate. Are you planning to eliminate us in the future? Ziyun Fairy smiled sweetly at Ouyang Wu-wei, yet her words dripped with hostility. Indeed. Will we have to rename our Void God sect to something like the esoteric sect? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Wu-wei's rage flared. He rose, pointing at Ziyun Fairy and the others, exclaiming, "Why has the strength of my esoteric sect surged? When have we deliberately sought to enhance our power? You originally had only 3 sects, the outer and inner sects. What is your status now? By splitting your powers, you have weakened yourselves. Yet you have the audacity to blame me? My disciples focus solely on cultivation, untainted by the desire for power, preserving our strength until now. You all, in your quest for power, have fractured yourselves. Do you not feel shame? Moreover, should Jiang Fan reach the Golden Core stage, I am willing to offer him the secret method to command 40% of our sect's power for his exclusive use, ensuring your peace of mind. You underestimate my intentions." The Xuanxu Taoist's eyes brightened, eagerly agreeing. "Very well, it is settled. Sister Ziyun, let us not speak harshly. We are all of the same order, after all." Ouyang Wu-wei stood, turning without a backward glance as he exited, remarking at the door, "I shall take him. In 3 years, during the sect trial, I will return him. We shall see how he fares." With that, he strode away without another word. Outside the meeting room, Jiang Fan yawned with boredom, idly waiting at the door for the outcome of the elders' deliberations. He had recently become acquainted with Wang Ruobing and others, having been brought here by a rather imposing disciple after emerging from the main hall, yet he had waited over half an hour without a hint of discussion. A gaggle of old foxes. I wonder what they will ultimately decide, Jiang Fan muttered to himself, pursing his lips. Among them, the most formidable was the masked figure, followed closely by the one with the bull's nose and the red-haired specter. Jiang Fan nodded, hoping to hear more from his master about cultivation, when Ouyang Wu-wei stormed out in a fit of anger. Without a word, Ouyang Wu-wei seized Jiang Fan by his belt, hoisting him up and striding out of the main hall with purpose. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, but said nothing. Resistance was futile. The Zhang brothers, stationed at the entrance, were initially taken aback by Ouyang Wu-wei's sudden emergence, but quickly rushed forward to pay their respects. "Master Uncle, you." However, Ouyang Wu-wei, already brimming with pent-up fury, was in no mood for pleasantries. He kicked both brothers aside, sending them flying through the air. Jiang Fan watched in shock as the Zhang brothers soared through the air for more than 16 meters, shivering involuntarily. This old man is mad. That kick could have killed them. Ignoring the commotion, Ouyang Wu-wei unleashed a dark flying sword artifact, with Jiang Fan secured at his waist, and soared northward. A streak of dark light vanishing from sight. The Zhang brothers, finally managing to get back on their feet, stared blankly at the distant black. That was Ouyang Wu-wei, exchanging bewildered glances. As Jiang Fan was whisked away through the skies, he gazed at the scenery below, while Yuanqing Laozu incessantly chattered in his mind. This fellow has a certain expertise in abducting. He must have done it frequently in the past. You have certainly fallen into a den of thieves. He clearly rescued you from those 6 foxes. If you inherit his mantle, you may well become a lecherous rogue yourself. Perhaps even founding your own sect named the Pavilion of Spring Fragrance. Enough of this. I'm off to take a nap. I've been out too often recently. It's becoming exhausting, especially since I am now merely a soul. Jiang Fan sighed. This old fellow is quite agreeable, yet utterly lacking in seriousness. His sigh, however, caught Ouyang Wu-wei's attention, who retorted, "Boy, what are you sighing about? Do you not wish to accompany me? I assure you, with me, you will enjoy a life of luxury, with plenty of food and drink, and even wives and concubines to indulge in." Ha! Jiang Fan shook his head in resignation, his impression of Ouyang Wu-wei dropping a notch, yet he felt a strange sense of closeness. This old man is insufferable. It seems I am fated to cross paths with him. Who are you calling insufferable? Yuanqing interjected abruptly. Jiang Fan strained to lift his small face and glanced at the venerable Ouyang, the Grand Elder of the secret sect. Can we perhaps change our posture? It feels rather absurd to remain like this, as if I were your captured lover. Ouyang Wu-wei was taken aback and promptly retorted, "Mind your words, young man. I have an affinity for young ladies, not for boys. You may step back." Jiang Fan's words indeed had an effect. Ouyang Wu-wei gestured dismissively and tossed Jiang Fan behind him. Jiang Fan nearly lost his balance at the tail of the sword, and, to avoid swaying uncontrollably, began to grasp for something to steady himself. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently grasped a handful of Ouyang Wuwei's flowing white hair. After finally regaining his balance, he found himself clutching a significant amount of white strands. Ouyang Wuwei rolled his eyes and huffed for a while, but ultimately chose not to comment. Jiang Fan smirked, pondering. This old fellow wouldn't he dare to make things difficult for me, would he? Glancing at the white strands in his hand, he frowned. This doesn't seem right, master. What now? I was just settling into my meditation, and you're acting up again. I pulled out a large handful of your hair. This isn't shearing a sheep. There must be something amiss. He must be experiencing hair loss. Let us drop that topic for now. Chapter 39. The Secret Sect. The elder Xuangu, seated comfortably in a chair, cradled a steaming cup of fragrant tea and savored its warmth. Xuangu, are you truly at ease allowing that boy to be taken by the secret sect? Inquired Elder Wu Hao of the logistics department, his gaze fixed on the tea. Xuangu feigned a helpless demeanor and replied, Wu Hao, my dear junior, there's no other choice. Do you wish to sever ties with the secret sect? He is the son of that traitor. Is it truly wise? Princess Ziyun interjected, knitting her brows as she looked at Xuangu. Xuangu frowned and sharply silenced Ziyun with a glare. Sister Ziyun, must you lack any sense of conscience? Who is it that allows you to continue wielding such power? Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, Xuangu sighed. If his son possesses a truly remarkable spirit vein, I may indeed consider granting him the position of successor. Elder Fanhua of the commercial department cast a faint glance at Xuangu, sighing as he continued, Xuangu, you initially opposed Jiang's journey to Qinsheng Mountain and Wanjia Valley, which shows how much you care for him. Now that Jiang's only son has appeared, it is only natural that you feel a connection. While this statement seemed innocuous, it subtly alluded to Jiang Fan's father's demise, implicating Xuangu. The elder feigned ignorance, smiling faintly, and resumed sipping his tea. Most attendees discerned the underlying meaning, except for Yinxing, who was preoccupied with his red beard, and Ziyun, who scoffed, seemingly oblivious to the insinuation. Ziyun raised an eyebrow, her expression one of disdain, evidently mistaking Fanhua's words for flattery toward Xuangu. Ouyang Wuwei guided Jiang Fan northward, the swift black flying sword far surpassing Elder Jin's jade brush in speed. The island of Shushan was broadly divided into 3 sections. The southwest, near the entrance, was a residential area with small villas. The northwest boasted upscale villas, castles, and palatial structures, and the northeast opened into an expansive wilderness of mountains and grasslands. As they flew north, they traversed the boundary between the luxurious villa district and the endless prairie, merging the essence of a fairy tale with that of a celestial realm. Jiang Fan felt an urge to pause and fully appreciate the beauty below, yet the magical artifact had its own will, compelling him to fly while admiring the architecture beneath. This island truly is a paradise, he mused. Little one, do not linger. You are about to leave this island. Ouyang Wuwei chuckled, clearly treating Jiang Fan like a child. Teasing him, Jiang Fan quickly inquired, might Elder Ouyang tell me where we are headed? Ouyang Wuwei, pleased with Jiang Fan's eagerness, declared, from now on, simply call me Teacher Ouyang. We are en route to the headquarters of the secret sect, located on the island ahead, Qingzhou Island. Qingzhou Island, as Ouyang referred to it, was a smaller island situated to the north of the main island of Zushimen. Its shape resembled a small boat, and the entire island was adorned in lush greenery, thus earning its name. Qingzhou Island was roughly 1/3 the size of Shushan Island, yet this fraction was substantial, far exceeding the size of Jiang Fan's hometown, Yingji City. They flew out of the main island of Zushimen in about half an hour, and Qingzhou Island was not far off, from the periphery of the main island. One could already glimpse the verdant forests of Qingzhou Island. As they soared above the island, Ouyang Wuwei showed no inclination to land. Instead, they continued northward until they reached a stunning azure lake, bordered by towering palm trees. Suddenly, the flying sword began to descend, and Jiang Fan initially thought they would skim the surface, but as they approached within 2 meters of the water, his composure faltered. Teacher Ouyang, you're not planning to sacrifice yourself, are you? Please don't drag me into this. I have no desire to witness such a spectacle. Ouyang Wuwei seemed momentarily taken aback by Jiang Fan's words, taking some time to regain his composure. Why do you speak so frivolously? Where did you learn such banter? As the sword hovered perilously close to the water, Jiang Fan's forehead began to bead with sweat. If I had known, I would have learned to swim. Even a dog paddle would suffice. Just as he braced for impact, a miracle unfolded. As the dark sword touched the lake's surface, a shimmering azure light erupted, and the lake vanished, revealing a vast array of structures. Majestic palaces and towers appeared, leaving Jiang Fan astonished and momentarily speechless. He gazed around in wonder, rubbed his eyes, and ultimately shook his head in disbelief. This place is truly beyond my comprehension, he thought with a wry smile, choosing to set aside his thoughts for the moment. A profound curiosity enveloped him, an awe he had never experienced before. The previous skirmishes with Lu paled in comparison to this sudden transformation. Their landing place was a palace that rivaled the grandeur of the Shushan temple, resplendent in gold and jade. With a plaque above the beam that prominently displayed the 3 golden characters, Shushan Palace. Jiang Fan grimaced at the sight of the plaque, a bitter smile creeping across his face. It appears I have become ensnared in a vortex. Observing the palpable tension between the secret sect and the other 6 factions of Zushanmen, Jiang Fan sensed the undercurrents of intrigue. As a mere mortal possessing a true monarch's spirit vein, with the potential to one day wield a divine spirit vein, he feared becoming a pawn in their power struggles. In his past life, Jiang Fan maintained an unwaveringly positive outlook, but even the most resilient spirit could falter under such upheaval. Fortunately, Yuanqing had discreetly sealed Jiang Fan's memories, allowing him to adapt swiftly to the realities of his current life. Now, with the mindset of a 30-something and the memories of a teenager, he found himself in a state of dissonance. Yet, the benefits still outweighed the drawbacks, partly due to the teachings of the venerable Yuanqing. The ability to conceal one's emotions is a refined skill. Yet a higher state of mastery lies in the capacity to display the most advantageous expressions at critical moments, be it pity, sorrow, anger, or joy. Regardless of the desired expression, Jiang Fan navigates them with ease. After emerging from her painting, Yuanqing deliberately trained Jiang Fan. At the entrance of the palace, a dozen individuals awaited, clearly there to greet Ouyang Wuwei. We respectfully welcome our esteemed master, they proclaimed. Leading the group was an elderly man in his 50s, his hair and beard already flecked with gray, who bowed respectfully to Ouyang Wuwei, not daring to move. Although the old man noticed Jiang Fan, he exhibited no sign of surprise or concern. The others behind him eagerly offered flattering remarks, practically elevating Ouyang Wuwei to divine status. Yet a flicker of disdain crossed Ouyang Wuwei's gaze. Jiang Fan noted this and inwardly acknowledged, this old fellow appears quite principled, impervious to flattery. It was only later, after spending considerable time in the esoteric sect, that Jiang Fan realized the truth. Within the sect, everyone prioritized cultivation. Only those lacking in ability or unable to achieve further breakthroughs concerned themselves with the sect's mundane affairs. True masters would hardly deign to engage with those whose cultivation had stagnated at lower levels. Ouyang Wuwei glanced at the elder and nodded indifferently. Have my senior brothers emerged from seclusion? Wang Shibua and Lan Shirshu have emerged, but Shifu has not yet. Su Shibua and several elders, including the Grand Elder, remain in seclusion. Please invite your master to emerge. Do not disturb Su Shixiang and the others, Ouyang Wuwei commanded decisively. Turning back to the dozen disciples who had been bowing before him, he coldly added, you may go and invite the 2 senior brothers who have emerged. I have matters to discuss with them. The group complied and departed, a few casting glances at the seemingly unconcerned Jiang Fan before dispersing. Chapter 40. Commencement of cultivation within the dim confines of the Void Spirit Palace. A large circular wooden table occupied half the space, with 4 figures seated in silence at its corners. After a quarter of an hour of stalemate, the figure on the eastern side finally spoke. Do you truly intend to relinquish the secret law council to this unseasoned lad? We are not relinquishing it. The future sect master will wield it independently to suppress any potential sect disputes, replied the figure on the western side. You are aware that our sect is not entirely united. Some semi-retired elders still covet this power. Do you understand the significance of the secret law council? It possesses the power to obliterate a medium-sized sect in a single day. Even if he is Jiang Shidi's only son, such a sacrifice seems unwarranted. The figure on the southern side exclaimed, his voice trembling with agitation. The figure on the northern side, who had yet to speak, interjected, but does it truly matter? Who will ultimately assume the role of Grand Elder is still uncertain. This is merely a candidate. Furthermore, has it not been said that this lad's potential is mediocre, and he has not even passed the entrance test of the Void Spirit Gate? Even if, by some miracle, he were to become Grand Elder, the Secret Law Council would still belong to our sect. Clearly, the 4 were divided into 2 factions, with Ouyang Wuwei's side exuding a commanding presence, while the other 2, although agitated, dared not speak too freely. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the southeastern shadows, resonant and elongated, as if the speaker were far removed from the room. Ouyang has done nothing wrong. The Secret Law Council remains in our hands. The vow to care for his son must not be violated. Another voice, akin to celestial echoes, emanated with a blend of authority and subtle allure. This lad will be entrusted to you. Do not impose too many restrictions upon him. Provide him with the finest cultivation techniques and allow him to break through on his own. If heaven truly intends for him to become Grand Elder, we shall conduct another assessment in a year. Should a miracle occur, he will then be our sect's Grand Elder. Understood. The four figures simultaneously rose and exited the chamber. Ancestor, your wishes may soon be fulfilled, came a voice from the southeast, tinged with dryness and weariness. Jiang Fan had initially assumed the esoteric sect would impose strict requirements for cultivation. Yet he was surprised to find Ouyang Wuwei had left him at a manor at the foot of Qingzhou Island's falling cloud mountain. Although the manor was proclaimed one of the 4 sacred cultivation sites of the sect, housing all the sect's cultivation texts, it offered no guidance on personal growth. Nearly a week had passed since Ouyang Wuwei's last visit. Clearly, the sect intended for Jiang Fan to fend for himself, to eventually dismiss him as inconsequential. Little did they realize that Jiang Fan held a trump card. With a cold smile, Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy, reassured by the teachings of the ancestor Yuan Qing, freeing him from worry. Since arriving at the manor, he ventured out daily to train, wholly focused on his studies, as the breadth of knowledge he needed to acquire was immense. Boom. Cough, cough. Jiang Fan emerged from a cave, his face covered in dust, glancing back at the still smoldering entrance, shaking his head in resignation. Master, this fireball technique is exceedingly difficult to master. I've been at it for nearly a day, yet any sign of flame results in an explosion. Yuan Qing, exasperated, replied, You impudent child, how many times must I remind you? When condensing spiritual energy, you must concentrate. Are you daydreaming again about that girl? Enough nonsense. If I do not master the foundational 5-element attack techniques, how can I activate the spiritual cultivation methods? Jiang Fan dismissed Yuan Qing's remarks and dove back into the cave. His choice to practice in the cave was deliberate, ensuring that no one discovered his secret, and he preferred solitude. Thus, he practiced diligently until sunset, gradually gaining control over a flame the size of a button, which filled him with exhilaration. Master, what is our next step? Jiang Fan asked, still riding the high of successfully managing the fireball. Well done. It seems you can now control the innate true essence within your body. However, do not celebrate too soon. There remains much for us to accomplish. Let me outline what lies ahead to prepare you mentally. Jiang Fan nodded lightly, a smile playing on his lips as he listened intently. First, you must understand the classifications of cultivation techniques. There are 4 types. The first is the heart technique, which focuses on enhancing spiritual energy, symbolizing the rank of cultivators. This technique can elevate those who have activated their true essence, allowing them to absorb external spiritual energy. The second is the body technique, which pertains to the cultivation of movement speed. In the realm of cultivation, speed determines the order of attack and the likelihood of retreat after defeat. The third involves the cultivation of mental strength. The formula I provide you is specifically for refining mental power, which is essential for exerting pressure, probing distances, and employing auxiliary techniques. The fourth is the secret technique, the most enigmatic form of cultivation, possessing unforeseen effects and powers, coveted by all sects as the ultimate force. Jiang Fan listened, entranced, nearly overwhelmed by the information, and he instinctively turned his head. Focus. I am not finished, Yuan Qing scolded, a hint of irritation in his tone. Scratching his head, Jiang Fan chuckled and continued to listen eagerly. Yuan Qing, the ancient ancestor, shook his head and continued with a tone of resignation. The heart method I am about to impart to you is one of profound intricacy. In the current realm of cultivation, no one would dare to practice it. Once mastered, it will render ordinary practitioners of the same level utterly incapable of contending with you. Jiang Fan swallowed hard, his eyes wide with anticipation. However, Yuan Qing added, this technique has a notable drawback. The cultivation speed prior to reaching the foundation establishment stage will be significantly slower than that of typical methods. Yet, once you attain that stage, your progress will elevate dramatically. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression transformed from concern to joy as he remarked, I do not mind this at all. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount, and I comprehend that fully. Yuan Qing nodded, clearly pleased with his disciple's response. To enhance your spiritual veins, you must first achieve the foundation establishment stage. As I currently lack spiritual energy, I cannot assist you. You must rely solely on your own efforts. It is only after reaching that stage that the spiritual energy within you can cleanse and transform your meridians. Observing Jiang Fan's resolute gaze, Yuan Qing felt a swell of satisfaction. In truth, cultivation for practitioners is quite simple. It primarily involves the cultivation of heart methods, body techniques, and mental fortitude. Secret arts, however, are rare treasures not easily encountered. Chapter 41. Auxiliary elixirs. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Jiang Fan as he mischievously inquired, Master, if I succeed in my cultivation in the future, will you reward me? Huh, you cheeky rascal, Yuanqing chuckled. Rest assured, I possess several formidable secret arts that I can impart to you when the time comes. Among them is a treasure that can cleanse your meridians. Yuanqing's affection for Jiang Fan was evident. At that moment, Jiang Fan's exuberance overflowed, and he exhibited the exuberance befitting his youth, shedding the enigmatic demeanor he had previously worn. One day, I too shall become a cultivator like my father, a figure revered by all, he exclaimed, completely unrestrained in his excitement, believing that the moments spent alone with his master were the only times he could truly relax. Huh, you have a long way to go, Yuanqing replied, deliberately pouring cold water on Jiang Fan's enthusiasm. Becoming a cultivator requires more than merely possessing powerful techniques. The potency of your attacks is the ultimate determining factor. Yuanqing noted Jiang Fan's impatience and felt compelled to temper his expectations. Surprisingly, this served to calm Jiang Fan, who regained his former contemplative demeanor, the signature smile returning to his face. Master, what exactly do you mean by attack? He asked. Is it the pressure of mental energy? Yuanqing shook his head, saying, that merely serves as an auxiliary means of attack. The true form of attack derives from the invocation of spells or spiritual techniques using spiritual energy. Jiang Fan appeared perplexed, scratching his nose and grinning foolishly. Yuanqing sighed, slowly elaborating. The concept of spells is quite straightforward. What you employed earlier falls into this category. You possess fire-type true essence. Thus, fire-based spells are most suitable for you, such as Fireball Technique, Firebird Strike, Fire Serpent, and Fire Arrow. These are all within your future repertoire. However, be aware that these spells can be countered. The ice-based attacks of that young girl are your natural nemesis. If you were to marry her in the future, you would certainly have your hands full. As for spiritual techniques, they are even simpler. They utilize spiritual energy to convert into physical attacks, like Shadow Fist, Wind Palm, Blade Edge, and Sword Light. These are all forms of spiritual attacks. They are swift and devoid of countering theories, though their attacking power is generally lesser than that of spells. After expounding upon these concepts, Yuanqing took a deep breath, expecting Jiang Fan to either be bewildered or thrilled. However, upon glancing at Jiang Fan again, he found himself the one feeling confused as Jiang Fan appeared to have absorbed none of the information, stifling a yawn. What is it, you rascal? What are you thinking? Yuanqing asked, bemused. Jiang Fan lethargically stood up and stretched. This seems too distant. Let's discuss more immediate matters. What should I do tomorrow? Though Yuanqing felt a twinge of surprise, he was more satisfied than anything else. He smiled lightly and replied, your next step is quite simple. Devote yourself entirely to cultivating the heart method I have given you and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible. In the remaining time, I will train you in the cultivation of spells and spiritual techniques. Only by engaging in offensive practices from the outset will you avoid becoming a hollow shell. Jiang Fan nodded solemnly, but furrowed his brow, pondering before asking, Master, can I achieve foundation establishment within a year? Yuanqing's brow creased slightly as he shook his head. It is challenging, given your aptitude. If you were to practice a standard method, with my assistance, it might be feasible. However, since you are cultivating the nameless heart method I provided, it will likely take at least a year and a half. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression darkened. Does that mean I will face reevaluation in a year? Yuanqing, having anticipated Jiang Fan's concern, reassured him, do not fret. You possess the true Lord physique. Even if you have not reached the foundation establishment stage by then, it will not pose a problem. Moreover, I have a way to ensure your success within a year. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? What method? Yuanqing chuckled. Auxiliary elixirs. In the realm of cultivation, every practitioner yearns to break through and ascend to the status of a cultivator, with many dreaming of becoming true immortals. However, those with lesser aptitude often find themselves unable to progress beyond the foundation establishment stage, lamenting their unfulfilled potential as they pass into old age. Since the dawn of cultivation, elixirs have coexisted with practitioners, demonstrating their ancient lineage. Elixirs can be classified into two categories, healing elixirs and auxiliary elixirs. Healing elixirs, as the name suggests, are used to cure ailments and prolong life, akin to the legendary elixirs that mortals often speak of. However, in the cultivation realm, the value of these elixirs is relatively diminished, which is why they may find their way into the mortal world. Only heavenly-grade healing elixirs can significantly impact the lifespan of cultivators, and even then, Only the most potent or high-grade elixirs can achieve such effects, and there are still limitations. Yet, finding such high-grade or top-tier elixirs is no easy feat. The various factions within the cultivation realm have long since depleted their 100 or 1,000-year-old herbs, and the few remaining are fiercely guarded like treasures, not to mention the ancient spiritual herbs required for concocting heavenly-grade elixirs. Thus, nearly every cultivator possesses some healing elixirs, yet they are typically of lower grade and primarily used for healing injuries. Nevertheless, these elixirs still hold the efficacy to cure ailments. Auxiliary elixirs, on the other hand, are of utmost importance within the cultivation realm. In the eyes of practitioners, their status often surpasses that of techniques and magical artifacts. It has been said by those who have attained true enlightenment that any technique can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage, provided one possesses sufficient aptitude. While the strengths may vary, all practitioners can expect lifespans of several centuries. However, how many practitioners possess such high aptitude? The vast majority, if not all, are of low-tier spiritual veins. This is where the significance of auxiliary elixirs becomes apparent. For those with insufficient aptitude who struggle to attain foundation establishment, the only recourse is to consume elixirs. A single auxiliary foundation establishment elixir can enhance the success rate of achieving that stage by 9%. What if one consumes 2, 3, or even 10? It is evident that with enough elixirs consumed, one can secure the success of their foundation establishment. Yet, this leads to another dilemma. If auxiliary elixirs are so beneficial, why not simply concoct them? If everyone could just take a bottle and succeed, wouldn't the cultivation realm be overflowing with practitioners? In reality, this notion is akin to a dream. Firstly, one must cultivate their technique to the 12th layer before they can even hope to achieve foundation establishment. Merely consuming elixirs will not suffice. Moreover, the auxiliary elixirs hold immense value in the realm of cultivation, not solely due to their significant utility, but primarily because of their scarcity. Regardless of whether they are the low-tier foundation establishment pills or the high-tier universal liquids used during the core formation stage, the materials required are numerous and exceedingly rare, rendering their refinement quite arduous. In most moderate sects, it is rare to find even a few strains of immortal herbs that bear fruit once every decade. Only the 4 righteous sects, the 7 evil sects, and several neutral factions possess such treasures with millennia of heritage. Consequently, these elixirs, which assist cultivators in enhancing their ascension probabilities, are not easily obtainable, leading to a surge in demand for another category of auxiliary elixirs, the speed-enhancing pills. As the name suggests, these elixirs can augment a cultivator's training speed. Although their efficacy pales in comparison to that of ascension elixirs, the materials required are abundantly available throughout the cultivation realm, hence their proliferation. The medicinal fields of various sects are typically overrun with these herb-like substances, and the strength of a sect is often intertwined with their availability, while the refinement of such elixirs is also laborious and prone to failure. The affordability of the materials allows nearly every sect to maintain a group of dedicated alchemists who continuously refine them until their techniques reach a level where failures become infrequent. In the cultivation realm, every sect provides certain benefits which extend beyond mere wealth and magical treasures. The auxiliary elixirs are of paramount importance. The foundation upon which cultivation sects tether their numerous disciples includes techniques, discipline, and most critically, auxiliary elixirs. This illustrates that auxiliary elixirs are indeed the mainstream in the cultivation world and the most coveted items among all cultivators. At this moment, Jiang Fan had already spent nearly a week in the estate, during which he had naturally absorbed some knowledge regarding the history of the cultivation realm and the requirements for training. He was aware of the significance of auxiliary elixirs and understood that these benefits were not simply acquired through tasks, but were not casually obtained. Upon hearing the mention of auxiliary elixirs from the esteemed elder Yuanqing, Jiang Fan initially felt a surge of joy, followed by a shake of his head. After experiencing a mix of melancholy and joy, he helplessly scratched his head and sighed. "Master, you speak so lightly of it. How precious are these auxiliary elixirs? They are not easy to come by." Observing Jiang Fan's dispirited demeanor, Elder Yuanqing smiled faintly, genuinely fond of this disciple who was obedient, clever, and treated him as family. "Foolish child, do you not know where you are?" Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. The secret sect? However, as soon as he spoke, his eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting?" Elder Yuanqing, with his enigmatic smile, replied, "This Falling Cloud Manor is one of the 4 sacred cultivation sites of the secret sect. Now that it is entrusted to your care, you have the authority to utilize the resources within." Chapter 42, Falling Cloud Manor. Consider this. If Falling Cloud Manor dares to claim status among the 4 great sacred sites of the secret sect, then it must certainly not lack in 3 crucial places. Jiang Fan smirked and nodded. The study, the training room, and the secret chamber. Indeed. You are aware of the locations of the study and training room. However, we located the secret chamber on our very first day here through a soul probe. While it's difficult to ascertain how many treasures lie within, there are certainly plenty of elixirs. A year from now, as long as you reach the foundation establishment stage and become a true god body, who would concern themselves with these low-tier elixirs? For now, simply consume them as if they were meals and continue to train relentlessly. You need not fear anything. A year's time will surely allow you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Fan chuckled foolishly for a moment and, without hesitation, turned and dashed toward the manor, eager to train and elevate his abilities, a dream shared by every cultivator, especially a mere 14-year-old boy. Though mature and composed, Jiang Fan was still just a child, brimming with youthful exuberance. Despite his excitement and desire to begin training, upon returning to the manor, he chose not to practice, but rather collapsed into bed for a much-needed sleep. Having activated his true essence through a day of exertion had drained him completely. He slept soundly until noon the next day, the sun already high in the sky, and the cheerful chirping of birds echoed outside the manor. Jiang Fan arose, dressed, washed up, and hastily consumed a piece of breakfast that had long since passed its time, before bolting out of the dining hall and racing toward the study. After navigating through several turns, Jiang Fan arrived at the entrance of the study, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although he knew he could not cultivate the techniques within, his curiosity compelled him to explore. He retrieved the jade talisman from Ouyang Wuwei, carefully placing it into the recess at the center of the study door. Instantly, the door radiated a soft, milky light, casting a beam through the crack, illuminating the talisman in a pale green glow, as intricate symbols emerged from its surface. Approximately 10 seconds later, the glow from both the door and the talisman faded simultaneously, and with a resounding thud, the study door swung open. Steeling his nerves and imagining what lay beyond, Jiang Fan inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was momentarily frozen in place. Before him lay a grand hall of nearly 300 square meters, lined with countless books, with a long table positioned in the center, likely intended for those who came to study. Though all the books were reprints, the sheer volume left Jiang Fan speechless. If he were to read each one, he would never finish even by the end of days. Goodness, this is going to keep me here forever, Jiang Fan thought, shaking his head in resignation. Realizing he could only seek the most crucial texts. You know, high-level manuals are never stored alongside ordinary ones. He heard a voice in his mind. Jiang Fan nodded, scanning the room until his gaze landed on the long table at its center. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the table, which casually displayed 4 blue-covered books and 1 ancient tome with a worn, darkened cover. Jiang Fan perused the blue books, silently reading their titles: Clearing Technique, Flowing Light, Void Record, and Heart of Non-Action. The Heart of Non-Action? What connection does it have to Ouyang Wuwei? Could he have derived his name from this? Master, which of these books bears a resemblance to the technique you intend to impart to me? I can't help but feel that not concealing one's cultivation technique could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk. The clearing technique is quite similar to my secret arts. You may take that. The other 3, Flowing Light, is a movement technique, while the remaining 2 are merely mental techniques without much use. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, then picked up the ancient tome with its darkened cover, furrowing his brow at the title, Heavenly Crystal Spirit Technique. His eyelids flickered, but he quickly regained his composure, as this was a book modified by his father, one he knew intimately. Strange, shouldn't all the books here be reprints? How did an original make its way here? Elder Yuanqing interjected, I am familiar with this book. It indeed belongs to an ancient method of the cultivation realm. However, its practical application is minimal, as it is a technique that crystallizes all things once cultivated. Jiang Fan was taken aback. That seems quite powerful, turning everything into crystal? Indeed, but it has its drawbacks. The casting time is excessively long, rendering it ineffective for offensive maneuvers. It can only serve defensive purposes or as part of certain sealing techniques. Jiang Fan feigned disinterest upon hearing this, discarding the book and taking the clearing technique and flowing light before exiting the study. Elder Yuanqing observed his disciple with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Do you truly trust that what I choose to teach you will undoubtedly be the best? Surely better than these? Hey, you are indeed my master. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? Master, I regard you as my closest kin. You must not keep secrets from me. Saying this, Jiang Fan feigned sorrow as he wiped his eyes. Yet his restless gaze betrayed him, as not a single tear fell. "Oh, spare me the act. I'm within you. How could I not know your joys and sorrows?" The venerable Yuanqing scoffed. Jiang Fan curled his lip and exited the study, closing the door with a mundane touch. A faint glow flickered on the door for a fleeting moment, signaling it had been sealed. "Master, when will you share your story with me? Compared to my father's whereabouts, your origins intrigue me far more." "Ah, not yet. It must wait for the right moment," came the reply. "Another necessary moment? Every time I inquire, you mention the right time. When will that be? Must I depart this world before you reveal it to me?" Upon leaving the study, Jiang Fan headed towards the secret chamber as per Yuanqing's instructions. The servants he passed bowed respectfully. Yet they held none of the allure that the elders of the Golden Elders Castle possessed. The maids, though beautiful in both youth and countenance, wore expressions devoid of life, resembling lifeless dolls. Jiang Fan later learned from Yuanqing that these maids were ordinary mortals whose minds had been sealed to prevent the leakage of the sect's secrets. Initially, this revelation tainted his perception of the sect, but he gradually reconciled with the necessity of caution in such a sacred place. In the eyes of cultivators, mortals held little status. Even the emperor of the Sacred Flame Empire might appear as mere vermin before Ouyang Wu-wei. Observing the soulless expressions of those who bowed to him, Jiang Fan sighed and shook his head, moving on. Chapter 43. Cultivation Techniques. Jiang Fan hurriedly emerged from the secret chamber, glancing around to find no one, and sighed with relief. "Why do I feel like a thief? That's merely your mindset. This isn't theft, it's retrieval. Understand? Stealing implies taking from others, while retrieving means claiming what is rightfully yours. As long as you grasp this distinction, you may take from others without a hint of shame." Jiang Fan halted momentarily. His face darkened. "Is this how you teach your disciples?" Clutching a large bundle, he stealthily made his way to the training room, as cautious as a mouse crossing a street. After navigating 3 corridors, he finally reached the entrance of the training chamber. The door was forged from pure steel, layered with soundproofing material and encased in cowhide. After surveying the surroundings, he retrieved the jade talisman Ouyang Wu-wei had given him and pressed it against the door, just as he had done with the study. This time, the door was a single massive slab, devoid of any indentation, yet the result remained the same. After a simultaneous flicker of azure light for several seconds, the door opened slightly. Gathering all his strength, Jiang Fan managed to push the door open, slipping inside with a swish and closing it behind him, pausing to catch his breath before proceeding into the training room. Jiang Fan surveyed the room. A stone bed covered with a grass mat held a pale yellow cushion. The walls were made of blue stone, and a simple lampstand protruded from the stone wall. The room was austere in the extreme. Yet, as he gazed at the lampstand, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon it rested not a candle nor a light bulb, but a fist-sized, softly glowing pearl, causing Jiang Fan to nearly drool. A fist-sized treasure. This is priceless. Not only would it suffice to purchase this manor, but it could also buy a small private island. If I ever find this place unbearable, I shall take it with me. Yuanqing sighed in exasperation. "You impudent boy, how can you be so covetous? What have I taught you?" Yet as soon as he uttered this, he recalled his own words and felt a twinge of embarrassment, clearing his throat to mask it. Jiang Fan chuckled softly, but remained preoccupied with the pearl. "Master, this is a remarkable treasure, truly invaluable. It's a waste to use such a gem as mere illumination. I should take it and allow it to gain renown in the world, destined to become one of its great wonders. Enough about the pearl. Focus on your cultivation. Its ethereal glow greatly benefits your practice. Once you achieve foundational success, you won't need to covet such trinkets. You'll have access to everything you desire. Your perspective is shallow. If you must be greedy, aspire for greater things." Jiang Fan's expression shifted, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, you are indeed wise. Your greed is for the grand, while I am but a novice." Gradually, Jiang Fan shook off his initial exhilaration over the luminous pearl, grounding himself. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the stone bed, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Yuanqing, unperturbed by Jiang Fan's musings, spoke sternly. "Enough of your chatter. Heed my words." Jiang Fan nodded outwardly in agreement, yet inwardly grumbled. "Ah, this is clearly your influence. I am about to impart to you several supreme techniques from antiquity. These cultivation methods were crafted by primordial beings with innate gifts, far surpassing the knowledge of contemporary cultivators. Once mastered, you will unlock unimaginable powers, rendering the 2 techniques you previously acquired utterly ineffectual in comparison." Jiang Fan jested. Who would have thought that such disparate paths would yield such varying results? If each practitioner held a volume of your hardest method, wouldn't the world be at peace? Yuanqing responded with utmost seriousness, enough of your folly. If everyone possessed such techniques, they would cease to be classified as heavenly grade. Only a handful remain. When early practitioners ascended, they often burned their manuals, leaving no successors behind. Now, I shall begin the transmission of my lifetime's teachings, but first, you must swear an oath. Seated on the stone bed, a faint smile graced Jiang Fan's lips. What kind of oath do you require? Yuanqing's eyes gleamed coldly. It's simple. Should you ever betray our sect, you will be condemned to eternal wandering. Your soul adrift in the underworld until the end of time. Master, that's rather harsh. Jiang Fan was genuinely taken aback by the gravity of the oath, realizing it wagered his entire existence, a severity surpassing even Xuanxua's past commitments. Nevertheless, Yuanqing paid no heed to Jiang Fan's trepidation. With a resigned grimace, Jiang Fan conceded. Very well, I swear. But can you at least tell me which sect we belong to? How am I to swear without knowing? Yuanqing's expression darkened. Shedding his jovial facade, simply swear before me. All right then. Jiang Fan pouted, clearly unwilling, yet resigned to the necessity of this oath for the sake of mastering divine skills. If I were to betray my master or act against the interests of the sect, may I face eternal wandering. My soul lost in solitude until the world meets its end. On the surface, Jiang Fan made grand promises, yet inwardly he secretly regretted. Thinking to himself, what I just said does not count. Although the old ancestor Yuanqing sensed Jiang Fan's change in mindset, he was unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan's solemnity in both swearing and regretting went unnoticed. Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now you shall begin to concentrate. I will impart all the techniques to you through my mind. Just as Jiang Fan was about to nod and say something, he suddenly felt a surge in his head, as a deluge of memories, previously absent, flooded into his consciousness, an abundance of runes, insights into cultivation, and several volumes of techniques. After a quarter of an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression transformed into one of calm composure, and the enlightened gaze in his eyes resembled that of an immortal who had cultivated for a millennium. So, it turns out that cultivating immortality is such a complex endeavor, Jiang Fan remarked, his tone echoing that of a sage who has seen through the essence of life. You little rascal, stop pretending and start cultivating. Jiang Fan was jolted by Yuanqing's furious shout, hastily closing his eyes to focus on the mental technique. Chapter 44. An unexpected visitor. Time flew by like an arrow, and the stars shifted in the sky. Jiang Fan had been cultivating in the falling cloud manner for over 3 months, repeating the same routines daily. Yet he felt extraordinarily fulfilled. After a simple breakfast, he would head to the practice room to consume a bottle of elixirs and begin his training. By noon, he would emerge for lunch, only to return in the afternoon to practice simple spells and techniques outdoors. With the aid of numerous elixirs, Jiang Fan's cultivation had rapidly ascended to the 6th level of techniques, compelling him to marvel at the efficacy of these supportive potions. Logically, he should have only reached the 3rd or 4th level at most. As cultivation progresses, it inevitably slows down. Reflecting on the initial spectacle of Lu Lu and the one called Yuan Shan battling, Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel somewhat naïve. The simple fireball technique had now become an extension of his very being, and even the basic firebird strike was within his grasp. However, Jiang Fan held little regard for the effectiveness of techniques, instead dedicating more time to refining his spiritual arts. While the power of a technique could increase with practice, its inherent attributes remained unchanged. Fire Cloud Palm. Jiang Fan's youthful visage was now smeared with dust and sweat, his bare skin glistening with perspiration as he relentlessly struck the stone wall before him. No longer the frail boy of yesteryear, his physique had gradually transformed into a robust form, exhibiting a more balanced stature. A series of thunderous booms echoed as cracks of varying depths appeared on the wall. Upon seeing the fissures, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, retracting his palm and thrusting his fingers forward. Raging Wind Claw. With a series of sharp sounds, he gouged a pit approximately a foot deep into the stone. Slowly withdrawing his hand from the wall, he stood panting for a moment, lifting his gaze to the setting sun, shaking his head in resignation, gently tousling his hair and wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Jiang Fan smiled and said, I should go rest now. Today has truly been exhausting. Hey, little one, don't overexert yourself. You wouldn't want to stunt your growth. Don't say I didn't warn you. A languid voice echoed in Jiang Fan's mind once more. Jiang Fan could only manage a wry smile as he donned his clothes and strode toward the direction of the setting sun. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the crimson leaves began to fall. Jiang Fan walked with an air of indifference, deftly avoiding any leaf that dared to approach him. Even as a few leaves fluttered toward him, they miraculously passed through him as if he were but an apparition. The elongated shadow of the youth flickered in and out, a phenomenon that left a squirrel perched on a tree utterly bewildered, causing it to drop the acorns it clutched tightly in its paws, which fell directly toward Jiang Fan's head. Yet again, a miracle occurred. The acorns passed through Jiang Fan as if he were a wraith, a mere illusion. Upon returning to the manor, Jiang Fan furrowed his brows at the sight of two elite disciples standing at the entrance. Though merely one-star elites, no outsiders had visited since his arrival. After some contemplation, he ambled toward the manor, his steps notably languid, accompanied by a hint of a long-lost smile. "Do you two have business?" Jiang Fan inquired with a smile as he approached the two youths, who towered over him. The disciples, seemingly aware of Jiang Fan's identity, managed a smile on their frostbitten faces. "Lord Su has been waiting for you. He has been here for quite some time." "Lord Su? Which Lord Su?" Jiang Fan asked, perplexed, having no recollection of this so-called Lord Su. Just as the two elite disciples were about to speak, a deliberately loud voice echoed from within the manor, sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. "Has Jiang returned?" Turning toward the courtyard, a youth resembling a white goose appeared before Jiang Fan. Clad in pure white garments adorned with lace at the sleeves and collar, his wide cuffs embroidered with golden patterns, he exuded an air of ostentation that felt exceedingly uncomfortable. The boy, appearing to be around 16 or 17, had a striking appearance, albeit a slight and slender figure. His high chest and elevated head, combined with his condescending gaze, unmistakably conveyed an air of arrogance. "Ha ha! Come, Jiang brother, step inside. I have been waiting for you for a while," he exclaimed with a smile, briskly approaching and taking Jiang Fan's hand, leading him toward the villa. Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming reluctance. The very sight of this individual made him uneasy, and the warmth of the grasp only intensified his discomfort, diminishing his appetite for dinner. As the two settled in the living room, Jiang Fan had already surmised that the visitor must have some purpose for seeking him out. The arrogance that occasionally slipped through the other's demeanor suggested he should not be so cordial towards him. "Jiang brother, this is our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Chun, the eldest son of the Su family, one of the 6 great families in the North District, and the future heir of the Su clan. My great-grandfather is a high-ranking elder of the hidden sect," Su Chun stated. His words polite, yet clearly intended to intimidate Jiang Fan with his influential background. Jiang Fan, taken aback, hastily stood, bowing deeply. "Ah, so you are Brother Su. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." Though his words were courteous, a sneer brewed within as he thought. Isn't he just a dog relying on the might of its master? How shameless to flaunt it. Su Chun appeared quite pleased with Jiang Fan's response, maintaining his smile as he continued. "I have come to ask for your assistance with a minor matter." What could we possibly discuss?" "Speak freely. As long as I can assist, I shall do so without hesitation," Jiang Fan said, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Su Chun clasped his hands tightly, clearly finding it difficult to broach the subject. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "It is this, the manor where you currently reside. My great-grandfather wishes to borrow it temporarily, and we need you to vacate." A flash of anger flickered in Jiang Fan's eyes as he took a deep breath, pondering the request. "What nonsense! Your great-grandfather wishes to borrow it. You simply want to seize it for yourself, and yet you call it borrowing? When has borrowing ever meant evicting someone without a word of return?" Jiang Fan felt a simmering anger within, yet he could not allow it to manifest externally. "Well, my friend, this places me in a rather difficult position," he said, his face a mask of concern, as if burdened by countless troubles. Su Chun, observing the expression on Jiang Fan's face, hesitated for a moment before inquiring. "What is the matter, brother? Do you have something you wish to confide? Perhaps I can assist you in resolving it." Jiang Fan hesitated, stammering, while internally he scoffed. Indeed, this perplexing situation had left Su Chun somewhat bewildered. He tentatively asked, "Are you being coerced into staying here? How did you know?" Jiang Fan feigned surprise, his expression betraying a hint of fear as if his thoughts had been laid bare. Seeing Jiang Fan's astonished countenance, Su Chun felt a surge of satisfaction. "Do tell me, who would dare to cause a stir in the territory of the secret sect?" Jiang Fan remained hesitant, appearing fearful. "Brother Jiang, just tell me. I assure you I will help you resolve this predicament." Chapter 45. Breaking through the 10th layer. Jiang Fan looked at Su Chun with a troubled expression, contemplating for a long while before finally nodding in agreement to divulge the identity of his tormentor. Su Chun, still smiling, sat across from Jiang Fan, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of learning who threatened him. If I can assist this inept individual in overcoming his troubles, I will not only gain this estate but also earn the admiration of the entire sect. After all, his father was a hero with considerable influence. Su Chen's smile deepened at this thought. Brother Jiang, please speak. I swear I will help you with this issue. Jiang Fan continued to look troubled, but nodded vigorously in agreement. He then closed his eyes and bowed his head, making one last effort to resist. It's like this. Someone has been threatening me, insisting that I remain within the estate, and the one who threatens me is none other than that old scoundrel, Ouyang Wuwei. Brother Su, when will you assist me in resolving this matter? Jiang Fan kept his head bowed, yet a cunning expression was etched on his face. Su Chun, initially slow to grasp the situation, muttered to himself, Ouyang Wuwei, that old scoundrel. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, eyes wide, his lips twitching as his complexion darkened. You little brat, do you dare to deceive me? Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Jiang Fan, who was now grinning maliciously. Brother Su, how could I possibly deceive you? I speak only the truth. It was indeed Master Ouyang who instructed me to cultivate here. If you wish to utilize this estate, you must negotiate with him. At that moment, Jiang Fan's previously mild smile transformed into an exaggerated mockery. Su Chen's eyes widened as he glared at Jiang Fan. What qualifications do you, a useless brat, have to occupy the sacred ground of the secret sect? Scratching his head and glancing at the ceiling, he replied nonchalantly, I wouldn't know about that. You should ask the master. You. Do not think that your connection to the Grand Elder can intimidate me. I am the great-grandson of the Elder Council's hidden Grand Elder, and my words carry weight. The Grand Elder would never jeopardize his reputation for a worthless individual like you. Su Chen's face flushed with anger, his voice rising significantly. Brother Su, I believe you are mistaken. Your great-grandfather would not be foolish enough to engage in a dispute with the Grand Elder over such a trivial request, would he? Does he truly intend to pressure an orphan like me recklessly? Jiang Fan's disdainful gaze was enough to infuriate Su Chen. Su Chen clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth echoing ominously. You are merely a stray dog, living off the glory of your foolish father. Jiang Fan's smile suddenly faltered, a cold glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes before he regained his composure and replied indifferently, perhaps my father was indeed a fool. But what does that make you? Who survives thanks to a fool? Just a bunch of cowards and useless fools. Someone, show our guest out. Immediately, a dozen elite disciples with stern expressions burst into the room, their cold eyes fixed on Su Chen. These guardians of Luoyun Manor only appeared when summoned by the estate's master. Trained in special techniques, they were adept in breathing control and assassination. Although they were angered by Su Chen's words, their loyalty to Jiang Fan prevented them from intervening without his command. Su Chen squinted at Jiang Fan, finally gritting out. We shall see, you worthless brat. Jiang Fan merely smiled faintly, responding coolly, until we meet again, fool. Abruptly turning to leave, Jiang Fan issued a command that nearly caused him to stumble in disbelief. From now on, if this person approaches within 100 meters of the estate, break his legs. Understood. The elite disciples responded in unison. With clenched fists and trembling limbs, Su Chen exited the manor, but just as he was about to step outside, he turned back, expressionless, and remarked, You hardly seem like a 14-year-old child. I cannot fathom what you have endured, but today you have done well. You have truly provoked me. With that, he turned and left. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, feeling as though he had been toyed with. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes, and suddenly 4 fireballs, each the size of a fist, materialized behind him. The fireballs crackled ominously, raising the room's temperature by several degrees, leaving the elite disciples astonished and at a loss. With a whoosh, the fireballs surged out the door. Approximately 20 seconds later, a distant scream echoed. Ah, Jiang Fan. You wait for me. This is not over. The elite guardians gasped in shock. They could also conjure fireballs, but could manage only 2 before losing control. Yet, this boy commanded 4 simultaneously, demonstrating formidable mental prowess. Gradually, they began to realize that this young man was a master of deception. Jiang Fan's expression darkened as he turned to face the elite guardians, a chilling light flickering in his eyes, causing the guardians to feel uneasy. You are the guardians of this estate, are you not? The lead guardian, with a pale visage, nodded lightly. Indeed, Jiang Fan maintained a solemn expression, his youthful visage devoid of emotion as he stated, as the current master of this place. Does that mean you are bound to follow my orders? The head guardian nodded once more. Yes. Instantly, Jiang Fan's expression shifted, a smile returning to his face. That is excellent. You shall bear witness. I have not laid a hand on him today. Understood. The lead guardian's face twitched slightly, yet he affirmed without hesitation. Jiang Fan abruptly turned toward the door, sneering, "Huh, I have more than a dozen witnesses. Why should I fear him?" Days turned into weeks, and time passed swiftly. A month had gone by, yet Jiang Fan found himself inexplicably recalling Su Chun, hoping for his return. Initially puzzled by his own thoughts, he gradually set the matter aside, continuing his relentless training day after day. By the 6th month, Jiang Fan had astonishingly reached the 10th level of his cultivation technique, a feat that exceeded the expectations of both himself and the venerable Yuanqing. The elder, out of sheer exasperation, concluded, "You are far too reckless." Jiang Fan devoted himself to daily practice without fail, ensuring he consumed a vial of speed-enhancing elixirs each day. As his body grew increasingly robust, he even began to learn mid-tier spells and techniques. He broke free from the constraints of the Firebird Strike and started practicing the Fire Snake technique and Explosive Flame, the latter of which boasted formidable offensive power. When unleashed, Explosive Flame took the form of a fireball, yet it possessed the capacity to detonate. Though its radius measured less than 2 meters, its explosive force was considerable, capable of obliterating century-old trees in the forest, making it Jiang Fan's most cherished technique. Among spiritual techniques, he favored unarmed combat, mastering skills such as Fire Cloud Palm, Remnant Wind Claw, and Shattering Rock Fist with ease. His utmost favorite was the Thunderous Finger, aptly named for its lightning speed. Jiang Fan was enamored with this technique, not for its power compared to the Remnant Wind Claw and Shattering Rock Fist, but for its incredible swiftness. With a single execution of Shattering Rock Fist, he could unleash 3 strikes of Thunderous Finger, a truly terrifying speed. Presently, Jiang Fan brimmed with confidence, unafraid to confront any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. Though the training of mental techniques, body techniques, and spiritual energy was undeniably exhausting, the benefits were increasingly apparent. All of Jiang Fan's techniques originated from his enigmatic master, the venerable Yuanqing. The mental technique was an unnamed method, while the body technique was a celestial-level skill, long lost to the realm of cultivation. The training method for spiritual energy was a mysterious formula that even the texts of cultivation had never recorded. Jiang Fan understood that the elder likely knew the true nature of these so-called unnamed techniques, but chose not to disclose them. However, he was disinclined to inquire further. He was simply content to witness his growing prowess, indifferent to the specifics. Chapter 46. A vow to rise above in a dimly lit room. Seemingly devoid of sunlight for years, it appeared to have been forgotten, becoming a desolate remnant of a once vibrant world. In the boundless darkness, a young boy lay half-reclined on the bed, blending into the gray shadows. His vacant eyes reflected a profound loneliness, while a tangle of disheveled hair fell across his face, accentuating his despondency. In this somber chamber, the boy languished in solitude. When would his father return? It had been 3 years since he last laid eyes on him. At this moment, the only thought occupying the boy's mind was of his father, while this heart-wrenching place had long since faded from his memory, leaving only resentment. The boy's mind was consumed by the memory of that fateful afternoon at the age of 7, when heavy snow fell and a dozen clan members forcibly separated him from his mother's embrace. Blood splattered like stars upon the snow, a scene of desolation and helplessness. With a creak, the door swung open, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the room, akin to the dawn's first light, dispelling some of the surrounding gloom. The boy turned his gaze toward the sound, and a petite figure emerged from the brightness. He stared momentarily, then wearily closed his eyes again. The young woman approached the bedside, observing the silent boy with a glimmer of disdain and mockery in her eyes. "Young master, you haven't eaten for 2 days. You are not one of those high-ranking cultivators. Neglecting sustenance could truly lead to your demise." Her tone was calm yet cold, akin to the sound of ice shattering in the ears of those listening. The boy ignored her, shifting his body as if to sleep. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly, pursing her lips. "Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? You are merely a waste within the family. I only address you as young master out of respect for the old master. Otherwise, you, as a cultivator of no worth, are less desirable than we mere mortals." The boy turned to face the wall, opening his eyes to gaze blankly at the mottled surface, devoid of anger, only a sense of numbness. She spoke the truth. He indeed felt less useful than a commoner. Why was he born into such a family? He mused that it would be better to be an ordinary person. A sense of desolation enveloped him, and doubts about his fate gnawed at his heart. "My dearest young master, do you know what they call you outside? The first waste of the northern district." She laughed mockingly. In truth, they are not wrong at all. The boy finally stirred, sitting up with a glare directed at the woman before him. A sphere of emerald green mist, the size of an egg, floated ominously above his right palm. Ravina, do you think this beginner-esque poison mist could silence you forever? He smiled faintly, yet a sinister expression crossed his face. Ravina stepped back in terror, mustering her courage to shout, "You dare! I am the favorite of the clan's first elder. If you harm me, your father will suffer the consequences." Startled, her body trembled involuntarily, her lithe form and captivating eyes making her appear alluring even in her fright. She pointed an accusing finger at the boy, clearly attempting to intimidate him. Yet, her threat seemed to have an effect. The boy hesitated, the malevolence in his gaze gradually dissipating, and the poison mist vanished with a whoosh. He would never jeopardize his father's reputation and standing. Seeing this, Ravina exhaled in relief, reveling in the power she felt in being able to mock a cultivator. Truly a waste. Born to be a waste, she continued to deride him, her insults growing fiercer. Even as she pointed at his nose, the boy regarded her with indifference, shaking his head at her contemptuous and derisive expression. He had grown weary of anger. He acknowledged his status as a waste, a cultivator who had trained for 5 years yet remained at the level of basic techniques. He resigned himself to their words. Let them say what they will, they speak the truth. Why was I born into a prominent family? Why am I the son of a cultivator? He thought, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes once more, seeing that the boy remained unfazed by her presence, as if she were an insignificant figure, ignited a flame of rage within Ravina. In a moment of reckless abandon, she uttered the words she should never have spoken. I heard that your mother died in an accident when you were 7, but I also heard it was a decision made during a clan meeting to eliminate her. Was it not? The boy's eyes flew open, an invisible aura of murderous intent saturating the room. Ravina, a mere mortal with limited perception, could not sense the overwhelming threat bearing down upon her, and she continued to speak with an air of superiority. Isn't it simply because your mother was a woman of ill repute? With a sudden surge of fury, the boy sprang from the bed, instantly conjuring a mass of poison mist in his palm. In that moment, the intricacies of hand seals and techniques faded into irrelevance. Rage had propelled him into his first spontaneous outburst. With a fierce expression, he lunged at Ravina, pinning her to the ground by her throat. The disdainful words echoed. Do not presume that a few nights spent in the elder's bed have transformed you into a phoenix. At this moment, the youth's eyes gleamed crimson, disregarding all caution. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent permeated the corridor, a faint crimson haze enveloping the ancient castle's main chamber. You wretched creature, what do you intend to do? Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall truly be rendered useless. Try me. Although Lavina trembled before the youth's emerald toxic mist, she defiantly glared at him. Cursing vehemently, the youth's gaze had turned bloodshot, consumed by madness, with no regard for anything else. Let me demonstrate how I shall move against you, he declared, violently tearing apart Lavina's garments and casting them aside. Even in death, your body shall be witnessed by countless onlookers, you wretch. He raised his right hand above his head and pressed it down toward Lavina. Suddenly, an ice spike hurtled forth, striking the youth's hand and dissolving into vapor upon contact with the toxic mist, which gradually dissipated as well. The youth stared, bewildered, at the vanishing mist in his hand, a refreshing chill awakening his senses, rendering his gaze momentarily vacant. Brother, what is the purpose of this? She is merely a servant, a youthful girl, around 11 or 12. Entered the room, her face a blend of innocence and pride as she furrowed her brow. The youth returned to the bed, raising his gaze to appraise her. His heart seemingly shattered into fragments. You belittle not our second mother, thus you remain unaffected. What? My talented sister has come to mock her useless elder brother? The girl glanced at the stripped Lavina, her complexion flushing crimson, and shook her head, choosing not to engage. I hardly wish to meddle in your affairs. It was our elder sister who heard the commotion and sent me to ensure you were safe. The youth paused, taken aback. Elder sister? Yes, indeed. I have a sister who cares for me, he replied, a rare smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I shall not resort to self-harm, though I am deemed useless. I remain a man. Yet this declaration struck the girl harshly, her expression turning cold as she scoffed. If she were a boy, the position of clan heir would never fall to her inept brother. Having commenced her training at 8, he had now scarcely attained the 4th or 5th tier of cultivation, a well-known figure of failure in the realm of immortals. Nonetheless, the girl sighed. Brother, why concern yourself with these lowly individuals? When father returns, he shall address them. Pay no mind to such rubbish. Regardless of your talent, you are still a cultivator, far beyond their reach. The youth stood, awestruck, gazing at his sister, who had always been surrounded by accolades and had excelled in her training since childhood. Since her arrival, he had frequently been compared to her, the target of ridicule. Yet he understood it was not his sister's fault. He could only blame himself. At that moment, Lavina stealthily rose, her arms crossed over her chest, inching toward the door, seeking an escape. She knew the inept young master could be bullied, but this young lady was one of the few geniuses in the family and must not be crossed. As she slipped out of the room, she was met by a figure leaning against the wall. Startled, Lavina looked up, her heart freezing, her breath becoming shallow as she hurriedly addressed him. "Master, you have returned." She attempted to make a hasty exit. The middle-aged man leaned against the wall, his eyes coolly observing Lavina's hurried departure, his small black mustache twitching slightly. After 3 years away, he had returned home, heading straight for his son's chamber, only to overhear a tumultuous exchange inside that ignited his fury. Yet, just then, the sound of footsteps in the corridor caused him to retreat into the shadows. This was a unique technique of the Su family, though of low rank, it proved effective for concealment. Is this how these servants have treated Chun'er in my absence? No wonder his demeanor has grown increasingly sullen. The family letters only mention his misdeeds, neglecting to mention his suffering. It appears even the servants dare to mistreat him at home. I have truly been remiss in my duties. What do you intend to do? Lavina's voice trembled as the middle-aged man grasped her neck, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Humph, indeed a tempting creature, but lacking in intellect. Inside, the youth engaged in a desultory conversation with his sister, while chaos unfolded outside. Abruptly, he leapt from his bed and exited the room, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Lavina, who had just insulted his mother, now stood before his father, receiving 2 resounding slaps that left her face crimson and blood trickling from her lips. The other servants had begun to gather, keenly observing the unfolding scene. Upon seeing his son, the middle-aged man's stern expression softened into a smile. "Chun'er, I have heard everything. You have endured much these years." Tears welled in the man's eyes as he realized how his son had been manipulated. The youth gazed at his father, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Father, you have returned. It is I who am inept." Looking at his son, the middle-aged man's face was filled with paternal affection, devoid of any blame. "Enough of that. Let us deal with this servant first. Apologize to my son," he bellowed, his eyes turning crimson. "Master, I am a disciple of the elder. You will not fare well for this." Lavina, possessing beauty that could easily win her a proper place, foolishly uttered such ill-timed words. The middle-aged man laughed, a haughty, unsettling laugh that reverberated throughout the ancient castle. The youth stood in a daze, never having witnessed such a loss of composure from his father. Even his sister flinched, retreating behind him in fright. With a sickening sound, Lavina screamed in agony, collapsing unconscious. The middle-aged man held a jade short sword, its blade glinting with an eerie blue light. Moments ago, he had severed Lavina's tendons, rendering her permanently immobile. "Perhaps you have forgotten who the clan leader is," he sneered, glaring at the unconscious woman. "Take her to the back mountain. The great apes will surely appreciate her." With a flick of his finger, he sent a pill into her mouth. Humph, to prevent excessive bleeding and death, which would be too merciful. This is the consequence of disrespecting the young master. Do you all see? He coldly surveyed the onlooking servants. Turning to the youth, he smiled. "You shall move to the room opposite mine from today. Do not return to this small abode." With that, he departed, but his furious roars echoed distantly. "Regardless of whether he is good or bad, he is my son. Anyone who dares to insult my son or even slander my wife must perish. That accursed Su Hong, the elder? Tomorrow, I shall impeach you, you old wretch." The young man stood there, utterly dazed, watching his father's retreating figure, his eyes suddenly moistening once more. Since he could remember, due to his mother's background and his own lack of spiritual aptitude, he had never experienced the sensation of being valued or loved. Every encounter with his father had been marked by a solemn and stern demeanor. Yet, the young man understood that this severe father was one of the few in the family who genuinely cared for him. He crouched down, wiping away the bloodstains on the ground, gazing at the sticky substance on his hands, and suddenly, his eyes widened as he clenched his fists tightly. "I swear, I will never again let my father worry for me or my mother. I shall avenge this grievance. One day, I will make everyone look up to me." However, despite this oath, if he did not encounter Jiang Fan in 3 years, perhaps this vow would never come to fruition. The meeting with Jiang Fan marked the greatest turning point in his life, transforming him from a despised waste into one of the 7 saints. Feared throughout the realm of cultivation, Jiang Fan brought not just a change to his life, but eternal reverence. Several days later, in the study of the falling Cloud Mountain Manor, after afternoon training, Jiang Fan locked himself in the study, surrounded by a pile of thick white paper. Fervently scribbling and drawing, his small face scrunched up in concentration, beads of sweat dotting his brow. What are you drawing, you little rascal? Hey, I'm talking to you. Jiang Fan, slightly annoyed, replied, just a moment, I'm almost done. After about 15 minutes, huh? It's finished. Ha ha ha, it's truly a masterpiece. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiang Fan grinned broadly. Yuanqing leaned in curiously to examine the drawing. A whip? No, a mace. What on earth are you drawing? Jiang Fan ruffled his hair in frustration, exclaiming, it's a sword, a sword, a sword. A sword? Wait, let me take a closer look. Yuanqing, somewhat doubtful, scrutinized the paper again. I really can't tell. You've got some talent, kid. Originally, Jiang Fan was in a state of exasperation. But upon hearing Yuanqing's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You are the first person to recognize my artistic talent. Yes. It has a postmodern artistic flair, clearly reminiscent of Fauvism, yet upon closer inspection, it carries a primitive essence akin to the style of early humans. Genius, pure genius. If you don't cultivate, you'll surely starve. Jiang Fan sighed helplessly, fully aware of his lack of talent in art. He had never passed an art class in his previous life. To be honest, he knew his own level well enough. The things he drew were painful to look at. But he maintained a positive attitude. However, after Yuanqing's biting sarcasm, he felt somewhat suffocated. I'm going to bed. Tomorrow I'll continue my training. I swear I'll never draw again. It's too disheartening. In a fit of anger, Jiang Fan crumpled the drawing and tossed it aside. Yuanqing chuckled and asked, honestly, what were you drawing that sword for? I wanted to create a flashy magical weapon to wield when I achieve my goals, soaring through the skies with my sword. Jiang Fan replied, pouting as he walked to his bedroom. That sword you're drawing will definitely be flashy, rest assured. You won't find another weapon in the entire cultivation world as ridiculous as that one. If you ever find yourself in the mortal realm, you might just make a name for yourself as the one with the most visually striking sword and the most absurdly shaped sword, like a monkey's tail. Old fool. Suddenly, massive ancient trees began to crash down one after another. Are you out of your mind? If you keep this up, you'll wear yourself out. Yuanqing, observing Jiang Fan's relentless training, couldn't help but voice his concern. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, continuing to strike the trees with powerful punches, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws. It's fine. While I'm still young, if I don't train hard and build a solid foundation now, when I grow up and my body is set, I won't have the strength to practice anymore. Over time, one becomes lazy. Yuanqing's eyes widened. Who taught you that? You sound somewhat like a sword immortal. My grandfather said so. Suddenly, Jiang Fan halted, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Sword immortal? What is that? Is it the same as a cultivator? Yuanqing shook his head. A sword immortal is a sword immortal. A cultivator is a cultivator. Do not confuse the two. Jiang Fan paused for a moment. His interest piqued. He ceased his training and inquired. So what is the difference between cultivating as a sword immortal and our cultivation practices? After a moment's thought, Yuanqing replied, modern cultivators primarily focus on spells, as their attack power is approximately 3 times that of spiritual techniques. Although there are inherent weaknesses, most still choose to practice spells. Jiang Fan nodded, fully aware of the formidable power of spells. Focusing on spells makes one a cultivator, while focusing on spiritual techniques makes one a sword immortal. The greatest feature of a sword immortal is speed. They require almost no preparation time for their attacks. The downside, however, is that their attack power is generally lower, resulting in less lethality. Now that you mention it, I recall you've always had a fondness for spiritual techniques. Perhaps you should consider specializing in them to become a sword immortal. Centuries ago, there were few sword immortals among the cultivators of my generation. The cultivation world was quite chaotic back then, requiring powerful cultivators, which led to the neglect and exclusion of sword immortal sections. Listening to his master's words, the young man frowned deeply, striking a nearby tree with a swift motion and sitting atop the stump. So, it seems I am indeed suited to become a sword immortal. However, I would prefer to cultivate both spells and spiritual techniques. After all, it's difficult to choose between speed and power. Observing the young man's labored breathing, Yuanqing couldn't help but admire the stubborn, sharp-minded child. First, focus on establishing your foundation. These matters are for the future. I advise you to choose the path of the sword immortal. Your advantage lies in speed. Had I not become a cultivator before acquiring the skill a step away, I believe I would have undoubtedly become a sword immortal. A gentle breeze rustled past, but the young man remained pensive. The conversation had become a pivotal moment in his life. Sword immortal, speed. He extended his hands, gazing at his delicate, slender fingers, and suddenly smiled. I've decided to become a sword immortal. Yuanqing felt an ominous premonition. Why the sudden decision? I merely offered a suggestion. It doesn't mean you must become a sword immortal. You must understand that the benefits of being a cultivator, who can overcome a sword immortal and become the mainstream choice, are significant. Moreover, the lack of sword immortals over the years carries its own reasoning. To wield a sword and soar through the skies, standing tall on the peaks. Since I favor speed and spiritual techniques, why hesitate? When it comes to battle, while others wield peculiar magical artifacts, I will brandish a gleaming sword. Just envisioning it is exhilarating. Jiang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement, lost in thoughts of the countless beauties who would vie for his attention, nearly drooling in delight. Hearing Jiang Fan's reasons for choosing the path of the sword immortal, Yuanqing couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed for the sake of showing off. Suddenly, the young man awoke from his daydream, as if recalling something important. Master, the spiritual techniques I've been practicing are almost all close quarters. Do sword immortals rely solely on speed for close combat? If that is the case, I'm not interested. That would be too impractical. You've only learned a few moves, haven't you? The true commencement of spiritual arts begins after the foundation establishment phase, at which point the sword immortals are referred to as traversers. Their myriad techniques and attacks are countless. The length of their sword energy can stretch several zhang, moving with such swiftness that low-level cultivators fall like cabbages before a blade. Heeding his master's words, the youth gradually set aside his worries and threw himself into training without reservation. Amidst the clamor of relentless exertion, sweat and dust mingled on Jiang Fan's face. As the youthful tenderness began to fade, replaced by the fortitude and resilience characteristic of adulthood. Yet, the boy's countenance bore more than just these attributes. A sense of anticipation and excitement lingered within him, the term sword immortal echoing ceaselessly in his mind. At this moment, his greatest aspiration was to become a sword immortal himself, a son worthy of his father's illustrious reputation, a figure whom all would regard with awe and respect. With a resounding thud, Jiang Fan shattered the last boulder at the foot of the back mountain, surveying the chaos he had wrought with a hint of exasperation. Time to find a new location. There's nothing left to strike here. His master, the venerable Yuanqing, expressed dissatisfaction with Jiang Fan's reckless approach to training. Yet the boy merely scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. As time passed, though each day unfolded in monotony, young Jiang Fan found fulfillment in his routine. He ate well, slept soundly, and spent his idle moments sketching his rudimentary magical artifacts. Day by day, Jiang Fan's skills advanced at a pace that astonished even Yuanqing. As he reached the culmination of the 12th layer of his technique a mere 3 months shy of his first year of cultivation. Chapter 49. Foundation Establishment. On the back mountain of Luoyuan Mountain, Jiang Fan was once again immersed in his rigorous training. As the moonlight flickered, a series of rapid thuds resounded. A chart depicting human acupoints hung on the rock face, and simultaneously, small holes appeared at the head, heart, and legs. While Jiang Fan regarded his handiwork with a scowl, the second strike to the heart lacked sufficient force, he muttered after a prolonged contemplation. Shaking his head lightly, he made his way back to the manor, the last rays of the setting sun illuminating his path. The youth appeared visibly unsettled, a hint of anxiety clouding his mind. Master, tomorrow marks my final day of spiritual training before I enter seclusion. I'm genuinely worried about whether I can break through. Yuanqing, perceptive to the boy's tension, sought to reassure him. Is there anything you cannot achieve now? Do you realize the impact you've made over the past year? I even suspect that my awakening was divinely orchestrated, that heaven intended for me to nurture you. Yet, Jiang Fan, with a bitter smile, countered. You know I have little faith in fate. If heaven truly had eyes, it would not turn a blind eye to the suffering of mortals. Master, you are aware that countless cultivators exist beyond the foundation establishment stage in the entire secret sect, not to mention the broader cultivation world. Although I've heard that the secret sect is one of the major powers within the cultivation realm, I also know that many concealed forces possess strength capable of countering even one of the 3 major factions alone. I've always believed that to survive, one must rely on oneself. Others may assist temporarily, but they cannot provide lifelong support. Just as I trust that you, Master, cannot remain by my side forever. However, now I find myself fearful of the unknown masters hidden within this vast cultivation world. What truly lies at the pinnacle of cultivation? The boy, having shed much of his youthful naivety, stood against the setting sun, exuding an air of undeniable presence. Child, cease your overthinking. The boat will find its way as it reaches the bridge. Progress is made step by step, and your immediate goal should be foundation establishment. Set your sights closer, and your hopes will grow. Yuanqing, a seasoned veteran, recognized the hesitation Jiang Fan faced, recalling his own past uncertainties. Now, as an observer. He felt clarity in the unfolding events. Jiang Fan settled into a state of focused tranquility, sitting upon the cold stone bed with eyes tightly shut. Upon rising, he summoned all the guards of the manor, declaring that during his seclusion, no one was to disturb him. Only individuals of exceptionally high status could enter the manor to await his return. Any trespassers would be met with force. A wave of spiritual energy began to envelop the youth, isolating him from the surrounding space and ensuring that even the faintest sound would not disrupt his concentration. Jiang Fan was filled with a sense of pride and exhilaration as he sensed a subtle transformation within his body. The spiritual energy that had once completely filled him, akin to steam, now began to gather in his dantian, forming a vortex. Any spiritual energy that approached the vortex was drawn in, and the energy absorbed would mysteriously expand, allowing the vortex to grow ever larger, causing the air around him to stir restlessly. Remarkable. Without even a hint of guidance, he has entered this state so swiftly. I have truly taken on an extraordinary disciple. Yuanqing marveled at the transformation unfolding before him, though even his vast knowledge could not elucidate the phenomenon. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. As life is often squandered in moments of inattention, humans may pause, but time marches on unceasingly. Jiang Fan sat in silence within the confines of his chamber for 3 whole weeks, motionless upon the stone bed. The remnants of his youth were gradually refined, replaced by glimmers of understanding and clarity. The spiraling energy continued to stir around him, generating a gentle breeze that swirled throughout the entire manor. Should anyone enter at that moment, they would undoubtedly be startled by the unexpected whirlwind. The rustling of his robe danced in the wind. While even greater changes unfolded within Jiang Fan, streams of spiritual vapor began to transition into liquid form, the pale blue energy shifting to a soft golden hue. As the youth's eyes slowly opened, golden light emanated from within, and the vortex's rotation quickened significantly. Today may be the day of my breakthrough. Perhaps sensing the changes within his body or experiencing a moment of clarity, Jiang Fan felt an exquisite sensation, a qualitative leap approaching. How long have I been asleep? It feels akin to hibernation, yet it doesn't seem to be winter outside. Yuanqing yawned, diverting the conversation. Jiang Fan, however, paid no heed to his remarks, slowly closing his eyes once more. The surrounding spiritual energy visibly surged into his body as the vortex continued to draw in energy, gradually forming a liquid of a soft golden hue. Outside the manor, the guards sensed the shift in spiritual energy, witnessing a deluge of power flooding into the estate. And they instinctively understood that this marked the onset of foundation establishment. Feelings of envy, admiration, and frustration welled up within them. Yet a shared respect shone in their eyes for their young master, a mere 15-year-old boy on the cusp of becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, poised to take on the role of a steward within their sect. At this moment, Jiang Fan's body began to tremble slightly, his lips taking on a faint purple hue, while the spiritual energy continued to pour in unabated. The young man, during his foundation-building phase, required an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, enough to rival that of a cultivator in the fusion stage. The astonishment of Ancestor Yuanqing was akin to that he felt when witnessing his most gifted disciple surpass him. Spiritual energy continued to surge into Jiang Fan's body, causing increasingly violent tremors. His lips turned a deep purple, and with each breath, torrents of spiritual energy flowed outward. From the formation of his hands, droplets of fiery red crystals began to manifest. To prevent his body from being overwhelmed, Jiang Fan was converting the excess spiritual energy into fire element energy crystals, thus alleviating the pressure. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within him, despite perusing numerous texts on the foundation building process. None had mentioned the necessity of absorbing such copious amounts of spiritual energy. He even questioned whether he had strayed into madness. The crystals in his hands gradually coalesced into a fist-sized gem, yet his rate of absorbing spiritual energy showed no signs of diminishing. Ancestor Yuanqing looked on, spellbound. The young man's foundation-building process exceeded his millennia of cultivation experience, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, convinced that this was indeed a monumental event. The spiritual energy at the base of Falling Cloud Mountain had been entirely depleted, and the surrounding energy began to converge toward the mountain. As the last drop of pale golden liquid fused into the small golden sphere within Jiang Fan's dantian, his absorption of spiritual energy finally began to slow, albeit gradually. His complexion softened, his lips returned to their natural hue, and the crystallized formations in his hands ceased to grow. As the influx of spiritual energy diminished, the changes within him began to stabilize. At that moment, The pale golden sphere within the youth started to rotate gently. Jiang Fan finally opened his eyes, inhaling deeply. With a flick of his finger, a stream of grayish-white spiritual energy shot toward the wall, leaving a hole a foot wide and deep. He nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. He had finally broken through to the foundation building stage. In the cultivation chamber, Jiang Fan sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his body radiating a shimmering light akin to a brilliant gem. His spirits were soaring. The sensation of being filled with spiritual energy made him feel extraordinarily powerful, especially after the satisfaction of effortlessly projecting that energy with a mere finger. After a brief stretch, he realized that even a cultivator could become stiff after 3 weeks of stillness. He chuckled, twisting his neck and brushing dust from his hair, only to find a tiny spider web woven among his locks. Fascinated, he wondered how such a delicate web had withstood the ferocious winds around him. He had hoped to find the minuscule spider to observe, but it had long perished from the tumultuous gales and lack of sustenance. Ultimately, Jiang Fan stood to shake off the dust, his face alight with joy as he exited the chamber. With no desire to engage in anything else, he took a refreshing bath, donned a fresh outfit, and hurried to the back mountain. With each flick of his finger, he created gaping holes in the tree trunks, elevating his spirits even further. Indeed, the spiritual techniques practiced post-foundation were formidable. No precise aiming was needed even within a 10-meter radius. With diligent practice, he could potentially extend this remarkable skill to dozens of meters in the future. However, as he pondered this, a frown creased his brow. He sighed, muttering to himself about the limitations of his newfound power. In the face of those with defensive treasures or inherently protective techniques, his ability would indeed prove insufficient. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that while he felt a tinge of regret, he also recognized the myriad applications his technique could have. With a smile and a scratch of his head, Jiang Fan resumed practicing his previous techniques and spells. To his delight, he discovered that the potency of his spells had significantly increased, and the size of fireballs and similar manifestations had grown, enhancing their destructive capacity. His youthful face blossomed with joy as he reveled in his newfound strength. Yet, there was an even greater source of excitement for Jiang Fan. This was the true reason behind his fervent desire to succeed in foundation building. After a brief practice session, he eagerly addressed his master. "Master, I have successfully built my foundation. When can you enhance my spiritual veins? I am eager to reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world." Ancestor Yuanqing replied calmly, "You have just completed your foundation. You cannot immediately wield vast amounts of spiritual power. You must stabilize for at least a month to ensure the equilibrium of your spiritual energy, lest your cultivation dissipate into nothingness." Jiang Fan was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. Such critical knowledge had never been documented in any of his readings. Yet, he was acutely aware of his master's profound wisdom, and the gravity of the warning weighed heavily on him. Grateful for the reminder, he realized that an inadvertent surge of energy could have led to lifelong regret. "My boy, you have merely begun your journey. There is much yet to learn. I understand your excitement. When I first formed my golden core, I stood at the cave entrance and proclaimed my success. Yet, as time passed, I discovered the vast expanse of those who surpassed me. Forming the core was merely the beginning. Thousands of years taught me that I would never be the strongest, though I continue to grow. With each advancement comes the realization of even greater heights ahead. Time has eroded my youthful exuberance, replacing it with the weariness of age. I cannot deny that even cultivators are shackled by time, and I remain unable to break its chains." In the following days, Jiang Fan adhered diligently to Ancestor Yuanqing's advice, refraining from excessive training and instead focusing on nurturing his spirit. Thus, a week passed in serene tranquility. On the 7th morning, Jiang Fan could no longer endure the monotony. "Master, must I really spend the next month merely eating and sleeping? If I do not engage in something, I fear I shall go mad." The youth slumped over the table, tracing circles with his finger. Observing Jiang Fan's idle doodling, Ancestor Yuanqing felt a pang of frustration, sighing helplessly. "Enough with the circles. I shall impart a new spiritual technique to you. Learn it steadily, but do not exert yourself too much." Upon hearing of a new technique, Jiang Fan's demeanor shifted. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he clasped his hands together in anticipation. "What kind of technique is it? How potent is it?" "This technique is of my own creation. Its efficacy varies from person to person," Ancestor Yuanqing replied, exuding an air of undeniable pride. "Created by my master? What kind of technique is it?" The youth's face was alight with astonishment, filled with genuine admiration for his master. Having a mentor capable of crafting their own techniques was a mark of extraordinary prowess. What an honor it was to be his disciple. Upon observing Jiang Fan's expression, the venerable Yuanqing was undeniably pleased with the shock he had instilled in his disciple. However, when the topic of the spiritual technique arose, his tone shifted to one of solemnity. This technique is known as the Yuanqing finger sword, also referred to simply as the finger sword. Finger sword? Jiang Fan hesitated, feeling that the name lacked grandeur and seemed rather antiquated. Indeed, this technique is called the finger sword, a name I bestowed upon it. As the name suggests, it involves forming a sharp blade of spiritual energy between the middle and index fingers, possessing lethality that rivals that of conventional magical artifacts. The old man began to elucidate this technique to Jiang Fan. Yet, Jiang Fan was not particularly intrigued. Master, in the realm of cultivation, everyone harbors magical artifacts within them. This finger sword seems somewhat superfluous. Can it truly extend to slay foes from 100 or even 1,000 meters away? This technique can be upgraded, and upon reaching the 7th tier, its effective range extends to just over 2 meters. 2 meters for an upgrade? That renders it even more useless, Jiang Fan dismissed, waving his hand, clearly disinterested in this so-called finger sword. You wretched boy, ever since you mastered the lightness finger, you've lost interest in close-quarters techniques. This one is different. Allow me to finish explaining. Yuanqing's voice carried a hint of irritation, clearly vexed by Jiang Fan's lack of appreciation for the finger sword. Very well. Master, continue. I shall listen to the merits of this technique. Jiang Fan, being astute, sensed that his master was on the verge of a tirade and decided to acquiesce. Though in truth, he contemplated that if this technique proved unremarkable, he would not squander his time pursuing it. The finger sword is divided into 7 tiers, each named after the color of the blade. By the final tier, its attacking power equates to that of a sword immortal strike. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The first tier is blue, followed by purple, red, orange, yellow, and white for the subsequent 6 tiers. The length of the blade increases from 1 foot initially to over 2 meters by the 6th tier, but intriguingly, there is no enhancement in power or length at the 7th tier. What purpose does the 7th tier serve? Jiang Fan feigned curiosity. When cultivated to the 7th tier, the sword energy becomes transparent, devoid of any discernible fluctuation of spiritual power. Although its power remains the same, the 7th tier's finger sword serves as an exceptional assassination tool. Undetectable by the adversary, Yuanqing proclaimed proudly. Upon hearing that the final tier was transparent, Jiang Fan felt a stirring within. Before Yuanqing could elaborate further, he grasped the terrifying potential of this technique and gasped in awe. A supreme spiritual technique for covertly eliminating foes. It was akin to wielding an invisible sword, a truly divine art for assassination. With this thought, Jiang Fan's heart raced, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. Master, you are magnificent. How did you conceive such a wondrous technique? You transcend the limits of humanity. Do you wish to learn it? Yuanqing inquired, unfazed by Jiang Fan's flattery. Indeed, I must learn this. It is akin to possessing a trump card. With this technique, I could effortlessly eliminate cultivators of a higher tier than myself. Chapter 51. The Su siblings' time flew like an arrow, and half a month had swiftly passed. In the back mountains of Falling Cloud Mountain, the youth utilized his barely developed technique, the inch-long sky, to dart through the forest like a wraith. He appeared as a series of ethereal shadows, constantly shifting positions, seemingly always moving forward, effortlessly passing through all obstacles in his path. Yuanqing observed Jiang Fan's agile and uncanny movements with a satisfied smile. My disciple, Yuanqing, is commendable in skill, if not in character. This technique is certainly not lacking. This young lad is beginning to exude the aura of a master. The youth raced through the woods, finally halting after traversing several trees. His gaze was fierce, and with his right hand extended, a blade of azure sword energy coalesced between his middle and index fingers, 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide. With a resounding crash, the numerous trees he had passed were severed cleanly in half, the smooth, flat cuts betraying the sharpness of a fine sword. Jiang Fan beamed with delight, thoroughly pleased with the power of the finger sword in conjunction with the inch-long sky technique. Your spiritual energy is indeed abundant. After all this time, you have only consumed 1/3 of it. It seems my initial concern about your excessive usage depleting your cultivation was unwarranted, Yuanqing remarked, his spirits elevated. The youth merely smiled faintly, reclining against a large rock in a daze, gazing at the heavens. As clouds drifted by, he was suddenly reminded of his former self from a year ago, naive and inexperienced in the ways of cultivation, finding novelty in everything. A smile crept onto his face as he reminisced, gradually closing his eyes to reflect upon the past. The figures of his grandfather and blurry parents reappeared in his mind. smiling gently and beckoning him. He rushed forward, yet just as he was about to grasp his grandfather's hand, the figure dissolved into a cloud, gradually fading away. Jiang Fan jolted awake, still seeing the clouds above, his eyes emptying of light as he stared into the vast sky, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Just fleeting clouds. Jiang Fan gradually sat up, bowing his head and rubbing his temples. While he was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly snapped open, brow furrowed as he flicked his hand towards a nearby tree without looking. A finger-sized hole instantly appeared on the trunk closest to him. A terrified voice echoed from behind a tree, prompting Jiang Fan to furrow his brow again. A girl, around 14 or 15, emerged slowly from behind the tree. She was strikingly innocent and charming, particularly with her pair of lively, beautiful eyes. At that moment, her face was etched with surprise as she gazed at the youth who hadn't even spared her a glance, filled with awe. "How long have you been hiding behind that tree, spying on me?" Jiang Fan asked coldly, still not raising his head, remaining in a contemplative state. The girl lowered her gaze, feeling embarrassed for her actions, blushing as she quietly replied, "Just for a little while." Her voice, as melodious as a songbird, caused Jiang Fan to slightly open his eyes. Upon realizing someone was behind the tree, he initially felt a surge of hostility. However, after a moment's reflection, he reconsidered. This place was a sanctum, not easily accessible to outsiders, suggesting the girl must have some connection to the sect, hence why his earlier reaction was tempered. Jiang Fan gradually opened his eyes and observed the girl, now merely 3 meters away, feeling significantly more at ease. He was confident that at this distance, she would have no chance of escaping. "What is your name?" Jiang Fan fixed his gaze on her eyes, seeking to discern any trace of deceit. Based on his experience, very few individuals his age could lie without their heart racing. "Su Ling," the girl answered without hesitation, having witnessed the power of his earlier flick. She recognized the vast disparity in their strengths, instinctively refraining from deceit, as there was no need for it. Su Ling and Jiang Fan furrowed their brows, raising their heads to scrutinize the young girl before them. Undeniably beautiful, yet there was something familiar about her features. A sudden realization struck Jiang Fan. Reminiscent of a haughty white goose, he recalled the boy who resembled her. "Who is Su Chen to you?" he inquired. The girl softly replied, "He is my brother." Though her words were calm, a wave of frustration surged within her. Her inept brother had been bullied, and yet he did not seek vengeance. As his sister, she had come here secretly to assist him, only to find herself entangled in an unforeseen predicament. "Siblings?" Jiang Fan mused, touching his nose with a smirk. "I remember that arrogant fellow saying he would return to exact his revenge. Could it be he intends to use you as his instrument of retribution?" "He didn't send me. He said you were to his liking, and I couldn't bear to see it," the girl replied, her mood gradually shifting from shock to a semblance of composure. With a hint of mirth in his gaze, Jiang Fan continued to observe the ethereal girl before him, ceasing only when she glared back, her cheeks flushed. "Your brother finds me to his taste? On that day, he clung to my hand so tightly that I couldn't even finish my dinner. Did he mention this to you?" Jiang Fan's tone was laced with a playful malice directed at Su Chen. As expected, the girl was taken aback by Jiang Fan's words. Though she could not fully grasp their implications, the notion of her brother holding a boy's hand persistently left her blushing profusely. "Your precious brother claims I am to his taste? I assure you, I am not inclined that way. Tell him I prefer women, particularly those who are charming and beautiful." With that, Jiang Fan resumed his unabashed assessment of the girl. A flurry of embarrassment washed over her. The idea of such an embarrassing incident involving her brother was unbearable, particularly with this inscrutable youth eyeing her with what seemed like ulterior motives. What if something untoward were to happen? She could hardly bear the thought. Resolving to leave, she turned and hurried away, the earlier encounter feeling more surreal than a nightmare. Jiang Fan watched her retreating figure, a mix of amusement and confusion swirling in his mind regarding Su Chen's so-called preferences. Yet before he could ponder for long, a chill coursed through him, compelling him to divert his thoughts. Shaking his head, he shrugged off the matter, his fingers idly moving as a wave of excitement washed over him. "Master, in just 2 days, it will be a month. It is time for you to enhance my spiritual veins." A relaxed voice echoed once more. "I see you have been eagerly anticipating that day. However, once your spiritual veins are elevated to the level of a true god, your cultivation speed will double. Moreover, my techniques will also enhance your training speed post-foundation establishment, making further breakthroughs less daunting." Jiang Fan gazed upward, his face alight with joy, yet a fleeting grimace crossed his features. "I will show them whether I am worthy to be my father's son." In the training chamber, Jiang Fan sat resolutely upon the stone bed, concentrating his energy. The voice of Yuan Qing, the ancient ancestor, reverberated in his mind, filled with crucial insights about the marrow cleansing technique. This technique, which enhances spiritual veins, is one of the most enigmatic and rare secret arts I have previously mentioned, a method that defies the heavens. The distinction between cultivators and mortals lies in these spiritual veins, which are inherently bestowed. Altering one's spiritual veins is a complete transgression against fate, resulting in far more severe heavenly retribution for those who undergo such changes. Nevertheless, this secret art remains a treasured asset in the realm of cultivation. Jiang Fan listened intently, his expression unwavering. This technique, known as transforming void to spirit, likely did not originate from our realm, but rather emerged during the ancient era as a celestial treasure. Essentially, it enables the practitioner to refine their own meridians and bone marrow, expelling impurities to render the meridians more refined and robust, thus elevating one's spiritual vein level by at least one tier, though this is contingent upon the practitioner's initial level, with higher tiers proving increasingly challenging to enhance. Yuan Qing elaborated passionately, his emotions flaring as he recounted past events. Such a transcendent method was once the pinnacle of any sect, a closely guarded secret. Should the existence of such a technique become public knowledge, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Master, how do you know this is not from our realm? Jiang Fan inquired with a smile, sensing an exaggeration in Yuan Qing's tone. Yuan Qing shook his head, asserting such a method, defying the heavens, could not possibly be conceived by inhabitants of our realm. You will soon understand. The creator of this technique must have transcended the limitations of spiritual quality. That may not be the case. With so many cultivators in the realm, perhaps there exists an anomaly among them? Jiang Fan maintained his skepticism. Foolishness. Not only in the realm of cultivation, but across the entirety of the universe, there can be no one unbound by the constraints of spiritual veins. The sky you perceive belongs to a singular tier of existence. Now, focus solely on my words. Upon realizing Yuan Qing wished to move past this topic, Jiang Fan acquiesced with a chuckle, refraining from further discussion. Now, I shall impart to you the knowledge of transforming void to spirit. Concentrate and avoid wandering thoughts. At this, Jiang Fan nodded gently, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes once more. His mind swelled slightly as words flowed into it, reassembling into coherent texts. Once he comprehended the material, he could not help but exclaim, "Heavens, this is so intricate. Surely, it is beyond mortal conception." As he reviewed the information in his mind, he noted that the marrow cleansing required the operation of the great cycle a staggering 72 times, and the number of meridians to be sealed was in the tens of thousands. After a thorough examination, he shuddered at the thought, I can tolerate 72 cycles, but sealing each minuscule meridian individually? That is a far greater torment than threading countless needles. Jiang Fan gazed blankly at the sky, his mouth twitching in frustration. Master, can this process be simplified? Repeatedly blocking thousands of tiny meridians with a single error necessitating a restart might as well end my life. However, after his outburst, Yuan Qing remained silent. Ahem, forget that part, I mixed it up. Mortals live a mere century or so, fading into obscurity, and even the most significant of them will soon be forgotten. They toil tirelessly for fleeting happiness, while cultivators can alter countless fates with minimal effort. What distinguishes mortals from cultivators? It is the so-called spiritual vein, the source of their connection to the forces of the universe. What does this technique signify? It signifies the ability to alter the course of any individual's life at will. Jiang Fan silently shook his head, realizing there was little he could say. The unfairness of the heavens was beyond the reach of a mere cultivator like him. Even should he attain immortality, he would not stand a chance against the divine. Following Yuan Qing's instructions, he sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to practice transforming void to spirit. During this time, he grew increasingly curious about his seemingly indolent master. Regardless of the challenges Jiang Fan faced, before he could even pose a question, the languorous voice in his mind would already provide a solution, unfailingly accurate. He even speculated that Yuan Qing might indeed possess the ability to astonish the realm of cultivation, as if with a mere wave of his hand. He could alter the very fabric of existence. However, no matter how much he inquired, the other party refused to divulge any information, which only fueled Jiang Fan's curiosity. For at his age, curiosity was a predominant trait. Following the guidance of the elder Yuan Qing, Jiang Fan commenced his practice of the technique of transforming the void back to spirit. Gradually, he perceived a refreshing, indescribable current coursing through his body, bringing an unparalleled comfort. Instantly, the method of energy circulation documented in the technique appeared in his mind. Thus, he continued this practice for a full 7 days. Due to being in the foundational stage, his progress was notably slow. When the last fragment of energy finally returned to his dantian, he found himself drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his features. He stretched his limbs, feeling an indescribable ease throughout his body. He distinctly sensed a heightened vitality, with a faint hint of blue light flickering in his eyes. Most gratifying was the transformation of his skin. Previously, it could only be described as fair, but now it was crystal clear and smooth, so flawless that even women would feel envious. Elated by this change, he was about to share his excitement with his master when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this technique has side effects." Jiang Fan's half-joyous expression instantly turned sour. "Side effects? What do you mean by that? Please be clear. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Yuan Qing responded nonchalantly. "It's not a significant issue. Is there any need for such agitation?" "You merely need to," Jiang Fan, now somewhat irritated, interjected. "What do you mean by not a significant issue? What are the side effects? Please clarify." Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl, and his face turned pale. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? There's no restroom near the training room." Without a moment's hesitation, he frantically pushed open the stone door, dashing about like a headless chicken, internally cursing, "Old fool, this isn't over." Yuan Qing merely chuckled softly and ignored him. After several frantic trips to the restroom, Jiang Fan collapsed onto the stone bed, utterly exhausted, lying there for a while before finally sitting up cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate. "My good disciple, your spiritual veins have now improved. Let us see what kind of shock this once-in-a-millennium talent will bring to the current realm of cultivation." Jiang Fan, however, wore a pained expression. "What a shock indeed. I feel like I'm about to dehydrate. Since you're my master, I'll let today's incident slide. But if this continues, don't blame me for betraying the sect. You little rascal, threatening your master is an act of treason. May the heavens strike you with thunder and condemn you to be reborn as a beast in your next life." The banter continued between them as time flowed swiftly by. Ever since Jiang Fan succeeded in cleansing his marrow a month ago, he had transformed entirely. Not only had his appearance subtly changed, but he also emanated an extraordinary aura, displaying an added elegance. Standing alone atop the peak of Falling Cloud Mountain, the young man's moon-white robe billowed in the breeze. Several strands of dark hair danced in the wind as he squinted into the distance, gazing at the hazy sea. Since practicing the technique of transforming the void back to spirit, Jiang Fan had noticeably experienced a smoother cultivation process. What once required an hour to accomplish could now be completed in an instant. The vast difference in spiritual veins undeniably resolved many issues. In just 1 week, it would be the 15th of July, a day when various sects would recruit new disciples. The 14th, however, was reserved for a review of the older disciples, a day dedicated to assessing the cultivation achievements of all young disciples over the past year. Jiang Fan, now a foundational stage cultivator, was indifferent to the approaching day. While foundational stage cultivators were numerous within the sect, attaining this stage at the age of 15 was exceedingly rare, warranting the label of genius. More importantly, Jiang Fan possessed a true divine body, which was a rarity even thousands of years ago. Although the technique of transforming the void back to spirit existed back then, it was not something to be flaunted. Yuan Qing was astute enough not to disclose such information. It had been nearly 1,000 years since a true divine body had emerged. Thus, if Jiang Fan were to showcase his prowess during the sect's assessment, the impact would be monumental. Several guards secretly followed Jiang Fan, now a foundational stage cultivator. Only they within the estate were aware of his transformation. Since Jiang Fan had reached this stage, the guards understood that the estate would likely not change owners anytime soon. Their current task was merely to protect this precocious young talent. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, a sense of pride enveloping his porcelain-like face. "Master, with less than a week until the sect's disciple assessment, I have a feeling I may soon break through the initial foundational stage. I wonder if I can achieve this before the test." "Huh. With the best spiritual veins and the highest tier techniques, even a fool would cultivate swiftly. As long as you dedicate yourself to practice these days, it should pose no problem." The elder chuckled, recognizing that Jiang Fan, while appearing indifferent about the upcoming assessment, was nonetheless preoccupied with it. Reassured by his master's words, Jiang Fan nodded, taking a deep breath before embarking on a new day of training. With a powerful push from his toes, he leaped from the peak of Qingyun Mountain, tracing a graceful arc through the air as he plummeted downward. Not good. The guards, witnessing Jiang Fan's reckless leap, were startled, rushing forward in alarm. Gazing into the seemingly bottomless abyss shrouded in mist, they felt a chill run down their spines. What a pity, one guard lamented, shaking his head. I can't fathom why he would choose to end his own life. A 15-year-old genius who has successfully cultivated to the foundational stage is a rarity. Why would he throw away such a promising future? As the guards lamented at the cliff's edge, Jiang Fan slowly emerged from behind them. What are you doing following me? The guards were taken aback. Turning to see the young man gazing at them with piercing eyes, his gaze betraying no hint of mercy. Now, Jiang Fan's speed was beyond that of these minor foundational stage cultivators. Despite their unique techniques, they were but small fry compared to his extraordinary capabilities. The lead guard, sensing Jiang Fan's displeasure, felt his heart race and cautiously replied, "We were merely concerned for your safety. There was no other intention." Jiang Fan snorted, his disdain evident. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes diminished slightly as he allowed the guards to breathe a sigh of relief. "Do you think you could stop someone who could harm me? You should return. Your presence here only disrupts my focus on cultivation. From now on, do not come to the back mountain, or should I accidentally hurt you, do not blame me." With that, he brushed his sleeve against the nearby tree trunk, creating a faint sound as the fabric struck against the wood, leaving a deep, triangular indentation matching the shape of his sleeve. The guards exchanged glances. Fear and panic reflected in their eyes as they collectively inhaled sharply. The leading guard hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, quickly departing the mountaintop with several companions as if fleeing. It was terrifying. The speed and strength exhibited at such a young age indicated that he would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. The foremost guard remarked as they walked, "Enough of the flattery. We nearly lost our lives at his hands, and you still choose to praise him? It scared me to death," another guard said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. After driving away the group of guards, Jiang Fan collapsed onto the stone at the mountain's peak. A blade of grass clenched between his teeth. He did not wish to be monitored by these individuals during his training. Although he understood their good intentions, he had many secrets that should not be disclosed to too many people. It had been over a month since he successfully underwent the cleansing of his marrow, and during this time, his body had continuously transformed and progressed. His mastery of spiritual energy had also improved significantly. His light spirit finger, which originally could only project a few meters, could now reach nearly 20 meters with a full effort. With a gentle slap, he struck a tree trunk over 10 meters high. This time, he did not exert force, and dozens of leaves cascaded down. Jiang Fan tilted his head to look up, and with a swift motion, he transformed into an afterimage. In the midst of this afterimage, dozens of white beams shot forth toward the falling leaves. Almost simultaneously, the light spirit fingers struck their targets with precision, only a few leaves evading due to their slight arc during descent. The young man panted slightly, halting his movements. Upon noticing several leaves that remained unscathed, disappointment flickered in his brows, yet he merely shook his head lightly before vanishing into the air once more. Utilizing the advantage of his body to navigate swiftly while releasing the light spirit finger to create the illusion of simultaneous strikes was a new technique Jiang Fan had recently devised. He had exerted considerable effort to develop this skill, even binding heavy mysterious iron to his calves for training in order to enhance his speed. Thanks to the terrifying effects of his newfound speed, Jiang Fan's velocity had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to surpass practitioners of his own rank and even those of a higher realm. Following his foundation establishment and marrow cleansing, his cultivation speed had also improved significantly. The most troubling aspect for Jiang Fan now was the cultivation of his spiritual power. Although it was the first aspect he had encountered, it remained the slowest to develop. While his mobility and mental cultivation were progressing rapidly, with the potential for breakthroughs into the second tier, his spiritual power remained frustratingly stagnant at its initial state. As a gentle breeze swept by, Jiang Fan suddenly appeared before a massive boulder, initially intending to shatter it with a single palm strike, but he abruptly halted. What was happening? That had been his quickest movement, yet he still felt as though he had reserves of energy. Frowning slightly, he turned to examine the ground he had just traversed, where shallow scratches marred the surface of the yellow earth. Jiang Fan's eyes brightened as he instantly retraced his steps, this time moving slowly, step by step, recalling the places he had trodden. So that was it. Upon observing that some of his footprints curved slightly to the side, he finally understood. One must harmonize with the airflow. One cannot oppose the invisible air force directly, but should instead move in accordance with it, even harnessing its power. Chapter 54. The day of testing. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Jiang Fan had roughly mastered the coordination with the airflow. When a young guard witnessed Jiang Fan dancing with the wind, he thought his eyes were deceiving him and deliberately rubbed them, but when he opened them again, Jiang Fan had vanished without a trace. This left the guard feeling uneasy, compelling him to request leave from his superior to investigate. Finally, the day of the sect's test arrived. Jiang Fan, having groomed himself, donned a thin white shirt beneath a flowing moon-white robe, glancing at himself in the mirror with a subtle smirk, nodding in approval. Suddenly, his smile faded, replaced by an air of noble righteousness, giving him the semblance of an extraordinary individual. A mere 15-year-old boy strode calmly through the gentle breeze, followed by a dozen guards from the Luoyun mountain manor, exuding an aura of arrogance and pride. In a vast square to the north of Qingzhou Island, thousands of practitioners from the secret sect had gathered for the test, all young disciples from the sect's headquarters. For grand halls stood at each side of the square, and the crowd unconsciously divided into over 10 groups, each comprising several hundred individuals. Jiang Fan was among them, scanning the crowd from youth to those in their 30s. The lifespan of practitioners far exceeds that of ordinary mortals, so anyone under 45 is considered a youth, even if they appear somewhat middle-aged. Quite a turnout, he mused. I wonder how many among them will eventually form golden elixirs and become true cultivators? Though he posed the question, Jiang Fan knew well that out of these thousands, it would be remarkable if even a dozen achieved the status of cultivator. As a year prior, the wait was still uncomfortable, but Jiang Fan, having matured significantly since then, smiled as if he were merely enjoying the scenery while weaving through the throngs. His striking appearance, skin as pale as jade, bright and clear eyes, and a gentle, elegant smile, coupled with the unintentional air of authority he emanated, caught the attention of several young female practitioners. Look over there, how handsome he is. Quick, look at that charming young man. Several young female disciples gazed at Jiang Fan with infatuation. However, amid the admiration from the beauties, envious and hostile glances were cast by others. Don't you find that pretty boy annoying? He's probably just a waste from a prominent family trying to show off. Even nearby, others were whispering and casting furtive glances. Yet, Jiang Fan stood proudly, seemingly unfazed by their remarks. Brother, which district are you from? A bright voice suddenly called out from behind Jiang Fan. He turned in surprise to find a young practitioner, around 18 or 19, standing there, clad in black. With short hair and a somewhat pale but handsome face, the young man emanated a vibrant energy that was quite pleasant. Jiang Fan offered a faint smile. I hail from Luoyun Mountain Manor. And you, my friend? In the secret sect's headquarters, there was no complex division like the Sushin sect's 6 branches. This was because it was itself a branch of the Sushin sect. Additionally, the secret sect focused on cultivation, making the delineation of power less specific. Inquiries typically revolved around which area one belonged to. Luoyun Mountain Manor? So you are the son of Master Jiang Xian. The young practitioner appeared taken aback. For nearly all practitioners here knew that Jiang Fan resided in one of the 4 sacred cultivation sites of the secret sect. I never expected to meet you in person. My name is Wang Wenqing, from Zhuye Lake. The young practitioner seemed somewhat surprised. Although rumors of Jiang Fan's low spiritual vein circulated widely within the sect, being the descendant of a legendary figure naturally commanded a degree of respect. As the two engaged in casual conversation, Jiang Fan found a favorable first impression of the young man before him. Unlike Su Chun, who exuded an air of arrogance, this individual seemed more approachable, making their dialogue quite congenial. Jiang, my friend, I have a few acquaintances over there. I shall take my leave for now, but we must gather again soon. The young man with the surname Wang said apologetically. Please, do not let me detain you. I too wish to explore a bit. It seems the tests will not commence immediately, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. As Jiang Fan surveyed the surroundings, he was met with whispers from the crowd that left him somewhat speechless. He had spent an entire year in seclusion, devoid of any social interactions. Yet rumors about him circulated wildly. Although Wang Wenqing remained silent, the murmurs around him revealed that many were intrigued by the tale of Jiang Fan, who was said to be a mere shadow living off his father's name, and most opinions were far from favorable. Ignoring the idle chatter, Jiang Fan maintained his smile until 2 figures approached him, prompting a slight raise of his eyebrows. Ah, Jiang, so you are here. What a delightful coincidence. The newcomers were none other than Su Chun and his sister. Su Ling dressed in a light shirt with an oversized white robe. Su Chun appeared dashing and charismatic, while Su Ling wore an elegant purple silk garment, cinched at the waist, accentuating her graceful figure. Her youthful, exquisite face drew the attention of many young male cultivators, often accompanied by envious glances from a few young women. However, Su Ling's first reaction upon seeing Jiang Fan was to shoot him an annoyed glare before dismissing him entirely, leaving Jiang Fan momentarily bewildered. Upon reflection, he understood the reason for her ire. He had jested about Su Chen's character that day, and it was likely that she would inquire about it directly. This realization made Jiang Fan feel somewhat awkward, especially considering that after he had playfully insulted Su Chun, the latter had not retaliated, and now he found himself tarnishing Su Chin's reputation instead. Su, my sincere apologies for my previous indiscretion, Jiang Fan said, offering a sheepish smile. Acknowledging his own fault, Su Chin shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will. Such trivial matters are not worth concern. I have endured much worse, and I must confess, I was the one seeking to provoke you that day, he said with a smile, glancing at his sister, who was now blushing. Having been startled by Jiang Fan's earlier gesture, as they conversed, a sudden cough resonated from the center of the square. A seemingly minor sound that nonetheless sent a ripple through the crowd. In the square's center stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, his drooping eyelids obscuring his gaze, though a glimmer of light shone through the slits. Ahem. Everyone participating in the tests, please find your designated entrance. The crowd dispersed, forming several groups ready to commence the assessments. Ah, Jiang, as a member of the Falling Cloud Mountain Manor, you are fortunate. We shall be in the same group, Group 16. Su Chin remarked, pointing toward a less populated entrance. That is splendid, Jiang Fan replied, following Su Chin toward the hall. Considering the number of participants in the square, there should have been around 300 per entrance. However, Jiang Fan's group had fewer than 100. I train at the Zixing Palace, while my sister is at the Moonlit Pavilion. We are both disciples of the 8 major sects, and you, my friend, are from the Falling Cloud Mountain Manor, one of the 4 sacred training grounds. Hence we have all been assigned to this testing location for the family's disciples, Su Chin explained. I envy you, Jiang. Falling Cloud Mountain Manor is the only one of the 4 that accommodates individual training, a privilege established for Master Jiang years ago. The others are all group training locations, which must make your seclusion quite undisturbed. Jiang Fan could only manage a wry smile, fully aware that the sect had cast him there to fend for himself. Yet he remained unable to express his thoughts openly. As they neared the entrance of Group 16, many gazes fell upon Jiang Fan, most filled with confusion, as they did not recognize the dashing youth. However, upon seeing Su Chin beside him, they wore expressions of scorn and derision. Su Ling, meanwhile, was the object of many young men's attention, but she remained unfazed, accustomed to being the center of attention. Su Chin's eyes flickered with a cold light, but he shook his head and turned to Jiang Fan. The disciples within are quite snobbish, yet they value strength above all. Even as the eldest son of the Su family, I am ridiculed due to my lack of aptitude, he said with a forced smile. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through the air. Isn't that the first waste from the North District? How dare you show your face here for the test? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Su family? Jiang Fan shuddered at the derisive tone and cast an annoyed glance at the source of the voice. Before him stood a youth, seemingly 18 or 19, yet Jiang Fan, at 15, had to bend slightly to meet his gaze. The boy was short and stout, with an oversized head and a row of crooked, yellowing teeth, amid which clung remnants of green vegetables, all while he grinned smugly at Jiang Fan. The absurdity of the situation extinguished Jiang Fan's usual smile, leaving him staring blankly at this peculiar individual. How could someone with such an appearance muster the audacity to mock others? The sheer audacity was impressive. Perhaps there was a threshold of shamelessness that transformed into courage. Oh, is that you, tragedy brother? What brings you here to stand out so? Su Chin's words were laced with a subtle insult. Ah, tragedy brother. What a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Fan could not help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity of it all. The short figure furrowed his brow at Jiang Fan's amusement. My surname is Bei, and my given name is Ju, Bei Ju. Su Chin struggled to contain his laughter, his face reddening, while Su Ling had already stepped aside, stifling her giggles. Feeling awkward yet compelled to acknowledge the introduction, Jiang Fan nodded. Yes, Bei Ju, the giant among giants. Where are you from, young man? I don't recall seeing you before, Bei Ju asked, his curiosity piqued. I hail from Falling Cloud Mountain Manor. Jiang Fan, he replied. Regardless of how uncomfortable it may seem, Jiang Fan, despite the situation, maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Upon noticing Jiang Fan, the dwarf was taken aback, retreating several steps to scrutinize him, as it was inconvenient to look up so closely. Initially startled, the dwarf studied Jiang Fan for a moment before his expression shifted to one of mockery as he glanced at Su Chin, remarking, It is indeed true that like attracts like, you two are a perfect match. Su Chin's countenance changed slightly, inwardly cursing the dwarf while outwardly offering a faint smile. Indeed, we are of the same kind, and thus naturally walk together. However, it is a pity that Brother Bei has yet to find his kind among the crowd. The dwarf, incensed by Su Chin's words, could not counter him verbally, but erupted into laughter. Let us see who prevails on the testing grounds later. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback by the dwarf's last statement, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth as his brows furrowed. Jiang Fan noticed Su Chin's expression and knew that the dwarf's strength should not be underestimated. He asked, "Brother Su, what is the matter? Is that dwarf, Beiju, particularly strong?" Su Chun chuckled bitterly, his voice laced with a hint of despondency. "His derision towards me certainly holds some merit. Though he is physically impaired, his aptitude for cultivation is remarkably high. He possesses the true sacred body and reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of cultivation last year. He may very well have broken through to the foundation establishment stage by now. In contrast, although I am a normal person, my aptitude is quite poor. After over a decade of cultivation, I am still languishing at the 8th level." Jiang Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation, understanding the significant impact of the disparity in spiritual veins. However, being at the 8th level after so many years was a predicament that could not merely be described as poor. "Brother Su, many things in this world are not absolute. Perhaps one day you might awaken to find your spiritual vein transformed." Let us hope such a miracle befalls me," Su Chun replied with a faint smile. He had heard such comforting words too often to take them to heart, his gaze drifting towards the crowd, while Jiang Fan continued to observe him for a considerable time before slowly averting his eyes. Just then, the grand doors of the hall creaked open, and a middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue robe emerged, a black crescent moon insignia adorning his sleeves. His countenance darkened upon seeing the throngs of people, and with all his might, he bellowed, "Line up properly to enter. There are not many of you. So if you queue up, you will be in quickly. Everyone, keep it steady." The effect was immediate. All present were startled into compliance, forming an orderly line, while a young cultivator stood by, coldly observing. Due to the fewer numbers on Jiang Fan's side, it was soon their turn. He casually tossed the jade token from the falling cloud mountain manor to the young cultivator. The young man paused momentarily, then returned it without a flicker of emotion, which surprised Jiang Fan. Indeed, having fewer people was advantageous. Within minutes, the three of them entered the grand hall. Accustomed to the splendid grandeur of the hall, Jiang Fan initially paid little mind to the structure before him. Yet upon stepping inside, he was taken aback. Externally, it appeared to be a modest hall, but internally it stretched over hundreds of square feet, resplendent and filled with a palpable abundance of spiritual energy that left Jiang Fan in awe. The reason Falling Cloud Mountain is deemed a sacred place for cultivation is due to the plentiful spiritual energy surrounding it. Yet compared to this hall, it seemed trivial. The abundance of spiritual energy within the hall was at least 3 times that of Falling Cloud Mountain. If one could cultivate here, the speed of advancement would be unimaginable. Chapter 56. Provocation. The hall brimmed with spiritual energy, its architecture radiating a sense of ancient grandeur. At the center lay a platform of over 200 square feet, clearly designed for dueling, surrounded by ceiling formations to prevent damage during contests. At the innermost part of the hall stood a white jade platform, emanating a faint glow. This was the very jade disc used for testing spiritual veins, which had been deliberately shattered by the elder Yuan Qing. This jade disc appeared much older, as if having borne witness to countless cultivators' triumphs and tragedies, having seen miracles and obliterated hopes. The testing process was straightforward. One simply reported their name and placed both hands upon the top surface of the jade pillar. For youths of Jiang Fan's age, regardless of their spiritual veins, their cultivation levels typically ranged around the 5th or 6th levels. Naturally, a few true sacred bodies reached the 7th or 8th levels, while some slightly older cultivators generally attained similar heights, with several young cultivators achieving levels 11 or 12. Such tests are always a mix of joy and sorrow. Those with significant improvements rejoiced, while those with meager advancements felt disheartened. I truly envy them. They can cultivate to the 5th or 6th level in just a year. Su Chun smiled faintly, though internally he was tormented. Over the years, he had witnessed countless successes while remaining stagnant, watching numerous cultivators succeed in establishing their foundations. Jiang Fan found himself at a loss for words, realizing it was best to remain silent. Their situations differed significantly. Su Chin's innate aptitude was far superior, and offering words of comfort might only serve to deepen his friend's sense of inadequacy. Jiang Fan scanned the crowd and quickly spotted the diminutive figure of Beiju, who was bustling through the throngs. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Fan had already deemed this dwarf the most formidable opponent to measure himself against, and today was the day he had resolved to showcase his prowess. Moreover, since the dwarf had expressed a wish to engage with Su Chun, an opportunity to return a favor presented itself. The young disciples before them took turns ascending the stage for testing, and most did not leave after their tests, instead retreating to the sides to observe others. At this moment, Su Chun could no longer keep his fan moving, revealing his anxiety and eagerness to discover the extent of his progress over the past year. Thus far, no foundation establishment cultivators had taken the stage, further solidifying Jiang Fan's resolve to challenge the dwarf. Su Chun glanced sideways at Jiang Fan, whose face bore a hint of arrogance. A thought struck him. Su Ling had already surpassed the 8th level of cultivation, yet she had no chance to confront this lad. Could it be that he had succeeded in establishing his foundation? It seemed improbable. It had only been a year, after all. The elder beside the jade disc, adorned with 2 crescent moons on his sleeves, clearly demonstrated his mastery in the merging stage. He held a list, calling out names for the next to ascend. As Jiang Fan entered last, he was recorded at the end, allowing him to remain unhurried. Hongshua Hall, Beiju, the elder enunciated clearly. Present. The dwarf squeezed through the crowd, stepping onto the testing platform. While others might have laughed at him, no one dared do so at this moment. This was the time for assessing cultivation, and here, only the level of cultivation mattered, a moment when Beiju felt superior. The dwarf, standing on tiptoe, placed his diminutive arm upon the jade platform. A burst of azure light flickered, and soon, grand characters appeared behind him on the jade disc. Witnessing the dazzling golden letters left the crowd utterly astonished. The elder nodded with a smile, announcing, "True sacred body, initial stage of foundation establishment." He had established his foundation. My heavens, this is extraordinary. He has indeed succeeded in establishing his foundation. One should not judge a person solely by their appearance. He is indeed a genius. And his dedication to cultivation is remarkably intense. At this moment, the crowd below had ceased their discussions about his dwarfism, their jeers and mockery replaced by envy and jealousy. The dwarf's face beamed with pride, yet inside, he was overwhelmed with excitement. His physical shortcomings had subjected him to ridicule daily, until he was discovered by the elder of the esoteric sect, who recognized his spiritual pulse, thus transforming his life. The taunts and jeers around him diminished gradually, although they occasionally resurfaced. When the dwarf demonstrated his exceptional cultivation, admiration replaced disdain, which brought him immense joy. His relentless striving was merely a prelude to this day of triumph, and he deemed it well worth the effort. Indeed, he had successfully established his foundation. His physical disabilities had become his greatest motivation. I am even less useful than a disabled person, Su Chen thought, shaking his head in resignation, filled with sorrow. Su Ling, witnessing her brother's demeanor, pressed her lips together, unable to hide her sadness. As Su Chen sighed, the dwarf on the stage suddenly noticed Su Chen and his companions at the back, shaking their heads in disbelief. A flicker of pride crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a glint of menace. The dwarf turned to the elder, respectfully inquiring, "Master, every contestant has an opportunity to challenge their fellow disciples, correct?" The elder, momentarily taken aback, soon wore a sly grin and nodded. Yes, each has a chance. He was well aware that the dwarf had endured considerable humiliation and that this was an opportune moment for retribution. Very well. I challenge Su Chun of the Purple Heart Palace, the dwarf declared, pointing at Su Chun at the back of the hall. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Challenge Su Chun? That worthless fool? Huh. Today, he will face his downfall. What a show. This waste must have bullied him before. He is done for now. Poor fellow. We'll pity him when he is beaten. Almost everyone relished the misfortune of Su Chun, believing that a cultivator of the dwarf's caliber was far superior to a failure like him. Su Chun wore a bitter smile as he regarded the dwarf on stage, shaking his head in resignation. "Brother, let me handle this. You're not capable enough," Su Ling said, her concern evident as she looked at her brother. It was clear that Su Chun, merely an ordinary cultivator at the 8th level, stood no chance against the adept who was at the foundation establishment stage. Anger and hatred filled her gaze as she regarded the dwarf. Yet, Su Chun shook his head, smiling at Su Ling. "You would fare no better. He is a foundation cultivator, and I cannot allow my sister to be harmed. I would rather be ridiculed for letting a woman fight my battles than see you hurt. It is better that I face him myself. The worst that can happen is that I get beaten, and I will be fine." At this moment, Su Chun had resolved to step into the fray and endure the blows. That coward is hiding behind. He truly is worthless. Indeed, look at him. He is practically hiding beneath his sister's skirts, trembling in fear. If it weren't for his father being the patriarch of the Northern Sioux clan, how could he even enter the esoteric sect? He is merely a worthless scion relying on family influence. The young cultivators began to murmur, directing scornful glances at Su Chun. Jiang Fan stood beside Su Chun, his brow furrowed. He had previously entertained the thought that Su Chun might be ridiculed, but upon witnessing the disdainful gazes directed at him, he felt an overwhelming aversion to the crowd, drawing him closer to Su Chun in spirit. Chapter 57. A duel with the dwarf. As Su Chun faced the mocking crowd, he attempted to navigate through them to the stage, when suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Jiang Fan, a broad smile on his face. "Brother Jiang, what brings you here?" Su Chun asked, perplexed by Jiang Fan's intervention. "Su brother, you don't seem to be in the best shape today. Perhaps you ought to refrain from competing. Allow me to take your place. I am eager to test my mettle against this foundation cultivator," Jiang Fan replied, still smiling. Yet his words bore an unwavering conviction. Su Chun felt warmth in his heart, but shook his head. "We have only just truly met. I cannot let you bear my burden. I must handle this myself." Though he knew Jiang Fan was formidable, he had not anticipated his status as a foundation cultivator. Jiang Fan chuckled, resolute. "You speak as if we are strangers. You incurred the dwarf's ire partly due to my presence. He insulted us both. This is a chance to teach him a lesson about humility." Just as Su Chun was about to protest, Jiang Fan suddenly communicated with him telepathically. Su Chun was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Jiang Fan, finally nodding with a wry smile. Jiang Fan returned the nod and stepped forward, addressing the dwarf. "Brother dwarf, Su brother is unwell today. I shall take his place in this contest." Jiang Fan stood confidently at the foot of the stage, regarding the dwarf with a look of disdain. He feared the dwarf might object, for a change of contestants required mutual consent. Initially hesitant, the dwarf felt a surge of anger at Jiang Fan's arrogant demeanor, the disdainful gaze akin to that reserved for an inferior being. "Very well, prepare to meet your end," the dwarf bellowed, his voice echoing through the hall as he leaped onto the dueling platform, his eyes fixed on Jiang Fan. "Then allow me to demonstrate my skills," Jiang Fan replied cheerfully. With a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air, the sound of his foot striking the ground resonating as he soared toward the dueling stage, leaving behind a series of afterimages. My word, those are afterimages. What incredible agility. The onlookers were left in awe, their attention captivated by Jiang Fan's display. Even the elder beside them momentarily stunned. As Jiang Fan darted toward the dueling platform, he raised his right hand and flicked his fingers thrice in quick succession. 3 beams of white light shot forth like bullets aimed at the dwarf, who gasped in surprise and hastily retreated, having narrowly avoided the 3 strikes. He took a deep breath and raised his gaze, only to find Jiang Fan standing before him, grinning. A sense of foreboding enveloped the dwarf. Jiang Fan's swift movements and mastery of techniques were extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan had only exerted 70% of his speed. Clad in white robes, Jiang Fan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an effortless elegance. He smiled at the dwarf, his confidence palpable as he assessed the situation, having gauged the dwarf's speed based on his attempts to evade the earlier strikes. Su Chun watched Jiang Fan's incredible display with awe, his heart swelling with joy. Jiang Fan had assured him, "I have confidence. I will not be defeated." At that moment, Su Chen's initial skepticism transformed into unwavering belief. The elder, regaining his composure, declared, "The 2 contestants are registered to battle." According to the rules of the duel, Jiang Fan understood the necessity of formal acknowledgement. From the falling Cloud Mountain Manor, Jiang Fan. At these words, the crowd erupted once more, a cacophony of disbelief. Is that really him? Jiang Fan. Wasn't he labeled as a waste? He is Jiang Fan, who claimed his spiritual pulse was weak. That was pure nonsense. Goodness, if his pulse is low, what does that make the rest of us? How could the son of Master Jiang be worthless? One could not help but admire the remarkable agility displayed earlier. Even the most esteemed elders of our sect would struggle to match it. Clearly, he has inherited the true teachings of Master Jiang, truly a prodigy from a lineage of warriors. Although Jiang Fan's expression remained inscrutable, internally he was cursing, "Damn, a bunch of sycophants. The moment they realized I am not a fool, they start fawning over me." The crowd below erupted into chaos for several minutes, yet the elder in white did not intervene. His astonishment far exceeded that of the disciples. He had received intelligence from the upper echelons of the sect, claiming Jiang Fan had a deficient spiritual pulse. Yet, the individual before him hardly resembled a so-called cripple. After finally recovering from the shock of Jiang Fan's prowess, the elder was further astounded by Jiang Fan's lineage. After a prolonged silence, he cleared his throat. "Ahem. Let us quiet down." His robust voice resonated, causing the disciples below to wince as they fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the stage. "You claim to be Jiang Fan of the Falling Cloud Manor? Do you have proof?" The elder remained somewhat skeptical of this individual's identity, for the information from above had never been erroneous. Jiang Fan, with a resigned smile, produced the jade tablet from Falling Cloud Manor and presented it to the elder. The elder scrutinized it meticulously before finally nodding and returning it to Jiang Fan. Amused, Jiang Fan reflected on how the world of cultivation was far less discerning than that of mortals. When he first arrived at the institute and merely stated his name, everyone accepted it without question. Now, what could this jade tablet possibly signify? Might it not be a stolen or counterfeit token? This exemplified the cultivation realm's historical disregard for identity, with a stringent external facade but lax internal governance, placing emphasis solely on strength. The elders signaled for the duel to commence, and all the young cultivators below quieted, attentively watching the two on stage. Jiang Fan gestured for his opponent to proceed. Yet Beiju hesitated, intimidated, and merely stared at Jiang Fan, though his hands were already scheming behind his back. They stood motionless for a while. Jiang Fan, maintaining his inviting posture, calmly observing Beiju. The impatient young cultivators urged Beiju to attack, perceiving Jiang Fan as a superior, allowing his opponent the first move, yet Beiju remained frozen. Just as the crowd began to shout, the diminutive figure suddenly sprang into action, flinging his right hand forward, releasing 5 fire serpent talismans that lunged at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan regarded the serpents with disdain, casually flicking his sleeve, unleashing 5 points of white light that shot forth, almost imperceptibly. Boom! The 5 points of white light collided with the fire serpents, producing a brilliant explosion that illuminated the entire hall. The dwarf did not cease his assault. Instead, he conjured a handful of small blue orbs from his sleeve and hurled them at Jiang Fan, while simultaneously crafting various spells with his hands, forming a fire wolf over his head. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, swiftly clasping his hands to form a spell, conjuring a towering wall of fire before him. The blue orbs struck the wall with a hissing sound. Indeed, these were ice orbs. This little fellow possessed some skill, Jiang Fan mused with a cold smile. Noticing the fire wolf taking form above the dwarf, he subtly acknowledged its potency and rapidly drew an empty talisman in front of him, its faint golden glow shimmering. Jiang Fan then gathered a substantial amount of fire elemental energy in his right hand, gradually forming a fireball. Seeing Jiang Fan create an empty talisman in midair, the dwarf's heart leapt with joy. Empty talismans were far weaker than the fire serpents. Raising his hand, he bellowed, "Go!" The fire wolf roared and charged at Jiang Fan, a wave of scorching wind preceding its advance. Jiang Fan felt the pressure but remained unperturbed, having prepared his countermeasures. As the fire wolf approached, its body grazed the golden net Jiang Fan had drawn with the empty talisman. The talisman flashed, transforming into a golden net that ensnared the fire wolf. The dwarf chuckled derisively. "You think a mere golden talisman can trap my mid-level spell?" Yet Jiang Fan merely smiled and replied, "Did I claim this golden net would confine it?" In an instant, he moved towards the struggling fire wolf, slapping the fireball into its mouth. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated within the creature, leaving no trace behind. Explosion. The dwarf's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized Jiang Fan's unconventional tactics had thrown him into disarray. Jiang Fan continued to regard him with a calm smile, his disdain and arrogance unmistakable. Beiju, infuriated by such condescension, gritted his teeth and hurled multiple talismans while continuously sketching empty talismans before him. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless talismans filled the air, yet Jiang Fan remained stationary, observing until the first talisman was less than a meter away before swiftly retreating a few meters, his right hand becoming a blur. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, a barrage of white light erupted from his afterimage, striking the empty talismans Beiju had painstakingly drawn, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and fire that compelled everyone to shield their eyes and ears. Beiju was momentarily blinded by the brilliance, and in that instant, Jiang Fan had already closed the distance. He raised his right hand and struck Beiju's chest with a powerful palm. With a dull thud, when the spectators reopened their eyes, Beiju lay sprawled on the ground 5 meters away, while Jiang Fan smiled down at him. "Have I won then?" Jiang Fan inquired, observing the elder, who was now left in stunned silence. The elder finally regained his composure and announced loudly, "Falling Cloud Manor, Jiang Fan wins." Chapter 58. The Trials of Hardship within the Grand Hall. Jiang Fan's battle stirred the entire assembly, leaving even the chief steward in awe of his speed and skill. As he descended from the dueling platform, the previously congested crowd parted, creating a clear path for him. "Brother Jiang, or should I say, Senior Jiang?" Su Chun feigned a look of reverence, recognizing that Jiang Fan had become an unattainable figure. In just a year of foundation building, he had emerged as a rare talent within the sect and the broader realm of cultivation. What nonsense are you spouting, Su? Jiang Fan frowned, clearly displeased with Su Chen's sudden change in demeanor. I thought you were above such sycophancy, yet here you are, just like the rest. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed, disappointment evident in his gaze. Su Chen paused, processing the words, before suddenly patting Jiang Fan on the shoulder with a broad grin. Jiang Fan winced in pain, bewildered by Su Chen's exuberant expression. What is going on? Haha, it's nothing. What you just said is precisely what I was thinking. I believe that once you showcased your talents, you would undoubtedly disdain to associate with someone as worthless as myself. Thus, at this moment, Su Chen was smiling with genuine delight. Although he often wore a dismissive smile, today's expression was one of heartfelt joy, untainted by any pretense. A peculiar sensation unexpectedly welled up within Jiang Fan, and before he realized it, a smile crept onto his lips. This long-lost feeling brought him immense comfort, and he unconsciously allowed his smile to blossom. The fallen figure of the tragic Beiju had already been taken away from medical attention, yet the murmurs surrounding them remained unabated. Several young women glanced furtively in Jiang Fan's direction, but he paid them little mind. After all, having weathered numerous storms, he had encountered all manner of nobles within the sacred flame empire. While these practitioners were formidable, none could compare to Jiang Fan in terms of experience, as they were merely fixated on their cultivation. What left Jiang Fan speechless was the fact that every pair of eyes that dared to glance his way was met with the unwavering gaze of a pair of sparkling eyes. Frustrated, he scratched his head and thought, could this girl possibly harbor feelings for me? It seemed I had inadvertently drawn attention today. Jiang Fan remained somewhat oblivious to these matters, as the memories of his past life, those of a lecherous old man, were firmly sealed away. However, he was acutely aware that he did not wish for anyone to draw too close. The secrets he harbored must remain undisclosed, whether it be regarding his top-tier cultivation techniques or the enigmatic, languid master he served. Thus, he resolved to maintain a distance from young women, lest he find himself ensnared. An elderly man cleared his throat, silencing the clamor below. Proceed with the next test, Zilong Yuan, Li Hao. Thus, the interrupted evaluations resumed. After the dwarf Beiju, no other practitioner had reached the foundational stage. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Surely, there must be more than one individual among these practitioners who had achieved that level. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not a single practitioner in this grand hall appeared to be over 20 years of age. Perplexed, Jiang Fan leaned towards Su Chen and inquired softly, during the gathering, I saw many middle-aged practitioners. Why does it seem that everyone here is around our age? Su Chen paused momentarily, then closed his fan and replied, you have only been here a year and are unaware of many things. In this realm, the age and location of cultivation are strictly regulated. Only practitioners under 20 are permitted to train in areas rich in spiritual energy. Once one surpasses 20 without significant breakthroughs, they must vacate these spaces. Otherwise, only those who attain elder status may enter. Frankly, if one is expelled at 20, re-entry becomes nearly impossible. The true masters have retreated to the sacred hall of the Void Spirit Palace, leaving only those under 20, typically individuals with connections, to train here. After speaking, Su Chen offered a faint smile. At this moment, Jiang Fan felt a sense of camaraderie with Su Chen and desired to forge a friendship. Yet, he understood that appearances could be deceiving. True character is unveiled through the passage of time. Initially, he held a rather unfavorable impression of Su Chen, but a remark made before parting had weighed heavily on his heart. You do not resemble a boy of 14 or 15. This statement served as a clarion call for Jiang Fan, prompting him to remain composed and not to exhibit any abnormal behavior, leading him to unleash a fireball upon Su Chen. Today, witnessing Su Chen being ridiculed by the crowd stirred a sense of sympathy within Jiang Fan. Though he had never encountered such derision himself, the scene felt oddly familiar, drawing him closer to Su Chen. Unbeknownst to him, their conversations flowed effortlessly, devoid of any barriers. Perhaps it was due to Su Chen's upbringing in a prominent family, burdened by immense pressure, only to find himself labeled a failure by fate, which set his mindset apart from his peers. Su Chen, why not investigate? We may very well be related. Perhaps you were taken away as a child, Jiang Fan jested, feeling a rare sense of comfort in Su Chen's presence, aside from his master. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, the elder's voice rang out. Next, Mingyue Pavilion. Su Ling. All eyes turned to Su Ling, whose skin was as pure as snow, framed by a pair of lively, expressive eyes. Despite her tender age, she exuded an innate beauty that was nothing short of breathtaking. Undoubtedly, when she matured, she would be a vision of unparalleled allure. Many young practitioners gazed at her with dazed expressions, some even brazenly surveying her with longing glances. Amidst the myriad of stares, the young girl approached the alabaster platform with poise, extending her delicate hand to gently press upon it. Behind her, a luminous inscription emerged, "True Sacred Body, Level 10. For a mere 15-year-old, this achievement was remarkable, surpassing all the girls who had presented before her. Su Ling beamed with joy. Having cultivated 4 levels over the past year, a commendable feat returning to Su Chen's side, she offered him a soft smile, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. However, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Fan, her eyes betraying a hint of challenge. Jiang Fan merely smiled in response, though inwardly he felt a twinge of discomfort. Next, Zixing Palace, Su Chen. As the elder uttered Su Chen's name, a chorus of jeers and derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. All disdainful expressions and scornful gazes fixated upon Su Chen. Yet, the young man appeared unfazed, stepping forward with an unyielding expression as he ascended the jade platform. Void Spirit Body, Level 8. Laughter erupted. Last year, he was already at Level 8. Arriving here at 8 years old, after 8 years of training, how impressive. Su Chen descended the platform, dejected not by the mockery, but by the realization that his arduous year of training had yielded no progress. Approaching Jiang Fan, Su Chen offered a faint, bitter smile. A year of diligent practice, yet I have gained nothing. Those few words encapsulated all his pain. Jiang Fan felt powerless to assist. While his own abilities could potentially aid Su Chen, he could not fully trust him yet. The secret he bore must not be divulged. Too many would covet it. And the entire cultivation world would descend upon him, leaving him to perish in the grave he had unwittingly dug for himself. Next, Luoyuan Mountain Manor, Jiang Fan. As the elder called out his name, all eyes turned to the back of the crowd, where Jiang Fan stood. A hush fell over the assembly. Expectations soared that this prodigious youth, who had recently dazzled them, would surely be a foundational practitioner, and today would finally address the rumors surrounding his spiritual vein. Jiang Fan turned to Su Chen, his expression grave. Regardless of the outcome, we shall remain friends. With that, he strode confidently toward the jade platform, leaving Su Chen in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 59. True Divine Body. Jiang Fan approached the jade platform with a calm demeanor. Yet a flutter of anxiety stirred within him. After witnessing Su Chen's year of fruitless toil, Jiang Fan felt a wave of apprehension. Though he knew he had entered the foundational stage, uncertainty lingered in his heart. With a calm expression, yet eyes betraying his tension, the elder glanced at Jiang Fan, clearly perceiving his unease. There's no need to be anxious. After all, you are a foundation-building practitioner, a remarkable achievement for someone of your age. Unexpectedly, the elder offered words of comfort to Jiang Fan, a clear display of encouragement from an elder to his junior. Jiang Fan smiled at the elder, took a few deep breaths, and slowly extended his small hand, concealed within his moon-white robe, to press against the jade stone. Suddenly, a sound akin to a phoenix's cry emanated from the jade, followed by a blinding light, and a row of imposing characters appeared on the jade disc. True God Body. Mid-foundation establishment. A profound silence enveloped the room. Both the white-haired elder conducting the test and the multitude of practitioners below were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting a myriad of astonished expressions that elicited a chuckle from Jiang Fan. At that moment, not only the ordinary practitioners, but even the elder beside Jiang Fan stood frozen like a statue, utterly motionless. The fan in Su Chen's hand clattered to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to his sister, who stood beside him with wide eyes, oblivious to his presence. This is truly a prodigy not seen in nearly a millennium. Gradually, Su Chen regained his composure, a bitter smile forming as he contemplated the jade disc, feeling as though he were in hell, while Jiang Fan soared above him. After a lengthy pause, the elder finally regained his senses, his hands trembling slightly. His mind a whirl of confusion. What should I do? The true God Body. This must be reported to the Grand Elder and the Elder Council immediately. It is far more critical than continuing the test. Testing suspended, he declared, rushing toward the door. Just as he reached the entrance, a thought struck him, and he turned back to Jiang Fan with a face full of excitement, saying, "Wait for me. Don't leave just yet. Everyone else, please withdraw. We will continue the test this afternoon." With that, he dashed out. As Jiang Fan observed the astonishment and excitement of the crowd, his expression remained tranquil. Though his heart felt significantly lighter, he understood that revealing his true potential would soon place him in the spotlight, a position he did not particularly desire. Yet the test was unavoidable. One could deceive others, but not the jade disc. He glanced at the towering jade disc, silently lamenting, "You have both uplifted and destroyed many. Descending the steps, Jiang Fan approached Su Chen once more. Noticing Su Chen's complex expression, he gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Regardless of circumstances, we are friends, are we not?" At that moment, Su Chen grasped the meaning behind Jiang Fan's words, nodding slightly. Having such a friend could only be beneficial. Although the elder had instructed others to leave, nearly everyone remained in place, eager to witness the plans of such a rare prodigy in the esoteric sect. Jiang Fan, however, stood there as if nothing was amiss, appearing as though he were merely a spectator at a show. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the grand doors of the hall suddenly swung open with a loud crash, and 6 elders hurriedly entered, panting heavily. Each elder bore 3 crescent-shaped crystals on their sleeves, and the leader, with a pale complexion, scanned the room, displeasure evident on his brow. "Everyone except Jiang Fan, leave at once," the elder commanded with an authoritative tone, causing the rest to bow their heads and exit hastily. While only Jiang Fan remained composed, Su Chen patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, cheerfully stating, "It seems I must take my leave as well. I'll seek you out another time." Jiang Fan nodded in understanding, while Su Ling, standing beside Su Chen, displayed an unexpected reluctance, but ultimately followed her brother out after glancing at the pale-faced elder. In less than 3 minutes, the hall was emptied completely, an efficiency that amused Jiang Fan as he watched the seemingly ferocious elder's expression settle into tranquility. Finding himself bored, Jiang Fan disregarded the incoming elders and sat down on the jade platform. The leader, still pale, scrutinized Jiang Fan closely, a flicker of excitement and joy evident in his demeanor. Footsteps echoed once more outside the hall. Jiang Fan listened intently, discerning for hurried footsteps. The 6 elders promptly parted to allow passage. As the light dimmed, Jiang Fan frowned slightly, realizing that while he had counted 4 individuals, 5 entered. He looked up to scrutinize them closely. Among the 5, he recognized only one, the masked Ouyang Wuwei clad in black robes, while the other 3 also donned black robes, each with a black orb on their sleeves, indicating their status was on par with Ouyang Wuwei. However, the final individual surprised Jiang Fan. The figure in faded blue robes, worn and frayed, bore several scars and a pale complexion, as if he had just emerged from seclusion. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he occupied the center seat among the 5 newly arrived chairs, and everyone treated him with utmost respect. Although his face was concealed, Ouyang Wuwei's eyes radiated palpable excitement. The other elders appeared somewhat shaky, clearly struggling to contain their joy. The disheveled elder gazed at Jiang Fan with immense delight, to the true upper echelons of their sect. Jiang Fan's current status was undoubtedly equivalent to that of the Grand Elder. "Jiang Fan, rise and pay your respects," Ouyang Wuwei said, his voice slightly hoarse, yet laced with warmth. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was still seated on the jade platform, and quickly stood to approach the 5 elders. "Master Ouyang, who are these esteemed elders?" Jiang Fan inquired softly. "These 3 are the hidden Grand Elders of the Elder Council, Grand Elder Gao, Elder Su, and Elder Li." Ouyang Wuwei introduced the other 3 with a serious tone. "This is the revered Kuyu ancestor, who once guided your father's cultivation. He holds one of the highest positions within the sect." At this revelation, Jiang Fan's gaze shifted to the unassuming elder, his eyes filled with earnestness. "May the ancestor be blessed, your disciple pays homage." The elder nodded, personally assisting Jiang Fan to rise as he scrutinized him. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. I can see Chimin's shadow in your eyes." The elder mused, recalling fond memories, a hint of joy illuminating his features. "Kid, had it not been for the news of your true god body, you and Master Kuyu would not have met so soon," Ouyang Wuwei stated, a faint smile gracing his lips. The elder chuckled softly. "Indeed, I was in seclusion. But upon receiving Wuwei's urgent message about your true god body, I hastily interrupted my meditation, resulting in the forfeiture of several years of cultivation." At this moment, several elders, along with Jiang Fan, engaged in a lively conversation reminiscent of how elders inquire about their younger kin. This warm atmosphere only served to elevate Jiang Fan's already buoyant spirits. Nonetheless, he remained aware of his boundaries. Not only was he conscious of them, but the elders also acknowledged that had he not been a true god body, they would never have graced this place with their presence. Jiang Fan smiled inwardly, recognizing that their affection stemmed solely from his spiritual roots. Were he an ordinary cultivator, akin to Su Chen, these old-timers would never exhibit such familiarity. Chapter 60. Ascending to higher ranks. Jiang Fan's hands languidly rested upon the jade platform before him, his expression one of acute boredom, with the corners of his mouth drooping. He had repeated this gesture countless times, and yet the assembly of elders below trembled in disbelief, urging him to attempt it once more, fearing that the flawless testing jade might somehow falter. Just as Jiang Fan teetered on the brink of madness from his tedium, the ancient ancestor of withered leaves finally called for a halt. His face was alight with joy, gazing at Jiang Fan as though he were his own son. At last, our sect shall flourish. In decades, this young lad's cultivation will surely reach the nascent soul stage. What of a century or a millennium hence? Our sect will undoubtedly produce a premier master. In time, we shall surpass the gathering immortals pavilion. And the ancestor of withered leaves began to envision the sect's ascendance to prominence, breaking free from the virtual god sect to establish its own identity. Elder Lu, please escort Jiang Fan to the rear hall of the virtual god palace for a respite. The elder with a pallid complexion stepped forward to acknowledge this request, guiding Jiang Fan away from the grand hall. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly and followed the elder. The ancestor of withered leaves then addressed the other 5 elders. Summon all members of the Elder Council to the rear hall of the virtual God Palace for a conference. 1 hour hence, strike the celestial alarm bell 12 times, gathering all cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and above to convene in the Grand Hall. The surrounding elders were taken aback, inquiring, Master, the celestial alarm bell is the highest calling of our sect. Its 12 strikes signify a matter of utmost importance. What do you intend? With a faint smile, the ancestor of withered leaves replied, Is the announcement of the successor to the Grand Elder not significant? Following this, he chuckled heartily and exited the Grand Hall. Within the hall, hundreds gathered, chattering in confusion. What could possibly warrant the 12 strikes of the celestial alarm bell? Who knows? But it must be important. Such a bell is not struck lightly. Could it be a declaration of war? I've heard no news of any antagonistic factions. As discussions swirled, 4 figures emerged from the hall's entrance. Enough, enough. The Grand Elder and 3 esteemed hidden elders have arrived. The hall fell into a hush as the 4 individuals took their seats on jade chairs at the innermost part of the hall. A palpable aura of authority enveloping the space. Ladies and gentlemen, today's assembly of disciples at the Foundation establishment stage and above is to announce a significant matter. The speaker was Grand Elder Ouyang Wuwei, while the other 3 were high-ranking elders, seldom seen in ordinary affairs. The next successor to our Grand Elder has been determined. With this proclamation, chaos erupted among the assembly. Gasps of surprise filled the air as speculation ensued. Who is to be the next Grand Elder? Who possesses such fortune to be chosen? Could it be Brother Li, Brother Lu, or Brother Zhao? Younger disciples felt their hearts race. Being selected as the Grand Elder's heir meant unparalleled privileges, access to the highest teachings and guidance from esteemed masters, making the path to the Golden Core stage seem attainable. Contrastingly, the elder cultivators exhibited varied reactions. Some watched with mild curiosity, others feigned indifference, while a few furrowed their brows in contemplation, each harboring their own thoughts. As the murmurs grew louder, Ouyang Wuwei clapped his hands lightly. At that moment, a young man stepped through the door, his countenance radiant and refined, exuding an air of youthful elegance. Though still somewhat boyish, his demeanor was graciously poised, imbued with a hint of astuteness. This young man was none other than Jiang Fan. Clad in a black robe, a symbol of his newfound status, Ouyang Wuwei had insisted Jiang Fan don his own Grand Elder's attire. The robe shimmered with a dark luster and bore an emblematic black sun at the cuffs. Though seemingly ordinary, the assembly, comprised of cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and beyond, discerned the significance of the sun's insignia. While Jiang Fan's appearance was striking, his aura was surprisingly feeble. Merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. Could he truly be just that, or was he concealing his true power? Younger disciples were puzzled, but the elder cultivators, some nearing the Golden Core stage, found it implausible that this youth could be a master of that rank, for to deceive them, one would need to possess a power exceeding their own. Ouyang Wuwei then declared, This is my successor. He shall assume the role upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Jiang Fan stood there, beaming, while the assembly erupted into debate. Who is this lad? Why is he deemed worthy of the Grand Elder's mantle? Who made this decision? A mere Foundation establishment cultivator to succeed the Grand Elder? Discontented murmurs filled the air until an elder seated at the front, his face lined with age, rose to voice his concerns. Grand Elder, esteemed masters, I wish to understand why a mere Foundation establishment cultivator is selected as the Grand Elder's heir. This is rather peculiar. Ouyang Wuwei's expression remained inscrutable behind his mask, while the 3 hidden elders beside him seemed disinterested, their eyes closed as if detached from the unfolding drama. Oh, it is indeed the nephew of Elder Sun. He is Zhang's disciple, and his identity poses no issue. Moreover, his aptitude is remarkable. He is a true god body. Ouyang Wuwei stated, his voice devoid of emotion, yet deliberately emphasizing Jiang Fan's lineage. At this declaration, the hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Jiang Fan, who stood there with a bemused smile. Elder Sun was taken aback, his heart racing at the revelation of Jiang Fan's true god body. Yet, a young cultivator beside him furrowed his brow and gently nudged Elder Sun, prompting him to reconsider his thoughts. Just then, a voice emerged from Ouyang Wuwei's side, belonging to an elder clad in blue robes. The ancestor of withered leaves has decreed that Jiang Fan shall be the Grand Elder's successor. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Elder Sun, silenced by this unexpected announcement, could do nothing but swallow his words, as discontent simmered among the assembly, jealousy lurking just beneath the surface. However, the atmosphere below was eerily silent. The highest leader of the sect, an elder at the nascent soul stage, had spoken. Who would dare to oppose? Although the younger disciples cast glances at Jiang Fan filled with intense hostility and jealousy, none stood to voice their dissent. Well, since no one is opposing, this matter is settled. From now on, Jiang Fan shall be the heir to the position of Grand Elder of our sect, and he may ascend to the role only upon reaching the Golden Core stage. When Ouyang Wuwei had called Jiang Fan to his side to discuss making him the Grand Elder's heir, Jiang Fan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The Grand Elder's heir? He was merely a foundation establishment practitioner and still a child. Who would heed him? If this embroiled him in conflict, he could end up severely crippled or even lose his life. At that moment, Jiang Fan vehemently opposed, presenting various reasons. Master Ouyang, I am just 15 years old, lacking experience, and my temperament is not yet refined. If I were to be given such a position now, it could hinder my future cultivation. Ouyang Wuwei remained silent, his expression hidden behind a mask, leaving Jiang Fan unable to discern his thoughts, though he could sense a hint of approval in his gaze. Enough, child, stop pretending. Are you merely afraid of attracting trouble? With our wealthy uncle supporting you, no one will dare to challenge you. Standing high in the great hall, Jiang Fan observed the many practitioners who had been dissatisfied with his ascension to heir now bowing their heads in silence. His face was solemn, yet inwardly he scoffed. In this world, whether among mortals or cultivators, it was the same. Either one possessed true capability, or one had a formidable backing. Chapter 61. The true form revealed. Slowly opening his eyes, Jiang Fan gazed somewhat vacantly at the intricate patterns on the ceiling. He felt a touch of bewilderment as he reminisced about the various experiences of recent days, from the Research Institute to the Shushan sect, and then to the Meetsi sect. Everything felt surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream. How had he arrived at a sect of cultivation? How had he become the heir to the Grand Elder of the Meetsi sect? Was it mere coincidence, or the result of someone's deliberate machinations? Jiang Fan murmured, the arrangements of the heavens? Cursing the heavens, he thought, I have harbored a lifelong resentment against them. I shall never forget that old wretch. Suddenly, he jolted. It seemed the heavens owed him nothing. So why this sudden surge of emotion? What had that dark void in his mind been since that fateful announcement at the Meetsi sect conference, declaring him the heir to the Grand Elder? From that moment on, Jiang Fan became the most talked-about figure in the Meetsi sect, and soon the news reached the other 6 factions of the Shushan sect. Jiang Fan had achieved overnight fame. Whether within the Meetsi sect or among the other factions, the topic of daily conversation revolved around him. Naturally, most of the discourse was rife with scorn and jealousy. What is he, after all? Was he not killed by a mere fly in his past life? Perhaps the heavens feel guilty toward him. The lazy thrive while we toil endlessly for our cultivation. What have we gained? Look at that lad. Born with a divine body, he directly became the Grand Elder's heir. Ah, let it be. He cannot last. Such people share a common trait. The higher they rise, the harder they fall. What will he do if he fails to reach the Golden Core stage? Is the attainment of the Golden Core merely a jest? Relying on the benevolent connections brought about by Master Jiang, he maintains his position. Otherwise, what worth is he? While the outside world buzzed with fervor, the atmosphere within the Shushan hall was shrouded in gloom. The elder Xuanxu's hands trembled incessantly, the blue and white porcelain cup he held creaking under pressure. With a sharp crack, Xuanxu could no longer contain his fury and crushed the cup in his grasp. Damn it, he roared, shaking the entire hall. As the Grand Elder of the Shushan sect, his behavior today was decidedly unbecoming. Yet, he could no longer restrain himself. If he did not vent his wrath, he would surely go mad. Why on earth do these damned lunatics place such significance on a worthless child? What nonsense about being the Grand Elder's candidate? Damn his ancestors. Xuanxu's eyes glinted red as he lost all semblance of composure. Clearing his throat, The elder Qinglin of the sect's management coughed softly, reminding Xuanqiu that they shared a common ancestor with the Mitzi sect. Sighing heavily, Xuanqiu inhaled deeply, yet the anger still festered within him. Just imagine. The Mitzi sect must be discussing him as if he were a fool. A true divine body, a spiritual vein that has not been seen for a millennium, if properly nurtured. It could be a formidable piece on the board of destiny. Yet, he had simply relinquished it, deceived by a group of madmen who only knew how to cultivate and brawl. How could he, as the sect leader, continue to live with this disgrace? Though Xuanqiu was in a frenzy, the expressions of the other 5 grand elders were equally varied. Elder Qinglin, while attempting to calm Xuanqiu, bore a countenance no less grim. His greenish face was marred by fiery red eyes, consumed by jealousy. Meanwhile, the elder Ziyun had gone pale, her lips nearly purple from rage as she clenched her fists so tightly that her fingers began to whiten. Among them, only the elder Fanhua from the Commerce Division and the elder Yinxing from the War Division maintained a semblance of normalcy. Fanhua merely frowned lightly, the teacup in his hand trembling slightly as his eyes darted, clearly contemplating the next course of action. Yinxing, however, grasped his fiery red beard, his face a picture of helplessness. Which fool tested that child? Get rid of him. Make sure his family and anyone connected to them disappear. Today, Xuanqiu had completely lost the calm and composure he was known for. This true divine body was merely a step away from him. He had been reluctant to relinquish the identity of the Grand Elder's heir, and now he blamed the tester for this predicament. Which family does that fool belong to? Go find out. Another roar erupted. The middle-aged chief steward, standing beside him, turned pale with fright, trembling yet showing no intent to leave the hall. Xuanqiu, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the steward, sought someone to unleash his anger upon. Do you wish to die? Go now. The chief elder reports that the tester is from the main family's branch, the steward finally managed to say. Instantly, the room fell silent. All present regained their composure. Xuanqiu pressed his lips together and closed his eyes, while the other grand elders felt a chill at Xuanqiu's earlier recklessness. All right, you may leave, Xuanqiu waved irritably, dismissing the steward. Yes. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily exited, watching the steward's retreating figure. The commerce elder Fanhua's azure eyes glinted with a sinister light. He lightly rubbed his chin and pointed toward the door. And 3 shadowy figures darted out from the darkness, their swift movements rendering Jiang Fan's proud speed akin to that of a stumbling child. Hearing such talk and still planning to leave alive, how naive. A strange smile crept onto Fanhua's lips, while the other grand elders remained oblivious to his machinations. Xuanqiu slightly opened his eyes, casting a faint glance at those around him. Who will take the lead? At this moment, he too was at a loss, unable to fathom how the Mitzi sect could maintain their current relationship with him after acquiring a true divine body. The 2 parties are so close in proximity. What should be done in the event of a dispute? Silence enveloped the crowd, as no one possessed a solution, yet all eyes were fixated on a singular individual. Humph. A bunch of useless fools, unable to alleviate any of my concerns. Is this minor issue truly beyond your capabilities? Listen carefully, I shall only say this once. You must act swiftly and rectify your mistakes. At that moment, the grand hall was rendered mute, save for the booming voice of indignation. May the 2 from Qinglan emerge, and apply pressure to the secret sect, making them realize that a true divine body cannot resolve issues alone. It is imperative that we unite with the 6 divisions to have a chance against the other factions. Furthermore, control all channels through which this matter may leak, ensuring it remains confined within the gates of the Void God sect. This will also demonstrate our sincerity. Lastly, I shall mobilize the entire demon-slaying elders group to fortify the main base of the Void God sect, and you 2 must deploy your most elite forces, especially you, Ziyun. Your shadow team must be activated. With meticulous precision, he articulated his views, and all 5 elders nodded in agreement, including the venerable Xuanqiu, who also inclined his head respectfully. Xuanqiu, go summon Master Lan. I will fetch the master. This matter must be expedited without delay. When that young man entered the grand hall, I signaled for you to retain him, yet regrettably, none of you stepped forward, prioritizing your own interests. Rest assured, senior brother, there shall be no further mistakes this time. I will attend to it immediately, Xuanqiu replied, his face awash with reverence. Very well, I shall take my leave. The rest is in your hands. I have been diligently cultivating the flame god's art, which necessitates the sealing of my mind, rendering me unable to oversee every matter personally. Having spoken, he rose from his seat, sweeping his robe as he departed the grand hall. The speaker, clad in a red robe with fiery hair and beard, was none other than the seemingly foolish elder of the War Department, Yinxing, who commanded one of the four mightiest righteous factions, the demon-slaying elders. Chapter 62. A brief respite. Originally, the venerable Kai intended for Jiang Fan to accompany him in cultivating within the Void God Palace. However, Jiang Fan could not acquiesce. With so many secrets, how could he practice under scrutiny? He could only express his preference for solitude, asserting that the presence of many would disrupt his cultivation. Kai, recognizing Jiang Fan's desire for undisturbed focus, refrained from further insistence, instead dispatching 2 integration phase cultivators and 6 foundation stage cultivators to ensure the estate's protection. Luo Yun Mountain Villa is renowned within the secret sect for its breathtaking scenery, shrouded in mist atop the peaks. With boundless grasslands below and peculiar stones and lush trees within the mountains, the entire Luo Yun Mountain exudes vitality, particularly with its array of bizarre creatures, including some species entirely absent from the outside world. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Fan felt a profound sense of ease. A year of arduous cultivation had borne fruit, marking his recognition as a cultivator. Although he remained far from becoming a true immortal, his confidence had indeed grown. Now, Jiang Fan's foremost intention was to take a week-long respite. He required rest. A year of relentless training had matured the boy significantly. Yet the toll on his body and spirit was considerable. No mortal could endure a year of ceaseless cultivation. After all, at this moment, Jiang Fan felt as if a burden had been lifted. He had established his foundation and enhanced his spiritual veins. Yet his next aspiration of becoming a sword immortal felt distant. Thus, he chose to relax, to unwind, and to prepare himself for the arduous training that lay ahead. During this week, Jiang Fan traversed the entirety of Luo Yun Mountain. Previously, he had only practiced in a secluded corner of the back mountain, never truly beholding the grandeur of the entire landscape. Now, as he wandered through the forests, he was compelled to marvel at its wonders. The expanse of the mountain range, along with the surrounding grasslands, was comparable to the size of a small town. The peaks, enshrouded in mist, obscured the view below. Yet as Jiang Fan walked through the woods, he could not help but be in awe of its mysteries. Since he was indulging in leisure, Jiang Fan was unbothered by the newly assigned attendants accompanying him, as he had no secrets to guard at this juncture. Among the cultivators dispatched by Kai, the strongest in terms of technique were Li Xian and Wang Shuo, both integration phase Grand Stewards, now serving as Jiang Fan's personal bodyguards. Due to Li Xian's advanced age, Jiang Fan respectfully referred to him as Uncle Li. His gray hair and beard signified his elder status, yet his eyes sparkled with youthful vigor, a testament to the benefits of cultivation. Despite the visible signs of aging, the internal organs and spirit aged at a remarkably slow pace. Throughout these days, Jiang Fan grew fond of Li Xian. Whatever the task, the elder always considered every detail, ensuring proper arrangements. When it came to leisure, he encouraged activities such as fishing, hunting, camping, and picnicking, rallying everyone to partake. Each day was spent in camaraderie, engaging in hunts and barbecues, much to the delight of the attendees. Although the creatures of Luo Yun Mountain bore the brunt of this newfound mischief, for millennia, they had coexisted in peace. Yet now, a little demon roamed the mountains. Chasing them down, captured, they would become delectable meals. Unaware of the animal's plight, Jiang Fan felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest wherever he went, delighting in the tales of astonishing events shared by the seasoned cultivators. It had been long since he had experienced such carefree joy, even sharing a campsite with them at night, engaging in lively conversation until sleep took them. Quick, capture it. A gray-furred hare just emerged from that burrow, Jiang Fan exclaimed. His face dusted as he pointed towards the retreating creature, prompting a flurry of activity as a dozen cultivators pounced. Among them were Li Xian and Wang Shuo, who, despite their usual grandeur, found themselves scrambling in the dirt, yet all wore smiles of delight at this rare opportunity for relaxation. Wang Shuo, holding the hare by its ears, approached Jiang Fan with a hearty laugh. Tonight, watch my culinary skills. My roasted hare is renowned for its exquisite flavor. Jiang Fan chuckled in response. I had no idea, Uncle Wang, that you harbored such a talent. Who have you prepared hares for before? Could it be Wang Shuo? Catching the implication, feigned anger. You little rascal. Where are your thoughts wandering? Back during the Immortal War, though we were merely foundation stage cultivators, we still participated in our quest to locate enemy reinforcements. We spent over a month searching, and during that time, we could only feast on wild game. Intrigued, Jiang Fan inquired, the Immortal War? Please tell me more about it. By the way, what became of those who hunted hares alongside you? They are all gone. Only Li Gu and a few of us remain. Hearing Jiang Fan mention their comrades, Wang Shua's expression suddenly paled. Xiao Fan, the immortal war is a haunting memory for our generation. It is best not to dwell on it, lest it affect your spirits, Li Xian said with a wry smile, clearly wary of the topic. Jiang Fan was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the depth of their sentiment. Observing the solemnity in Li Xian and Wang Shua's eyes, he understood that were he to lose brothers in arms in battle, he would likely feel even greater sorrow. Wang Shua slowly shook his head, then abruptly altered his demeanor, attempting to dispel the somber atmosphere with a cheerful tone. All right, let us not dwell on such unpleasant matters. I must take this little fellow and prepare it for dinner. We need at least 10 or 8 more for the evening feast. Watching Wang Shua's lean figure retreat, Jiang Fan felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. Those cultivators who had emerged from the battlefield, having undergone trials by blood, were truly the ones deserving of respect. As time passed, Jiang Fan had seamlessly integrated himself with this group of individuals, devoid of any celestial masters or their descendants, nor any esteemed elders or chief deacons. All that existed here was joy and spontaneity. Time possesses a peculiar nature. When one eagerly awaits its swift passage, each second seems to stretch interminably. Yet when one is blissfully immersed in life, it flows by in a hurried rush. A week had indeed flown by, and after a fleeting period of happiness, Jiang Fan was soon to confront the relentless rigors of cultivation once more. On the final evening, Jiang Fan, adorned with a smile, drifted into slumber, while Old Li busied himself with preparations for their return to the manor the following day. Old Li, has Xiao Fan fallen asleep? A low voice resonated from outside. As a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s entered, it was Wang Shua. With a complexion of pale gold, a slight upward curl at the ends of his mustache, and eyes that sparkled with brightness, he exuded an air of authority. Old Li gestured for him to lower his voice, to which Wang Shua nodded and whispered, "Tomorrow we head back to the manor. The elder has instructed us to ensure the heir's safety, as it pertains to the future of the entire sect. Today is the last day. Though we may feel secure within the sect, we must remain vigilant. We shall take turns keeping watch. You rest first, and I will awaken you at the third watch." Old Li nodded in agreement. "Very well, you go ahead. I will tidy up and be with you shortly." After Wang Shua imparted a few more words of caution, he exited, leaving Old Li to gaze tenderly upon the slumbering Jiang Fan. A flicker of joy graced the serene features of the young man, clearly reveling in the past days of unrestrained enjoyment, unburdened by any worries. Old Li found himself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about his own childhood, recalling the barren lands of his youth. Though decades had passed, certain memories remained indelibly etched in his mind. With a gentle smile, he regarded Jiang Fan as one would a beloved child, before quietly stepping out of the tent. As soon as Old Li stepped outside, Jiang Fan opened his eyes, a faint luminescence shimmering within. He had not been asleep, but rather had been meditating on his master's nameless technique. The relaxation of these past days had caused a subtle tremor in the liquid essence within his dantian, and to the astonishment of Yuanqing Laozu, Jiang Fan's nameless technique had broken through to its first layer. Now, his mental prowess rivaled that of a cultivator in the early stages of spiritual tranquility. Although he had long ceased to fear the mental strength of such practitioners, he had now truly achieved a qualitative leap, leaving him momentarily dazed by this sudden advancement. What exactly was this nameless technique that allowed one to reach the spiritual tranquility stage after merely breaching the first layer? What might his mental capacity entail after all 9 layers? Gazing contemplatively at the spot where Old Li had stood, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes before he closed them once more. The warmth of Old Li's kind smile had stirred something within Jiang Fan, evoking memories from deep within his heart, and it was this simple smile that solidified Old Li's esteemed position in Jiang Fan's mind, ultimately making him one of the few individuals Jiang Fan could trust wholeheartedly. As those somewhat faded memories surfaced, the figure of an old man from his past reappeared. His tender smile and the 7 years of companionship formed some of Jiang Fan's most cherished recollections. Chapter 63. Ancient manuscripts. Upon Jiang Fan's return to the manor, Ouyang Wuwei had already been waiting in the hall for quite some time. As he approached the entrance, the guards had informed him of Ouyang Wuwei's presence, prompting Jiang Fan to furrow his brow and quicken his pace. Why has this old fellow come here? In just a week, he has been more diligent than in the past year combined. Inside the hall, Ouyang Wuwei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window with a countenance fraught with concern. Gently pushing open the grand door, Jiang Fan entered with a bright smile. Hearing the sound, Ouyang Wuwei paused momentarily before turning to face him. "You have returned. How were the past few days?" His voice was cold, strikingly different from the previous days. Jiang Fan's brows knitted slightly. Although he sensed something was amiss, he chose not to show it. Instead, he responded with a light-hearted smile. These past few days have been quite enjoyable. What brings you here, Teacher Ouyang? Without immediate reply, Ouyang Wuwei moved to a chair, bent down, and sat before finally speaking in a measured tone. I have matters to discuss. Standing at the doorway, Jiang Fan's brow now truly furrowed. As he discerned that Ouyang Wuwei was evidently troubled by significant issues, yet he could not fathom what kind of pressing matter could so unsettle such a prominent figure. What is it? Please, do share. Jiang Fan's voice turned equally cool, his expression becoming solemn as he cast aside the earlier facade of casualness. The day after tomorrow. 2 senior practitioners from the Void God sect will be visiting you. The Qinglan elders are renowned figures within our sect, so you must exercise caution. Though brief, Ouyang Wuwei's words were laden with implications. Jiang Fan inhaled sharply, mentally exclaiming, 2 Yuaning stage seniors coming to see me? Could they possibly be here to eliminate me? No wonder this old fellow is so anxious. 2 such formidable presences arriving simultaneously is indeed a cause for concern. Observing Jiang Fan's furrowed brow, Ouyang Wuwei attempted to offer reassurance. There's no need for excessive worry. Uncle Kai and the rest of us will be there as well. Should any unforeseen events arise, we will risk everything to ensure your safety. Regardless of the veracity of these reassurances, Jiang Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Yet, warmth would not resolve the situation at hand. Noticing Jiang Fan's expression soften somewhat, Ouyang Wuwei continued, they intend to reconcile with us. Though I cannot ascertain the sincerity of their intentions. However, I believe they would prefer to avoid conflict, as both parties are too closely situated. A confrontation would yield no victors. Jiang Fan found merit in this statement. The islands were indeed too close for comfort. With the necessary information conveyed, Ouyang Wuwei rose to depart, but paused, reconsidering. I suspect you are practicing the Huaqing Ju. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I have dabbled in this technique myself. While it may not be suitable for me, I am familiar with its nuances. He then reached into his robe and produced a bulging pouch, tossing it to Jiang Fan. Caught off guard, Jiang Fan felt the weight of the bag in his hands. Upon opening it, he found dozens of small vials, emanating a fragrant aroma. Clearly, they contained auxiliary elixirs. The elixirs produced within the manor are of inferior quality, and I advise against consuming them due to their high impurity, which necessitates an extensive period for refinement. These were meticulously crafted by my own hand. Utilizing top-grade materials and alchemical fire, take them for your use. Moving forward, a monthly supply of elixirs will be delivered to you. Ouyang Wuwei spoke casually, as if it were a mere afterthought. Yet everyone understood that such a substantial quantity of elixirs could not be conjured by even the most skilled alchemist in just a few days. At that moment, Ouyang Wuwei's gravelly voice rang melodiously in Jiang Fan's ears, nearly causing him to break into a foolish grin. With such a bounty of exquisite elixirs crafted by cultivators at the core formation stage, Jiang Fan's future cultivation journey would surely be expedited. Thank you, Teacher Ouyang. For your concern, I will not disappoint you, Jiang Fan fervently declared, gripping the pouch tightly, as if fearing Ouyang Wuwei might change his mind and reclaim it. Observing Jiang Fan's ingratiating expression and the tightly clasped bag of elixirs in his hand, Ouyang Wuwei shook his head with a sense of resignation. This bag of medicinal pills had indeed required considerable effort from their group of old-timers to concoct. Fortunately, there were many core formation practitioners within the sect, and a single furnace per person would suffice. For these practitioners, a furnace of mid-grade elixirs would only take an hour to refine, and dedicating an hour once a month to assist the prospective heir of the sect was not a burdensome task. I hear you have a particular interest in spirit techniques? Ouyang Wuwei suddenly inquired. Well, I prefer spirit techniques. They lack the mutual restraining properties of other methods and are much swifter, Jiang Fan replied, feeling no need to conceal this preference. Since the other party had asked, it was evident they were already aware, and the strengths and weaknesses of both spirit techniques and spells were common knowledge among practitioners. Ouyang Wuwei nodded. Since you favor spirit techniques, I believe this book may prove beneficial to you. Peruse it, you might glean some insights. With that, he produced a tattered tome, its cover worn and frayed, and tossed it lightly before Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan instinctively caught the book, noticing that only half of the cover remained intact. The title Xiaoyao was visible, but the latter part had deteriorated with time. Intrigued, he settled into a chair and began to leaf through the tattered pages. Seeing Jiang Fan's earnestness, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Ouyang Wuwei's eyes as he prepared to leave. Young man, cultivate diligently. I shall accompany you in 2 days. As Jiang Fan stood to see Ouyang Wu off, he was halted once more. No need for farewells. Focus on your reading. I shall first check the study and depart shortly. All right then, I shall not see you off, master. Please, make yourself at home, Jiang Fan replied, eagerly diving into the ancient tome. Child, do you know what this book is? Yuan Xing's voice suddenly resonated. Startled, Jiang Fan realized that his master had been silent for over a week, and this sudden inquiry caught him off guard. What book? It's merely a tattered scroll. He responded, shaking the fragile text in his hands. Yuan Xing's voice returned, laced with a hint of sarcasm. You are squandering a great opportunity. This tome is titled Xiaoyao Sword Technique, an esteemed spirit technique manual from ancient times. However, given its age, interest in spirit techniques has waned, and Ouyang Wu has carelessly discarded it to you, as if it were refuse. Jiang Fan's hand trembled as he scrutinized the book, noting indeed that Xiaoyao was inscribed on its cover, though the latter characters had crumbled away with time. A manual of spirit techniques, is it true? A top-tier manual? His throat felt parched as he gazed at the dilapidated text, feeling a pang of distress. Alas, only this fragment remained. The rest seemed lost to time, rendering it of limited utility. Damn it! Jiang Fan cursed inwardly, frustrated by the sensation of excitement dampened by disillusionment. Why would he bestow such a treasure upon me? Yuan Xing continued, seemingly unfazed. However, should you examine it closely, you might uncover formidable spirit techniques. When the time comes, your proficiency with sword techniques will undoubtedly improve. Master, could you please refrain from making cryptic remarks and complete your thoughts in one go next time? Jiang Fan sighed, feeling utterly exasperated with his master. Shaking his head, he resumed his careful perusal of the Xiaoyao sword technique. Chapter 64. A brief account of Li Xian, Part 1. The Western region is the most resource-deprived among the 4 major cultivation areas, not only due to the presence of magical beasts, but also because it suffers from droughts, often yielding nothing for an entire year. While other regions boast at least 4 prominent families, the Western region is home to only the Zhang family and the Edward family, who stand in opposition to one another. The Li family is a cultivation family within the Western region. Unlike the prosperous families of Lu Lu and Su Chun, the Li family has already fallen into decline. The family now exists solely through the lineage of the current patriarch, Li Shi. Such a diminished clan as the Li family has no hope of aligning with the 2 prominent families. They are not merely looked down upon, but are scarcely acknowledged by them. The Li family resides near Lake Tana, close to the Desai area, and consists of 3 ancient castles, 2 of which have fallen into ruin. Only the central castle remains inhabited, yet it too is in a state of disrepair. Inside the grand hall of the castle, the space is nearly barren, devoid of valuables, with only a few dilapidated chairs remaining. At present, 2 individuals occupy the hall. One is an exceedingly rotund man, resembling a ball, with a plump visage adorned by rolls of flesh, exuding an air of profound arrogance. He sits upon a creaking, worn-out chair, a broad grin plastered across his face. Patriarchally, repaying debts is a matter of principle. When do you plan to return the few spirit stones you owe? It has been nearly a year. Do not tell me you intend to prolong this further. The creditor is growing impatient. Does your family not earn enough in a year to cover a mere few spirit stones? Seated opposite him is a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion and shoulder-length brown hair, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. Yet, his attire is tattered, and his brow is furrowed, revealing his dire financial straits. Esteemed Lord Karras, you are aware that this year has been another drought, just like last year. Our crops withered before they even had a chance to flourish, leaving us with nothing to harvest. I have no means to procure the 8,000 gold coins you seek. Upon hearing Li Shi's lament, the rotund man's smile quickly faded, replaced by an unmistakable expression of impatience. This does not concern me. I only know that when you borrowed the money, the creditor was most reluctant, fully aware of your difficulties in repayment. Yet, you insisted on borrowing. It was I who persuaded the creditor to lend you 8 spirit stones, providing my personal guarantee that you would repay. Now a year has passed, and you have yet to fulfill your obligation. Is this not a threat to my livelihood? Li Shi's face was filled with remorse as he pleaded, Lord Karras, I implore you to grant me a little more time. Our families have been friends for generations. My father and your esteemed father were sworn brothers. As a brother, I beg you for just a few more days. In that moment, Li Shi appeared less like a patriarch and more like a beggar. The rotund man furrowed his brow, gazing at Li Shi's beseeching expression, and sighed in resignation. Very well, 10 days. If you do not repay by then, I will be unable to persuade the creditor any longer. You need only return the 8 spirit stones. I shall cover the interest for this year. He shook his head, a reluctant expression on his face. Despite their long-standing friendship, He had provided a guarantee for the debt, and failure to repay would ultimately fall upon him. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lord Karras, Li Shi exclaimed, relief flooding his heart at the prospect of 10 additional days. He was particularly touched that the other man would cover the interest, which amounted to several hundred gold coins. Enough of this idle chatter. We are childhood friends, after all. It is a pity that I am only managing to scrape by. Otherwise, I would certainly assist you further, the rotund man said with a faint smile. A hint of helplessness in his tone. By the way, how is Xian doing? Is he still cultivating? I brought a bottle of spirit-replenishing elixirs today. Perhaps they may be of some assistance. As he spoke, the corpulent man reached into his bosom and after a prolonged search, produced a small white porcelain bottle and handed it to Li Shi. Ah, you've gone to great expense again. Li Shi smiled as he accepted the porcelain bottle. This trinket is worth only a few gold coins. My greater concern lies with the test a week from now. If Xian can pass, your Li family will find some reprieve. At the very least, the annual supply of 20 spirit stones for ordinary cultivators would sustain your family. Li Shi sighed. I'm uncertain about Xian's abilities. After all, I am merely an ordinary cultivator at the 8th level of cultivation. He shook his head in resignation, fully aware of the limitations of his spirit vein, which was virtually non-existent. Decades of cultivation had yielded no progress beyond the foundational stage, a testament to the poor quality of his spirit vein. The rotund man also shook his head, lamenting, if only our spirit veins were stronger. We wouldn't be in such dire straits. Heaven is blind. In the dimly lit cellar of the ancient castle, a young boy was fervently gathering true essence in the palm of his hand. Damn it, why isn't it working? The boy's hands pressed together, yet the flickering sparks between them failed to ignite into flames. He was on the verge of tears, after 2 years of relentless training. He could not even master the most basic conversion of his innate true essence into spiritual power. Without this transformation, he could not truly cultivate the heart method. If this continued, how could he possibly pass the test in a week? He was already beginning to fathom the grim reality. His spirit vein was likely too weak. The Li family had not produced a cultivator capable of entering a sect in generations, yet he refused to give up, tirelessly continuing his training, knowing that only by becoming a cultivator could he hope to extricate his family from their plight. A year prior, Li Shi had watched his son toil and fail in his training, his heart heavy with anguish. To alleviate his son's struggles, he resorted to borrowing 8 spirit stones at exorbitant interest, a sum worth 8,000 gold coins that would balloon to 8,500 in just a year. Li Shi had long contemplated withdrawing from the cultivation family and living as a commoner. After all, they still had land, the ancient castle, and enough means to sustain themselves. However, seeing Li Xian's relentless dedication to his cultivation, he could not bring himself to suggest that his son embrace a mundane existence. Are 8 spirit stones not sufficient? 8,000 gold coins. Surely they can make me a cultivator. The boy clenched his teeth, gathering every ounce of true essence within him. Another thunderous explosion erupted as the nascent flame disintegrated once more. If I cannot become a cultivator, my family will perish. 8,000 gold coins is an unbearable burden for the current Li family. I must succeed. Otherwise, we may have to sell our last piece of land. I cannot allow outsiders to look down upon my father any longer. A piercing scream echoed as the boy braved the searing flames, pushing forward despite the scorching heat blackening his hands. Sweat poured down his brow as he gritted his teeth in determination. I did it. I conjured a flame. I can cultivate and become a true cultivator. His hands were severely burned, yet his pallid face radiated exhilaration as he beheld the trembling orb of flame the size of an egg. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. Chapter 65. The Tale of Li Xian, Part 2. Xian, you must be more careful. How could you burn your hand while cultivating? What if you injure yourself? Li Shi scolded as he bandaged his son's wounds, though his eyes were filled with concern. The boy merely chuckled sheepishly, claiming the injury was an accident during training, omitting the truth of his reckless challenge against the erupting flames. There's no need to worry about the upcoming test. I have found a way to repay the debt. Even if you fail, it will be all right, Li Shi said with a gentle smile, patting his son's head. The boy paused in surprise, but nodded in understanding. Deep down, he knew his father's words were mere comfort. He had already resolved to intensify his training in the limited time left, regardless of the outcome. By the way, this is a spirit-replenishing pill from Uncle Karras. Save it for the final day. It should slightly bolster your spiritual power. The boy accepted the pill, gazing at the small white porcelain bottle with warmth in his heart. Karras was the boy's closest relative aside from his father and deceased mother, whatever he wished to pursue. Uncle Karras would always lend a helping hand. Soon, the day of the test arrived, and Li Xian was engulfed in anxiety, for his recent training had yielded little progress. However, he had no choice but to take a chance. As he arrived at the testing grounds with a group of other children, his nervousness rendered him speechless. Xian, don't be anxious. First, take this spirit-replenishing pill, Li Shi urged. Li Xian took the pill from his father and swallowed it, yet his tension remained unabated. Next, from the West District, Zhang Jia, Zhang Jing. The Jiang family? Let's see how the children of the two major families fare this year. That will reveal which family holds greater influence. Shoo, quiet. The Jiang family had become one of the two largest families in the West District due to their numerous offspring, naturally boasting a higher number of budding cultivators. A frail boy in blue stepped onto the jade platform, placing his hands upon it. True fate body, 4th level of cultivation. Not bad. You've passed, the examiner nodded. In the North District, this boy's qualifications and cultivation level might have been ridiculed, but in the resource-scarce West District, they were considered quite commendable. The slender boy descended the platform, satisfied with himself. However, Li Xian's anxiety deepened, having trained for only a week. He feared he might not even reach the 1st level. His slow progress suggested a deficient spirit vein, and the prospect of being eliminated filled him with dread. Yet, despite his fear, he stole a glance at his father, whose tense fists betrayed his own apprehension. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian widened his eyes and steeled himself. As each subsequent child failed to pass, Li Xian's trepidation grew. The examiner's cold voice pierced the air once more. Next, from the West District, Li family, Li Xian. His body trembled as he glanced at his father. Li Shi, suppressing his own anxiety, smiled at Li Xian and nodded, encouraging him to step forward. Seeing his father's somewhat stiff smile calmed Li Xian somewhat as he slowly stepped out from the crowd and approached the jade platform. His trembling hands rested upon the surface, and as a flash of spiritual light illuminated behind him, he shut his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the disappointment on his father's face should he fail. True sacred body. 10th level of cultivation. Both the examiner and the gathered members of various cultivation families were taken aback by the unremarkable boy. The West District was a place of scarcity. Truly powerful families seldom chose to settle there, rendering the so-called two major families of the West District merely mid-tier clans in the North District. It had been over a decade since a true sacred body had emerged from this region. Which Li family does this child belong to? Hurry, find out. We must forge a relationship with them swiftly, instructed a well-dressed middle-aged man, still in shock as he gazed at the jade platform, commanding his attendants with urgency. At this moment, Li Xian opened his eyes and gazed at the majestic characters dancing like dragons and phoenixes on the jade tablet behind him, completely forgetting to step down from the stage, while the elderly tester did not urge him to leave. Li Shi trembled in awe as he watched his son on the stage, tears slowly streaming down his face. Ancestors, our Li family has finally risen. Li Xian was somewhat dazed, his mind filled with questions. Is this truly the body of a true sage? Could my cultivation speed truly signify such a form? Yet, the spiritual veins are not under human control. Perhaps there is some possibility. But where did that 10-layered technique come from? I have only practiced a low-level mind technique for a week. How could I possibly have mastered a 10-layered technique? Could it be that heaven has taken notice and wishes to redeem my Li family? Or perhaps it was that bottle of elixir from Uncle Karis. Desai City is a small town with a radius of merely 10 miles, featuring 3 main thoroughfares. At the center of it lies a reasonably sized pawnshop, frequented by both ordinary mortals and various cultivation families alike. Lord Karis, the results are in. Li Xian has attained the body of a true sage, achieving the 10th layer of his technique. It appears that bottle of supreme bone refining pills has had quite an effect, said an elegantly dressed elder respectfully. Vader, here you are the boss. Remember not to call me Lord in public. I am merely an assistant here. Karis, a plump man, frowned slightly as he sat in his chair. However, hearing that the young lad Li Xian has succeeded truly delights me, he added with a smile. Suddenly, Karis recalled the earlier instructions and promptly changed his tone. I still do not understand why you would give a bottle of such exquisite spiritual medicine, capable of moving the entire cultivation world, to that child of poor aptitude. You must realize that if this elixir had been given to someone with a true monarch's body, it could very well have birthed a true divine body, Vader said, looking at Karis in confusion. Sometimes the value of a true divine body may not even surpass that of a true sage body. You are too short-sighted. Remember, even if I am not around, you must treat the Li family well. Back in the day, my father was in dire straits, nearly at death's door. It was the ancestors of the Li family who found and saved him by the roadside, though my father's cultivation was entirely lost thereafter. With the support of the family over the years, he is now on the verge of facing the heavenly tribulation once more. Without the Li family back then, would I even exist today? Given my status, Do you think it reasonable for me to remain in this barren Western continent? Would I choose to stay here voluntarily? It is solely to repay this kindness. Although it occurred hundreds of years ago, the Leaf family has been in dire circumstances recently. If I had not secretly supported them, they would have ceased to exist long ago. A single bottle of elixir is but a trifle. Karis waved his right hand, and a dazzling surge of spiritual light suddenly emanated. A shocking scene unfolded as Karis's body gradually shrank under the intense light, ultimately transforming into a strikingly handsome youth of around 20. Vader, you have been with our family for so many years. Learn to be more astute. I am now heading to the esoteric sect. This child will be of great use in the future and must be placed within the esoteric sect. Only by arranging for Lucien to be there will I feel at ease. Although this territory belongs to the Misty Rain sect, their strength is not worth my trouble. With that, the youth's form began to blur until he vanished completely. Chapter 66. A breakthrough again. The mere thought of hosting two cunning old foxes at the nascent soul stage made Jiang Fan's head ache. Before them, he felt nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Those two at the nascent soul stage are certainly not here to harm you. You need not worry. The voice of the elder Yuanqing resonated calmly. What do you mean by that? Jiang Fan, somewhat bewildered by Elder Yuanqing's words, inquired with curiosity. Elder Yuanqing sighed. That Ouyang Wuwei has been practicing so foolishly. Do you think you've become foolish after only a year of cultivation? Jiang Fan blinked, scratching his head in confusion, a silly smile spreading across his face. If you intend to kill someone, would you first notify them, saying, I am coming to kill you. You better protect yourself? Isn't that absurd? Elder Yuanqing huffed, clearly displeased with Jiang Fan's lack of understanding of such a simple principle. Jiang Fan found himself at a loss with his master, who was the only one able to see and hear him. Although the old man was somewhat lazy and had a peculiar temper, his intellect was remarkably sharp, exuding a certain cunning shrewdness. Jiang Fan nodded thoughtfully. True, but what do they come here for? Am I to believe they genuinely intend to visit me with good intentions? Of course not. They are here to exert pressure on the esoteric sect. With your presence, the sect will naturally feel less wary of the other 6 branches of the Void God sect. They come to inform the esoteric sect that they are not weak, and that if a conflict arises, no party will emerge unscathed. Elder Yuanqing seemed quite confident in his analysis, his gaze clearly dismissive of the Void God sect. As expected, on the 3rd morning, the 2 elders of Qinglan and the elder Kai arrived at Jiang Fan's Falling Cloud Villa, accompanied by 5 or 6 cultivators at the core formation stage. Jiang Fan's demeanor pleased everyone present. He maintained proper decorum throughout the encounter. Observing Jiang Fan's attitude, the 2 elders of Qinglan gained a clearer understanding of the esoteric sect's stance, alleviating their previously tense feelings. Before departing, they even left Jiang Fan with a parting gift. The elder, clad in a blue robe, bearing the surname Qing, left behind several bottles of auxiliary elixirs for nascent soul cultivators, while the elder named Lan bestowed upon Jiang Fan 2 magical artifacts. After bidding farewell to these 2 old fellows, Jiang Fan returned to his cultivation chamber, grinning widely at the elixirs. Nascent soul enhancement elixirs are invaluable in the current cultivation world, where high-level cultivators are scarce. Jiang Fan felt reluctant to consume them. However, the elixirs were not the source of his greatest joy. While obtaining nascent soul elixirs was challenging, he could occasionally receive a bottle from Elder Kai. But it was the artifacts bestowed by the Elder Lan that truly captivated him. A palm-sized, resplendent golden shield, and a shimmering golden dagger. A defensive artifact is exceedingly rare for cultivators. Crafting a defensive artifact requires double the materials compared to offensive artifacts, leading most individuals to opt for the latter. For a novice like Jiang Fan, possessing a decent defensive artifact equates to an additional life, making it immensely valuable to him. As for the golden dagger, Jiang Fan took great pleasure in it. As a practitioner of spiritual techniques, such a fine dagger, paired with his speed, would undoubtedly serve as an excellent weapon for assassination. Ever since Jiang Fan obtained the fragmented scroll of the carefree sword technique, he had become infatuated with the attack techniques described within, particularly the moonlight slash, which left him in awe. Before long, Jiang Fan resumed his previous cultivation routine, adhering to his established methods, consuming auxiliary elixirs in the morning followed by practicing his techniques. Though now the elixirs he consumed were at least medium-grade spiritual medicines refined for the core formation stage. In the afternoon, he would retreat to the back mountain to practice spiritual techniques and spells, disrupting the environment. Time flowed like a swift current, and occasionally one would catch a fleeting glimpse of its passage, yet no matter what, it could not be halted. 2 months had swiftly passed since Jiang Fan acquired the carefree sword technique. Suddenly, a new thought struck him. Just half a month prior, He had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, prompting Elder Kai to hastily leave his seclusion, marveling at Jiang Fan's rapid progress to the fusion stage. Elder Kai and Ouyang Wuwei exchanged glances, gazing at Jiang Fan, whose immense spiritual power surged with a mere gesture. And both couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice from the heavens. The ancient ancestor of withered leaves considered himself a prodigy in cultivation. From the foundation establishment stage to the fusion stage, he had taken over 2 years. Yet this mere lad of 15 had astonishingly ascended from the foundation establishment stage to the fusion stage in less than 2 months. The fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him indicated that a breakthrough to the initial stage of fusion was not far off. Master, I plan to venture out for training after reaching the mid-fusion stage, Jiang Fan said with a calm demeanor. Ouyang Wuwei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly countered, no. Despite our reconciliation with the other 6 factions of the Void God sect, we must remain vigilant against potential threats to you. Moreover, if the evil sects learn of your existence, they will undoubtedly send assassins after you. The ancient ancestor of withered leaves also shook his head, disapproving of Jiang Fan's intention to leave for training. Jiang Fan seemed to have anticipated their disapproval and was not surprised at all. He spoke lightly. The secret sect has a decree. Any cultivator who reaches the fusion stage has the right to visit home for a year, correct? Ouyang Wuwei grinned, momentarily at a loss for words. The ancient ancestor of withered leaves furrowed his brows for a while before sighing helplessly. Jiang Fan, I can agree to your desire to venture out for training, but you must provide a reason. I cannot be overly lenient with you. You must understand how crucial you are to our secret sect. The ancient ancestor realized he could not deter Jiang Fan's determination to train outside. Forcing him would only lead to displeasure, so it would be better to extract the destination from him to arrange for protection. However, the ancient ancestor was cunning, and Jiang Fan had an ancient being of 18,000 years alongside him. If the ancient ancestor was a wily old fox, then Yuan Qing was the enchanting vixen. A lazy voice echoed in his mind, and Jiang Fan smiled faintly. There's really not much to it. I just wish to wander and relax. Continuous breakthroughs have made me overly confident, which I believe is not beneficial. I am still young, and if my temperament is lacking, I could easily fall into demonic paths. I need to learn to handle many matters on my own. This is one reason for my training trip. My prideful nature is a flaw. I must go out, calm myself, and then return to challenge the core formation stage directly. Trying to extract information? The destination is merely a stroll, and the reason is my insufficient temperament. So I seek to cultivate my heart to avoid falling into demonic paths. The ancient ancestor of withered leaves furrowed his brows, feeling bitter at the thought of this young lad. After staring at Jiang Fan for a long while, the ancient ancestor suddenly burst into laughter. This clever young lad. If anything were to happen to him, the world of cultivation would have long ceased to exist. Finally, the ancient ancestor nodded and said, Jiang Fan, today I formally accept you as my disciple. Do you wish for this? Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned but quickly realized fortune had smiled upon him. He hurriedly knelt and bowed. Master, I humbly pay my respects. Though he knelt respectfully, his heart was filled with thoughts of the benefits of being accepted as a disciple. However, if the ancient ancestor expected his loyalty, he might as well dream on. I will first refine a year's worth of elixirs and have Wu Wei deliver them before you leave in half a month. But be cautious when you venture out alone, the ancient ancestor advised. Exchanging knowing smiles, the ancient ancestor and Jiang Fan shared a mysterious understanding, leaving Ouyang Wuwei, masked, uncertain of what to say next. Chapter 67. Return to the Void God Island. Ever since Jiang Fan learned from Yuan Qing that the remaining portions of the carefree sword technique might have fallen into the mortal realm, he planned to venture into the mortal world, regardless of whether he could find them. It would be an excellent opportunity for training. The carefree sword technique is an exquisite manual of sword immortals. Acquiring the complete version would elevate him to the pinnacle of sword immortals, even though he was the only remaining practitioner in the cultivation world. At this moment, Jiang Fan soared on his flying sword toward the teleportation array of the Void God sect. Following Yuan Qing's suggestion to keep his whereabouts from the secret sect, he endeavored to be more discreet. Yet, in his heart, he couldn't shake the concern for that young girl with whom he had shared a fleeting touch. As he prepared to return to the mortal realm, Jiang Fan felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. He touched the jade bracelet on his wrist, a stirring feeling within him. Before he left, Ouyang Wuwei had gifted him a jade bracelet and a purple gold savings card from the mortal world. The bracelet was a renowned spatial treasure from the realm of cultivation, painstakingly crafted by the ancient ancestor. Upon probing into it with his spiritual energy, he discovered countless auxiliary elixirs, and 5 magical artifacts within. The elixirs were undoubtedly concocted by the ancient ancestor in Ouyang Wuwei, while the magical artifacts evoked a deep sense of gratitude in Jiang Fan. All 5 artifacts were high quality, with 3 serving defensive purposes, indicating the ancient ancestor's concern for him. One artifact, Jiang Fan recognized, was a ring the ancient ancestor always wore, designed to conceal spiritual energy. Wearing it would allow him to mask his spiritual fluctuations, rendering him undetectable to cultivators of higher levels. The final artifact was a flying sword, the very one he currently stood upon, swirling with crimson fire energy, perfectly aligned with his attributes, with strands of black lightning dancing along its blade. Unlike the Elder Lawn, who focused solely on gold attributes, the ancient ancestor primarily harnessed fire, with a secondary affinity for gold, resulting in artifacts imbued with both attributes. Particularly, this flying sword was crafted with the intent of enhancing speed, incorporating a substantial quantity of ink thunderstones, one of the most precious materials in the realm of cultivation. The sheer worth of those stones equated to millions of spirit stones, translating to tens of billions of mortal coins. Now, Jiang Fan was adorned with treasures akin to gold, and the purple gold card stirred his heart the most. When Ouyang Wuwei disclosed its staggering 9-digit balance, Jiang Fan was left utterly speechless. Despite the economic turmoil in the mortal realm orchestrated by cultivators, the currency had turned to waste overnight, yet life must go on, compelling him to tread the path of his ancestors. In the current mortal realm, currency was categorized by gold, silver, and copper. 100 copper coins equated to a silver coin, while 100 silver coins equated to a gold coin. The cultivation world and its families further delineated that 1,000 gold coins were equivalent to 1 spirit stone. As the name suggests, spirit stones are imbued with abundant spiritual energy, essential for nourishing cultivators and enhancing their cultivation speed, thus becoming an indispensable part of the cultivation world and its currency. Spirit stones were primarily mined, akin to other gemstones, differing only in their contained spiritual energy. They were classified into lower, middle, and upper grades. Yet all upper-grade spirit stones combined amounted to fewer than 100 in the entire cultivation world. The higher the grade of a spirit stone, the greater the spiritual energy it contained, and the more refined its purity. Additionally, spirit stones could be pure or attribute-based, with most being pure stones that contained unadulterated spiritual energy. However, within the realm of cultivation, there exists another type of spirit stone known as attribute spirit stones, such as fire spirit stones and water spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within these stones can be absorbed by cultivators and unleashed immediately without any transformation, making them essential items for combat among practitioners. Consequently, the price of attribute spirit stones is naturally higher than that of pure spirit stones. Although their market value may appear the same, one cannot acquire an attribute spirit stone without offering 2 to 3 pure spirit stones in exchange. Currently, Jiang Fan can be aptly described as a person of ethereal grace, adorned in a flowing moon-white robe with 2 striking black jade crescents at the cuffs. He stands confidently upon a fiery red flying sword, hands clasped behind him, and from a distance, one might mistake him for a senior practitioner emerging from seclusion. As he soared away from Qingzhou Island, Jiang Fan deliberately quickened his pace, hurtling toward Shushan Island like a fiery comet. At the tender age of 15 or 16, he had already reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage, a feat unmatched in the Shushan sect, save for the once-in-a-century prodigy, Wang Ruobing. Jiang Fan's emergence as the second to achieve such a remarkable status was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon entering Shushan Island, memories from a year prior flooded Jiang Fan's mind, prompting a sardonic smile. Today, he thought, he would indulge in a bit of recklessness and impart a lesson to those who dared to underestimate him. With that, he plunged downward, the tip of his fiery sword piercing the air. Enough already, kid. You came here to see that girl, so why pretend otherwise? The words of Yuanqing Laozu nearly caused Jiang Fan to lose his balance on the flying sword. This remark struck a chord, as his thoughts were consumed by the little girl who clung to him, fearful of succumbing to the pressure of teleportation. Jiang Fan remained silent, his resolve firm as he descended into the Shushan sect. He plummeted recklessly, resembling a fireball, which stirred quite the commotion below. "Look up, is that a shooting star?" exclaimed a youthful boy, his face still bearing the innocence of youth, pointing at the fiery figure above. "Not a shooting star. That's a fire spell. Get out of the way," shouted an elite disciple, aged around 18 or 19, as he sprinted in panic. This caused a ripple of chaos as everyone followed suit, fleeing as if from a natural disaster. With a resounding thud, the leading disciple, too focused on his flight, collided with a middle-aged cultivator approaching from the opposite direction. The impact sent him flying, landing unceremoniously on the ground. "Fools! What are you doing? Do you wish to rebel?" bellowed the middle-aged cultivator, his voice echoing, causing the lower-ranking practitioners to cover their ears in submission. Seizing the collar of the lead youth, the middle-aged cultivator admonished, "Do you still resemble an elite disciple? How have you been training?" The young man glanced at the crescent on the middle-aged man's sleeve and bowed his head in silence. "Elder, there are people in the sky casting spells against our Shushan sect," interjected the boy who had first noticed the fireball, his stutter betraying his urgency. The middle-aged man paused, looking upwards. After a moment, his brow furrowed, and he released the young disciple. Upon closer inspection, he sighed, "You fools. That is a high-level practitioner flying on a magical artifact. Look at how frightened you are." The crowd fell silent, turning their gaze skyward. Jiang Fan's rapid descent had indeed startled them, and as they witnessed the ensuing chaos, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing the impact of his flying sword. Had he not slowed down, he would have landed amidst all the commotion. At this moment, Jiang Fan was but a stone's throw away from the crowd, allowing him to observe clearly. Heavens! He truly is flying on a magical artifact. What a stunning sword! The boy exclaimed, his face filled with envy as he gazed at Jiang Fan in the sky. Although he could not yet discern Jiang Fan's features, his flowing white robes and the lengthy sword were unmistakable. Not just the boy, but even the young man and the middle-aged foundation-building cultivator were captivated by the fiery sword, which resembled an ancient divine weapon being scorched by celestial flames. As Jiang Fan descended, a wave of intense heat washed over them. While the magical artifact posed no threat to its master, others were not so fortunate. The surrounding trees instantly withered under the scorching heat. The boy, feeling the oppressive warmth, broke into a sweat and retreated hastily, while the seated young cultivator scrambled away from the searing heat. The gathered crowd instinctively stepped back, creating a distance of several meters. Even the foundation-building cultivator leaping away in alarm. Chapter 68. Shun Yuan. Dan. Jiang Fan leaped from his sword, scratching his head in bewilderment as he observed the crowd retreating several meters away. With a flick of his hand, the flames on his sword extinguished, gradually shrinking to the size of a thumb before flying into his palm. At this moment, the crowd finally recognized Jiang Fan's visage. The middle-aged cultivator, however, immediately noted the two black jade crescents at Jiang Fan's cuffs, momentarily taken aback. With a gentle smile, Jiang Fan approached the crowd. "I apologize for my rapid descent. Please forgive me." The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply. "What are you saying, esteemed elder? We are merely lowly practitioners, startled by your unparalleled power. How could we blame you?" Only then did the other cultivators react, hastily offering their respects to Jiang Fan. The seated young man, upon noticing Jiang Fan's insignia, quickly scrambled to his feet. Meanwhile, the young boy remained in a daze, grappling with the disparity between himself and someone of his own age who possessed such extraordinary prowess. It was particularly difficult for him to accept that Jiang Fan's mere descent had left him utterly terrified. "May I inquire if you hail from the secret sect, esteemed elder?" The middle-aged cultivator inquired with a respectful gesture. Jiang Fan did not respond verbally, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Then we are kin. What brings you to Shushan Island?" The middle-aged cultivator asked with deference. Although the difference in strength played a role in his politeness, it was not the sole reason. Meeting a high-level practitioner was a rare opportunity, and if the elder proved amiable, why not cultivate a connection? After all, having a powerful ally could provide immense support in the future. "Indeed, I have a matter to attend to, though it appears somewhat troublesome," Jiang Fan admitted, furrowing his brow. While he intended to find Lu, he surmised that she was likely with her brother Lu Hen in the Department of Techniques. Yet the vastness of Shushan Island left him uncertain of its precise location. The middle-aged cultivator smiled. "Esteemed elder, that is a simple matter. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would be honored to serve you." For a cultivator in his 40s still at the foundation stage, the notion of encountering a high-level practitioner who could potentially offer benefits was a stroke of fortune. Although Jiang Fan was younger, the sight of his fiery sword indicated a formidable backing. "I am truly grateful," Jiang Fan replied, visibly pleased and expressing genuine appreciation, though internally he merely smiled gently. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, this advantageous opportunity had already been seized by the middle-aged cultivator, and by the time the rest realized it, the two had vanished from sight. Yet, upon reflection, the others felt no particular disappointment. After all, a mere practitioner at the technique stage could hardly compete with one at the foundation stage for the chance to curry favor with an elder, especially one younger than themselves. Their pride made it challenging to pursue such an endeavor. The young elite disciple shook his head and turned to leave, only to find the boy still staring blankly in the direction where Jiang Fan had departed. "What's wrong?" the youth asked, patting the boy's shoulder. Although the boy was assigned to him as a subordinate, their relationship was quite amicable. "Why is there such a vast disparity among people? What is the purpose of my existence?" The boy continued to gaze into the distance. The youth looked out as well and shook his head helplessly. "Shaolei, don't dwell on it. This world is inherently unfair. If everyone were like you, how many would survive in the immortal realm? Look at those mortals. How do they manage to live their lives?" He pulled the boy along with him. How could a senior so young have already become a cultivator in the fusion stage? His future is boundless. A middle-aged cultivator smiled faintly as he followed Jiang Fan, though he was puzzled as to why Jiang Fan had yet to disclose their destination after they had walked so far. Jiang Fan casually remarked, "Hee hee. The ancestor of the withered leaves from the secret sect is my esteemed mentor." The middle-aged cultivator gasped, his face turning green and then pale. He stumbled slightly, kicking the gap between two blue bricks, wincing in pain. Jiang Fan observed this with amusement, though he maintained a facade of surprise. "Are you all right?" Jiang Fan inquired. Though it was a rather redundant question, having kicked the brick, how could he be unscathed? If he had utilized sufficient spiritual energy, he would have been fine. But upon hearing Jiang Fan's earlier comment, the middle-aged cultivator had been too focused on the pain to gather his energy. "I'm fine, senior. Let's continue," he said, forcing a smile despite the cold sweat on his brow. Jiang Fan shook his head lightly, retrieving a small green porcelain vial from his wrist and pouring out a pale pink pill. "Here, take this, it's the Shun Yuan pill." The middle-aged cultivator was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. He swallowed hard and asked, "You mean this is the Shun Yuan pill? The miraculous healing elixir that instantly alleviates pain? If you don't want it, I'll take it back." Jiang Fan feigned an intention to put the pill away. He had hundreds of such pills in his storage bracelet, and the amount he brought this time was the sum of pills crafted by the secret sect over the past 6 months. The ancestor of the withered leaves had become quite fond of this clever and agile young man, to the point of indulging him. "Wait, no? I want it," the middle-aged cultivator exclaimed eagerly. Jiang Fan smiled faintly as he handed the pill over. The middle-aged cultivator cradled the pill, reluctant to consume it. This single pill was worth hundreds of spirit stones, possibly even 1,000 if the market was favorable. Observing the middle-aged cultivator's reluctance, Jiang Fan coldly urged, "Eat it. Once you help me, I'll give you a whole vial. Don't waste my time." "What? All for me?" The middle-aged cultivator could hardly believe his ears. But upon seeing Jiang Fan nod, an unmistakable joy lit up his face. He began to admire his earlier decision. Those younger fellows were fools. What did age matter? Even if he were younger, he was still a senior. The benefits he stood to gain now were something he might never acquire in a lifetime. Even if there were only a dozen pills in the vial, that was worth over 10,000 spirit stones. "Hurry and eat it." Jiang Fan's expression grew impatient. "All right. Thank you for your generosity, senior." The middle-aged cultivator swallowed the pill, feeling a cool sensation wash over him, quickly circulating throughout his body and concentrating in his feet. A sharp pain pricked him momentarily, then vanished entirely, as if he had never kicked the stone at all. The middle-aged cultivator wiggled his toes in disbelief, his face beaming with joy. "This pill is truly remarkable. I shall never forget your kindness, senior." Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Let us move quickly. Take me to see Elder Lu Han." Chapter 69. Stirring up trouble, you little rascal. How many times have I told you? Wealth should not be flaunted. You simply refuse to listen. Do you think everyone in this world is benevolent? Perhaps in the mortal realm, but not in the immortal realm. Here, murder and treasure theft are rampant, even among fellow disciples. The elder Yuanqing was not lamenting the loss of the Shun Yuan pill. He merely felt that if Jiang Fan continued down this path, he would inevitably encounter trouble. Jiang Fan nodded nonchalantly, speaking with a hint of flippancy. "Master, do you truly believe that those within the Void God sect will assist you without any incentive? Do you think this fellow is guiding me out of respect? Once we leave the Void God sect, I will be cautious, but for now, it's best to maintain goodwill. I may need him later." Jiang Fan's thoughts were private, more secure than any verbal communication, thus unheard by others. "Senior, you seek Lu Han? Surely, you mean the elder from the techniques department?" The middle-aged cultivator inquired, puzzled. The wind howled overhead as Jiang Fan stood in contemplation for a moment before smiling wryly, secretly lamenting. To have broken through in just a year, I truly question whether this boy possesses the true sacred body. Even I could only manage such speed. He reminisced about his early days in the Void God sect and the proud youth he had encountered, unable to suppress a smirk. The middle-aged cultivator beside him was keenly observing Jiang Fan, noting the fluctuations in his expression, sometimes excited, sometimes resigned, which left him somewhat perplexed. "What is your name?" Jiang Fan suddenly turned to the middle-aged cultivator and asked. "I am Han Wei from the logistics department." The middle-aged cultivator replied with a slight bow. "Han Wei, I shall remember that. Please tell me how to reach the techniques department. I can manage on my own." With that, he tossed the porcelain vial to the middle-aged cultivator. Upon hearing that Lu Hen had reached the tranquil void stage, Jiang Fan felt a mix of emotions, elation and envy, but he was suddenly eager to find Lu sooner. Clad in a white robe adorned with 2 black crescents at the cuffs and appearing merely 15 or 16 years old, he walked briskly toward the techniques department. Jiang Fan made a grand entrance within the Void God sect, seemingly ostentatious, but secretly memorizing the layout and pathways of the sect. He could sense that he was being watched from various corners: Foundation establishment, fusion stage, and even those at the tranquil void stage. Yet, he also sensed a depth of power so profound that it threatened to engulf his consciousness, a clear indication of a core formation stage cultivator. This sensation was reminiscent of Ouyang Wuwei. Suppressing his trepidation, Jiang Fan continued onward. "Such formidable spiritual energy. He has already detected us." When his spiritual force brushed against mine, I distinctly noticed his body tremble slightly. I never expected a 15-year-old child to possess such strength. What a pity, the Xuanxu sect underestimated him. 2 elderly figures clad in purple robes stood behind a building, their faces obscured by veils, but their voices revealed their advanced age. This Void God Island is indeed vast. After all this time, I have only managed to ascertain the general layout of the logistics and sect management departments. Beyond this lies the hall of the techniques department. It seems my exploration must end here. Jiang Fan marveled inwardly at the vastness of the illusory divine island, reluctantly retracting his mind and slowing his pace considerably. In the grand hall of the techniques department of the illusory divine sect, he stood several meters away, quietly observing for a while. Satisfied that nothing appeared amiss, he took measured steps forward. The gate was guarded by 2 elite disciples of 5-star rank, which reminded Jiang Fan of his earlier visit to Elder Jin's fortress. "Senior, this is the main hall of the techniques department, and entry is not permitted without permission," one of the guards stated. To the left of the entrance stood a pale-faced young cultivator, who initially prepared to stop Jiang Fan, but faltered upon noticing the peculiar insignia on his sleeve, his mouth shrinking in surprise. "I seek Elder Lu Hen," Jiang Fan replied expressionlessly. "Elder Lu is currently in seclusion and is not receiving visitors. You may leave," the guard on the right remarked coldly, omitting even a respectful address. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, not due to the rudeness of the disciple, but because his experience mirrored that of Sima Yuntian's visit to Elder Jin's fortress a year prior. How audacious! It seems the techniques department is rife with arrogance. I had thought it was merely the 2 of them. You may disregard the other 5 departments. But do you dare dismiss the prestige of my esoteric sect? A sudden thought crossed Jiang Fan's mind. Since the initial encounter mirrored the previous one, he might as well proceed in a similar fashion. After all, his mental prowess had always been formidable, rivaling that of cultivators in the spirit tranquility stage even before his training commenced. Now, his mental pressure was decidedly superior, and he felt no fear of these guards. With a cold smile, he decided to test his strength, using a familiar face to provoke. Jiang Fan now possessed unwavering confidence in both his mental abilities and spiritual techniques. Since acquiring the transcendent sword art, his confidence had soared, benefiting immensely from the guidance of Yuanqing ancestor, mastering over 10 formidable and swift spiritual techniques. Unquestionably, Jiang Fan regarded these 2 technique disciples as mere playthings, completely dismissing them. "Step aside," he commanded, waving his sleeve. A torrent of immense spiritual power surged forth, projecting like a wall, sending the 2 guards sprawling. With muffled groans, they fell to the ground, blood trickling from their lips. Though pale, their eyes burned with deep-seated hatred directed at Jiang Fan. He nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that the animosity between the techniques department and the esoteric sect had been long-standing. As numerous cultivators from the techniques department gathered, none dared approach, yet their hostile gazes stirred a sense of irritation within Jiang Fan. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure emanated from Jiang Fan, causing the stones beneath their feet to shatter. The highest-ranked observer among them was merely in the Foundation establishment stage, and upon witnessing this display, they recoiled in fear, with many retreating hastily. While collective strength is formidable when faced with an overwhelming force capable of annihilation, it merely becomes a congregation of self-destruction. As anticipated, with just a fraction of his pressure released, the lower-ranked cultivators scattered in terror. A cruel smile crept across Jiang Fan's lips, a rare moment where he let his emotions surface, a thrilling sensation, invigorating his spirit, although Yuanqing ancestors swiftly intervened. Nevertheless, this impulsive act brought him considerable delight. Who dares to cause trouble at the entrance of the techniques department? Do you wish to court death? A furious roar resonated, and a figure hurriedly emerged from within the hall. Jiang Fan did not turn his head, but wore a faint smile. That voice could only belong to Lu Hen, the very person who had irked him a year ago. As expected, Lu Hen emerged from the hall, his sleeves adorned with 3 gleaming white jade crescents. His already handsome features were accentuated by his recent breakthrough, exuding an air of a skilled cultivator. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, who was studying him with a scrutinizing gaze, Lu Hen momentarily froze. Jiang Fan's reputation was well known, particularly for someone like Lu Hen, who had encountered Jiang Fan before. The impression was indelible. Yet, when he spotted the 2 dark crescents on Jiang Fan's sleeve, Lu Hen was taken aback. Such a terrifying speed to ascend from an ordinary mortal to the fusion stage within just over a year was astonishing. Though Lu Hen was aware of many hidden powerhouses within the cultivation world, the illusory divine sect had not seen a true divine body for nearly a millennium. Recovering from his astonishment and glancing at the 2 fallen guards, he frowned. Jiang Fan, what are you attempting to do? Are you trying to instigate a conflict between our factions? Lu Hen's words were laden with weight, touching upon a topic both the esoteric sect and the illusory divine sect preferred to avoid. Yet, he seemed unperturbed, placing the blame squarely on Jiang Fan. Conflict? Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback before a long-lost wicked smile graced his lips. And what of it? Do you intend to detain me and incite a war between our factions, or do you wish to exploit this incident for mutual destruction? Lu Hen felt a surge of anger at Jiang Fan's unabashed demeanor. His earlier words had merely been a scare tactic. Recognizing Jiang Fan's status within the esoteric sect as a rising star and the de facto first genius of the illusory divine sect. Actually, I came specifically to seek you out. I wanted to gauge my progress, but I did not expect you to have reached the initial stage of spirit tranquility. However, I do not find that particularly impressive, Jiang Fan provocatively retorted, fully aware that the illusory divine sect would not allow any trouble to arise on their grounds. A conflict between the illusory divine sect and the esoteric sect would only result in mutual ruin, allowing others to benefit. In the current cultivation world, few young cultivators possessed both ability and backing like Jiang Fan, and thus, his audacity was somewhat justified. Though Yuanqing ancestor had advised him to exercise restraint, Jiang Fan felt compelled to test Lu Hen's capabilities. Is it that Elder Lu lacks confidence and hesitates to act? Fear not, I will show mercy. Another taunt. Laden with sarcasm, Lu Hen furrowed his brow, understanding Jiang Fan's behavior, a young man with the strongest spiritual vein in the cultivation world, who had progressed in just over a year to levels that would typically take decades, was bound to be proud. It seems I ought to teach this lad a lesson before he causes a disaster, especially since he is a candidate for my future brother-in-law, Lu Hen sighed. Recalling his father's letter urging him to facilitate a union between his sister and Jiang Fan, causing him a headache. With a resigned expression, Lu Hen nodded slightly and descended the steps, an invisible pressure descending alongside him. Jiang Fan, however, merely shook his head in disdain, concentrating his mental energy to manifest his own oppressive force. Silently, a gentle breeze swept through, only to be violently torn apart by an invisible force right between Jiang Fan and Lu Hen. The green bricks on the ground, the trees on either side, all appeared to be frozen in time. Yet, in the next moment, everything abruptly returned to normal. The trees shattered with a crack, scattering debris everywhere, while the stones beneath them erupted with a thunderous sound, completely obliterated. Lu Hen let out a muffled groan, retreating 5 or 6 steps. Astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at the unmoving Jiang Fan across from him. However, Jiang Fan inwardly acknowledged Lu Hen's formidable mental prowess, which was indeed commendable for someone in the spirit tranquility stage. In contrast, Jiang Fan's mental strength was significantly heightened due to a mysterious mantra he possessed. In the realm of cultivation, the most precious techniques are undoubtedly secret arts, yet those specializing in mental prowess are rare gems. Every sect may possess 1 or 2 such texts, but to prevent their secrets from being stolen, only cultivators who have reached the core formation stage are granted access, leaving those below this threshold with exceptionally weak mental capabilities. Jiang Fan could be deemed an anomaly within the cultivation world, an individual whose thought processes defy conventional understanding, containing within him the essence of an ancient being who has existed for millennia. At this moment, A surge of ambition welled within Jiang Fan. With such an advantage, he must achieve greatness, lest he betray his own potential. Lu Hen took a deep breath, feeling a sense of frustration. It was evident that his opponent had acquired a mental cultivation technique from the esoteric sect, leaving him, a dignified practitioner of the spirit tranquility stage, feeling utterly humiliated. What a remarkable fellow, truly deserving of his divine physique, Lu Hen remarked with a hint of resignation. Jiang Fan, too, sensed the unfairness of their contest. After all, he was distinct from others, with the strongest heart techniques, physical techniques, and mental prowess at his disposal. He also possessed the remnants of the elusive Xiaoyao sword art, an opportunity not available to the average cultivator. Elder Lu, achieving such a level solely through your own cultivation is indeed impressive, Jiang Fan said, a smile gracing his youthful face, relishing the moment, almost teasing Lu Hen. Lu Hen rolled his eyes, muttering a playful insult under his breath, then chuckled. Ah, it's still you, Jiang. I had high hopes for you when you first arrived at the Void Spirit sect a year ago. You certainly embarrassed Master Jiang. After their intense confrontation, they seemed to regain composure, exchanging banter while ignoring the two elite disciples lying amidst the wreckage of shattered flora. So, are you here seeking me or my sister? Care to clarify? Lu Hen grinned, his expression revealing that he had seen through Jiang Fan's intentions. Jiang Fan paused, caught off guard, and to his surprise, felt his unusually thick skin flush slightly. The once loquacious and lively youth now found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly unsure of where to place his hands. Seeing Jiang Fan's reaction, Lu Hen felt reassured. It was evident that the young man harbored feelings for his sister, which made matters considerably easier. He patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, beaming. Since a year ago, Lu has been thinking of you. I told her to focus on her cultivation, and she did so until your recent rise to fame. Do you have any idea how delighted she is? Jiang Fan's heart raced at Lu Hen's words. While he held fond memories of Lu, he had never anticipated such concern from Lu Hen, although he knew he could not fully trust Lu Hen's statements. Warmth spread in his chest nonetheless. Chapter 71. Autumn Waters and Fair Maidens. Jiang Fan sat restlessly within the grand hall. Lu Hen was fully aware that Jiang Fan sought his sister, yet he deliberately withheld her whereabouts, teasing Jiang Fan with this silence, a complete act of retribution. Jiang Fan seethed internally, yet maintained a rigid smile on his face. Lu Hen languidly lifted a cup, gently blowing at the floating tea leaves with an air of tranquility that only served to infuriate Jiang Fan further. Elder Lu, is Lu well? Jiang Fan finally broke the silence, mustering the courage to ask. She is well, diligently cultivating each day, Lu Hen replied casually. Jiang Fan clenched his fists tightly, his lips twitching involuntarily in response. Good, that's good. An awkward silence ensued as time ticked by, with Lu Hen seemingly indifferent, neither acknowledging Jiang Fan nor engaging in other activities. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Fan, growing increasingly drowsy, found waiting to be the bane of his existence. This endurance had stretched for a full hour. Well, that should suffice, Lu Hen declared, finally setting down the teacup he had held for an hour and rising slowly. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Fan snapped his eyes open, surprised to see Lu Hen standing, prompting him to rise as well. All right, junior brother Jiang. Lu should have finished her training by now. Let us proceed, Lu Hen said cheerfully, striding towards the exit. Jiang Fan hurried to follow, shaking his head in resignation. He found himself at a loss for how to navigate Lu Hen's mix of playful retribution and cooperation. Strangely, his heart raced, and he couldn't help but silently chuckle at himself. He was beginning to develop feelings for that fiercely competitive young lady. As they walked towards the back hall of the techniques department, they passed numerous independent halls and pavilions, stretching endlessly until they faded from view. Disciples of the techniques department bowed respectfully upon seeing Lu Hen, revealing the esteem they held for him. After traversing approximately 15 or 16 intersections, they arrived at a hall nestled amidst a grove of peach trees. Jiang Fan unconsciously glanced up at the plaque, only to feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The plaque bore a single character. Jiang Fan shook his head silently, forming a conclusion in his mind. Narcissist. Lu Hen remained silent, walking directly into the hall. Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly and followed suit. Compared to the opulence of Elder Jin's hall from years past, Lu Hen's abode exuded a more understated elegance, its design resembling a secluded retreat that genuinely astonished Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan thought it improbable that someone as young as Lu Hen, merely in his 20s, would not revel in luxury or display extravagance. However, upon entering the hall, the simplicity of its structure and decor diminished his preconceived notions. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, Lu Hen halted. Typically, Luer practices in the third training room at the back. You may go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Fan nodded subtly, his heart racing as he quickened his pace toward the second courtyard, still adorned with the same minimalist decor, evoking a sense of transcendence. He dismissed Lu Hen's claims of attending to matters. After all, why would he delay for an hour if there was something urgent? As fate would have it, Jiang Fan traversed the second courtyard and stepped into the training ground. Just as he entered, the third door opened slowly, revealing a face of exquisite beauty that lingered in Jiang Fan's memory. Her indifferent countenance, tranquil gaze, and yet devoid of the once radiant smile now replaced by an air of apathy, suggested that the world around her held no significance. This indifference, however, was not without reason. The girl's sleeve now bore a crescent moon, a testament to her exceptional talent that had enabled her to successfully break through the foundational stage within a year at the Void Divine sect. Jiang Fan gazed at her, pondering if this exquisite and frigid beauty was indeed the little girl he had longed for. In merely a year, her once youthful visage had transformed, leaving behind an aura of aloofness and disregard. Lu, noticing Jiang Fan's unwavering stare, raised her head, her expression icy, clearly displeased. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossed her previously stoic face, quickly followed by a wave of confusion, and soon her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The indifference and pride that once characterized her seemed to melt away, revealing once more the bashful girl who had clung tightly to Jiang Fan, reluctant to let go. A year prior. At present, one was a rising star in the martial arts department, having successfully achieved the foundational stage in a year, while the other was the heir of the secret sect, a prodigy of a millennium. Perhaps it was fate's design that the two were remarkably well suited for one another. Lu felt a surge of emotions as she beheld Jiang Fan. A year ago, she had already developed feelings for him, not solely due to his lineage, but also because of his unique demeanor that set him apart from his peers. When she later learned of his accomplishment in breaking through the foundational stage, she felt no jealousy, but rather genuine happiness for him, realizing that only someone like him was worthy of her. When Lu's father broached the subject of marriage, the unexpected reply was a bashful nod from her, flushing crimson, a reaction that even Lu Hen found astonishing. Now, as she recalled her father's proposal upon seeing Jiang Fan again, warmth spread across her cheeks, and her heart raced. Xiao Fan, how have you been? After a moment's hesitation, it was Lu who spoke first, just as she always had. I'm well, and you? Jiang Fan, momentarily flustered, struggled to articulate his thoughts. You two kids, talking about love as if you understand anything. I'm going to sleep. Call me when you're done. The voice of Yuan Qing, the elder, echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. Yet, Jiang Fan was too absorbed in the enchanting figure before him to pay heed to the elder's remarks. He could not deny that Lu had grown even more beautiful than before, perhaps the most stunning woman he had ever laid eyes on. Her delicate beauty exuded a hint of grace, and her form was both slender and fair. Though Jiang Fan had not encountered many women in his life, the Lu standing before him was a far cry from the girl he had known a year ago. She had blossomed into an ethereal beauty, every aspect of her figure seemingly perfected. It could be said that Lu now possessed a visage capable of driving men to madness, which had inevitably drawn numerous admirers. Despite her formidable strength, the suitors continued to flock to her, undeterred by the dangers involved. Jiang Fan found himself momentarily entranced by Lu's beauty, words such as stunning and exquisite hardly sufficing to describe her allure. Even the enchanting Wang Ruobing he had seen before would pale in comparison. Without fully understanding where his newfound courage came from, Jiang Fan suddenly stumbled forward, enveloping Lu in a deep embrace. The warmth he felt was intoxicating. Though her form was no longer as unguarded as before, she had become even more graceful and voluptuous, leaving him utterly captivated. Lu was taken aback, but her startled gasp remained unvoiced, her face flushing a deep crimson. Yet, she accepted Jiang Fan's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, her heart racing, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. Oh heavens, is this your way of compensating me? Thank you, ancestors, Jiang Fan thought to himself, feeling a profound sense of happiness. Yet, he wondered who had pushed him forward. Chapter 72. The thank you gift. Impudent child, I've seen you speak so smoothly before. What is the matter today? Do you need an old man to teach you how to converse? Jiang Fan and Lu sat opposite each other, the awkwardness from his previous bold action lingering in the air, yet it was tinged with a hint of flirtation. Yuan Qing's scolding echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. Be proactive. Don't be a blockhead fool. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Fan seemed only capable of smiling, and even that smile held a captivating charm in Lulu's eyes. As they were now locked in an unspoken connection that Yuan Qing need not worry about. Xiao Fan, Lulu said, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. To her, Jiang Fan had long since become her intended fiancé, a fact he remained oblivious to, though she felt confident about it. Jiang Fan, taken aback, mused, why is it always her who speaks first? Why can't I muster the courage? Lure, he uttered softly, causing her face to turn beet red, burying her gaze in her lap and falling silent. Jiang Fan, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, scratched his head awkwardly. After a brief pause, laughter bubbled up between them, gradually dissolving the tension, and they began to converse in hushed tones. Silly boy, stop with the trivialities. Under the moonlight, amidst the flowers. Under the moonlight? Jiang Fan queried. Puzzled. Yuan Qing chuckled. Silly lad, it's clear she has feelings for you. Talking about training and progress is meaningless now. You should be considering taking the next step. You're more impatient than I am, Jiang Fan retorted lightly. Of course. My disciple. Yuan Qing chuckled again. Jiang Fan's face turned pale, and after a long pause, he muttered, You're incorrigible. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Lulu, noticing his sudden change in demeanor, asked with concern. Jiang Fan merely smiled gently. It's nothing. I just feel reluctant to leave so soon after we've just reunited. Lulu beamed, albeit with a hint of shyness. After all, cultivating is important. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. What do you mean? Jiang Fan inquired, momentarily taken aback. Nothing. Lulu quickly replied, feeling a bit shy, and deftly changed the subject. Now that you're so remarkable, I bet many girls in the secret sect are pursuing you. Suddenly, Lulu's seemingly offhand remark revealed her hidden anticipation. Perhaps, Jiang Fan replied, recalling Su Ling, and casually mentioned it, only to realize it was a misstep. Pure fool. Yuan Qing sighed helplessly. Jiang Fan then noticed Lulu lowering her head, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. But for some reason, I have no interest in them at all. I've never accepted any of their advances, Jiang Fan blurted out, wiping away a cold sweat as he spoke without thinking. Oh, is that so? Lulu's earlier disappointment softened slightly. As they chatted aimlessly, time slipped away, and before long, the sun began to set. Jiang Fan rose slowly. Smiling at Lulu, I must take my leave. Although Lulu's eyes were filled with reluctance, she could not utter any words of retention. In truth, Jiang Fan did not wish to depart either. However, his current objective was to venture into the mortal realm, and visiting Lulu was merely a fleeting interlude. Just as Jiang Fan was about to rise and leave, Lu Hen fortuitously entered with 2 cups of tea that had long since cooled. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, fully aware that this fellow had been eavesdropping outside, yet he could not say much, as he was Lulu's brother. Jiang, are you leaving? You could rest here for a day before heading back to the secret sect, Lu Hen said, his face beaming with an air of self-satisfaction. Jiang Fan sighed inwardly, realizing that if he did not leave now, his master, Ku Yi, would soon be scouring the area for him. I suppose I must take my leave, he replied, deliberately mentioning his master's name. What? You have become a disciple of Master Ku Yi? Lu Hen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The fortune of this potential brother-in-law seemed rather extraordinary. Lu Hen mumbled to himself, should I refer to this lad as brother-in-law or master-uncle? Though his voice was barely audible, both Jiang Fan and Lulu heard him clearly. Jiang Fan's face flushed crimson, while Lulu, embarrassed, dashed into the inner room. Seeing Lulu retreat, Lu Hen paused for a moment before breaking into a grin, placing the tea on the table and gently patting Jiang Fan's shoulder, signaling him to take a seat. Despite the awkwardness, Jiang Fan felt a surge of delight, and his impression of Lu Hen improved a few notches. As he returned to his chair, young man, are you willing to be my sister's husband? Lu Hen wasted no time, diving straight into the topic. This unexpected inquiry left Jiang Fan somewhat flustered. Though he would have readily agreed, the abruptness of the question caught him off guard. You're also a cultivator in the integration stage, yet you're so hesitant about such matters? Lu Hen remarked with slight impatience. Well, I think it would be best to discuss this after I make a breakthrough. For now, my focus must remain on cultivation. Besides, Lulu's consent is also necessary. Jiang Fan replied, still a mere 15-year-old boy, feeling shy about such matters. Your words suffice. Lulu is agreeable, and it is my father's wish. As long as you are on board, everything will fall into place. I naturally look forward to your swift advancement. If you can achieve the golden core stage, you will become a revered elder of the secret sect, and my sister will then be the esteemed wife of a great elder, Lu Hen said with a mischievous grin. Resembling a wolf eyeing its prey, which sent a chill down Jiang Fan's spine. However, Jiang Fan's subsequent actions astonished Lu Hen. With a flourish, Jiang Fan tossed down over a dozen bottles of elixirs crafted for golden core cultivators, along with 3 bottles for the nascent soul stage. He smiled lightly and said, "I shall not forget the assistance offered by the Lu family. Consider this a token of gratitude. Should we truly reach that stage in the future, the Lu family will not be neglected." Lu Hen gazed at the array of elixirs on the table, momentarily speechless. He was a cultivator in the spirit quietude stage, yet he had never encountered such a plethora of mid to high-grade auxiliary elixirs, particularly the 3 bottles that shimmered with an ethereal glow, their fragrance wafting through the air even before being opened. The disparity was glaring. The value of these elixirs alone exceeded an entire year's worth of the Lu family's income. While a tinge of jealousy stirred within him, the thought that such an extraordinary individual would soon be his brother-in-law brought a sense of relief. As for matters of marriage, those could wait. After all, they were still young. In the cultivation world, while 16 marked adulthood, they were still considered youth at over 40. Therefore, it was prudent not to rush. Moreover, although he had immersed himself in the cultivation realm, he still maintained connections to the mortal world, where elders awaited notification. Jiang Fan spoke with assurance, determined to clarify matters before his departure. Meanwhile, Lu Hen was engrossed in inspecting each bottle of elixir, completely oblivious to Jiang Fan's dialogue. Each bottle was of at least mid-tier quality, causing Lu Hen to dance with joy, utterly captivated by the discovery. Jiang Fan shook his head in resignation at Lu Hen's exuberance. He had no qualms about parting with these elixirs, as he possessed in abundance. Yet, within the realm of cultivation, each elixir could command a price in the thousands of spirit stones, and the higher-grade elixirs almost drove Lu Hen to the brink of euphoria. Collectively, these elixirs represented a veritable mountain of spirit stones, and possessing them did not guarantee access to a nascent soul cultivator for refining purposes. Chapter 73. The Elder of the Isolated Isle. Presently, Jiang Fan was in high spirits as he exited the Department of Techniques, heading straight for the teleportation array. His mood was exceedingly buoyant. He greeted everyone with a radiant smile, his amiable demeanor warming the hearts of low-tier cultivators he passed. At this moment, Jiang Fan had his hands clasped behind his head, wearing a foolish grin, his thoughts consumed by the enchanting figure of Lu, nearly drooling with delight as he flew unsteadily on his sword towards the teleportation array. "Brother, look!" exclaimed a foundation-building cultivator, pointing at the swift streak of fire in the sky. "Who knows which esteemed individual is heading to the mortal realm? Quick, prepare!" Another, paler-faced foundation-building cultivator urged. The two simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy to activate the teleportation array, positioning themselves at the forefront to greet the visitor. The pale-faced cultivator shook his head. Envy etched across his features. "That flying sword is simply too striking. Look at its speed. It's akin to a shooting star." The brown-faced cultivator nodded vigorously. "Indeed. I wonder which notable figure has taken a fancy to the mortal realm today." However, as Jiang Fan descended on his fiery red sword, both cultivators were taken aback. The figure atop the blazing sword was merely a youth, no more than 15 or 16 years old. Though the young man appeared spirited, he was still just a boy, prompting the two to exchange puzzled glances. The pale-faced cultivator furrowed his brow. "Brother, do you not find this young senior somewhat familiar?" he queried. "Indeed. But I cannot place where I've seen him," replied the brown-faced cultivator, also sensing a sense of recognition but unable to recall the source. At that moment, Jiang Fan landed a few paces away, sheathing his sword, and strode confidently towards the two cultivators. "Greetings, esteemed sirs. I wish to attend to some matters in the mortal realm. I kindly ask for your assistance," Jiang Fan stated, his expression warm and inviting. The foundation-building cultivators had initially intended to greet him first, but were taken aback when Jiang Fan spoke before they had the chance. Entirely devoid of pretentiousness and exuding a friendly demeanor. "Senior, you need not worry. If you wish to pass, it is merely necessary to establish your identity." The pale-faced cultivator replied with a slight bow. "This is straightforward. I am Jiang Fan of the secret sect, Falling Cloud Mountain Manor," he proclaimed, handing over a black insignia of the sect's elder, his smile unwavering, his spirits remaining high. Both cultivators paused in surprise, recalling that they had been the ones to receive Jiang Fan upon his entry into the sect. Although he had been accompanying Lu at that time and had seemed markedly different, he was unmistakably the same boy who had arrived a year prior. Devoid of any spiritual power, the pale-faced cultivator took the insignia, glanced at it, and then respectfully returned it. "Please." Despite their astonishment, they understood the importance of the matter at hand, stepping aside to grant him passage. Jiang Fan offered a faint smile as he ascended the teleportation array. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a stream of spiritual light onto the stone platform, causing runes to emerge in a brilliant display. This time, Jiang Fan felt no dizziness. Instead, he smiled as his figure gradually faded from view. Ah, the whims of fate. The fair-skinned monk shook his head in resignation, realizing that he had made no progress over the past year, remaining stagnant in the foundational stage of cultivation. Meanwhile, he watched as an ordinary child, in the span of just a year, blossomed into a formidable cultivator. How could he not feel a sense of lamentation, and how could he refrain from expressing his bitterness? The brown-skinned monk stared blankly at the teleportation array, where Jiang Fan had just vanished, his heart a tumult of emotions as he shook his head in a faint, bitter smile. However, the spell the elder had just performed seemed somewhat different. Yet, since the transmission had occurred, there should be no cause for concern. Jiang Fan squatted by the seaside, gazing into the vast ocean under a star-studded sky, feeling a profound sense of confusion. At that moment, he seemed transported back to a year ago when he first arrived on this island by boat, though now he harbored another sentiment. Why had no one informed him that there were no boats here once darkness fell? The island was overseen by a wrinkled, old cultivator in the foundational stage, clearly nearing the end of his lifespan. "Senior, come back. It's too late. There won't be any boats here. All the vessels are docked at the main island. If you fly out now, you might lose your way and end up drowning due to insufficient spiritual energy. It would be a tragic waste." Jiang Fan's face turned ashen. The old man's words were indeed cutting, yet they effectively curbed Jiang Fan's impulsive desire to take flight. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Fan nonetheless stood up and made his way towards the old man's wooden hut. Although he could return to the Void God sect, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that turning back immediately would only expose him to ridicule for being an ignorant fool who lacked knowledge of the local circumstances. Jiang Fan examined the small wooden house, measuring no more than 20 square meters. Inside, apart from a bed, there were only 2 old chairs and a rickety table. Rubbing his head, he mused about how he had ended up in such a desolate place. If only he had inquired with the 2 guardians of the teleportation array, he mused. He could have avoided this predicament altogether. "Please, have some tea, senior," the old man said, holding out 2 earthenware cups filled with an orange-yellow liquid. Jiang Fan inspected the grime hanging in the cup and hesitated to drink. The elder smiled faintly as he sipped his tea, unfazed by Jiang Fan's reluctance, and remarked, "It is truly remarkable that a young man like you has reached the mid-integration stage of cultivation. Your future is undoubtedly limitless." "Oh, not at all, merely a stroke of luck," Jiang Fan replied dismissively, his gaze wandering around the wooden hut until he could only shake his head in resignation. The hut offered no suitable resting place aside from the dilapidated bed, whose bedding had become dark and filthy. There was no way he would sit on such unclean linens. He sighed inwardly, realizing he would have to endure a night of meditation in this uncomfortable setting. The old man, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Fan's discomfort, continued to inquire, "What brings you to the mortal realm, senior? At your age, shouldn't you be focused on your cultivation? Why abandon your path so abruptly?" "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to wander and cultivate my temperament," Jiang Fan replied coolly. Indeed, the body of a true celestial is unlike that of an ordinary cultivator. While ordinary cultivators toil for a lifetime in their pursuits, someone like you still has time to refine their character. What a rare talent. The old man shook his head gently in admiration. Yet, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, a sense of vigilance rising within him. The elder's earlier claim of his mid-integration stage had gone unnoticed by Jiang Fan at the time, but reflecting on it now, he recognized that he bore the standards of the integration stage, yet found it unreasonable for someone to discern his true level at a glance. And now the old man spoke of him as a true celestial body. This was becoming increasingly suspicious. As he pondered these thoughts, the voice of Yuanqing ancestor resonated in his mind. Though somewhat hoarse, it was distinctly clear. "Your cultivation appears to be at the foundational stage. Yet your spiritual power seems akin to that of a post-Yuaning cultivator, if not more." Yuanqing ancestor was equally perplexed. Such high spiritual power could easily overwhelm Jiang Fan. The old man noticed Jiang Fan's unease and offered a gentle smile. "Do not worry, senior. I merely possess a strong spiritual power. There is no need for concern. Moreover, we are both righteous individuals. Surely I have no intention of harming you for treasure?" Jiang Fan was nearly brought to tears by the implication that the old man indeed harbored some interest in his possessions. "Who are you? How does someone of your caliber end up guarding the teleportation array of this desolate little island?" Jiang Fan asked, perplexed. "Every teleportation array has an old fellow like me watching over it. As for why I am but a defeated soldier, the elder replied, maintaining his mild smile. His face lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes gleamed with unusual brightness. Chapter 74. A sudden change at the leisure abode, a defeated soldier? Jiang Fan gazed at the elder in confusion, somewhat dissatisfied with the cryptic nature of his response. Old man, why not share your story with me? After all, we find ourselves with nothing but time, and sitting idly is rather dull. Jiang Fan smiled amiably at the wrinkled elder. But then his brow furrowed as he noticed a flea struggling to climb the old man's beard, prompting an involuntary itch across his body. After finishing his tea, the elder leisurely poured another cup before turning to Jiang Fan and saying, sharing my tale would not be an issue. After all, it is fate that has brought us together. The old man paused in contemplation, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia as he began. It was roughly 300 years ago. 300 years? A mythological tale? Jiang Fan shook his head lightly, skeptical. Will you listen or not? The elder glared, clearly displeased by the interruption. All right, please, go ahead, Jiang Fan chuckled softly. Acutely aware that the elder possessed post-Yuan-ing spiritual power and that a slight offense might lead to dire consequences. The elder nodded, recalling the events of 3 centuries past. 300 years ago, a monumental event shook the entire realm of cultivation. The leader of the 7 evil sects, the Tsangtian sect, issued a shocking challenge to the grand elder of the void god sect, Yu Hongguang, demanding a duel to the death. Both were prominent figures of their respective factions, each at the post-Yuan-ing stage, top-tier figures in that era, aside from those hidden masters of cultivation. The challenge arose from the death of Xian Kongzi, Yu Hongguang's foremost disciple, which was somehow linked to the heir of the Tsangtian sect, the son of the leader, Song Feng. The circumstances surrounding the event were coincidental and peculiar. The righteous and evil factions never congregated in neutral territories, yet on that day, both heirs, accompanied by their respective cohorts, found themselves in the neutral territory of Qingfeng City, seeking medicinal herbs. Initially, the two parties did not encounter one another, and even if they had, they would not have risked a conflict within the neutral zone. However, fate had other plans. Brother, have you heard? The leisure abode in Qingfeng City is a delightful place, renowned for its vibrant atmosphere, a perfect spot to unwind. A young Taoist with thin lips and bright eyes cheerfully remarked to Xian Kongzi. Junior brother, we are monks. How can you suddenly think of such things? Is your mind not pure? Xian Kongzi replied with a light-hearted smile, indicating a close relationship between them. The young Taoist grinned sheepishly, saying, I merely heard that a new singer has arrived, known for her enchanting voice and graceful dance, unmatched in all of Qingfeng City and even in Lu Province. I simply wish to see her. Xian Kongzi gently shook his head and patted the little Taoist's head, saying, You, my dear, are merely clouded by worldly attachments. I have told you time and again to forget about matters that disturb your tranquility. However, the little Taoist was about to speak again, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Observing the forlorn expression on the boy's face, Xian Kongzi could only shake his head in resignation. Come now, just this once. If master were to discover this, it would be quite grave. Xian Kongzi harbored a deep affection for the little Taoist, akin to that of an elder brother to a younger sibling. As he spoke, his fellow disciples and attendants remained silent. Well aware of Xian Kongzi's impeccable character, there was not a trace of pettiness or villainy within him. His cultivation was the highest among the current generation of the Sushin sect, having long surpassed the Golden Core stage, and even hinting at the potential of advancing to the nascent soul stage. Everyone held him in deep reverence, and no one dared to speak ill of him. It was evident that he was destined to become the future leader of their sect. I knew it was wise to follow my senior brother, the little Taoist said with a grin. The group then merrily followed the exuberant little Taoist towards the elegant abode, a 3-story wooden pavilion, tastefully adorned, with interiors divided into private rooms, each equipped with windows facing a spacious circular platform at the center. Xian Kongzi and his companions settled into one of the rooms, where the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. In the center, several dancers swirled gracefully, their movements reminiscent of celestial maidens. The table in their room was laden with a pot of fine wine, a pot of fragrant tea, and an assortment of dried fruits, fresh fruits, and appetizers. While Xian Kongzi and the others quietly savored their tea, the little Taoist eagerly indulged in cup after cup of wine, his gaze fixated on the young dancers. No older than 14 or 15. How strange. Weren't there supposed to be a new singer? The little Taoist pondered, searching the room, yet finding no one unfamiliar. At that moment, Xian Kongzi coughed lightly, prompting the little Taoist to realize his earlier remarks were misplaced. I rarely visit here, and it's mostly the same few faces. So they all look familiar, he chuckled sheepishly. scratching his head to mask his embarrassment. Suddenly, a series of melodious flute notes filled the air, causing all the dancers to withdraw. A girl draped in white gauze ascended the stage, her face veiled by a thin layer of fabric. Though her features were obscured, her ethereal figure radiated an enchanting grace. Two maidservants followed her, one wielding a flute and the other a pipa, both exuding an exquisite charm. Xian Kongzi observed the girl at the guqin, furrowing his brow, while the little Taoist stared intently at the girl's veil and form, utterly entranced. As the music began, its hauntingly tender melody wove a spell over the audience, ensnaring even Xian Kongzi, who nodded in quiet appreciation. Such heavenly sound. It is indeed unparalleled. Indeed, a voice so beautiful must surely belong to a stunning visage, he and his companions mused, their brows furrowing in concentration. At that moment, a drunken man staggered out from a private room, rushing onto the platform. Song Feng, what is he doing here? Xian Kongzi's expression darkened with concern. Meanwhile, the other cultivators in the surrounding rooms shouted at the inebriated middle-aged man, "Fool, get down from there. What do you think you're doing?" Song Feng, swaying unsteadily, turned back, his imposing aura crashing against the reprimanding cultivators. With a disdainful smirk, he retorted, "I am the heir of the Tian sect. Does anyone have an issue with that? Come and try me." The crowd gasped in surprise, yet none dared to confront the leader of the notorious 7 sects of evil. "Beautiful maiden, reveal your true form to me. If you pass my inspection, I shall share my cultivation secrets with you." Song Feng, now thoroughly intoxicated, seemed oblivious to the absence of his subordinates who could have restrained him. He abruptly pulled down the girl's veil, and she gasped in astonishment. But it was not just her who was taken aback. The sight that met their eyes was mesmerizing, a flawless face, as pure as jade. With skin so immaculate it seemed almost ethereal. Her innocent visage concealed an alluring charm, evoking a desire to cherish and possess her, capable of ensnaring any man's heart. Her crystalline eyes held a sorrowful allure that could captivate anyone. This is not good. Xian Kongzi immediately cast several calming spells to steady his mind, while the other cultivators followed suit. Yet the little Taoist remained fixated, utterly entranced by the girl. With a resounding slap, a hand struck the little Taoist's face, snapping him back to reality. "Brother, awaken." Xian Kongzi gently shook the boy's shoulders, urging him to regain his focus. "That was close. Thank you, senior brother. If I had been a moment later, my life would have been ruined." I didn't realize this girl possessed such an enchanting aura. The little Taoist wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. On stage, Song Feng was now completely immobilized, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of fear and infatuation. He struggled internally, fighting against the hold the girl had over him. But he was too close and unprepared for her influence. The yin-yang body, a unique trait in the world of cultivation, was a divine gift, akin to a spiritual vein. Those born with such a body, regardless of gender, possessed the ability to control the opposite sex. Upon reaching the age of 7, they would bear a faint mark on their heart, signifying their selection by the heart demon. In the cultivation world, such individuals were often executed to prevent future calamities. Song Feng is finished. There's no saving him, Xian Kongzi thought, shaking his head in resignation, a twinge of sadness welling up for this rival heir, who was now reduced to a mere puppet. Pondering, he wondered why Song Feng had come without any entourage. "Brother, what are you doing?" Xian Kongzi turned to see his disciple striding towards the platform, taken aback. "Brother, save me. The witch's lingering influence remains in my mind. She is deliberately trying to control me," the young Taoist cried, panic evident in his voice. Xian Kongzi slammed the table, exclaiming, "Demoness, cease your actions at once, or I shall slay you." The girl merely shot him a glance, her tone casual as she replied, "If you kill me, this heir of the Tian sect will meet his demise too. Do you dare? What do you want?" Xian Kongzi felt his nerves fraying. If he were to kill the girl, Song Feng would undoubtedly perish, leading to yet another conflict between the righteous and the wicked. Yet if he hesitated, the little Taoist would only draw closer to her, falling prey to her control. "My parents perished at the hands of your detestable sect. They could not bear to kill me, and for that, my entire family was slaughtered, none left alive. Had my parents not foreseen such a day and sent me away, I would have already met my end at your hands." The girl seethed, rage radiating from her. Suddenly, the tide of hatred ebbed away, and 2 streams of tears traced the exquisite contours of the girl's beautiful face. Yet, I felt that all this stemmed from the injustice of fate. I harbor no desire for vengeance. Why must you be so aggressive? I yearn for a life of simplicity. When have I ever sought to unveil the veil? Why pursue my utter destruction? Today, upon learning my identity, How could I possibly leave alive? I must take a hostage. I assure you, if only I can escape. I shall release their hearts and harm them not. I implore you, grant me my freedom." The girl gazed pleadingly at Xian Kongzi, her eyes brimming with tears. Xian Kongzi sighed and closed his eyes, perplexed by the sorrow swelling within him. Yet, he had witnessed this occurrence more than a couple of times. Which parent would willingly slay their own child, especially one nurtured for 7 years? Many would secretly raise them. For all knew that any child born in the realm of cultivation bore a certain probability of becoming a demonic vessel, a most lamentable fate indeed. Though numerous families opted for a life among mortals, they too had their share of ordinary people, individuals incapable of cultivation. What was to become of them? They could not penetrate the gates of the great sects, nor could they afford the exorbitant fees of public teleportation arrays. They were destined to endure the torment of existence within the realm of cultivation, their fates disregarded by all. Yet, Xian Kongzi could not bear to witness such suffering. "Senior brother, save me. Do not believe her deceitful words. Senior brother, please save me." At that moment, the young Taoist implored with a quivering voice. Xian Kongzi frowned, ready to unleash his spell, when a large hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder from behind. He was taken aback to find his other junior brother, Xian Wuzi, standing there. "Senior brother, do not act rashly. If a war of cultivation ensues, would that not leave a lasting stain on our names?" Xian Kongzi clenched his fists and struck the wall with great force. Alas, he resumed his seat, his face etched with sympathy as he beheld his junior brother, who was moving like a zombie. The girl nodded in satisfaction, her gaze fixed on the approaching young Taoist, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Yet, just as her smile began to blossom, her expression abruptly turned vacant. A jade-green short sword pierced through her chest. "Forgive me. Blame only the heavens for their blindness. I would rather ignite a war than witness my junior brother transformed into a puppet." Xian Kongzi stood behind the girl, eyes closed, speaking in a detached tone. The girl could not believe that Xian Kongzi would truly take her life. Her eyes remained wide with disbelief until her last breath. As her gaze dimmed, the body of Jiang Fan collapsed, devoid of love, replaced by fear and boundless resentment. Xian Kongzi shook his head and approached his junior brother, who sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The young Taoist, having narrowly escaped death, threw himself into Xian Kongzi's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. He understood that Xian Kongzi had chosen him over the entirety of the Shushan sect. Such a favor could not be encapsulated by mere words of gratitude. The old man stared vacantly out the window, while Jiang Fan, having unwittingly drained the teapot, was completely absorbed in the tale. And then, what happened next? Jiang Fan, sensing the old man's silence, grew anxious and pressed for answers. Later, the Tsangtian sect demanded a hostage, seeking Xian Kongzi's head to honor Tsang Fan. Yu Hongguang, naturally, refused to surrender his most beloved disciple to death, igniting a battle of the nascent soul stage that captured the attention of the entire cultivation world. The old man's eyes were glazed as he gazed out the window, as if reliving the events. And the outcome? Jiang Fan, now impatient, inquired. The two fought fiercely for 3 days, their powers nearly equal. In the end, Song Yusanren gained the upper hand, grievously wounding Yu Hongguang. But he himself was severely injured as well. 7 days later, yet another clash between the righteous and the sinister factions ensued, one marked by heavy casualties. The battlefield echoing with the cries of the damned, rivers running red with blood. Among the fallen cultivators, countless were both young disciples in their early stages and venerable ancestors of the nascent soul. The old man's voice was tinged with the weight of memories, revealing the scars they left behind. Jiang Fan observed the old man's contemplative demeanor and cautiously whispered, "And afterward?" The old man smiled faintly. "Afterward? Naturally. The evil faction retreated. Otherwise, how could you exist today? Why? Such a golden opportunity to eradicate adversaries, and they withdrew?" Jiang Fan understood that the retreat was inevitable, but questioned the rationale. The old man lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Fan's skeptical expression. Simple. Some did not wish to see the balance of the cultivation world disrupted, hence compelled the evil faction to withdraw. Someone. Is there truly a being capable of controlling such a situation within the cultivation realm? Who could it be? Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. The old man sipped his tea. "I shall not divulge this information. The less you know, the better it is for you."